Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was half human and half wolf? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. It was a day like any other. In the morning, Harry was following his dad along with their dog Fang around their hut not far from the castle, taking care of their garden first, then of the various magical creatures. Hogwarts hold. In late afternoon, he was asked to go inside the castle and wander in the corridor while minding his steps because his dad had to tend matters in the Forbidden Forest. Because he was only 7, it was decided that he will never cross above the clearing for the class of care of magical creatures held by Professor Kettleburn. So whenever his dad would go in the Forbidden Forest, Harry will go in the castle where people would welcome him warmly. Mostly because he's a cutie that had no fear beyond Professor McGonagall, but also because people were curious to know how this clumsy half-giant could have sired such a small and puny baby like him. Which was unfair, because he was small and puny only compared to his dad, who was a half-giant. Otherwise Harry was quite tall for his age. Auntie Poppy said so. Today was the first day of school, so the castle was quiet with the students either studying in their common room waiting for dinner time or studying in the Great Hall to be already on place when dinner's ready. It would also be Harry's first appearance of the year before the first years, as he never showed up at the start of term feast to 1. Not disturb the first years during their sorting ceremony, and 2. Not spoil himself the surprise of said event who will go through it in a few years. His dad and him rarely showed up for breakfast and lunch for the same reason. Thus Harry only eating in the Great Hall at dinner. Not that it bothered him, he loved eating with his dad, because his dad's such a great cook. Him too, as everyone could only praise his cooking skills whenever he gave them the chance to taste it. When Remy wasn't working, he would take Harry to the kitchen where they had a special spot to watch the house elves work in hectic frenzy yet still be spoiled rotten by their amazing dishes, or better yet, spend the day with Harry and teach all sort of things from the magical world that he wasn't yet allowed to see. But Remy was working, so Harry will be good and wander in the castle instead. As soon as he was inside, he ran into his favorite creature, Mrs. Norris. He went to pet her and she let him do it because he was so respectful to her. And who said Mrs. Norris? Said Mr. Filch trotting behind, because he's the owner and the caretaker of the magic school. Mr. Filch only tolerated him because he did not do magic and that he was genuinely listening to him whenever he talked about how hard his work was and that no one paid any attention about. And also because Harry's toothy smile would melt anyone's cold heart. Again Auntie's words, not him. Harry wasn't even aware that heart could be cold, and he did try to feel it on the resident cold heart, Professor Snape, when Professor McGonagall commented on it. Which shocked everyone, though Harry didn't understand why. Wasn't it normal to check an info instead of listening unquestioningly? At least, that's what his dad always did, and that's how his dad and him had so many creatures friends, because they didn't listen to all the bad words about them. Harry especially loved the mooncalves that appeared only at full moons. Their appearance were quirky and rare, one could say, as people didn't tend to get out at full moon, but Hogwarts did not host werewolves, so Harry got to meet the herd in the clearing and even see their dance. Quite the magical sight. Despite his recurrent asks to follow lessons with the first years, because he's big enough to understand what the adults are saying, quoting Remy now, the headmaster and the deputy headmistress that was Professor McGonagall had rejected the demand every time. And fair, he didn't show sign of magic, yet, but Harry celebrated his 7th birthday not long ago and he was more than anticipating his first display of accidental magic. For now, he supposed he could make do with watching students doing magic in the Hogwarts park when he ran into them, or just hanging in the Great Hall where he could spend hours admiring the enchanted ceiling. Or pet Mrs. Norris. Having such feisty creature act lenient with him could be considered magical among the student body. As dinner time was near, he was ushered to take place on the professor's table besides his father's seat, which was another dig on his size. One day, he's gonna be so tall, people will regret mocking how little he was. The students started flowing inside and more than one head made a double take once seeing him at his seat. No one commented, though. There was a year, 3 years ago Harry remembered, a student of the Lion Table asked the professors who was he, and Harry told him himself that he was his dad's son. Not that it explained the reason of his presence, but he was so cute people just accepted it as it is. Harry found said student this year again and waved back when greeted from afar. The student then pointed at a younger boy, his youngest sibling making entrance at Hogwarts, and Harry knew he will get an introduction after the meal as it happened 3 years ago. He put the thought aside to welcome his dad happily. Then everyone started digging on the food. "Hey, Harry, how are you?" Bill asked him once they're done. Harry was waiting for the siblings at the foot of the staircase as he and his dad usually finished before anyone. His dad usually still had things to do after, and Harry not being a big eater at young age. He didn't wait long though. Bill and Charlie, having saw him getting out of table and didn't want to miss him, finished eating quickly too. Admittedly, they had the whole school year to do the introduction and not necessarily the second night at Hogwarts, but by then it was tradition for them because Bill did it 5 years ago too, but for himself. And this time, Harry didn't have any memories and he wouldn't accept the reason of him being only 2 because Harry had great memory even at 2. But anyway, he remembered the introduction of 3 years ago with Charlie, so Harry promised to always remember each introduction of the Weasleys, till it'll be time for the sibling of the same age as his. "I'm all right, Bill. How are you all doing in this fine evening?" Before Bill could answer, one of his younger brothers spoke up. "Well, with my Quidditch teammates, we already set up schedules for new players to apply, since we're in great need of beater." "Interested, Pipsqueak?" Charlie winked at him. "You know that I'm only interested of your position. I know, right? Seeker's the best, right?" "Right." Harry giggled jolly when Charlie ruffled his hair. "Oh, so you're the Harry." When Bill and Charlie insisted to introduce me to the toddler that was roaming on the campus, I thought they were joking. But then, they said he was one of the staff's son, and I found it even weirder, because who would bring their infant child to a secondary school? Now, everything's explained. Harry blinked at the youngest sibling he didn't get the chance yet to meet, only to have a lukewarm greeting. He glanced at the eldest, who were each sporting a different look of embarrassment. "Well, Harry, meet Percy, the third Weasley who got sorted in Gryffindor, as you have seen. Congratulations, I guess the house does suit your hair." "Hey, we said not about the physics." "No, you said it, I didn't agree on it." Once again, Percy cut into the bickering between Charlie and him. "Well, glad to meet you, Harry Potter. If you don't mind, I will go first. I'd like to review what I learned today and prepare for tomorrow's lessons." He made a move to step on the stair, but by doing so, Ari noticed something moving underneath. "Oh, do you have a pet? May I see it? I love animals." Percy paused and searched something on his face. Harry became self-conscious and tried to hide his scar, the one that uncovered his identity. But Percy only sighed, before undonning his fastening to show the rodent hidden inside. Harry made an excited sound and extended his hand to pet it, but upon seeing him, the rat crawled inside his master's robe hurriedly. Both Harry and Percy paused. Before Harry tried again, Percy jumped when his pet rat crawled further to hide. As he started squirming, he grabbed the rat with irate hands. "Scabbers. What are you doing? You're never this meek with stranger." "Maybe it's the sudden change of environment," Bill suggested kindly. "Pretty sure the rat wasn't that fretty yesterday. He even ate the feast eagerly, much to our housemates' disarray." "Charlie, don't be snobbish because you don't like him. Not my fault it's not worth a dragon." Harry ignored the sibling bickers, though he was tempted to mock Charlie and his obsession of dragon, something his dad shared, and him too, to be honest, and tried to reach the rat again. It flailed miserably in his master's hand. Harry froze. "Maybe he doesn't like you," Percy shrugged, ready to climb the stairs once again. "No," Harry whined, stopping him again. "Every animal's like me." "Well, Scabbers is a little peculiar, Harry. He's been with us for 6 years and was surrounded only of red hair, and most of us didn't even want to pet him, so." "Not helping, Charlie. I didn't even do anything, it's not like I can hurt him." As if understanding, the rat freed from his master's grip and crawled to hide under the robe once again. Harry started sniffling and the elder boys started panicking. Harry didn't usually cry, you see. He didn't when the hippogriffes landed wildly around him and almost crushed him because he was so small under their claws and hoofs. He didn't either when the foxes were ravaging the chickens his dad raised for some years and were about to assault him and give him the same treatment if not for his dad's intervention, nor when he fell in the Great Lake and got assaulted by a Grindylow who found him first before being rescued by a pitying merperson who threw him out of water only for him wanting to dive again and Ride the Kelpie he caught a glimpse of. He only did when he accidentally hurt Fang because he didn't listen to his dad when too excited or that time, when he stepped on a student's turtle who then refused to get out of its shell for a long time. You got the memo. Harry only cried when the animals got hurt, and Scabbers wasn't, in any way. Bill, do something, Percy asked, voice blanching when Harry was full on sobbing. What? It's obviously Scabbers at fault. Well, he's not going to apologize, is he now? Maybe he should. He was being overly impolite. Give me that. Hey, stop that. Charles Weasley. Bill, tell him to stop. Hang on, Immobulus. Bill, Percy sounded positively offended now. Just a minute. Bill snatched the rat from his brother's back and hung it on the air by its tail. He tried to wave it in front of the little kid to soothe him, but Harry only cried harder when he noticed how the rat was now frozen of shock. No, he's not into shock, he's just frozen. Because it makes it so much better. Come on, Harry, don't mind it. It's just a stupid rat. Who's afraid of Harry, the sweetest kid around? Weird, Bill muttered while trying to put the pet out of Percy's arm's reach. Bill. Enough. That's animal abuse. I wonder, is it really an animal? He looked awfully sentient for an animal. It's a magical creature. It's as intelligent as owls. Just a minute, Percy. I need to check something. Stop trying to get this rat back. What are you boys doing? Harry promptly stopped crying in Charlie's arms. If he rarely cried and warmed up at all existing creatures and animals, he couldn't for the life of him grew on Professor McGonagall. The woman's stern look was like his nightmare, a stern that was her resting face despite being said to be really nice. Harry had yet to witness it, and he believed to have further peeved her when he tried to show off his flying skills on his toy broom to the school staff who were present to celebrate his 5th birthday. And if he looked at her now or if she saw him crying. He's not sure he won't be break down and never recover for the night. Professor McGonagall, you're here just in time. You're an animagus, aren't you? Yes, of course, you are. We saw and you're literally registered in the ministry list, our father told us. Anyway, would it be possible for you to cast the animagus reversal spell on our pet rat? I'm not saying it's an animagus, but it reacted weirdly seeing Harry, and Harry's friend with all animals, you know it, so yeah, we just want to make sure. There's nothing to make sure. Scabbers doesn't like the boy, that's it, Percy huffed and crossed his arms. He had stopped struggling against his brother as soon as their head of house made her appearance clear, because he's not about to embarrass himself just for a kitty tantrum. It doesn't hurt to check, Charlie said, trying to distract Harry of his brother's offensive words and just prevent another outburst, you know. Bill only offered the rat to the professor's nose with a cheeky smile, ignoring very hard the kids behind him. McGonagall glanced at Harry's red eyes and drying cheeks, then at Percy's frown before sighing and pulling out her wand. The transfiguring charm went wordless, but the effect was immediate as soon the blue light touched the rat. The tail Bill was grabbing vanished, morphing under the magic spell. Soon, there was a man at the rat's place, thankfully still immobile, and Bill put protectively himself in front of his brothers. Professor McGonagall gasped, wand still extended, and was really happy her student had previously cast the frozen charm on the suspect. Because the unsuspected animagus was none other than Peter Pettigrew. Mr. Weasley, please bring immediately your brothers in security. Do not say a word of what just happened. I will take care of the matter at hand right this instant with the headmaster. A silver cat got out of her wand and flight inside the great hall. Upon reflection, she conjured 2 other silver cats, with one flying inside the great hall too, while the other went through the great gate of the castle. Then, she made her way to the headmaster's office with a hovering frozen body, trusting her student to follow her instructions. Bill did as she said and brought his brothers and the little kid to the Gryffindor common room, as it was protected by the fat lady's portrait that needed a passwords only known by Gryffindor's students. Harry ended up in Bill Weasley's dorm room, who shooed his dorm mate's nosiness and entertained the boy by offering his course books to read, which Harry did eagerly despite the subject being for 6th-year students and could be quite heavy for his young age. Eventually, his eyelids couldn't bear it, his 7-year-old body needed to rest. He fell asleep next to Bill, thinking the day had started so normally. Remus Lupin, Harry's dad. 2-chapter summary: the aftermath of capturing a supposed dead man. Harry got summoned in the headmaster's office next morning right after breakfast. Every students were already in their class, with the exception of Bill, who went with him and Harry's dad. Once in the office, Harry was still in his dad's arms, and he first even refused to let go of the embrace when he saw the headmaster wasn't alone. He only calmed down when new people came into the office. Among them was Remy. Harry accepted his second father's embrace with eagerness and refused to let go again as the couple that came with him started apologizing frantically to him. "Mom, Dad, stop, you're frightening him with your nervous energy." The Weasley seniors stopped and watched him with guilt and pity. The woman even started to shed tears only for her husband to comfort her and insist she sit as the headmaster was proposing them before bare apologies. Sat on his dad Remy's lap, Harry watched Bill trying to calm his mother on the other chair before sliding his eyes on the headmaster behind his desk. Said man skirted the furniture to join another group present in the office. Among them, the man who was passing for Scabbers, Weasley family's pet. "Now that Molly has calmed down, it's in my duty to let you know what the Aurors Moody and Shacklebolt and myself discovered after interrogating Mr. Pettigrew. Obviously, Mr. Sirius Black will be cleared of all charges and be free immediately." Harry spun his head to watch Remy, who unconsciously tightened his hold on Harry. "Who's Sirius Black?" he asked when Remy tried very hard to ignore his questioning gaze. "Oh, son," his dad choked behind them all. Harry turned to look at him. "Sirius, he was your father's best friend and he got imprisoned wrongly because this rat framed him." Harry turned to Remy again. "Remy's best friend?" "Yeah, my best friend too." Remy was speaking so lowly that Harry had to get close to hear him. By doing so, they were close enough to nuzzle each other, comforting the other in their own way. What was he sent in prison for? Sirius Black was unfairly accused for taking the life of 12 Muggles and for betraying the Potters, your parents, by giving their location to you-know-who while their security was the most important thing at the time. A scarred man spoke up in Dumbledore's place. "It happened because everyone, including myself I admit, thought he was the secret keeper of your house, but turn out they secretly switched out with this rat right here, thinking no one would ever think about it. And I see that not even Lupin knew about that." Harry felt Remy shook his head against him and replied for him. Remy didn't know. "Yeah, that's what we concluded. Anyway, right after the Potters passed, this rat went back to the place and took his master, you-know-whose wand, and hid it, then flew like the coward he was. When caught up by Black, he set up the hole framed up before going into hiding, in your house, I presume." All eyes turned to the Weasleys and Molly broke down crying again. Arthur had to swallow his own tears and nodded, but Bill was the one to answer verbally. "Indeed. I remember it appeared one day, 6 years ago, and stayed with us till now. No one knew where it came from, but we assumed it was a gift from Aunt Tessie, Dad's great aunt. Percy was designed to take care of it as Charlie and I weren't the kind to have pet. Well, not small ones for Charlie. If only we thought more about it. It did miss a toe," Arthur spat regretfully. The man with dark skin nodded gravely. "Unfortunately, no one could have thought Peter Pettigrew was an unregistered animagus. I guess it's not the best time to ask if Sirius Black was too? Well, he already took 6 unfair years in Azkaban, so I say we even," Remus groaned. The scarred man grumbled louder to assert dominance. "He better registers right after being free. Now that we had explained everything, we better march on to the ministry to give this traitor what he deserved. And a trial of compensation for Sirius Black." Everyone stopped to look at Harry, who didn't faze at the sudden audience. "What is it, my boy?" the headmaster encouraged him. "Well, you said that the ministry locked Sirius Black by mistake, so by law, you should compensate him for those years lost. Remy taught me, it's a serious matter to be jailed at Azkaban." Remy wasn't supposed to teach him that, but there were older students at Hogwarts who were quite mischievous and liked to scare little Harry just because he got special treatment, or maybe because he was related to the giant gamekeeper and they just loved to watch the world burn. Thankfully, there's Remy to comfort and explain everything to Harry. Yes, that may be true, but as we said, Sirius Black is also an unregistered animagus, and this crime could put him to jail, which he is, right now. But you didn't throw him to Azkaban for that, right? What were his charges the ministry hold on him during the trial? Once again, everyone looked at him movingless. Even Remy, because he certainly didn't remember having taught him that. Which was true, The truth was Harry liked to play pretend with one of Charlie's friend who was like a whole encyclopedia and was more than happy to teach everything to Harry because it was their dream to be the youngest professor of history of magic specially at Hogwarts. The dark-skinned man slowly shook his head. There wasn't a trial. Molly Weasley gasped loudly and Remy stilled even more against Harry. Well, that settles. A trial is in order. You ought to compensate for throwing him to Azkaban without giving a trial in the first place. Of course, you probably have to give him a fine. Because he was unregistered, and since he already did his years in prison. We'll see what we can do, the scarred man grumbled again as if he could only speak like that. Also, I'd like to have you know whose wand when you find it. This time, everyone started at this. And why is that, now? Honestly, just to spite him. He took my parents' life, so I'm taking what's his. And it's not like you have a body to bury it with, like it happened for my parents' wands, right? So better give it to me who's still very alive. I don't think that's the best choice for a memento. But that's only thing that's left of my parents. Well, that was in contact. The house was destroyed with everything, even the pictures. I only know what they look like thanks to Dad asking their old school friends pictures and from what Remy told me about them and the memories he showed me about them, and those were mostly from school. As if Remy wasn't even present for most of Harry's birth. He said he was their friend and he did take care of Harry with Dad, so it must be true, but then he didn't witness all of Harry's firsts as if he was forced to be elsewhere. How come you have nothing about your parents, my dear? How come, Albus? There must be tons of tribute for them or even from their time in the Order. Not that we were part of, but it wasn't much of a secret at this time. And Aurors must have searched the house as it was where you know who last stood. Did the Ministry just seized it all? Hard to say. Minister Bagnold left Crouch handle all the task forces and Crouch was more interested in locking down all those supposed Death Eater. And the Aurors were incidentally more busy interrogating each one of those pompous pureblood. So some of you know whose partisans got to be interrogated but my parents' best friend doesn't and is instantly thrown to Azkaban? The two Aurors had to scratch behind their neck at that. Since there's a lot of exception in the Ministry law, I think it's only fair that I get to have the wand, right? Is it because you just want to do magic without getting a warning? Bill spoke up finally. Harry tried to glare at him but only looked constipated and ended up sticking his tongue out like the petulant child he was. So what if it is? Since you're not student of Hogwarts yet, you won't even receive a warning as it could be considered as accidental magic. Not that you'll get the wand. But Remy, I never ask for anything. And I cannot give you that one thing, sorry pup, but this is a no. Think about how it will be difficult for your dad to look after you using magic without proper teaching and taking care of all your dear creatures. Harry looked at his dad whose expression was hidden under the voluminous beard but he supposed it was a sad and disapproving look. Harry lowered his head in defeat. I'll be sure to inform you of the news and try not to believe everything that's written on the daily. The two Aurors got out, with the levitating and frozen body close between them. The Weasleys stayed for a little while, exchanging some soft words with the headmaster while their son was dismissed back to class with a note to excuse his absence that even his title of prefect couldn't justify. Harry waited in the corner with his two father figures that were his true dads and trying to ting him. It was confusing but Harry didn't need comfort and saw how both men were more upset than him. Like he said, he never got the chance to meet any of his parents, so hearing that one of their best friend Peter Pettigrew was the true evil instead of the other best friend Sirius Black was like citing him the laws. Unconcerning but factual. When the couple made a move to get out of the office, the found family did the same and left the headmaster without a word. Once outside, the two red hair tried to talk to Harry again. Mostly apologizing before promising him to find everything they could in the Ministry about the Potters and make sure that Peter Pettigrew would never escape ever again, as Arthur Weasley worked in the Ministry, magical law enforcement, albeit in some unknown office. By midday, they finally parted, just so they could talk to their other sons, the youngest that enrolled especially, since he was the most effective with the rat. Dad had since left them to work after Remy reassured him that he was there to look after Harry, which Harry had to make sure by asking him again. He knew Remy had hard time working and tended to change works regularly. He never took long to find a new one after a week of break but Harry saw how he's always exhausted. Harry wouldn't mind if Remy didn't work and stay all day with him to teach him everything and anything when his dad is too busy, but he never said anything because Remy did everything to not be jobless just so he could give what Harry deserved. Mostly toddler brooms because he grew up so fast and he's so good at flying, as his parents said in books, because those about magical creatures are so few in the wizarding world. They ate lunch in the kitchen where Remy would usually lead them when he's here, and they had their fun like always. After the meal, they went back to the Great Hall and Harry asked to be left alone as he wanted to speak to Percy, who was sitting by the great entrance alone, probably to send his parents away. Remy agreed after catching a glimpse of Professor Snape, saying he'd like a word with him. Not knowing much about potions, Harry just smiled before approaching the first-year student. He sat quietly beside the preteen and didn't do anything to make his presence known when the other didn't acknowledge him. Eventually, after trying to ignore the tears on the older boy's face, Harry placed his hand on the other's. They stayed silent till the bell rang to start afternoon class. You know, Harry started when the boy stood after drying his tears. He never apologized. Not that Pettigrew had the chance after being interrogated and frozen again, but whenever their gaze met, it was only fear and nothing more. The man didn't even look like regretting his act. You're smart, Percy. Bill and Charlie told me so, but you're also a little narrow-minded. They say it's because you're the middle child, and although I can't understand, I hope you won't come to be resentful because your best friend turned out to not be what you thought was. Mighty words for a kid who loves animals and creatures. Dangerous ones, like dragons, I like to add. True. I hope you find your purpose like Bill wants to be Cursebreaker and how Charlie will study dragons. For a second, Harry saw a vulnerable and younger Percy, not with the stuck-up or reserved expression, and Percy smiled at him before leaving him without a word. Sirius Black. Harry's godfather Harry got the chance to officially meet Sirius Black only 2 months later, almost 3. It was the last day of October and Harry was spending the day at the Weasleys'. Molly thought that since the day wasn't a joyful one for him, it could be good for him to be out of Hogwarts during that time and not see how people celebrating this day, whether for Muggle or wizard reason. Harry refrained from telling her that he already spent the day in the magical school for 6 years, because the number was the same as Sirius Black's unfair imprisonment. Early morning, but after breakfast, his dad dropped him in the Three Broomsticks Inn and he used the flow network to the burrow, speaking clearly as Bill and Percy instructed him, while Charlie told him to not wander to their room as it pleased, like he did so freely for Hogwarts Castle. Because he liked to go against Charlie's words, he will just do that, all the while knowing it was only a light joke between them. After a sooty swirl, he arrived to the house of the Weasleys family. There weren't only gingers waiting for him, though. The Weasleys made sure to invite their neighbors in Ottery Street Catchpole to put Harry at ease and not let him be the only guest. It was also one of the conditions Harry gave when the couple was apologizing to him and wanting to make it up for him, somehow, by invitating him to their house and introducing him new friends. And sure, Harry didn't know much children around his age. From what he could see, they were 2 others' family. 3 blonde-haired and 3 dark-haired. The Lovegoods and the Diggorys. Molly introduced them. The Fawcetts couldn't make it because they were celebrating in their own way, plus they weren't home. The Diggorys had a son, 2 years older than you. The Lovegoods a daughter a year younger than you. We had Fred and George, Ron and Ginny, each matching your ages. So not a guest children could feel left out. Nice. Once alone, the Weasley siblings couldn't help but gape at Harry after he introduced himself. Yes, he was Harry Potter. Yes, he had the scar, and yes, their brother Bill was the one who arrested a Death Eater that passed for their other brother Percy's pet, though not the one who uncovered the animagus with the animagus reversal charm. And yes, he loved creatures of all kind, so he was eager to have a look of the ghoul in their attic or the pigs in the farm. And even the family owl Errol. None were animagus. Arthur and Molly made sure to check on that immediately coming home after the disaster with Scabbers. As he promised, Harry went into each of the Weasley children's room, to see the ghoul, for one, and because he got interested to see Ron playing wizard's chess, and his chess set dearly gifted by his grandfather who married a Black was in his room, on the last floor, right before the attic. And not his fault if only the children's dorm were opened, by Fred and George, who insisted to give him a tour. That he did not reject, mind you, but neither did Cedric nor Luna, mostly because they knew it'd annoy Percy, who was on the same floor than them. The second Only Ginny was spared as she was on the first floor and for her youngest position. Luna was the only one invited to see it. Third floor was the eldest's room and the fourth's the parents'. And Ron the attic room, despite being on the fifth floor before. The attic. Harry was especially fascinated by the room decorated by the canon of Chudley's colors and impressed by Ron's deep knowledges about the Quidditch team, more than Harry could ever have. He's little embarrassed to call himself a Quidditch fan when he couldn't say any player's name. He could recite all the magical creatures known to wizardkinds and their features, though. Which got immediately Luna and Cedric's interest. The first because her and her father were passionate creatures enjoyer, and the second because it was his father's line of work. But however interested he was of what Luna Lovegood was saying about those unheard magical creatures that she and her father were searching for ages, Harry's attention got picked when the boys were about to start a kid-friendly Quidditch match. The brooms were transfigured by Mrs. Diggory at her son's demand, who had brought his own golden snitch because Seeker was his position, according to his dad. And soon enough the Weasley siblings with Cedric and Harry were playing Quidditch on low levitation thanks to the charm Mrs. Lovegood, Pandora, she had told them to call her, cast. Luna was the commentator, having no particular want to play the famous sport, and her commentary were very funny as she was often exchanging with her father rather than commenting seriously on, it was only kids playing around. Harry played all three positions between Seeker, Chaser and Keeper with Fred and Ron, switching whenever the other two complained about something of their positions. Of course, as he had told Charlie, his preference was Seeker position, but he was mostly glad to be playing and winning, since Cedric had more problem getting Ginny and George to agree on their position since Gwynny was so young. When it was time for lunch, with the foods cooked by Molly Weasley, Harry grouped with Mr. Diggory. Amos, he insisted. Mr. Lovegood, sir, is okay. And Luna to talk about magical creatures, as the former was a ministry employee in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. It was a really informative talk, and he nodded along and asked questions with Luna because it's good to form children's curiosity. Sir Lovegood's words. In the afternoon, Fred and George got once again everyone's attention by presenting them their last inventions of entertainment. Once the display done, they collected the audience's opinion to stimulate their prankster's mind, quickly boring Harry and Ron. 1. Because Harry had Remy's memories of some of his father's prank that he never found funny, and 2. Because Ron was usually on the other side of the prank and he was done of being their guinea pig, not today. So the two wandered back to Ron's room where the owner proposed a round of chess, but before Harry got the chance to play and lose, not that he'd know but he did have a foreboding, a really strategic board game, he was beckoned to greet a late guest that came with Mr. Weasley, who got back from his day at the ministry. The tall dark-haired man with striking gray eyes introduced himself as Sirius Black. When they were left alone in the courtyard to talk before dinner, Harry tried really hard to ignore the curious onlookers hung on the window of the burrow and instead paid extra attention to this man, said to be his parents' best friend. Hello, Harry, I'm Sirius, your godfather. Well, that was a new piece of information. Due to circumstances, I wasn't able to raise you after your parents, passed 6 years ago. And for that, I apologize for being absent for all your 7 birthdays. Now that I'm free, I promise to be present for all the ones in the future. Okay. So you were my father's best friend? Remy's memories showed you always by my father's side, while Remy was more of my mother's friends. Did you knew each other before Hogwarts? Oh, no, with Moony, or Remy as you call him, we met your father, who was nicknamed Prongs, on the first day of our first year at Hogwarts, as we're all sorted in Gryffindor. What was your nickname? Padfoot, because my animagus form was a big black dog. That's right. Did you register your animagus statue? I did. It's true that in hindsight, it could have saved us tons of problems, but with James and again, with the choking on his words as if remembering at the last moment. With James, we figured it gave us more freedom, and also because with your father's form, anyone could have guessed it was him at one glance. He's a stag, you see. Harry nodded slowly, having kind of understood that people did not choose their animal form, nor their Patronus, though it could be closely related as shown with Professor McGonagall. So, what are you doing now? I heard from Dad that you were an Auror before Azkaban. Did you get to become one again? Sirius tensed, whether from the question or the mention of Azkaban. I was advised to go see a mind healer to check on my mental state after those long years of imprisonment. They also told me that it could take time before I could return to my duties, if I wished so. Harry stared at him for a moment, eyeing him up and down but stopping eventually on his eyes, or rather under. Though he expected big eyebags according to the rumors around Azkaban, Sirius didn't come up as disastrous as he was supposed to be, albeit the eyebags were definitely there. Then again, it's been 2 months since his release, so he had time to put some weight before the meeting. Does that mean you're the Black Heir? I heard that your parents passed not long ago and you're now the only heir available. The Black are also said to be quite low. Oh no, I've been disowned when I was 16 by my own mother and both my grandfathers are still alive. And they both hold some power in this household since they were lord before. And I'm saying both, because I know how the Black family tree work. I read and asked around about it. Your parents were distant cousins and both had the Black name. But did you know that the Weasleys were also Black descendant? Mr. Weasley's mother is a Black. Oh yes, dear Aunt Cedrella, my Gramps' cousin. She got disowned when she married Septimus Weasley. Actually, the Weasley are kinda closely related to the Black. My aunt of my father's side, as in his actual sister by the name of Lucretia, married Ignatus Pruitt, who was Molly's dear uncle. Not that Molly got even an ounce of Black's blood, but yeah. Everyone basically knew everyone. So, your cousin once removed? With Arthur Weasley, indeed. Twice removed with his offsprings, I guess. I also heard that one Black also married a Potter. Oh, Aunt Doria, another of Gramps' cousin. I also looked into it when I became friend with your father, but it was another branch than your father's, so unfortunately, we're not related. Are none of them alive anymore? I heard nothing of any of them. Last I heard of a Potter other than your close family, it was in 1979 and it wasn't good news. Listen, Harry, I heard from Moony that you were almost put under the care of your mother family's side, her mother sister Petunia, but thankfully it wasn't the case as I can see you're more fit with Wizard family. Dad said it was because I got attached to him and refused to be left in the Muggle world, so Dad decided to raise me at Hogwarts since he works and lives there. Remy appeared not long after and it was a good addition because Dad had to work around Hogwarts. So Remy's also my dad, but when I was 3, he started to work outside of Hogwarts and would be back only for a week before looking for another work. At that, Sirius tried to swallow naturally but only got himself a lump in the throat. Eventually, he replied in a soft voice. Yeah, he's having it hard. That's why I asked if you're the Black Heir, so you can use the huge amount of money to help whatever Remy's working so hard for. He always said it's for my comfort, but I'm missing of nothing. Dad had everything covered. Of course, the broom toys and books he gift me every years are the best, but he really doesn't have to. Oh, I can use my own inheritance to help Moony, of course. But I was also, Harry, I know after what I said, I'm not the best placed, but as your godfather, I was wondering if I could take some place in your life now that I'm here. I don't see why not. You're going to live at Hogwarts with Dad and me. And hopefully, Remy too. I could do that, yeah. Thank you. It's not me you should thank, though. The headmaster's the one to grant permission of who could live on the campus. Right, the headmaster. It's good you're bringing him up. During those months I was set free. I had to go through tons of tests to see if I fit in society again, but I was also allowed to retrieve some of my possessions that were sent to the Black family, as they were. Unfortunately my kins, and I got things for you. You could say it actually belonged to you rightfully. Sirius handed him a box and Harry settled on the ground to open the package. Inside, there were a cloak of sort, a letter and a mirror. Try it. It belonged to your father who got it from his father. It's a family heirloom. And it was at the Black's hands? Well, not this piece of memento. The cloak was kept in security with the headmaster for some reason. Harry gasped after wearing the outer garment as the whole of his covered body vanished from naked eyes. When he pulled out his hand of the fabric, it could be seen again, but disappeared one cloak. It's an invisibility cloak, but a special kind. It's the mythical one from the Tale of the Brothers. It seemed that your family is descendants of one of the Peverell brothers. Wow, I have one of the Deathly Hallows as family heirloom? Indeed, it's yours as your father was the legal owner before he passed. Harry ignored once again the stutter and went to reach for the mirror. As such, Sirius pulled his own from his pocket and waved it. It's a pair. I have the other set. It was something I shared with your father since the time we met. You just have to call my name and we will be able to communicate into it. Way faster than sending letters with owls. You don't say. With something like this, I could have easily found Dad every time we got lost to each side of Hogwarts, or I could talk to Remy anytime. Yeah, you could. It's just quite the rare artifact. I'm sure magic could help us create more. After all, it existed thanks to magic. Harry didn't hear whatever Sirius was saying as he went to take the last piece in the box. The letter. The writing was round and elegant like a scholar would have, reading the content. Harry's eyes widened like saucers the more he took in. There wasn't a signature as the letter looked to be torn by the end, but the content was enough to let him know it was his mother, Lily Potter. By the end of the letter, he was sniffling to hold in his tears. It's okay to cry, Harry. I know that you do not have much belongings from your parents and this is not much, but I wanted you to have this letter from your mother. Harry tried to hold in it. He wasn't usually a crybaby because his dad made him quite the dauntless and Remy helped him get used of the memories of his dead parents, but actually having a material proof that he had loving parents was too much. So he cried and cried, shedding tears that he didn't know having so much. He faintly realized that Sirius wrapped his arms around him so they can cry together, but couldn't make himself to care as he kept sobbing, holding those last mementos of his parents with dear life. Regulus Black, Harry's godfather's brother. Harry first heard about Regulus, Sirius' younger brother, when he was snooping around thanks to his invisibility cloak. Sirius was in a hurry to talk to Headmaster Dumbledore for something and Harry wanted to ask something of Sirius. So, technically, it wasn't his intention of eavesdropping at first, but since he always wandered with his family's invisibility, now that he had it in possession, why not use it? Especially to run from those older students who didn't want good from him. Not that he was bullied or worse harassed, but as the only toddler in a secondary school, it's almost deemed to end this way. Not this time, though, not ever now that Harry had the cloak. Anyway, let's first start by how the day began. Early morning, Harry was woken in Ron's room, sleeping next to the boy, by the mother. Molly then made all her children up so they could bid Harry goodbye before he returned to Hogwarts, Arthur having already gone for work. Ron and Ginny showed their envy in their goodbyes while the twins were complaining about the schedule because never were they forced to start a day this early. Harry would have agreed only because he was fearing to not be able to pronounce the 3 broomsticks in clearly in his groggy voice, but was saved of the trouble as Remy was picking him up. Only then did Harry remembered of Sirius. He went to tend another matter, muttering something about a house elf. Mrs. Weasley told him and Remy after dismissing her children now the greetings were done. Must be creature, House of Black's house elf. He did mention having to stop by Grimmauld Place for something. Aren't you best friends? Do you not tell everything to each other? Molly cut herself out of the conversation seeing as it turned private and gave one last hug to the boy, leaving them alone. Harry took his hand, thinking they will be borrowing someone else's fireplace since they were now locked out of the burrow. But Remy picked him in his arms instead. We did, when we were kids. But after the war, and him being falsely imprisoned, we've been drawn apart for quite some time and it's not an easy fit to find back our landmarks. Besides, it was also a tight topic to talk about the Black family as Sirius never really liked any of them. But they have a lot of money. Even if he doesn't like any of the Black, he could have used their money to do a lot of things. Funding shelters for magical creatures, providing their needs in a more viable settings, or help you find a job where the schedule would allow you more leaves. Or something similar for the Weasleys. The children did say they liked to be able to spend more time with their father. Remy stared at him for a long time that Harry thought he's been seen through. That somehow, despite missing Sirius about few moments according to Mrs. Weasley's words, Remy knew that Harry made Sirius pay him to spend more time with Harry. I suppose you're right. Money could do a lot of things. In fact, Harry, your father helped me financially a lot after we graduated Hogwarts. Even during the war, before I had to go overseas. The Potters were also quite low and I'm sure they would be really proud of your thoughts of improving creatures' well-being. Amos certainly did agree. He was considering sending a letter to the Black's head and try to move them by mentioning how Sirius' name having been cleared could mellow the old man. Right, the Diggories did live close. But, I have my doubts about Arcturus Black having a change of heart just because Sirius was proven innocent. He certainly didn't show any emotion when another Black was sent to Azkaban. Yeah, but Bellatrix married to the Lestrange family, and she was more his cousin Pollux's grandchild than his. You know what, Harry? I'm not going to start this conversation with you. How about we go to Hogwarts in this instant? Harry shrugged against Remy's built chest, ready to jump down from the hold. Sure, are we about to borrow the Diggory's or the Lovegood's fireplace? How about going to Luna's? I think she said her dad's working from their house. We could bid them goodbye before I go back, although I obviously already did my greetings to Luna and Cedric last night, but it's always a pleasure to chat with Luna. I'm afraid we're not going to do this. I'm sure your new friend is lovely and their family would easily let us borrow their fireplace, assuming they would be awake at this hour, but we're not about to use the Flow network to go back. We're not? Then, how? Remy smiled sweetly at him, tightening his grip on Harry. Grab tightly on me, could you do that? Harry's heart started thumping wildly in his ribs and he mirrored Remy's smile, except more widely, and fulfilled the demand before feeling his stomach being grabbed from the inside and his hole being warped. After experiencing the side-along apparition for the first time, Harry was describing animatedly the incredible sensation to an really open-ear Remy. He was so focused in his task that he didn't notice they weren't passing by the same alley his dad and him passed to go from the magical school to the wizard village. Sure, it could also be because Remy didn't apparate to the inn, or not even close, but Remy was just confidently walking into a shop that was just opening. The Honeyduke's sweet shop. Inside, he also confidently went into the chocolate shelves and grabbed himself a handful of the sweet bars and distracted Harry by asking him if he wanted one too. Harry nodded, thinking that he could share some with his dad too. After they paid and made a show of leaving the shop, Remy put them under the disillusionment charm without a word fast enough so they could sneak back in the shop without having to open the door and attract attention. Though not being asked to, Harry was smart enough to know he should keep quiet, and they crossed the shop so fast they're in the cellar about the same time the door opened for new customers. And that's how Harry got to know the first secret passage Hogwarts. Remy told him, in hushed but excited voice, that him and his father and Sirius and someone else whose name shall not be named ever again used to sneak out the castle by this passage, especially as they could easily shop their load of sweets first thing first. He also told him there were other passages too, and they had all of them mapped in an enchanted parchment that was unfortunately now unavailable, but with Sirius now in his life again, Remy promised him that he will get to know each of them. With you too, because you'll also be there more, right? Oh, drop me there, Remy, I had to talk to Percy right here. If talking with Percy was the perfect excuse instead of explaining what he meant by his saying, so be it. Besides, it didn't hurt to really check on the boy. He may have instructed him with a matter-of-fact attitude. Bill and Charlie agreed in saying that could be a facade to hide his true feelings. So Percy's mental after the traumatizing experience with a spy rat was better than expected. The boy was, as expected, being all stuck up to put on a front, but eventually told him that he didn't have time to brood around since he did find his dreams like Harry wished for him. Working in the ministry like his father but in another department because he wasn't as passionate about Muggle than Mr. Weasley, or in magical creatures like Amos. Something his dorm mate found boring as all damnations. Oliver Wood then went into a long diatribe about how Quidditch was life and honor and vital to enjoy one's life. He said that seeker position was certainly important because it put a term to the match and could make the leading team win with a consequential score or tie justly, or optimistically save the opposite team, but that the keeper position was a good because it kept the quaffle from scoring against his team. And Oliver Wood was determined to be recruit next year in this position, whether the actual player was still in the position or not. Percy sent an imploring look to Harry for the 10th time during the whole conversation and cracked when Wood started to mention his brother Charlie, as according to his stats or other ways, Charlie Weasley will be the next Gryffindor Quidditch captain. Harry also took pity in him and bidded goodbye to the Quidditch-enthused boy, who then had a scuffle about Quidditch again with a Slytherin boy of their age. Flint Harry thought it was his name. Then, to help soothing Percy's mood, he asked more about his ambition in working in the Ministry of Magic. Percy said of being tempted to work in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, seduced in seeing what happens in other countries. Unfortunately, last news showed that the head of the department, Bartemius Crouch, was a criminal for hiding his Death Eater son. The Daily Prophet presumed that the intel must come from Sirius Black since he was convicted at the same time as Bartemius Crouch Jr. and must have heard of the ploy to free the younger Crouch. During the 3 months before meeting Sirius, Aurors had seized Crouch Manor without warning and found that the convict was kept under an invisibility cloak and a curse to avoid insurgences. In the aftermath of the case, Harry heard from his dad that Headmaster Dumbledore got news from the Auror Moody, the scarred man who warned them all to not trust everything that was said in the Daily, that Crouch Jr. would not be sent to Azkaban but used as experiment to find cure for the Crucio curse, as he had render, with fellow Death Eater Bellatrix Lestrange, some of his victims mad by casting the unforgivable curse so many times. From there, Harry got Remy to explain him what the unforgivable curses were, and the one Crouch Jr. was under was the Imperius, while Harry himself survived the killing curse. Crouch Sr. would serve life sentence in Azkaban, for deceit but mostly for using an unforgivable curse. How the tables have turned. Harry had since then wondered if the Aurors had found Voldemort's wand that should be going to him. Back to Percy. Harry knew that children need encouragement at any age, like his dad cheered on him while meeting and riding a hippogriff, or serving as middleman when introducing Harry to Aragog, or Remy encouraging him when he first ride a toy broom, or to incite him to read big kids' books like the Chronicles of Narnia. So he suggested that Percy gotta be a trainee with someone not actually in the ministry but having a name here. Arcturus Black, the current Lord Black in the death of his son and daughter-in-law, who was bestowed the award Order of Merlin, hence having his name known in the ministry. Since Sirius got allowed to go back to the Black's abode sometime after being released, he probably got in contact with his grandfather, so he could ask the old man to take Percy under his tutelage to know how the ministry work, and even put in a good word for when Percy will be in age to work. Sirius could do that. It was for his twice-removed cousin after all, and it wasn't like Percy was in the wrong for taking care of the rat Pettigrew. He didn't know it was an unregistered animagus. Anyway, convinced that his own plan was foolproof, Harry didn't cease to bother Remy for the rest of the day to be warned if Sirius show up so he could share his amazing idea in helping another's life goal. He was starting to feel like a messiah, in fixing everyone's life. Next, he's going to use the Black's money to accommodate all the magical creatures that his dad and him loved so much. He's going to change the world. Though it will wait, as he had to run after Sirius first, who had barged into the castle after merely greeting him and Remy in Dad's hut. If Remy wasn't in the least touched by the cold play, much focused in eating his chocolate bar with a relieved demeanor, Harry was fully offended and went after the man with his invisibility cloak. Sirius said something about remembering something and needing to talk to the headmaster immediately, so covered of his invisibility cloak to not encounter any obstacle. Harry scrambled on his short legs, compared to the adults' ones, not that he was actually short for a 7-year-old, to keep up on his godfather's steps. Thankfully, they did go in the headmaster's office because Harry didn't know the password and wasn't sure if he won't be spotted once in the circular staircase. The two men were in the chamber of reception, so no one could hear about what they will be talking, as it was near dinner time. You said that young Regulus was intended to destroy this artifact? That's what I said, yes. All my life I thought he was killed by his fellows Death Eater. Because he backed out after getting scared of the cruelties, but he actually defected trying to ruin you-know-who. All for this old house elf. Look at the bright side, Sirius. That means your brother did have good heart. He cared for your family, house elf. Even for your family, for making a promise to not speak the events to anyone. Now, we have this valuable Horcrux that could help us annihilate Voldemort for real. You do not think there's only one, do you? You're right, my boy, I do not. I knew this man for some times now, and considering his personality, he thrived for grandeur. I'm not sure what this locket represents, but my suspicion is that it's related to Salazar Slytherin. I guess the engraved serpentine S in green jewel could be a good hint. You do not seem surprised it could be such an old heirloom. Well, I recently discovered that the Potter's heirloom was one of the Deathly Hallows. At this rate, nothing could shock me. Bet the other Horcruxes are the other lost heirlooms of the founders. We both have the same suspicions, then. I can however assure you that Voldemort did not touch Gryffindor's heirloom. The sword is well protected at Hogwarts. Somehow, I doubt he would even touch something from Gryffindor. That may be right. Now, for the other's dark artifacts. It could really well been Hufflepuff's cup and Ravenclaw's diadem. Or maybe something to do with Slytherin. Why so fixated on this founder? As I said, I know Voldemort for a Slytherin student, and I recently learned that he was a descendant of his too. Harry couldn't see much from his hiding place, not wanting to risk to be subjected of human presence revealing spell that he was sure the two men knew since they were aware of the cloak of invisibility, but the silence on Sirius' part was suspicious even to him. No wonder he had those kind of ideologies. But the only thing related to Slytherin are him being Parseltongue, his famous Chamber of Secret in Hogwarts, and maybe the founder of Ilvermorny. Yes, Isolt Sayre. Unfortunately, their history came from too far away, so I doubt Voldemort, Tom Riddle, would waste time searching about them. I mean, he was already struggling and ruling the whole of United Kingdom, so I doubt he could have reached the States too. Should we look for the Chamber of Secret, then? My boy, I think we should refrain of poking this part of the castle. Last the chamber was opened, a death occurred, and we do not wish this kind of tragedy this time again. Of course, Headmaster. Shall we question the descendants of the founders then? I heard the Smiths came from Hufflepuff. I'm glad to see you're so reactive, Sirius. And I already did that. The family had also reported that they had lost their family heirloom, a cup, and a locket of great importance. From the testimony I salvaged, Tom was the one who got them. Yet, we have the locket with us. How about we look for the last descendants of Slytherin, save Tom Riddle? The Gaunt. The conversation cut short when Deputy Headmistress, Professor McGonagall, came looking for the headmaster as dinner was being served, and that gamekeeper Rubeus Hagrid was asking around if anyone saw his son Harry. It's clue for Harry to scamper and reappear from the entrance hall to reassure his dad and Remy, who got his snack time cut short because of his stunt. He shall talk to his godfather after dinner, since Remy and Dad were really worried about him. Arthur Weasley, Harry's friend's dad for winter holidays. Harry spent it with the Weasleys again. Not only was he invited, but he was also heavily encouraged to spend the 2 weeks there by his two father's figures and the uncle who made his living goal to spend the most of time with Harry, which suited well with the other two as they had work to tend to, even though Remy will soon be free of his duties as promised. Spending time with Sirius was mostly the man telling him stories of his dad and all their adventures in their teen, or giving him ride on his motorcycle all around Hogwarts, which could be compared with ride on Hippogriff's back. And even though Sirius had those mandatories appointment with the mind healer, after seeing them for 3 months straight and proving he was clear of mind, it became sparse and only appointed monthly instead of twice a week. So Harry had his godfather's attention for the rest of time, and it was largely enough for them to explore the whole of Hogwarts Castle while the students were in lessons. Thus Harry had no reason to stay for holidays and should celebrate the end of the year with his new friends this year. Harry's not fooled, though. And fine, it was also because he's been eavesdropping. He knew that he was chased out of the castle's ground because Sirius wanted to polish the plan of hunting Voldemort's Horcruxes. Harry just didn't understand why he couldn't stay in the castle while everyone was busy running outside of said castle. He came to the conclusion that Voldemort's wand was at Hogwarts, and the headmaster, who was the least enthused of Harry having the wand, was distancing him from what belonged to him rightfully. As he was musing over a ploy to break into the headmaster's office and retrieve his possession, he absent-mindedly followed the Weasley's siblings to the Hogwarts Express and took his own seat in their compartment. For a first experience with a bewitched Muggle train, let's say he wasn't much focused. He only came back to present when Bill and Charlie were congratulating their younger brother of his ministry training under Arcturus Black's tutelage for every holidays, but he was allowed to go back to his family to celebrate festives periods like this one. Percy then turned to Harry to thank him sincerely. It's all right, you're basically family of the Black. If Sirius was the current lord, he could have undisowned your grandmother and you could all have parts of their huge inheritance. The Gingers all looked at him with furrowed brows. We're not low on funds, Bill eventually said slowly, as if hesitating. But your father's working real long days to earn money to support your big family, so it could only be best for you all if you had more treasury. Besides, he was also pretty sure the Blacks didn't know what to do anymore with all that money. From what he heard and calculated, Arcturus was 87 and his cousin Pollux 75, but since they had a lot of inbreeding, they were known to be mad and die young. Really, once they passed, the money would just stay in Gringotts vaults because there was no heir. Harry was just helping them part it fairly. Percy pouted. It's true Dad's not home a lot, and sure, we're certainly a lot for our mum to take care of each of us, but it's not like we're making messes. Except maybe the twins. Harry sent a look to Charlie. It's not just the twin. Admit it, with your passion for dragons, you're giving her white hair. She also doesn't know where to put her head with the two youngest. They're your age. Bill gave him a stern look, much comparable to those of Professor McGonagall's. Harry gulped but recovered. He was only intimidated by the deputy headmistress, not this ginger boy who had enough in his hands to look after his 2 brothers. Yeah, but I have 2 dads and a godfather to take care of me. Maybe we should switch. Don't you guys have godparents too? They did not. Despite Arthur and Molly getting easily along with everyone, they did not have a lot of friends, and people tended to drive away after seeing how big their family was. And their cousins, all boys, as Ginny was the only girl born in the Weasley bloodline after few generations, were also abundant. I never saw any of them. Both our uncle moved out of the Britain. They're doing their magic education in other magic school. Which is a good thing, because I'm not ready to stop some of them to explore the Forbidden Forest just like Charlie did. Oh, come on, you came with me too. Only to stop you from getting hurt, and seriously, do you really expect to find dragons there? Harry snorted with laughter at that while Percy was sputtering of shock. Really? Dragons? If there were, Dad would have jumped of joy and told everyone out of excitement. You won't find any, I can assure you this. Yeah, but the forest is huge. Hagrid probably didn't go all over it if he had to take care of your little imp. Besides, I made friends there. Aragog? No, thankfully, I did not come across any acromantula, but a centaur. Harry was impressed. His dad never made any attempt to introduce him to any centaur, saying how they didn't like humans. How Charlie managed, he wondered. And now you're advising people how to enter in the forest. You recommended me. It's to break the curse. You're still looking for those cursed room? Percy sighed. You're looking for a cursed room in the Forbidden Forest? Harry questioned Bill with clear incredulity. Let's not talk about it anymore, but you're the one who started it. The rest of the trip went by and they finally arrived at platform 9 3/4 of King's Cross Station. Only their mother came to retrieve them, not trusting the younger kids wouldn't cause a scene by finding their friend Harry again and put them under the Lovegood's care as she did earlier in the year after the whole spy rat scandal occurred. There was a man waiting beside her. Dark hair, gray eyes with an aristocratic elegance as he stood straight despite his advanced age. Arcturus Black. He came to greet Percy as he will be seeing him quite a lot in the upcoming year, starting spring holidays. For now, he's just giving his best year and disapparated. Percy ended up as red as his hair. As they were too many to side along apparate, Molly extended a pouch of flow powder to each of them before instructing them into the fireplace to flow to the burrow. And Harry was once again greeted by a bunch of ginger, though they had to make way to the Lovegoods by foot as everyone was there. By night, he will share Ron's room as they did last time thanks of being the same age. Same could be said for the twins and the 2 elders, and the Weasley parents too. Percy and Ginny were the only ones that got a room for themselves. Well, Ron too if Harry wasn't there. He spent the first days with the younger siblings around his age, while the Hogwarts students busied themselves with the homeworks. By Christmas Day, while not believers, the Weasleys liked to celebrate the holiday by following the concept of giving each other gifts, although it's mostly handmade. This year, with Harry and the 2 neighbors of Ottery Street Catchpool, the day was a lot more lively and everyone was bestowed of the Weasley jumpers with their initial on the front. Harry showed proudly his golden H to Luna, who got a silver L, while Cedric got a purple C. The parents were gift more practical artifacts, not that the children needed to know this. And because the more the merrier, Remy and Sirius dropped by with his dad's special rock cake, that everyone abandoned in the corner of the table after the youngest tried some, and each gift Harry magical artifacts for a change. The best present Harry got was from Mr. Weasley, in private, right after Siri and Remy had left. Voldemort's wand. Harry, I thought a lot about what you said, you being the new owner of the wand, and I can't say I agree. But after Auror's examination, Wandmaker Ollivander's examination and the Superior's consultation, the wand did not have any place to go. Of course, I'm not giving it to you to use it, since it's the wand that chooses the wizard, but you're right in that you should be the one to have it after what he's done. So, I'm trusting you to not do anything reckless. Of course, Mr. Weasley, thank you so much for the present. Harry, of course, broke the promise as soon as he was out of the adult's sight. As New Year passed without a hitch, without any news from Siri nor Remy, Dad sent a Dirica WL with a white howler to give his wishes that folded back like a regular letter, as a show of in his own loving way. The 4 boys returned to the train station by Flow Network again. In the Hogwarts Express, much more aware of his surroundings, Harry played with the wand right under the 3 brothers' eyes. Without recognizing it, they all checked their own wand before asking him where he got it. Harry, always helpful, told them the truth, and Bill immediately recalled of the day they were summoned in the headmaster's office. That said, Harry cast his first spell, the Patronus charm, by thinking of his dad was always so eager to introduce him of magical creature, while Remy would take the time to explain their particularity and how having Sirius made his days a lot more enjoyable, and mostly, the incredible Christmas present from Mr. Weasley. He only managed to form a misty silver trail. It didn't stop his friends' wonder, though. Apparently, the Patronus charm was such a complex one that was even above NEU's level, and Harry could cast an uncorporeal one as first sign of magic. He certainly had his place in the book of admission for Hogwarts. Severus Snape, Harry's mother's friend. To be fair, Harry wasn't actually looking for the Horcruxes. He was barely curious after hearing the conversation and practically forgot all about it after occurring Voldemort's wand, that he hid it from all of his father figures. And especially the headmaster that he still suspected wanted to have the wand by his side too. Something he made the Weasleys boys promise to keep for themselves because, it was their dad's doing. But well, after his first, failed, try at magic, Harry wanted to train more but couldn't just do it anywhere. At first, he went to take refuge in the kitchen as safe for Remy, Siri and him. No one in the castle's supposed to know where it was. But then, after a chat with the house elves, he realized that the headmaster could very well knew the location and even asked the elves what he was doing going there so much. So he asked the elves if they had a secret place just for him. He knew from Remy and Siri there's the existence of a map that detailed tons of secret passageways, as it was their creation with his father and the traitorous rat, but said map was confiscated by Mr. Filch, and Harry didn't want to lose the cordial relationship he had with the caretaker by asking the Marauders map. Thankfully, the elves told him about the come-and-go room that could give Harry everything he wanted, except maybe food, as there were already a lot in the kitchen, which was exactly what he needed. On the 7th floor, in the left corridor and opposite of the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, one needed to walk by it 3 times while thinking what they needed. Because Harry just remembered of Dumbledore, the conversation he eavesdropped then came back full force, and Harry thought really hard of a room that could give him a hint about where to find the Horcruxes to help the hunt. His father's figures were so busied with so he could have free time with them, totally forgetting his want to train doing magic. A door appeared and Harry opened it. He trod carefully inside as it was tamely lit, then he remembered that he had a wand that could cast the wand lighting charm and asked for Lumos. Now light up. Harry walked more confidently and was kind of disappointed it was your regular room with cardboards and armoires. As if the room gave him a place to train magic instead of a room with maps that would help him locate the Horcruxes. Wasn't it supposed to give him everything he wanted? A box rattled and next Harry knew something flew at him. Harry used the wand to protect him and the thing hung on the tip of the wand. When he opened his eyes, it was to see a tiara. Harry pulled a face. He had no use of a jewel but a map. The circlet shone as if offended and Harry suddenly knew. Ravenclaw's diadem. One of the supposed Horcrux headmaster and his godfather were theorizing. He found it. He needed to tell them so. With one down, there's just Hufflepuff's cup. And Siri will be back and give him more ride on his motorcycle because flying on broom is nice. If only he could fly higher, and Remy would then tell him all the bedtime story and even anecdotes about the founder's heirloom. He strode all around the castle on his tiny feet after thinking about putting the wand away because he wasn't supposed to possess one at his age, set in looking for the headmaster but didn't stop by the gargoyle corridor because he forgot the headmaster's office was there and ran to the bottom of the great staircase before realizing that due to be in the middle of the afternoon, there was no chance of encountering the headmaster in the great hall like usual. Of course, he could run back to the headmaster's office if only he knew the password, or he could wait for mealtime to accost him, but he was way too excited to do either of that. So he did the next best thing and went back to the kitchens to call for Siri via the two-way mirrors, not wanting to risk of running into his dad in their hut. He loved the man dearly, but even at his age he knew that dad couldn't keep his tongue to save a life. Once he told him the good news, him and Remy will be back in the castle and congratulate him for his good job. Well, he was going to, if he wasn't stopped by none other than Professor Snape that had finished his lesson with the 4th-year students. Well, would you look at this, the man commented in a drawl. Then he kept on, as if not really interested but had to ask for some reason. Where do you think you're going, Mr. Potter? In the kitchens. I'm gonna talk to Siri. Professor Snape rolled his eyes. How surprising. And why in the kitchen? Did the mutt chose to set himself this job? Oh no, Siri isn't there, in the kitchen. That's why I had to go the kitchen to talk to him. I'm gonna tell him I found a Horcrux. There was no answer for a long moment, so Harry thought he was free to go, but then he had the surprise to be lifted in the air by none other than Professor Snape himself, once again. The crown was snatched from his grip. What are you doing, Professor? I have to give that to the headmaster. Well, he's certainly not in the kitchen, now, is he? Let me deal with that and go stay with Mr. Lee. The named student started at being called and looked at the duo with a puzzled expression. Harry had a feeling that he was called because he was the last one to leave the corridor while all the others had already vanished as soon as they heard their head of house stopping Harry in his path. But I need to call for Siri and tell him, I heard you the first time, that can wait while I drop the diadem to the headmaster. Trust me when I say that your mud of godfather and his shabby-looking friend will be back as soon as they heard of it. Now, go talk with Mr. Lee about magical creatures, you have that in common. Taking it as clue, Student Lee jumped excitedly at the mention of magical creatures and held Harry in his muscly arms like he was a tiny creature himself. Without the head of house remarking anything, the new duo head to the Slytherin common room all the while chatting passionately about their beloved creatures. Especially water-based ones, as Slytherins had views on the Great Lake being under, which reminded Harry that he was still not deterred about riding the Kelpie's back. By dinner time, student Liz Tuttle had joined their enthusiastic conversation, much to the other Slytherin students' shock and appalling expression as the category of said creatures were turning more and more dangerous to their standard. One of their housemate called them to head for the Great Hall because it was time, and while the chat was really enjoying, Barnaby Lee would also like to feed himself so he could keep his nice muscles, as Harry had commented. However, as soon as he got into the Great Hall, he was called by Siri and Remy and he ran to them happily. He ate on the faculty table like usual but noticed how both men were looming on him and checking on him more than normal. Oh, more surprising, the same went for Professor Snape and Dumbledore, though they tried to look discreet. It came to a head as he was asked for a talk as soon dinner's done. He checked each man's expression before setting on the potion professor, who raised a brow at his short memory, and Harry then remembered that he found a Horcrux. He nodded eagerly, watching his two father figures with anticipation, who only insisted on holding his hands to the chamber of reception. Harry blinked to the dimly lit room before focusing his eyes on the end table where 3 artifacts were exhibited. A locket, a ring and the diadem Harry found. You already found 3 of them, now it just leaves the cup. Harry didn't even realize his mistake when the adults looked expectantly at him. He just blinked innocently back, and low-key still waiting to be congratulated. And what do you think those are, Harry? Siri asked him. Horcruxes. Why do you think there's only 4 of them? You said there are Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, and this ring must belong to the Gaunt family because Tom Riddle is descendant. You? Siri repeated slowly. Who do you mean by you? When Harry didn't answer, Headmaster was the one who kept on the interrogation. Would you happen to have listened to our private conversation between Sirius and me, Harry? Veto. Siri's lip curled up on one side as if amused by his behavior, while Professor Dumbledore closed his eyes as if it was answering enough. Professor Snape made a show to roll his eyes, but it was Remy who spoke again. Harry. With such unamused look that Harry lowered his head, feeling as berated as looking Professor McGonagall's stern look. All right. So maybe I have eavesdropped their conversation that happened in this very room while hidden under my invisibility cloak, but it wasn't intentional. I was just going to ask Siri about his grandfather for Percy, but I got distracted by the mention of Regulus Black, Siri's brother, late brother, Professor Snape corrected unnecessarily. Siri's glare made it clear enough before he turned back to Harry with a sad look. Oh, Harry, we're sorry that you felt compelled to imply yourself in this. The hunt of Horcruxes shouldn't concern you. I know, I wasn't going to involve myself further, but I thought that if I asked the room for a map to find the Horcruxes where I found the diadem, it could help you find it faster. Remy had the same sad look now. Oh, Harry, we're sorry, we didn't mean to make you feel neglected. I know. It's to make sure that Voldemort won't be back, I understand. That doesn't mean you have to miss time with your family. You're only 7, you don't have to act so mature. Especially after he took away your time with your parents. All right, That was really sweet, but can we go back to the room where the diadem was found? Piss off, Snivelus. We were having a moment. Professor Snape's whole face tensed and morphed into a snarl, and Harry blinked again, though if it was to dismiss the unshed tears, no one had to know. Snivelus? Is that your nickname? Oh no, Harry, it is not. Sirius, you shouldn't say that in front of Harry. You're right. I'm sorry, Snape. Sorry? You're sorry? Severus, please, not now, Professor Dumbledore called softly. Professor Snape's glimpse of shock vanished as quick as it appeared, and all the adults straightened up in their own way before turning back their attention to Harry, who had to recall where they stopped and what were they waiting from him now. The room, Mr. Potter. Oh, yes, it's the come and go room. The elves told me that it appeared when the seeker needed it very hard. I see, the room of requirement, kind of a difficult task to find it again after using it once. The potion master ignored his employer's mutters to inquire with a voice dripped of sarcasm. And you thought of using the room for looking for Horcruxes, something you heard from a conversation of weeks ago? Well, I was feeling alone. And the reason of the absences of his guardians were due to the Horcruxes was what went unsaid and imaginary, because Harry wasn't that wise as to make up a believable lie so to not slip that he owned Voldemort's wand, hidden under his waistband. Understable, and don't worry, young Harry. Your guardians won't be absent for long now. As you said, it just left Founder Hufflepuff's cup, and we got the set of Horcruxes, as I suspect Tom only wanted to make them with highly worthy artifacts. As Siri and Remy started to brainstorm with the headmaster where the last item could be and if they should involve the Aurors so to conduct a search in those suspected Death Eaters' houses, which names got pulled out from Peter Pettigrew's memories, Harry went to Professor Snape. Professor, you knew my parents when you were at Hogwarts, right? I reckon from how Siri talked to you that you were about the same age with Remy and must have crossed each other quite some times, right? The man didn't say anything for a long moment, and Harry thought he was going to be ignored when a really quiet affirmation came. Harry beamed. Could you share me some of your memories with me? I thought Lupin already did? He did, but I already saw each of them, and more memories are always welcomed. I wasn't in the same house, so I probably have even less memories of them. Harry's face fell when understanding it as refusal. I could perhaps share some bit of recollection of a younger-looking Lily Evans. We were neighbors before entering Hogwarts. You were? But wasn't my mother a Muggleborn? Yes. The curt affirmation didn't let place for more inquiries. If you could do that, it would be marvelous, Professor. Thank you so much. Don't thank me yet, Mr. Potter. I'm only saying that a 4 eyes looked like hers. I know. Remy told me that every time he recalled of my mother, I bet. Still, thank you for your help, Professor. Harry didn't say whether it was for complying to his fancies or assisting in the Horcruxes hunt, and the man didn't ask, accepting his words as it is. It was either, really. Aragog, Harry's dad friend. The day the rest of Horcruxes were found and reunited, Harry fell victim of the curse placed on the vault of the forest. Like the other students under the sleepwalking curse, Harry was compelled to walk into the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night. The difference between the students and Harry was, they could have been stopped while still inside the castle thanks to prefects' rounds or even external guardians, but Harry himself already lived near the forest and got way inside the forest before being stopped. In fact, he was even woken up. When regained consciousness, he noticed how he was surrounded by acromantulas, but most importantly loomed by Aragog's immense stature. Era, you're finally up, little one. You wandered too deep. If I didn't make my kins restrain the one by the entrance of the forest vault, it would have ate you. Wah? What forest vault? There's another colony of acromantula? Later, you better go back to your dad. It's not safe for you to stay in the forest now. But it's not the first time I'm in the forest. It's not that, little one. Look above you, tonight's not safe. Harry did, raising his head so high he arched his back. Way above the huge foliages of the giant trees, a light could filter while it was close to midnight. Somewhere in the dense greeneries, an animalistic cry raised up, sending chills to Harry. Right, the full moon. Harry didn't think much when both Remy and Siri had to be away tonight, even when he just heard them having collected all the Horcruxes earlier in the day. He just thought that maybe they needed their well-deserved rest after all the hunt and went to follow his dad to their hut. Now, he's starting to form a possibility that had to wait as the wolf cry echoed again, but way closer. Go, little one. Go back to your dad. Harry didn't wait and moved his short legs, using his guts to lead him as he tried to put more distance between the beast and him. Multitude of footsteps could be heard behind him, and he could have used the wand he always kept on him to defend, but right now, his whole brain was sprinting around escape, running, forest, full moon, and occasionally the famous forest vault, a room in the forest he heard from somewhere. Faster, little one! Aragog shouted behind him, but Harry couldn't. He was already at his limit on his tiny feet and he was tiring himself even quicker. A sudden fear crawled up in his guts and he turned just in the moment a wolf howl shouted too closely. The werewolf was there, only a few meters from Harry, with only middle size acromantulas between them as rampart. Don't turn around. Harry listened to the adult acromantula who never gave him wrong advice since they first met and started running again, trying to ignore the fight between the werewolf and the acromantulas. But there's another howl and several crushing sound like bodies knocked against trees. Stealing his resolve, Harry pulled out the wand behind his belt and turned again. The werewolf was there, before Harry. And like any people encountering a werewolf so close, Harry froze. And stayed frozen when the creature with dirty gold fur approached slowly with nothing stopping him anymore. In the corner of his vision, Harry saw all the unmoving spiders on the ground, and a moving long leg behind his potential assaulter. Right when Bloody Claw were on him, the hairy acromantula leg stung on the werewolf and it howled painfully. It trashed so hard, Harry got pounced over. This, however, helped him regain clarity and he moved again, leaving Aragog behind. Or he would, if only his legs would move like his brain's ordering. Except, his legs weren't the only members no longer connected to his brain. His hand holding the wand got shocked by the claw because it had evidently let go of Voldemort's memento, with the stick laying on the ground right next to him. He just had to extend his arm and grab it, but like everything else of his body, nothing would connect. Probably because it was bleeding in worrying amount. There were commotions around him. Harry's brain supplied him of memories of Aragog helping him earlier, of uncertitude of the werewolf being stung before his hearing informed him of another party involved. Growls and howls and hit were exchanged before Harry saw his wand being taken and used to cast red sparks. Next he knew, there was a silver werewolf looming him with concern in his beastly eyes before it's gone, chased away by something. Another face loomed above Harry and he could clearly discern red hair. He believed he saw her around the castle, not a teacher and knew only for this school year. Patricia Rakebick, a cursebreaker, what Bill aspired to be. Well, would you look at that? Harry Potter. Obviously bitten by a werewolf. She disappeared from his view for a moment before being back with his wand in hand. And in possession of a wand. The same one that called for my help. Funny that a titch like you have such possession. Funny that your life depend on me, now. He felt her doing something on his body but couldn't concentrate enough to know what part. Now that time's flowing, he's starting to get cold as a breeze of the night raised up. Lucky for you I have some silver on me and we're surrounded by quite the dittany since we're still in the forest. It will heal your injuries but you're now eternally cursed by a tie to the moon. Also, you should get yourself a holster if you want to keep the wand hidden. Now, let's get you to the castle, since I get out after warding some wandering children. I'm probably not the only one who saw the Vermilius. Now that he didn't feel that cold and can feel the rest of his body though still stiff, he let his eyes close for the moment, knowing and hoping to find the warm embrace of his father's. He woke up with Remy and Ciri's arms around him, on each side of the hospital wing's bed. It was barely dawn but his body was already used to wake so early and he was more than happy to see the men he wanted by his sides at the moment. It missed just Dad. But the man must tend to Hogwarts and he probably had check on his state before he even opened his eyes. After making sure that he could feel and move every members of his body, he tried to stretch slowly his arms to feel his wand. He got a mini heart attack when he didn't feel it anywhere. Before forcing himself to calm down. Recalling what Madame Rakebick told him before he fainted, he watched over the nightstand but saw nothing than a full carafe with an empty glass. There was nothing on the other side and the bed was covered by curtains. But as he flailed his head right to left, he felt some protuberance of the cushion he's on. Sliding a hand, he felt the wand and finally calmed down. The curtain slid open and there stood the Weasley's siblings. Minding his two fathers' figures' presences, they asked about him in whispers. How are you doing? We heard from Madame Rakebick you've been victim of the sleepwalking curse. Once again, it's Bill who started, speaking for his brothers too. And also because he felt proud of the curse breaker and wanted to know what achievement she did last night. Aragog got the curse lifted up and made me go back to the castle. But you didn't make it before being attacked. Also, nice look with the yellow eyes. Harry blinked owlishly. Then smiled widely. Thanks, I'm a werewolf. Percy pulled a face. You're taking it more easily than most people usually do. Well, I'm now a creature like those I loved so much. The red hair had to accept his enthused response. If I had known your appreciation would extend to them, I should have asked more of Snape some of the Wolfsbane he brew monthly. Dad. Harry squealed excitedly when meeting the exact same amber eyes. Remy smiled brokenly, tears ready to break out. At first time Harry called him that, he did raise him with his dad, but for some reason, Remus Lupin insisted to be called either by his first name or the nickname Moony. And Harry, for some reason, combined the two and settled for Remy, but thing was, Harry always considered him as his dad too. And they both had green eyes, and a scars on the face too, though Harry's were less noticeable, one under his hair and the other only starting from the jaw to continue through the collarbone. When I called you pup, I didn't mean it literally, he muttered waterily against his shoulder. Mr. Lupin is a werewolf too? Have you been bitten yesterday too by the same wandering werewolf? No, I was bitten years before and I would never wish that upon anyone. It's okay, Dad, now we can spend the full moon together. Heard that, Moony, our promslet is so compassionate, just like James, a little James. Well, not really, I think I won't be needing glasses anymore. Oh yes, being a werewolf did give some extras. Better eyesight, hearing and smelling for one. Don't feel cold, having a higher body temperature, and maybe more muscle mass, depending on the person. But silver will act as kryptonite and weaken you and you will lose control every full moon. Except if you spend it with an animagus or drink wolfsbane a week before the transformation. So, that's why you're a dog animagus. You spent the full moon together to keep Dad harmless. Yes, with your father, we found this way to help Moony. Unfortunately, we failed our task for 6 years. And now I join the party too. With a little luck, the curse of the forest vault will be broken by the next full moon. After seeing a little kitty falling under the curse, Madame Rakepick is even more determined to end the whole thing. Harry didn't say anything about the curse breaker. There was another werewolf who helped me chase the werewolf away with Era. A silver fur one. I think they had drunken a wolfsbane beforehand because they were really conscious to cast a red spark to locate my position. Huh, there's another werewolf in Hogwarts. And what happened to the one who attacked you? Harry shrugged. He had fallen asleep right after being sure he'll survive. Someone pulled the curtain again and a student with silver hair appeared. I'm sorry for my intrusion, but I heard you talking about yesterday's attack. I heard from Madame Rakepick that the unregistered werewolf fainted at the outskirt of the forest by the name of Silas Crump. He got treated by Hagrid because of the high quantity of acromantula venom in his body. Oh, you're Kiara Loboska? Charlie squinted at the girl of his age. Miss Loboska, thank you for saving Harry's life. It's all right, Mr. Lupin. I was at his age when I was bitten and I was really grateful to have people helping me transition on my change of statue. The Weasleys' siblings jumped at the info while the two adults remained unsurprised and even sympathetics. Harry only smiled gratefully at the Hufflepuff student and asked to spend some time with her to hear about her experiences, an excuse to wander in the Hufflepuff common room. Later, he will talk more deeply about what their life will be with Remus. For now, he could enjoy some quiet time before breakfast's ready. T.R. or Voldemort, Harry's parents' murderer Harry let go a breath as the moon waned to let the sun take place. His whole body still ached from the transformation and his mind still under the potion's somnolent effect, but he's soon wrapped in a comforter bewitched to soothe muscle pain that Bill enchanted the moment he took back his human form. It was already his third transformation in his half-breed form and the first time without Remy nor Siri by his side. They had to be at Hogwarts by Headmaster's order despite being summer holiday and they spent the full moon there, so Harry was left at the Weasleys who had fun with a furry and harmless Harry thanks to the wolfsbane potion as he was just a sleepy wolf, their words. He was back at Remy because Remy insisted without giving an explanation. Although having the Weasleys with him during the pain of transformation was warming enough, Harry couldn't shake off the feeling of being left behind by his fathers. He was certain that all the Horcruxes were collected by the time he was bidden, yet all three of them were still busied by the headmaster's sides doing something they refused to tell him or spoke around him thinking he could eavesdrop again. It hurt because he did everything to have them with him, yet they still managed to fail to fulfill his one wish. It couldn't be the cursed vault. The forest one got taken care before the school year ended, nor the issue with the future Dada professor, as Dumbledore officially hired Patricia Rakebick, much to Harry's chagrin. At least, her Niffler was the only positive point for her future presence in Harry's playground. And unless there was another hidden Death Eater, which news should be on the front page on the Daily Prophet, there wasn't any reason for them to not be present for Harry, whose 8th birthday was approaching quickly. Harry thanked Bill for the mug of hot chocolate he's handed, and thought of Remy, who must be finishing his bar of chocolate to recover too. He really wanted them to be together right now, and the aftermath mood swing wasn't helping to lift his spirits. He ignored Bill's flick of wand to help him dress up, and he followed the future last-year student outside of the boom shed, where Harry remembered Ginny confessing for breaking into it because her brothers wouldn't allow her to play with them. Now they had regular childish scrimmage with the neighbors' kids ever since Harry would drop by every holidays. She stopped doing it, or refrained to, because time periods between each breaks were long for a 6-year-old girl. They went back inside the burrow and they were welcomed by Charlie, who was scanning the Hogwarts letters they just received. Harry pulled a face, thinking sourly that the owls were faster in delivering news than his father figures, who didn't even think about sending anything to show they remembered they had dropped him to a family friend instead of taking care of him like they should. Why the long face, Pipsqueak? Does Bill's fashion taste not please you? Harry glanced at his clothes, trouser and green tank top, and shrugged, not in the mood to joke back. The brothers shared a look, but Harry ignored them and hid his face in his arms on the table, wanting no interactions but those coming from the ones he wanted. Something slid to him and he waited for 20 seconds before checking, thanks to his curiosity getting the best at him, and was surprised to find his wand before his eyes. He had put it under the hanging Weasley clock just to find it back quickly and had obviously forgotten about it, too deep in thinking about something else. Thought you would change ideas. How about trying the Patronus charm you want to perfect so much? That was a wicked ploy to force Harry to think of happy things instead to brooding for whatever reason a 7, almost 8-year-old would. So he humored them because there was no use to sulk in someone else's house, and thought about that time he talked about creatures with Barnaby and Liz, because it was the first time he could exchange such passion with people outside of this dad or Professor Kettleburn, as Charlie would usually turn the conversation around dragons, and though Harry did appreciate them, probably as much as Charlie and his dad, he wasn't as knowledgeable and was often lost of the reference as he didn't read all the books the student did. Only a misty silver got out. He tried again by thinking of Ciri and Remy congratulating him for finding the diadem Horcrux, or imagining more like as they never did such thing despite being deserved. Again, a mist of silver light that disintegrated faster than the first time. Harry's lips trembled, assimilating the event as the loss of feeling between his fathers and him, making the Weasley siblings panic. Percy got down after this and suggested his multitude of night ride on his godfather's side, or the hunt he went with Luna to look for crumple-horned snorkax that were invisible creatures. Their defenses was that he had his invisibility cloak and Luna a pair of specter specs, so they had their chance. They didn't, but they spent some awesome times, still nothing more than mist. From there Harry made his goal to produce a Corporal Patronus by the end of the day, just so he won't be thinking about bad and sad things again. He took a break in the afternoon as Cedric and Luna dropped by and they had another scrimmage on their toy brooms, Amos transfigured and Pandora charmed. And elated by the fabulous sport, he tried Expecto Patronum with the amazing match right under Amos in Pandora's unsurprised eyes, but nothing impressing yet. Arthur suggested he thinks about what he really wants right now that could put him in good mood, telling him that he always thought about his family reunited and playing around in a good day before showcasing his silver weasel. Harry refrained from telling him that making up things didn't work much and start to summon an image of all three of his dads coming right in this instant. No, they came with a birthday cake and extra memories of his late parents. The mist were starting to make a form now, before fading in silvery mist. Harry stopped, the breath knocked out of him, as he started to form a possibility of his inner wish. His hand trembled slightly before he steadied his grip and thought about the gifts Sirius offered him at their first meeting. The two-way mirror and invisibility cloak once belonging to his father, the letter his mother wrote showing so much love for him in those elegant roll of quill which end of message got tore down. The pictures of his parents his dad gave him as soon as he could talk and understand conversation, that he added in the box, but specifically the one where the three of them were on the picture with Lily Potter moving her gaze from the objective to check on him and with James Potter smiling fondly at them, forgetting to even look at the camera. He was so loved and he could have grew up in a loving family. It extended to Remy and Siri adding in the pic and then the groups quickly embraced by Dad's huge figure and blinding smile because they just made a lovely picture together. A compacted silver light formed at the tip of the wand, growing and growing so much it was covering his tiny frame in the open area of the hill of Ottery Street Catchpole. A dragon! Charlie exclaimed with elation. The corporal Patronus indeed represented a dragon, quadruped with wings as big as its body. It flew above everyone for them to see its majestic flight before vanishing behind the hill with the lasting silver trail felling in the dust. Harry let go of the wand and fell on his knees while everyone ran to surround him. They expected him to hide his satisfied grin. They also expected him to blink in tiredness, but they did not think of seeing both, and with tears in the equation. His face made the difficult feat of having a face-splitting grin straining soaked hollowed cheeks. His breath was also shallow but more due to his sobbing than for lack of air. As he kept crumbling on the ground, he wetly asked for his absentee's dad's. He's picked up 2 days later, right before his birthday. He didn't know yet if he wanted to tell any of his father figures what he achieved while they weren't there and had spent the times trying to recover his lost energy in the makeshift bed he's sleeping. When a ruckus started on the ground floor announcing new arrival from the house's fireplace, Harry knew that he will have to leave his comfortable nest to welcome his family, but right now, he wasn't feeling it and waited for Ron to fetch him. The boy watched him for a moment before putting his forehead against his and as they locked eyes, before Ron blew a raspberry, making Harry snort stupidly. He was glad he no longer needed glasses because watching Ron's blue eyes crinkle in mirth without lens separating his green ones squinted in laughter was most pleasing, and he could even pretend to give his friend a headbutt in retaliation. They joined everyone below, still snickering of laughter, and when Harry saw both men, he forgot all about his resentment and went to embrace them. "Hey, pup, glad to see you again. Did you gain weight, Prongslet? You're growing more every day, I swear." Harry waited to be pulled down to answer at the teasing remark. "Of course, I'm getting bigger and bigger, I'm a growing boy. And I can even cast the happy charm." He pulled out his wand and thought about his parents and a life with them, and the dragon appeared again, much to Charlie's excitement as he squealed in the background. Outside, even his dad's bellow could be heard and Harry ran to the window and smiled up at him. He squealed with joy when a huge hand ruffled his hair, disheveling him in an impossible way. But someone cleared their throat behind him. "And with whose wand did you train to cast this, Corporal Patronus?" Remy asked him in his back. When he turned around, Siri had his mouth opened and raised skeptical brows at his friend. Harry met Remy's eyes, head held high, and raised the wand in his clenched fist. "Mine." Remy pinched his nose between his eyes. "Harry, we talked about this. But it belonged to me, now. It had no other master and accepted me as his. You saw the Patronus. I cast it with the wand." "Yeah, it's an amazing feat, Moony. As expected of Harry, he will do great things. Yes, but with the wand of you-know-who." Siri froze before having his face scrunched up painfully, and Harry already felt a grueling conversation profiling. Mr. Weasley should have been here to give him support in their vision because, obviously, Harry was doing great things with the wand. "Why do you want to have that wand specially, Harry?" Siri started softly. "You know what? Tomorrow is your day. How about we spend the day at Diagon Alley and I gift you a new wand?" Harry tightened his grip on the wand and brought it close to him, wishing really hard that it was still full moon so he could flash his eyes amber at them, although knowing it wouldn't impress Remy much. "I know I don't get to say much on the subject, since I don't have a wand anymore, but I think we should let Harry the benefit of doubt. Son's an amazing wizard at this young age. And his first magical act was even more awesome since he chose me to take care of him. It was nice to have his dad on his side, even more to learn that he did magic actually even younger than what everyone thought. Hagrid, I know that Harry choosing you as guardian was the best outcome we could wish for, but at the moment, it's best to separate Harry from this wand that didn't bring good omen." But I cast the happy charm. Its former owner had done quite the nasty thing with it, Harry. Just, let me get you another wand with as much compatibility, for your own good. But wizards got their first wand when entering Hogwarts. Wandmaker Ollivander would never sell one to me, and it had to be this one. Why? Just give us your reason for such attachment, because it was the last that touched them. The room fell into silence and even his dad stopped breathing on the other side of the window. Harry's lightly aware the dining room door got closed to let them have their privacy. Now it touched a sensitive subject but focused on keeping the wand in his hand as he felt being lifted and embraced by warm arms. Remy. Pup. Harry, I'm sorry. We've been absent for too long and left you by your own, didn't we? But we're here now, Harry, came Siri's input. That's what you said last time and you left me again. But now the Horcruxes are gone. We promise you there's nothing to separate us again, except me owning the wand. No, it's not a conflict that will separate us. It's just, the wand had a lot of dark energy remaining in it. It could hurt you in the long run. I'm casting so many happy charm it won't feel dark ever again. We know you miss them, we understand, we assure you. But you possessing this wand after what he did with it, it will see. Harry didn't answer anything to Siri's last attempt and fell into Remy's embrace, refusing to let go of his possession. No one said anything for a long moment, and Harry even thought that Remy was yielding when he loosened his hold on him, but when their eyes met, it was full of determination that didn't look good for him. Harry, listen to me. I can think of something that could help you move on and let go this echo of them. For that, we'll get you a new wand and you can keep this one, but promise us you won't be using it in the future. Siri tensed next to them and Harry looked at him for additional informations, and Siri didn't disappoint. You sure it could work, Moony? Harry said he cast quite the lot of Patronus charm. It doesn't matter. Priori Incantatem works when both wands go into battle mode. Harry just had to place both wands against each other and use the new wand to cast the reverse spell effect. Their same core would react and do what it had to. So, now we had to purchase the wand brother of this one. They went to Diagon Alley on his birthday, after all. First stop was to purchase a cup of ice cream at Florian Fortescue's parlor for Harry, and after some light talk, they finally went to buy the famous wand. Harry insisted of staying in front of the shop instead of stepping inside. Siri was the one to request the wand to the wandmaker, them reckoning that black name would hold more weight than a feigned baby Potter and last remaining Lupin. After spending 7 galleons for the wand which core was brothers of you-know-whos, Siri got out with a triumphal smile to meet Harry's nervous one. Before even getting to touch it, Remy apparated them to Hogsmeade so they could join his dad waiting for them at Hogwarts. Harry swore he wasn't obsessed by the new wand in his godfather's possession and barely glanced at it when he was welcomed by Fang's barks at the threshold of the wooden hut. Surprisingly, Professor Snape was there too, waiting outside of the abode with a frown. It reflected on Siri's own face, but it seemed to have been a decision already made as he didn't say anything. Remy then told Harry that the man deserved to be there too after giving all the memories of his younger mother. Some were even younger than Harry himself, so Harry nodded at the professor before setting himself on the ground and steadying his breath. Siri held out the new wand before stepping back and signed Severus Snape to refrain of comment when the man noticed the first wand in the boy's hand. Harry had both wand in each hands and even without doing the spell Remy said to cast, the tip of the two wands stuck close and had golden and silver sparks flying around before being linked by a gold thread. A first figure emerged from the light, a young woman in ghostly form that made the adults gasp. A second followed suit, as ghostly as the first in the form of young man. That could be what Harry will look like in the future with glasses, and Siri had to muffle his cry. Others figures kept appearing one after another, but those two stayed in the front, watching their audience with keen desire. Their focus were mostly on the small form right before them who was too emotional to make a sound. You grew well, my baby. A female voice echoed in the air with no actual origin. We're so proud of you. Be good to your guardians, a man voice echoed in as much mythical way. Harry let go of a keen and flailed when the golden sparks were subsiding, making the ghosts' figures of Lily and James Potter tremble and lose consistence. As much as an echo could have consistence. It's my birthday today. It's the best present I could have. No answer came and they vanished as soon as the golden light stopped whatever that was doing. Harry lost grip of the wands and curled up in himself, not trusting to not fall face first in the dirt. Yet, before anything dramatic could occur, he was taken into an embrace that felt as comforting as exchanging with those two echoes of the past. He certainly didn't have any interest in the wands now. And interestingly enough, he could see the Thestrals after that. Albus Dumbledore, Harry's parents' headmaster. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. First day back to Hogwarts for the students and professors, Harry went to see Professor Snape to ask him to be tutored in brewing potions. And not regular potions, but the Wolfsbane potion in particular. Of course, Sirius had funds thanks to what he inherited from his favorite uncle Alfred Black, but if he kept using it to purchase really expensive potions with extremely rare ingredients, even all that gold will go low. Harry had spent 4 full moons with free Wolfsbane potion. Thanks for the Forbidden Forest having some of the ingredients, but he heard that 3 years ago, there were shortage of aconite, also known as Wolfsbane, in Monkshood, and that Hogwarts stock could run empty pretty fast when the potion master was brewing it for 3 people. Money's not the issue, as the Potter family had quite the wealth thanks to Harry's grandfather, who created a potion for hair. But brewing the Wolfsbane potion monthly was for his own good, not really the potion master's satisfaction. So he could use Potter's money to purchase hard-to-get ingredients and brew the potion by himself, to not count on other people. If that could help Remy and Shira, that's nice bonus. Another reason to busy himself was because Bill and Charlie would be too busy with their position as head boy and prefect of Gryffindor to even spend time with him, and Percy wasn't much of conversation partner if Harry didn't want to hear about the diatribe of compliments for his mentor Arcturus Black. Professor Snape was not really fond of the idea. He said not having any more patience after teaching brainless baboons on the daily, and if it wasn't difficult enough, he had to handle a quarter of the student body, as he was Slytherin House's head and Harry had zero knowledge or experience in potion making. But Harry played his cards well and reminded the man who he was son of. That's right, Lily Evans, his childhood neighbor, first friend. Even in the woman, he reacted strongly when seeing her echo through the prior Incantado that he got to see only thanks to Harry himself. Besides, if Harry managed to brew this very difficult potion, it would be one less task in the young professor's list of things to do. Professor Snape grumbled and eventually accepted, justifying that the perspective of being relieved of one task was tempting, especially for brewing a complicated potion like the Wolfsbane when he was not really fond of the werewolves. That's it, if the boy could really succeed in brewing such a difficult potion. Harry wasn't deterred by the dig. He was the grandson of a potion master and a descendant of Linford of Stinchcombe, a renowned potioneer in medieval time. He had it in his blood. Seeing Harry getting himself taken care of by having such heavy responsibility as making their monthly treatment, Remus decided that it was time for him to find a real job and keep it so his income would stabilize and he could provide his family and not rely on others. Following suit, Sirius finally returned in the Aurors ranks, as exactly a year have passed since he got his name cleared and was free of action. Thus, every day he got out of Hogwarts at 9 o'clock, after a nice and copious breakfast with Harry, and get back at 4 p.m. on the dot to be welcomed by his beloved godson, who had a day as full as his. Over the course of the year, Harry was once again invited to the Weasleys for the holidays, sort of replacing Percy, who would spend the holidays at Grandpa Black's place, especially since there was another curse that locked students in portraits. When Remus informed them that he got a job as curse breaker in the Gringotts Bank, as the head curse breaker Patricia Rakepick had left her post to be Dada teacher at Hogwarts, the good news was overlapped by the one of the Longbottoms recovering from their madness under magical torture. It seemed that using a former Death Eater as lab rat turned out efficient as medieval of intellectual stimulation to reverse the effects of a crucio, like what the Ravenclaw diadem could do to its wearer, enforcing the wearer's wiseness. Something that was proven by Harry himself, as to help him got whatever Sev was telling him when the man was too careless to see he was talking to an 8-year-old. Thanks to that, the Longbottoms had a chance to reunite, with the former Auror couple trying to get to know their son, who was of the same age as Harry and Ron, and who was literally born a day before Harry, and who became another of his impressed audience to his early magical feats, because Harry liked to do magic before even being enrolled at Hogwarts, and nothing could stop him as he lived daily in a magic school. Since he was using his own wand, with Voldemort's hidden close but not quite next to his mother's letter and the invisibility cloak, also put away as he's done discovering the castle, none of his guardians said anything about it. Anyway, With Neville as new addition in their friend group, Ottery Street Cathpole neighborhood welcomed a new family to join in the regular gatherings, while still missing the Fawcetts, who were coincidentally always busied elsewhere. As the school year was ending, Harry was merely surprised, Sev and him both, really, to learn the Dada professor turned out to be a traitor, and only rejoiced with everyone when the buried vault was taken care of. Penny Haywood first, his secondary potion tutor when Sev was too done with his cluelessness and had other matter to tend, as her younger sister. Beatrice was one of the victims, and for being part of the group who tried to shake off the portrait curse and being the 7th year with exceptional NEWT's results, Bill was awarded the Medal of Magical Merit, which was exhibited in the trophy room. When Harry celebrated his 9th birthday, he did it with his loved ones at the Burrow, as most of them were near it, with both Remy and Siri taking the day off. It's also the year he learned what happened to the Horcruxes. There were actually 5 of them. The Locket of Slytherin, the Diadem of Ravenclaw, the Cup of Hufflepuff, the Ring of Gaunt family, and the diary of one Tom Riddle, who happened to be Voldemort's actual identity. To destroy them, one needed to use the most destructive spell, the Fiendfire Curse, or the most deadly poison existing, known as the Basilisk's Venom, which didn't even exist anymore, as their existence was a sin. Before either Dumbledore, Remy, Siri or Sev used the curse to destroy such precious heirlooms, except for the diary, maybe they tried to look into rituals that could banish Horcruxes from artifact in a more passive way. And considering how Lily Potter née Evans had found one with blood protection, they certainly could achieve so too. Thus, all 5 artifacts remained undamaged, even though the pieces of soul were definitely destroyed, much to Kreacher's joy and peace in memory of his master Regulus Black. Henceforth, the old house elf chose to swear allegiance to his new master, the last remaining Black, Arcturus, who told him to keep the ancestral home of the Black in perfect shape, as he will drop by from time to time. Not that Harry would ever put a step there with Sirius alive, but he was curious when he heard it was in the middle of Muggle London. Anyway, of the 3 founders' heirlooms, only Slytherin's locket was displayed in the headmaster's office, in the same cabinet than Gryffindor's sword. Ravenclaw's diadem was free to use for the Ravenclaw students, though Harry would tend to monopolize it because no one knew about the magical power yet, and Hufflepuff's cup was also available in the kitchen, so mostly monopolized by Harry and his guardians, as they were mostly the only one who knew about the entrance of the place and, well, maybe this Gryffindor boy J. Kim, who tended to be sent there for detention, for those who needed to snack endlessly, as its magical power was to double the food that one put inside, so to never be lacking. The ring was hidden and locked into a shut box after a once supposed usage from the headmaster himself. Only heads of the school knew the exact position. So, all of the portraits in the office, Harry insisted to have the diary so he could keep it along the wand, which he got it more easily than what he expected. Harry kept the diary and the wand in a jewel case that he hid in his pouch that got enchanted with the extension charm, right next to his wand holster. Despite being an advice from Rakepick, he had to admit it was genius and more comfortable to move with. Then, Harry became curious as of how each were found out. First, the locket was hidden by the Black family house elf Kreacher, who got it from a former Death Eater, Regulus Black, who defected after disagreeing Voldemort's mistreatment to Kreacher. After losing his beloved master, Kreacher was set on destroying the dark artifact as per the order, but couldn't succeed and had it in his possession for the next 6 years, in which in-favored Mistress Walburga Black passed, giving the Black title back to Arcturus Black. After Sirius got released, he went to search around his childhood house and got back his belongings after his incarceration and found out about the locket at the same time. He had questioned Kreacher about the malevolent item after sensing the dark aura and looked into Black Library for additional info before going to Dumbledore, in which Harry heard the conversation. The ring was found out after Dumbledore and Sirius shared theories, making Sirius head to the last Gaunt abode known as the Headmaster couldn't leave the castle, having to do his job. After shaking off all the curses around the shack with the help of Remus, who insisted to go with him after learning about his task in preventing Voldemort's possible return, both of his guardians got the ring and brought it the same day. Harry found a Horcrux on his side too. Harry knew about the origin of the diadem but was interested in knowing how Professor Sev was involved in the hunt of Horcruxes too. The man was a former Death Eater but defected when Voldemort wanted to harm his childhood friend Lily, and eventually did, and was since then working as double agent in case the Dark Lord did return. With his deep knowledges in dark arts, He was the one to expose the possible choices in destroying the Horcruxes without damaging the artifacts. The cup and diary were actually a funny story. Harry had thought they would have involved the Aurors in this as they suggested, but the whole track should stay a secret because otherwise that would mean explaining that Voldemort wasn't dead yet and no one wanted him back after the disaster he caused in the British wizarding world. The stake of putting other people in the plan was also too important, so they used Creature again, but mostly as his statue of House Elf and his love for his master Regulus, saying they were other dark artifacts that should be destroyed and that, after that, they will retrieve Regulus' corpse so he could have a well-deserved funerals. After gleaning gossips from House Elf's nosiness, they found leads within the Malfoy household. Because the last remaining Lestranges were all locked in Azkaban, the Pureblood family was destroyed and their possessions seized by the Ministry, but the Lestranges also had House Elf's workers, who the Ministry empathetically sent them to work for the closest blood-related family, the Malfoy, whose head was back then proven innocent and not a Death Eater. Anyway, one of Lestrange's elf talked about their former mistress' weird behavior, who had to something important of her master, Voldemort, thus helping them discover the cup was hidden in the Lestrange's Gringotts vault, while one of Malfoy's elf talked about the diary was hidden distastefully in Lucius Malfoy's safe. For the latter, convincing Malfoy's elf was easy enough. Dobby was surprisingly a big supporter of Harry Potter the Destroyer of his master's lord and stole and replaced the diary for them. For the cup, they requested advice from the goblins themselves, who told them it was possible to retrieve thing from one owner, even without their key, whether their presence should be odd at the time. That's how Sirius asked for his little cousin Nymphadora Tonks to morph into her aunt Bellatrix to take a hair of the crazy cousin and use Polyjuice to take her appearance, which made him rekindle with his favorite cousin in the worst way possible. 7 years without contact and the first thing you ask me is a portrait of Bellatrix? I know, Andy. I promise I explain everything in due time. It worked. And all Horcruxes disappeared by summer, when Harry was spending his third werewolf transformation at the Burrow. What Harry didn't know was that the 4 men came to be convinced of one dreadful fact. Harry must also be a Horcrux. Due to Voldemort creating so many Horcruxes, his soul must be so fractured it broke in this fateful night. He must have created one unconsciously in the panic, while the main piece of soul wandered aimlessly in the realm of the living, just waiting for its time to resurrect, explaining why his corpse was never found. That was the reason Albus Dumbledore wanted Harry to be raised in his aunt's house, as the blood protection of his late mother in him would be enough. But Harry grew to his dad in the short trip to Little Whinging, and displayed an accidental magic to choose who will be his guardian, therefore him being raised by the half-giant instead, which was also a good thing. As Hogwarts was known to be the most protected place in the wizarding world, right after Gringotts, he then started to suspect Harry to be a Horcrux when the infant of 2 years only was speaking to a friendly snake, making him a Parseltongue while no member of his family was, and really none, as he looked into the Evans family and their ancestors that were descendants of John Bunyan, a writer of theology who was actually a wizard. It was also the reason why Harry never ventured outside of Hogwarts, as it was well protected and that unconvicted Death Eater or possessed Voldemort could not reach him, as his actual identity was held secret. In all fairness, Harry always thought that his dad needed him by his side and wasn't really one to travel, while his identity was one people assumed him to have, being the half-giant gamekeeper's son. Then again, he never introduced himself as Harry Potter, making it easy for people to know him as Harry Hagrid. Lastly, it would explain why Harry always wanted to have Voldemort's possession with him. Now having high expert wizards as his guardians, Harry had more places to visit, including the Burrow with the neighboring full of competent witches and wizards, the Hogsmeade Village and Diagon Alley for regular visits with his dad figures. Unfortunately, the new school year proved to be the last straw for Harry. Because of the above reasons, this year, Severus Snape was put in position to teach occlumency to young Harry, who had to rely once more on the Ravenclaw diadem for such tough subject, and the disarming spell. In this, they had to put potion brewing in the background, though Harry was expected to keep training by himself, which made him spend even more time with Penny Haywood as private tutor. There were some good things, like having the prankster twins taking Bill's place at Hogwarts was fun, especially when they managed to sneak the Marauders map from Mr. Filch's office so Harry could also wander around the castle with them, and even having Cedric with them was pure joy and full-time adventure. But the news of a dark wizard roaming around Hogwarts made anyone unable to leave the school's grounds, so down the Hogsmeade outings. A new curse yet again was threatening the students and staff's life by petrifying them. More terrifying than the previous curses, as no one was sure the victims were still alive, this time, and Rowan Kana, who taught Harry so much, passed in the forest grove. A place Harry had found solace thanks to the creatures living in there. Never mind, it was also the place he got bitten. At the end of the year, he asked his guardians to leave Hogwarts and even Britain altogether. For Remus, it was an easy decision, as he could ask Gringotts to place him in another branch in the world. It was more difficult for Sirius and his dad, as both had so many fond memories there. But after some more convincing, Sirius suggested France, as he knew the language and the Black family had some houses there. Rubeus Hagrid remained at Hogwarts, promising to exchange with them regularly and lamenting how Harry won't ever experience the Sorting Hat. Harry didn't say how all the competitiveness was making him uncomfortable, as he made friends with a lot of Charlie's age mates no matter which house, and that the Sorting Hat certainly did not have much presence for Harry to even want to experience it. What he said was that British wizarding law was really rough on werewolves, and if Harry actually didn't mind, he's not going to let his Remy suffer more after 7 years of lonely and painful transformation. The goblins never cared what he was as long as he brought them treasures, and being absent for a period of time was literally part of the job, so it's not even a problem. Harry also proposed the twins to go with them, seeing as first-year students like them couldn't possibly be feeling well after hearing about the death of a student. The twins showed hesitation, as they could hang with 2 of the Marauders who they admired very much and probably had more way to put off their prank in a new magic school, but that would also mean leaving their family behind and what they built at Hogwarts. Harry suggested they presented it as an e-change program to Professor Dumbledore, who was the less pleased in his decision to leave Britain, so they could be back to their family every holidays, in opposition to Percy, who was in tutorate with Arcturus Black for each holidays. Eventually, though, he got why they would hesitate. He had always lived at Hogwarts and wasn't surprised by its magic anymore, and had half of his family moving with him, while going to Hogwarts was every wizard children's dream, and the Weasleys couldn't find any appeal in living elsewhere than Britain, like what Mr. Weasley's brothers did. He kept the offer open for the end of their next year, but refrained from doing so to Ron, as he knew his friend wanted to go to Hogwarts and could be a good friend to Neville, who he will be together. Also, Harry actually made the offer to the twins so to relieve some charges from Mrs. Weasley. If the twins studied at Beauxbatons, the news of their misdeeds would take more time to reach her, and with Bill working like an adult, she will only have Charlie, Percy. But he's never been a troublemaker, even less when he spent all his holidays with a distant and rich relative, and the 2 youngest to take care and look after. Mostly, though, Harry did it for Ron, seeing how Mrs. Weasley tended to forget his last son because the twins were something, and that she clearly favored her only daughter, but the twins looked like they will be staying at Hogwarts. Harry made a long goodbyes to his friend of Ottery Street Catchpole, including the Longbottoms, promising to not be a stranger. Then, with his box of belongings and his 2 last family members, he left the United Kingdom, ready to learn French and meet incredible French wizards during the 1 year left before actually making his entrance in a magical school. Eventually, the Weasley twins accepted his proposition, after figuring that playing Quidditch without their older brother Charlie as seeker once the latter graduated wouldn't be as funny. Never mind that the keeper and future Captain Oliver Wood will be appalled to hear the departure of all 3 Weasley's brothers next year, and that the last one, his dorm mate Percy, will hear an earful at the start of term. Looks like the twins will be a menace to Percy even in their absence, and thinking they could always created their own Marauders map of Beauxbatons. Of course, the twins and the found family could return to Great Britain for holidays. So, taking Harry's advice, they presented their idea as exchange program to Tusing, the living reference in the exchange student from Castellobruxo, Alonza, but theirs would be for year-long, and they had to learn a little French. Though they're sure Beauxbatons staffs could certainly speak English, since they accepted students all over France's borders countries. Harry was glad. He couldn't wait to go to the French magical school, and having already 2 of his friends by his sides. On his 14th birthday, Harry Potter was surprised by his guardians, who had thrown him a surprise trip to the Bahamas to lift up his spirits. Fortunately, he didn't have any other plan, and after what happened in his 3rd year at Beauxbatons, he was glad to see his guardians having his back. The same day, he got the presents from his friends of the UK who had sent them earlier in the week to their address in France. Both Rem and Sirius had hid them as soon as received to not spoil the surprise and took them out for the day. Now, Harry got why they had told him to send his present to Neville earlier, and it was not because the owls of French post office were slower but to plan the schedule with their impromptu trip. Looking at the presents from the Weasleys, he just knew they're already aware of the news. Come on, now I will be known as the stupid git who got dumped. You're not stupid, Harry, and even less a git. The whole thing was out of your responsibility, really. We should have warned you that her ability of turning into a beast was that of a maledictus. Maybe you wouldn't have to suffer lick. I'm gonna stop you right here, Rem. That speech of yours sound oddly as if you're telling me to not involve in romantic relationship just because you know you will get hurt. Rem sputtered, starting to fret like whenever he realized he failed at parenting. No, Harry. That's not what I mean. You're free to start a relationship whenever you like. You deserve all the love, pup. I'm just saying that, for someone cursed to be a maledictus, they will eventually have to turn into a beast and then think like one. They're nothing like us werewolves, as we can still think and turn back into human. Let me just add something. Free to start relationship whenever and go to whatever stage of the relationship at the condition that both parties, or more, are all consenting. Thank you for your input, Padfoot. But he's right. Consent is really important. With Camille, we always speak before start anything. Unless she made you think so. She could have been manipulating you, who's younger, into thinking it's your decision when it's actually hers. Why would you suggest that? I'm just saying, I looked into the maledictuses. Those female individuals all turned permanently into beast when they reach adulthood, or early adulthood, and you're 14, mister. Harry watched both his guardians one after the other, and both had a serious look on their face, implying something he's dreading to think ever. However, as he sucked a breath unconsciously, his subconscious thought otherwise. I'm not. She was student at Bobaden's. Was she really? You said she was in the second cycle because she appeared to know tons about the school curriculum, but you never actually saw her going or leaving any class. And a lot of creatures could roam around Bobaden's campus as long as they're harmless. And really, a maledictus is considered harmless before her permanent transformation into beast. Harry couldn't find a retort to that, but was especially rendered speechless at how serious Sirius looked, no pun intended. So you're saying I was groomed? Before Sirius could say any more, Rem spoke up. Thank you again for your opinion, Padfoot. How about you bring us more drink? Both marauders exchanged a look before the animagus fulfilled the subliminal demand and left his seat. Harry turned a betrayed look to his Rem, his second dad who always tried to do so much for him, but mostly the one who taught him everything. What Sirius said had truth in it, of course, but the cursed individual could be turning into beast at either age depending on the curse, as the form depended on the curse too. Your former friend, she could have really well been cursed to turn way earlier than the average. That was more reassuring, but still quite awkward to talk more about it, and Harry tensed when Rem opened his mouth again. Do you have a feeling she could have been grooming you? No, Harry was more categorical than necessary. Look, I'm not going into details, but we did not go very far, as Sirius said. I'm 14, and she couldn't have persuaded me in some way because I'm a great accumulans thanks to Sev. Or somehow cast an obliviate so I won't be remembering, because I'm also protected against that. You knew, you're the one who taught me. Yes, I do. I'm not implying anything. Just making sure, pup. Okay, well, it's fine. We're fine. Fine. Sirius came back at this and reminded them to take their last shot of Wolfsbane potion as tonight will be wild. Harry scrunched his nose at that and downed the new full glass of drink. That was certainly the last thing he had wanted to talk just before the full moon. It was only after the full moon Harry realized what bothered him so much in the conversation. Not about him being proclaimed pedophile victim or even his relationship with a maledictus, but how Rem was so reserved on the whole matter. Though, right now, having Sirius nagging him about the two previous matters was somehow grating on his nerves, especially because it was following right after the transformation. So, she does not seem like interested in watching you during full moon? Merlin's beard. Siri. You know that the school always made sure that I spent the full moon in the stable with the Abraxans. No one had access if they do not have permission, a magical permission, and pretty sure even a maledictus can't go against magical protection now, innit? Alright. Promslet, just curious. No need to go on your high horses. He left the teen's bedroom without closing the door, finishing on grating Harry's nerves. Of course, living in a magical household, Harry could have closed it with a flick of wand, but he was a teen and still aching from the transformation. So he reacted badly and got up to join his godfather in the living room of the rental house they booked for the holiday and yelled as loud as his vocal cords allowed him. "The door, Sirius, the door! Why are you being such an adult? You take that back. I'm not the adult in this household." "Well, you're certainly acting like one. Weren't you a teen once? You know we enjoy our intimacy the most. Why don't you close the door after you? You're yelling at the top of your lung just for a damn door? It's bloody important to me right now." "Well, just charmed it so it closed after any occasion. Weren't you so proud of your ability to create spells?" "It's not so I had to use magic at any sodding occasion, Siri. Sometimes, I could be tired and not wanting to do anything with magic. Especially not for closing the damn door you opened." "Well, what is going on here?" A too calm voice stopped the argument. Both Harry and Sirius spun their head to see Remus coming back from morning stroll with a bag full of chocolate in hand, only to be looking sternly at them. Harry deflated immediately. Still having cold sweat whenever adults looked disappointedly at him and refused to meet eyes with his dad. Now that he calmed down, he felt really ridiculous for bursting out just for a door. That wasn't even his to start with. "Ah, you're here. Can't you tell to our little angsty, teensy Harry that it's not a big deal if I forgot to close the damn door after me? Well, I, for one, like that people close the door behind them when they're the one who opened it." Sirius sighed dramatically. "Arg, fine, I'm sorry. I'm not used of closing door nor see the point since our family is so open to each other. But guess time changes and kids grow up or whatever." Then, in a hushed tones, he added wearily, "Prongs would be appalled if that happened to him." Harry's Really? Never mind, I'm going for a stroll now that you're back." As the entrance door of the cottage closed behind Sirius, both Harry and Rem met eyes and had an automatic smile on their lips. They quickly resolved themselves into giggling mess and fell on their knees due to muscle slacking. "Rough recovery?" Rem asked after calming down. "Yeah," and Sirius started to questioning about the thing again. The adult made an understanding noise and Harry thought it was the perfect time to start on what he wanted to talk with him, so he did. "About that, how is it going with Adeline?" A pause, before a deviating response. "Shouldn't you call her Madame Leberton? We're not at school. And of course, I call my teacher by her proper title." "Don't snap for that, I was trying to stall." "Yeah, I know." Harry sighed when Rem didn't say anything for a moment. "Look, I'm not trying to push you to anything. It's just that we all saw how you two had something going on. Come on, you're not going to deny that. You both made hard eyes to each other. And maybe you think you're not ready for any kind of relationship because you're working or whatever, but I'd just like to say that she's not in a hurry either, you know. She doesn't even plan on having children if that's what's bothering you." Rem sucked a breath and Harry just knew that it was the actual issue. "You know that I wouldn't mind if you do decide to have kids, right? I'm not so immature as to be jealous of a newborn." "A newborn that could inherit werewolf gene. So that's why." Harry nodded seriously before going on quickly, not about to have the talk with Rem again. "You were also worried to where we've been with my ex, and we did not go that far, I reassure you. Besides, I would have used protection even for less. But, have you been restraining yourself because you project that far?" "Harry, you have to understand that it's not just for that. There are a lot of things to consider. My job, her job, and how we could even start seeing each other outside of the parents-teacher meetings and what Sirius would think." "You know that's rubbish. Siri would never mind. And you could take more days off, you know. Sirius brings enough money with his looks." "Please, don't ever say that with this phrasing. You made it sound as if he's selling his body. He is, sort of. He's selling his smile, and with his face, it's worth a lot. Anyway, even though I take days off, made effort to see her and that we eventually start something, what if it doesn't work out? It would strain our friendship and that would even impact you, and I'm never doing this to you." "Oh, I mean, sure, I would still have to see her for 4 more years, but it can't be that bad. I'm not the only student in alchemy class and most of the time I don't even need it." When he heard a sigh, with some desperation, Harry decided to let him go. For now. Because the issue had been on the table for a while now, and even though Harry tried to bring it up every time he could, Rem deflected each time. I just want you to know that you're allowed to love, Rem. Our condition does not make us outcast, we're your regular blokes 30 days a month, just with a furry problem on the last, and most of the time we had more strength for everyone to use. I know, pup. You've just yet to accept, Harry ended up whispering because he knew Rem wasn't ready to hear this. Werewolf's favorite sport the day of the World Quidditch Cup was tonight, and Harry couldn't stop jumping in excitation as he and his guardians were getting ready for the portkey. They didn't have much of luggages as they will be sharing a tent with the Weasleys they'll join in a moment, but they do need to have some money and clothes with them, and Rem was the one in charge of them. Since the man was used to travel light, he charmed his satchel with the really useful spell of extension, that's as controlled by the French Ministry of Magic too. Watch over abusive use. When the pack of cigarette lighted in blue light, with a pointed look from Rem to Harry, who promised to never ever think about trying those things, delivered by the French Ministry, the three of them touched at the same time and arrived at Dartmoor, not far from the Quidditch World Cup campsite. Although he's not used of portkey, preferring using his godfather's flying motorcycle, or better yet, Muggle transport like the plane they took to travel from France to North America, or anywhere else for their yearly vacation, Harry still managed to stomach the uneasy feeling of the transport. At least, this one didn't have soot twirling all around him. So, Harry jumped on his feet and skipped to the man who was obviously a Muggle, who was checking on the bunch of wizards' name and Lockie judging their clothes, leaving his two guardians behind. Thankfully, all three of them were so used to live among Muggle they were part of those rare decent-clothed wizards. As Mr. Roberts ticked on their name on his list, they chose to wait before going to their tent location, as they didn't have said tent with them. But Harry had to frown at the display of charming the Muggle's memory whenever the Ministry employee could not find a way to prevent the secret of magic getting out as soon as wizards started to put up their weird-looking tent. As the Weasleys finally arrived with the Diggories, Harry was done arguing with the Ministry employee, much to Rem and serious amusement. Harry. Ron greeted him with a hug, freeing the poor civil of the earful from a teen. Ron. Harry hugged back before pulling out his wand and casting a huge scale repel Muggle charm on the campsite. Shouldn't you use a glamour instead? Rem noted after checking on Mr. Roberts, who was looking at the pack of cigarette with huge interest. I had to place the foundation first. And you could help, you know. I swear, it was that easy, yet British Ministry had to make a foreign teenager do their job. The civil had the decency to blush, and Mr. Weasley tried to reassure them by giving out his old boot portkey. Soon, Mr. Diggory and Cedric left them after clapping on Harry's display of magic, whose way of working was more efficient than actual workers. Did you just tell a Ministry employee how to do his job? Ginny snickered, approaching. Well, someone has to. In France, they won't be waiting for someone to point it out to do their job. And isn't the camp looked after by other employees than just this one? You had to understand, it's quite the feat to handle everything, Harry. The whole minister was running everywhere just to prepare for the World Cup. I'm aware, Mr. Weasley, but the minister had 4 years to prepare, and it's just a little formula. Repel Muggle or those bewitched sight to not let them suspect anything, it's for the secrecy of our kind. I mean, the school was hidden of sight, why couldn't the ministry think of doing the same for a simple campsite? Don't you think that charming their memories won't raise suspicions? Don't be a killjoy, Harry. Let us help you if that's what you're asking. Yeah, as you said, just a tiny little itty-bitty formula. Harry couldn't help but smile while watching the twins doing magic and adding spells on his charms to strengthen the Notice Me Not aura on the camp, as Beauxbaton's students were allowed to perform magic outside of school without any notice from French government as long as there's no Muggles witnesses. And Mr. Roberts was curiously busied elsewhere. Once sure no one will have to modify the poor Muggle's memory, as it could be damaging in the long run, Harry allowed himself to follow the Gingers, with his guardians following suit. The tent was to be set near the Quidditch field and to be assembled manually, to test their handcraft. Harry was game but wasn't really helpful, as Ginny pointed it out, much to his guardians' hilarity, who weren't even doing anything. Eventually, they put up the tent, and it was only then that Bill and Charlie showed up. Coming only when we're done, huh? Glad to see you too, Pipsqueak. Charlie greeted Harry with a ruffle of hair. Hey. I'm all grown up. Tee yourself someone. Who's not here, because you two split up not long ago, right? Sod off, that's not funny. We're not making fun of you, but trying to make light so it won't be sore subject anymore. Well, I wasn't thinking of it before you have to say something about it. Before the match started in a few, Ron wanted to go tour the camp and Harry went with him because it was more fun to spend time with Ron, who's of his age, than his brothers who would just tease him. It was great to exchange with the two eldest. They're always been his oldest friends for introducing him to their family. They're also the only ones whose teasing weren't as badly received by Harry. Well, most of the time. He was here to have a good time and he's feeling so attacked right now. Besides, with just the two of them, Harry could ask about their other friends, as neither the Longbottoms nor the Lovegood came, not being able to have any tickets. And the former weren't much fan of the sport, so Neville was way better spending time in family instead, as they reunited only 6 years ago. Harry had a thought for the Tonkses, Sirius' cousin, as he remembered hearing his godfather talk about them maybe showing up but not knowing if they got tickets or if they had to give up due to their daughter being too busy to be Auror to take the day off. If his calculations right, Tonks must have finished her Auror training this summer under Mad Eye's training. Harry shuddered just recalling the scarred man's face. If he was to be treated in any magical hospital of mainland Europe, he wouldn't have ended up with such disfigurement. Ron met quite the schoolmates that he told Harry in private as soon they had their back turned, before he abruptly pushed Harry for some reason. The name Malfoy was spit out as reason, so Harry didn't insist and they went back to their tent to see the rest of their family readying for the incoming match. As they climbed the stands to their box, they met Percy, following the new head of the International Magical Cooperation, and made a competition to who could embarrass him the most by keep calling him in various pitch. Percy only acknowledged his elder brothers and gave stink eyes to the rest and Harry, who was finding him quite ungrateful. Thanks to who did he climb positions to be only second of the head? All right, Sirius, maybe, for asking his grandfather to take him as apprentice to know how the ministry worked with its corrupted heads. Or Percy himself, really, for being the one to take in stride everything he learned from the man and applying it cleverly like the bright young lad he was. Arcturus Black had unfortunately passed not long before Harry made his first entrance in a magic school, but thanks to that, and despite not being technically the head of the House of Black, Sirius was the last direct descendant and used the fact being the last member to put Cedrilla and Andromeda's name back in the family tree line, so they could take what had rested of the black money and also give the ancestral house to the house elf creature. Since he doubted any of the remaining, direct or indirect, members would like to live in. Now, let's say the Weasleys didn't have to purchase secondhand supplies. Especially for Ron, who was going to have Charlie's old wand as working at Romania Dragon Sanctuary needed. Wands from the territory, rather piece from a British wandmaker who knew nothing of dragons. The final was brilliant, Victor Crumb especially, something that both Harry and Ron agreed to with such passion it garnered the others' ruthless teasings. But they couldn't get it. The man was a legend to them. The high of the World Cup ending was shattered as a riot broke out. Harry and the residents of the Perkins tent got woken hurriedly and told to go to the wood for security as masked men were attacking tents and the Muggle family. Harry growled when recognizing Mr. Roberts being hung upside down by what people called a Death Eater, so much for preventing him being charmed with memory spell. Now, there would be no choice but to cast some great deal, and they couldn't even give a calming potion before, as he was Muggle and could react badly to a potion if trying to drink even a sip. For now, being part of the Youngers, he had to put Ron and Ginny in security, hoping that the twins and his guardians knew what they were doing as they lent hands to the ministry side. With the eldest Weasleys, they only stopped running once in the darkness of the woods, and Harry lit the tip of his wand to make sure he still had both siblings with him. As they had nothing to do but wait for a sign that's safe to go back, with Harry having the two-way mirror as easy contact, they started talking about each other's school adventures. And Harry was still surprised to hear that care for magical creatures was only an elective in third year only instead of main subject to be taught directly in first year. Creatures were so important in the wizarding world since it had a huge part in the daily life. Then, to be surprised the jinx on the Dada position was still in place. Then again, it was still on even after the headmaster and his guardians took care of the Horcruxes, but some reasons, Harry thought that if he was not attending Hogwarts, maybe the jinx wouldn't be working either. Obviously, he thought wrong, and he had to laugh and be sympathetic of his friend's woes when Ron talked about this retired obliviator in his first year who then just forgot to show up a week before end-of-term exams, or when Ginny related the tales of this scammer of writer in her first year who got exposed by his own failure after accidentally drinking one of Professor Snape's Veridiserum. He almost choked up when the siblings animatedly told him about Mad Eye's teaching the next year, who evidently didn't train Tonks long, and had to be put to rest. And recovery after losing most of this bones that not even Saint Mungo could have done anything. Yup. This man needed to get treated elsewhere than British outdated healing. After some times, the mirror started to heat up and Harry took the call at the same time a green light broke into the dark sky. You see that too? Sirius' voice came from the mirror. Yeah, it's so bright it's breaking through the leaves. The dark mark, I take it. The dark mark. Harry felt both Ron and Ginny shuddering, whether from the raising chill of the night or because of the mark signifying death committed by Death Eaters was anyone's guess. Then, with Sirius' permission and his directions, he brought his friends back to their family and reunited with his guardians. Due to circumstances, everyone will be departing earlier than expected and Harry will be spending the rest of the summer holidays at the Burrow, with Ron promising to call Neville and Luna to join, before returning to Beauxbatons with his guardians. As Harry accepted, he found himself to be glad that the two friends weren't there in the end. It would have been too fresh and painful for the Longbottoms, and the Lovegoods were too precious to witness that. In the back of his mind, Harry wondered if his spells were useful as the Roberts got taken as victims and what people out of the protections had seen. He would later learn that all thanks to his spells with the help of the twins, the Muggle didn't hurt of anything, except that Mr. Roberts had to get hospitalized for reasons. But the wizards who were inside and witnessed everything, they had lot to say, especially since there were reporters. Werewolf's Diary. Harry forgot how much of a Muggle lover Mr. Weasley was. To be fair, he didn't really get to see the garage outside of the house as, since younger, he always liked the broom shed more. And sure, whenever he saw the Weasleys during summer, the man showed how passionate he was about Muggle creations that worked without magic. And would usually spend long in talking about things that Harry had discovered while living in the Muggle France part. But he couldn't have suspected that Mr. Weasley, who was the head of the misuse of Muggle artifact office, would collect all sort of thing in the shed. Thanlia modified so it could fly and turn invisible, probably inspired by Sirius' motorbike. Harry spent some times here after leaving the Quidditch World Cup campsite and was exchanging vividly with the man while waiting for Neville and Luna to come at the Burrow. It was so fascinating he ended up missing their arrival and only greeted them by dinner time. Thankfully, Rem and Sirius weren't there no more, as they had to use their portkey back to France so they could check everything in their house in prevision of their absence. They would be here tomorrow, though, which would be perfect as the Longbottoms would be gone by then, as the Weasley had so much seats in their dining table. Being witches and wizards, it shouldn't be a problem, neither for seats nor food portions, but seeing as Sirius still got PTSD from time to time, rekindling with the Longbottoms right after seeing the dark mark could only lead to another night of nightmares. Hey, Lowell, do you remember me? The 3-year-old blonde boy blinked at him before beaming brightly. That wasn't a sign that he recognized him though, and Harry was soon left hanging while the boy ran to his mother's arms and requesting to be held despite being big enough now to walk by himself. Harry would know, when he was 3, he was waddling in high speed to be in his dad's pace, though it was still really slow for a half-giant like Rubeus Hagrid. Don't take it wrong, you were much like that at his age, Bill told him while pushing him to a seat, as if hearing his thoughts. Thanks to great weather, the Weasleys pulled the dining table in the garden, which helped to add more seats. Mrs. Weasley was still busying herself in the kitchen, bringing the plates of food by magic despite Arthur's plea for her to slow down and eat first. Only to be rebuffed by a sarcastic comment of him only being here now, and not in his Muggle garage. What? No, I was much more attentive of my surrounding at 3, well, it depended at which part of your 3-year-old self. That doesn't make sense. Charlie added his 2 nuts. Come on, Harry, we know you're some sort of prodigy in magic, achieving incredible feats and whatnot at young age, but you cannot argue the same with your memories. Bill said you two first meet when you were 2, not 3 as you persist of thinking. I would have remembered. Not when you're only 2. And you don't even remember some of the things you did at 3. No one does, except if it was traumatic. Stop ganging on me. I know what I remember, me too. Sometimes, I wish I don't. A new voice intervened in the conversation in taking the seat on the other side of Harry. Oh, hey, Luna. How are you? You mean, after having my mother's attention being stolen by that gremlin that's supposed to be my brother? Brilliant. Gremlin? But look at Lowell, he's so cute, he can't do any harm. Except stealing my mother from me, which is the worst offense. Yeah, I guess I can understand. Pandora is a great witch that you just want her attention on you. You're on thin ice, Harry Potter. Harry smartly shut his mouth at the full name and served himself great portion of food, much to Mrs. Weasley's pleasure. Percy joined a short while later, back from his weary day with the ministry in helping all the witches and wizards go back to their home, and after making sure that everything was taken care, he did not say anything about the riot, probably to not scare their guests. Which was empathetic, as there's a very young someone in the audience. Lowell Lovegood came to the world 3 years ago, after Pandora Lovegood almost lost her life in creating a spell to create her own wand. She said, she was an Ollivander too, so she can make wand if she want to, and she never denied her daughter anything, so Luna will get her juvenile wand like Harry did. She was also going to make one for Neville, as she previously heard, before the couple Longbottom got better, that Neville will have to inherit his father's wand, for keepsake, so the Longbottoms were at the Lovegoods when the incident happened. Thankfully, the adrenaline of saving a life triggered some memories from the former's Aurors, who immediately went into action, and that's how Pandora got her life saved. And how Lowell came to life, as Xenophilius was more than happy and relieved to see his wife alive after a mortal incident, right before their baby daughter's eyes. Unfortunately, the new life didn't make everyone happy if Luna's sour look was anything, and she even made herself so pretty for today, with her perfectly braid blonde hair falling on her summer dress. Well, at the very least, the traumatism of thinking of almost losing her mother made her able to see Thestrals, which she would interpret as if her lovely mother who only loved her did die that day, only to be reborn as a lovely mother that loved her brother more than her. Something that would bring her 2 earfuls each time. Oh, and both Neville and Luna still got their kitty wand that could very well be used at any time, though only to cast easy spells and only in close range, so, if right after dinner, they wanted to do some magic in the Burrow's garden, they could just do it, like levitating the Divide's tables and make it clash against the one of the Weasley eldest. Only Ron and Ginny were pulling face, and Harry was almost tempted to lend Ginny his extra wand while Ron could just take Charlie's former one like his parents intended him to, but then, he had to explain why did he have it on him, and he wasn't up for that conversation. So, like the imp he was, he let the 2 youngest Weasleys sulk in their corner, looking enviously everyone else do magic because they can. Oh, and mocking Percy because the young lad needed to relax and stop nagging on them in this fine evening, thank you very much. Despite Luna living only at short distance from the Burrow, both her and Neville were invited to spend the night with the Weasleys, with the Lovegood couple and their Gremlin and Longbottoms couple taking their leaves. The rest of the summer was spent in leisure, as they were studious students who had done their homeworks in advance. Wrong. But neither Ron nor Neville needed to think about it, even though Neville had the volition to start them on the first day of summer holiday, but ultimately failing at actually grasping some of the concepts. Since most of them were Quidditch amateurs, they invited Cedric to play with them, like for old time's sake. Because Charlie had lost his touch, it was a seeker match only between Harry and Cedric, while the Dragonologist was concurring keeper against his younger brother Ron. Also, because there was no need for beaters when playing Quidditch friendlies, the rest of Weasleys were just chasers, with Bill included, because Luna and Neville were great commentators, and not much of flyers, with the former having improved her speeches since then. Not bad, Ron, said Neville once again. It wasn't empty praise. Maybe because George was not a chaser in the first place and missed a goal again, but Ron was really great in keeping Quaffle from the goal. Charlie, while stocky, had definitely lost his touch in the sport and was being funnily clumsy, much to his older brother's hilarity, who in consequence wasn't doing much in scoring, unfortunately. Ginny and Fred were blowing them apart by being one hell of chaser duo, and now they were all waiting for either Cedric or Harry's big win. The result didn't matter. What mattered was that Ron was definitely fit to be keeper and could have his chance if Gryffindor Quidditch team hold tryout this autumn. Which could totally happen, since Oliver Wood, the keeper and captain of last year, had graduated in June. As Cedric left them for today, the twins called after him saying they'll see each other by new term. What does that mean? You guys coming back to Hogwarts? Ginny questioned as soon as the neighbors gone, with a pleasant smile because Cedric's always polite. She glanced through the 3 Beauxbatons students. Eyes stayed on Harry for a while longer, but said boy was watching the twins with the same cough the audience. Before figuring they would be part of the delegation despite not being in age to be chosen, as Madame Maxime had told them. The twins, being actual gremlins, only smirked and told the rest of them they'll see, which did everyone safe for Harry dirty. To make everything worse, Charlie also said they'll be seeing him back to school even though briefly, making Harry and the twins realize that one of 3 tasks would have dragons. And when the youngest had to resort to their last hope in asking Percy who was coming back, they only got a surprise. That ended the twins, who were laughing incredulously at seeing their brother being playful, almost joking. It could have kept going peacefully if Harry didn't catch Ginny writing that time. It was really early morning too, so she had her rights to do what she was doing, i.e. writing in her diary. And Harry was going to let her do her things that she didn't have time since she's still sharing her bedroom with Luna. But then he caught on what she writing on. A notebook that could have been really unnoticeable if it wasn't Muggle manufactured, and Harry knew because he had the exact same one, in which he remembered was a Horcrux that his guardians spent a lot of time hunting after. He froze in front of Ginny, who, in turn, stopped writing whatever she was writing. They shared a look, each in different state of shock. "Where did you get that, Gin? Why? Did you read anything I wrote?" No, I didn't, and it's not what important. This notebook, diary, whatever, where did you get it? Why do you want to know? And yes, it's a diary, so do you mind? Actually a lot. Let me check something really quick. No, I just told you it's my diary, and a diary is something very private. But it's not your regular diary. Just let me have a look. It could be very dangerous if you write in it. It's going to be very dangerous if you keep insisting. Off with your hands. You don't understand, it's a Horcrux. You have to give that to Siri, Rem, your headmaster or Professor Snape in last option, though I hope you won't have to come to that. I have no idea what you're saying, but I'm not giving my diary to any of those men. Ginny, fairly enough, looked positively offended by his demand. Something Harry would have understood and made him calm down instantaneously. But after looking for what are Horcruxes last year with his ex, who knew quite a lot, he's pretty sure that no one should be in possession of a Horcrux, and especially not one that once belonged to Tom Riddle, aka Voldemort. Gin, it's for your own good, just trust me. Quite the lively one at dawn, aren't ya? Bill's voice rang up from the stairs. Ginny ran to hide behind her eldest brother's back to put distance between Harry's insistent hands that wanted to grab her diary, while Harry remained once again frozen up. He watched the stationery vanish on sight and had to choose his next actions quickly. Bill, stop your little sister. She's in possession of a Horcrux, it'll put her life in danger. Bill tensed and glanced at the little girl behind him, with his attention zeroing on the notebook she's hiding. Ginny, is that true what Harry said? Harry sighed, glad the eldest knowing what he's talking about. What? No, it's just a diary. And where did you get it? See, she won't tell. Like you guys don't usually shop that kind of thing, right? No, I don't mean it like that, but it's obviously a Muggle stationery. It wasn't mean to be insulting. Since 1991, the Weasleys didn't have the reputation of poor family per se. Every kid's had new robes and new supplies like wand and cauldron, quills and parchments, though they did have second-hand books, as the household already had a copy of the course book, so there was no reason to purchase new ones. Especially since the departures of the twins, that just doubled Ron's copies of courses books, allowing him to forget one set but still have the other set at hand. And despite Arthur Weasley's love for Muggle, none of the Weasley would shop in the Muggle world because they couldn't, for the life of them, pass themselves for one. Well, I'm not really knowledgeable in Muggle stationery, but Ginevra, where did you get it? Could it be that a dark wizard gave it to you? When Ginny didn't answer, she had no other choice but to hand out the diary to her brother. Bill made a sign to stop Harry from advancing and watching whatever he was looking to check if the artifact was really a Horcrux as he accused. And how do you know it's a Horcrux, Harry? On the front page, it said TM Riddle, and when you write in it, it answers you back. Bill stayed silent for a little too long after checking something on the front page. Ginny, where did you get that? Before she could answer, the whole house woke up too and sauntered from the stairs, Mr. Weasley at the head. On clue, the fireplace lighted in green fire twice and 2 men arrived at the perfect moment. Hey, Harry, we're here, serious. Rem. Both men strained their smile as they took in the mood, though most of the host weren't even sure why it was so tense. Harry, especially, was so tense he could have sprung out to his guardian's arms, but he stayed on his feet, not willing to let the Horcrux in the hands of the people he cared so much. What's happening? Why is everyone so guarded? Mr. Weasley chuckled nervously. Can't you guys check this diary out? I suspect it's a dark artifact. Harry widened his eyes to make his point across, and everyone shot a cautious look on the diary, and Ginny felt like shrinking and burning up. Sirius gasped. It looks like the diary. The diary? Mr. Weasley repeated confusedly. What diary? But it can't be, because it's in Harry's possession and Harry wouldn't bring something like that here, right? Rem asked for confirmation. Of course not. Harry shook his head vehemently. He put all of Tom's possession in a locked coffer with a lot of protection spells and kept somewhere from people's harm. Why? Is it dangerous? Where did it come from, anyway? When the silence became too long, Bill spoke up. Ginny refused to say anything, and Harry keeps saying it's a Horcrux, and I think we shouldn't take it lightly. Because it could be very dangerous. So Ginny, could you at least tell us how long did you have it? She mumbled something. What is it, dear? We couldn't catch it. Mr. Weasley pried gently. 2 years. Bill tensed even more and his grip on the diary tightened, knuckles turning white, and Harry could relate. How was she still all right? We should get rid of it immediately and check on Ginny's mental state. Siri, Rem, the diary, you should. Harry, calm down. Why is Harry panicking? What's a Horcrux? Mr. Weasley started fretting too and took his daughter in his arms protectively. It's a really dangerous artifact, Bill explained, remembering from what he learned while working overseas. Full of dark magic, and it only meant nefast result. If Harry's right, we should check on Ginny this instant and get rid of the evil property. Everyone of the family started panicking too, wanting to know why did Ginny have this kind of thing with her. Rem's loud voice calmed them down. Everyone, breathe. I know it sounds really bad, but I promise it is not. Harry, your good memory is playing tricks on your brain. This is not a Horcrux. The one you had with you was one, but not anymore. Remember, Harry, you asked us where all the Horcruxes came from. There was one from the Malfoys that had been switched to not make the man suspected anything. A beat of silence greeted the explanation, and all eyes now turned to Harry, who was the one who caused all the mess for nothing. All right, maybe it was a false alert, but why did Ginny had something once belonged to the Malfoys? When did you have any contact with them? Mr. Weasley's voice started raising. It was no secret the enmity between Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy, so knowing that your kid could have been in danger because she was in possession of a dark artifact belonging to none other than Melaine, taking it lightly. Especially not this early in the morning. Ginny actually cried. I didn't, it was for my first time to Hogwarts. We went to Diagon Alley, at Flourish and Blots, and the Malfoys were there, and Dad, you went into a brawl with Malfoy Sr. It was all so confusing at the time, and when we're back at home I had this diary with me. Oh, Ginny, my little girl. Mrs. Weasley bemoaned, taking her daughter's face with tender hands. Even though he didn't hand it to you, you shouldn't have taken something foreign without caution, didn't you father tell you enough times? But nothing happened. It could have, and it must be full of dark magic if Lucius Malfoy thought of putting into your school supplies. It was that time my office was raiding people like them's house due to suspicion of owning dark artifact that could harm muggles. So that's why Malfoy was acting all fidgety all year long, Ron muttered before speaking up when everyone turned to him. His father must have asked him if anything bad was happening. Using the diary's mechanic. And waiting to put the blame on us by putting the diary in Ginny's belongings. Neville muttered surly. Considering how the year went, I'm pretty sure having that scam of Lockhart was good enough to blame Professor Dumbledore of bad hiring. If he wants to criticize so much, he can do it, teaching Dada, Luna said peacefully but with hair so unruled that it can't be taken seriously. Rem clapped in his hands to gather everyone's attention. Anyway, we dodged a bullet. The diary is a replica, a probably really good one, but not a Horcrux. Everyone can calm down. And go have breakfast. Can't believe we got put back for a false alert. Percy, you're acting a little heartless. And we're not sure this diary is totally harmless. Ginny said so herself, nothing happened. It could be mental. We should still check the diary. Mrs. Weasley glanced worriedly at the thing in her eldest son's hand. So I'm not getting it back anytime soon. Absolutely not. I'm going to check if there are no some sort of curses. Don't read it. Why, is there some incriminating thing? Ginny was so red it confounded with her hair. How thick could you be, Harry, mate, Neville whispered. Harry took offense, but Bill spoke up before he could express it. Then tell me, did it answer you like Harry said? As Ginny nodded slowly, biting her lips when her parents gasped loudly before going on a panicky checkup. Rem turned an attentive look on Harry, and he knew he screwed up. Harry said that? Why did Harry didn't tell us that? Well, Harry thinks he's allowed a veto and to go to breakfast first. Harry, did the diary really answer you when you wrote something in it? Sirius insisted before Rem could speak up again. I thought that's how diary works. He made a poor attempt. Ha! Ginny snickered loudly, partly due to the snot but mostly to get free from her clingy parents. I'm sorry if I appeared hypocrite, but I learned my lesson and I was looking out for you. Besides, I didn't use an artifact I didn't know the origin. Siri and Rem checked it first. Why did you have a diary in the first place? Charlie inquired. Long story short, exactly how I got my first wand. So it belonged to you know who. Great. Yes, but it has no evil power in it anymore. No harm in it. I'm not so sure after what happened at the World Cup. Because they weren't there to see it directly, both Mrs. Weasley and Neville gasped, reacting badly at the news they only read in the Daily Prophet, written scathingly by none other than Rita Skeeter. Ginny hugged her mother tightly, while Ron passed a reassuring arm around Neville's shoulder and Luna took his hand. Harry pursed his lips. Missing the intimacy with his best friends was one of the reasons he regretted enrolling to Beauxbatons instead of Hogwarts. All right, let's no dwell in upsetting matters. Bill, you check on that diary. I still can't believe that I never noticed it. And everyone, place to breakfast, hop, hop. And then Harry remembered why he didn't want to enroll at Hogwarts. Thankfully, this time nothing happened, as his guardians made sure to take care of all the Horcruxes, but knowing that a replica was at Hogwarts waiting to unleash something, Harry was glad he didn't go. Also, he made sure to bit his tongue as he turned that one remark of Mr. Weasley in his head. They didn't notice. Again. Like they didn't notice how their once pet rat came out of nowhere and was missing a toe, they did not notice how their youngest child had some dangerous artifact with her. Seriously, if it wasn't for Bill, nothing would have changed. It showed that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had way too much to think to notice what any of their children were up to, and apparently, even with Harry unloading charges from them didn't help. At least, if the twins really did plan to return, they had a business plan already in making and ready to start and wouldn't need any financial support from their parents. That probably wouldn't support them for X reason. Maybe they wouldn't even have noticed anything either, after things come in 3. Werewolf's 4th year. Come on, Char, can't you just tell us what's the surprise? Then, it won't be a surprise, Ronnie. Give it up, Ron. Charlie could be really stubborn when he wants. Like when he insisted being all fine despite the permanent burn he received on his arm when we went to visit him 3 years ago. Mum, come on, that was 3 years ago and it was an accident. The baby and me are all fine. Don't tell me you're actually the new teach of care of magical creature? Nah, Jin, even though it would be great to have our bro as teach, I'm not sure Dumbledore would hire someone obsessed of dragons to teach us about magical creatures. He did hire Hagrid. No offense, Harry, but your father's really not best suited to teach in all security. Full offense, Nev, full offense. Then could it be Charlie will be our next Dada professor? Peef, Charlie. Teaching Dada? I mean, Bill, maybe, but Charlie. Did you hear that, Forge? I know, Gred, our loony could be quite naive, sometime. Now that we're on it, I wonder who'll be our new Dada teach. The stats say it could be another former ministry employee, but I wouldn't count too much on that. Even the one renowned by the ministry turned out to be a scam. How about Bill, then? Luna suggested again, still dreamily. He's a great curse breaker that even the Ministry of Magic had to admit. I'm sure he'll be a great teacher, even for a year. Charlie, Fred and George all agreed readily. I thank you for your great opinion, Luna, but like you said, I'm a curse breaker and I love my job very much. Yet you still find the time to give clandestine lessons after curfew those 2 years before Ron's entrance at Hogwarts. I wasn't stationed in some faraway country by then, and it's not like you're concerned, Harry. Harry had accompanied everyone to see them off at the King Cross station on platform 9 3/4, mostly to try the Ford Anglia under extension charm. Neville and Luna went on their own. and just waved their family goodbyes before participating in the Weasleys' shenanigans. Bet Molly wouldn't be pleased if she learned that was nothing Muggle in that but really one of her husband's antics. Rem had commented that would be what it felt like to be in a limo. Harry tried to feel comfortable but was mostly laughing his ass off after eavesdropping on Mr. Weasley in serious conversation about magical modification of Muggle transports. If Percy was there, he would have made his job in distracting his mother. Instead it fell on both the eldest's job to divert Mrs. Weasley's attention so she did not catch up on the dirty truth. As the time's up, Harry hugged his friends goodbye, with Ginny only in one arm hug and really quickly, and was almost envious to see them chattering behind the window when their heads popped out, now questioning the twins about the surprise they seemed to be in the secret. The twins taunted them by bidding goodbyes and to CEAC, much to the eldest's amusement, though they did nothing to quell the curiosity. Harry wasn't feeling one bit helpful and waved them goodbye fiercely, already missing them dearly. After that, it was time to return to the burrow as the twins will be departing to France from there. And since Harry was here, he'll do the same with all the supplies his guardians brought with them just for this reason. To get into Beauxbatons, you needed to be connected through a portal. It's like a British vanishing cabinet, but it's just a door by French ministry standard. They opposed a door in your household, or a public place, so a great number of students have access, and through a complicated runes and alchemy circle the door open to the borders of the French Academy. Not inside, for security reason, so even outsiders like Rem and Sirius could use the portal to go back to France. Unfortunately, the mechanism functioned only for a limit of time, a time slot of the entrance day for the teachers to the inset day for the new students. After that, the connection would be blocked. That way, returnee students wouldn't have to go through the administration again nor miss anything. Harry hugged both his guardians before going through the opened gates after the twins, walking into a new school year. And he just have to start the first day with Madame Leberton. There shouldn't be any issue, since there were tons of students besides him in fourth year, as Beauxbatons accepted not only French wizards, but also from Benelux, Germany, Switzerland, sometimes Liechtenstein when they weren't being seclusives, Italia and Iberians. So really, a mere British student shouldn't catch that much attention. That's it if Harry didn't become Nicholas Flamel's apprentice along with Adeline Leberton in the summer of 1990. Look, it wasn't his intention, all right. He was just curious when he first arrived in France. He was looking into what kind of magic the French were learning and who were the great witch and wizard that had marked their history. Alchemy and Nicholas Flamel's name came up, one thing lead to another, but mostly fascinated by his knowledges and clear advancement in potion, he became Flamel's one of the most promising apprentice, who he even gifted his philosopher's stone when he first go into Beauxbatons so he could model after it. It took him a whole year to manage to, and he was still lacking in experience, as his own philosopher's stone could only turn any metal to gold, but in raw material, so, like an aqueous and malleable gold slime. That Harry could prank people into making them believe it's Felix Felicis, which couldn't hurt much as gold was edible. Somehow, to some extent. Not that he tried, he could be sued for poisoning people. His teacher was much the same, in the metal to gold department, but at least the center of her gold was at least solid. One thing that came really close to the real philosopher's stone, like her late master, rest in peace, was that the elixir could be extracted every month, while it took every blue moon for Harry's. But not only Madame Leberton didn't have much interest in creating another perfect stone, her job was to teach alchemy to her students, who couldn't dream of reaching their level, much to the twins' frustration as it could have really boosted up their funds. Unlike Hogwarts, that Harry had echoes from friends and the Weasleys, alchemy, beasts, care for magical creature, and divination were compulsory from first year. Which stunned the twins deeply because they didn't even get to choose one for their third year of Hogwarts, and now they had 3 electives that were mandatories, putting them 2 years late compared to the Beauxbatons students. Thankfully, it was quite easy to catch up in beasts and divination as Harry could help them for the first, while the second was more of theories and way to predict as only seer could, well, see the future. The issue was alchemy, as it looked really advanced for 2 British wizards who had started school at Hogwarts, but it was so useful for pranks they tried hard to be on level. Oh, and they did create their own Marauders map for Beauxbatons, though to be fair, it wasn't difficult as the palace wasn't as big and disorienting than Hogwarts with 0 secret passageway to the outside. Anyway, Harry was taken on one-on-one at the end of the class, and he quietly bemoaned that the break between class was long enough for a teacher to have a chat with students. At least, Madame Leberton was really understanding. Or realistic. Almost pessimistic if Harry was honest. She's probably not expecting much in relationship anymore, as she's quite aged now that he had asked. Which explained why she didn't plan to have children. As Harry was thinking of this while serving himself lunch, he filled his plate half full before looking for a table for 4, as the twins weren't there yet. They had made it a tradition to always eat together, so they could chat in English without side glance for their accent. No one said anything because they're all grouped in nationality, but somehow, theirs would make heads turn. So, Harry, still not wanting to be part of the delegation? I thought the list was completed. And what's the point when we all know who will be the champion of bow batons and we will be informed of the results of every tasks in the end? Though no name was said, the three of them all agreed upon the identity as their gaze followed the gracious presence of the half-breed Fleur Delacour out of the canteen. She's only quarter in Vila, but her pretty face and commanding presence would let everyone think that she could be half. And Harry's not saying she could charm the juries to have the results in her favor, though it could be possible, albeit for the task with Charlie's dragons, but because the chick's also known to be so fiery she could kick your ass without touching you. Spells. She knew tons of them and not even the nasty one. They were innocents enough at first glance, but a little creativity could end you. I rather stay at the school and study for the brevet I will be taking at the end of the year, you know, like you did 2 years ago. Junior school certificate, that French 4th years passed at the end of the school year. It included maths, arithmancy, but a la Muggle since the certificate existed so students could explain where they went for a whole year. The languages French and English, history and an oral exam, actually just texting out students' pronunciation of all the spells they learned thorough the 4 year of the first cycle. Obviously, none of the subject of the exams got out of Beauxbatons, but the results were enough to satisfy the standard of Muggle administrations. And for those who didn't get satisfying marks, they could take an extra exam among potion, herbalism, divination and beasts. Rarely alchemy, as the subject wasn't easy for anyone, in which it would just showed up as extra points on the school report. Fred, or maybe George because Harry never actually learned to differentiate them, raised a finger with a proud smile. Madame Maxime's willing to add one more name of the student body. Willing, or did you annoy her so much that she yielded? Semantics. Come on, don't you want to go to Hogwarts and study with your precious friends like in an exchange without being in one? Technically, first cycle students were allowed to do exchange program, but it's heavily advised against as Beauxbatons' syllabus had a lot to teach, and even though 6th and 7th years had to take the BAC at the end of the year, it's highly recommended for second cycle students to do exchange to broaden their knowledges by the time they pass the final exams. Of course, I'd like to, but I also have a feeling that we won't be learning much as Beauxbatons' curriculum is way more advanced than Hogwarts. I mean, sure, transfiguration is literally alchemy but in spells form and much more advanced since alchemy's a core subject here, but there's astronomy. And the view on the tower's beautiful. Feel like it's a shallow reason. You did not RNG in persuading me? Hang on, we may making the reasons on the spot. We're quick and witty thinkers that get us in Ravenclaw Tower while you got stuck. Low blow. And really not a good tactic to make me agree with you. You'll see your dad? I see him every summers and with a new creature every time. A delight, but not as much as taking care of all the creatures Beauxbatons offers. You'll get to apologize to Ginny? You're in thin ice. She probably won't be pleased to see me, because you didn't apologize. I did it for her own good. You still tattle on her. Anyone would be mad at you if you tattle on them. Well, I'm not feeling going there anymore. Alright. Hear this one. Crumb will be part of the Durmstrang delegation. Harry put down his fork so hard it rattled the whole table, it barely garnered any gaze as people were used of the trio's antics. Sign me up. You should have lead with that. Can't believe our beloved Jin got defeated by dumb Crumb. Hey, you take that back. How can you call him dumb without knowing him? He ignored the dig that he didn't know the Quidditch player either. They went to the headmistress' office immediately after to make sure that he will be part of the delegation and to prepare his syllabus in advance. He told such to Sirius via two-way mirror before the end of lunch break, then parted with the twins to go the college part while they hopped to the lycée part. The only thing Harry will be regretting would be the Quidditch with his trusted Abiran's teammates, as the team were mostly Divist in nationalities. And Collegians didn't play with Lysanes, but the teams could play against by the end of the year if they're ready. However, he had seen Quidditch matches at Hogwarts, and it could be as fun. Maybe he could convince the staff to allow a Beauxbatons and a Durmstrang team to play in between too. It would be such an honor to play against Victor, if only he knew. Werewolf's entrance. Harry stepped out of the carriage and wrapped his winter cloak more tightly around him before standing beside George, or Fred, in a straight and perfect line that Madame Maxime had made them rehearsed. The whole of Hogwarts were waiting for them in the viaduct courtyard, all in their black robe worn for the occasion, and Harry was really glad he warned his schoolmates to charm their cloak of warm spells because it was certainly freezing for an October month. Scotland's weather getting less and less bearable. Or maybe it was only him who got used of the south of France's perfect weather, because Fred and George were certainly acting like fishes in water. Anyway, Harry pulled out a huge grin when his eyes caught his dad's huge form among Hogwarts people and purposely lingered in the back when Beauxbatons' delegation moved formation to be placed on the other side to wait for Durmstrang's arrival so he could be closer to his dad when the half-giant approached to take care of the Abraxans. Madame Maxime had to add they only drink single malt whiskey to be polite because Harry already have told his dad so, and for knowing his dad's love for creatures, he couldn't have forgot. As Durmstrang's transportation was showing up, Harry couldn't give a damn when he caught the look his dad exchanged with his head of school. He didn't know what to think because on one hand, his dad deserved all the loves, but on the other, will he become a family with his school's headmistress? Harry snapped back to the present when people started to cheer. And he knew the reason because it was the one he was there, so he clapped his hands and shout along all the others' screams to applaud Victo Crumb's presence. He got a nudge in the ribs from none other than Fleur, who, despite her beautiful smile, was promising all kind of torture if he didn't stop embarrassing Beauxbatons' name with his behavior. And Harry, who valued his life very much, shut up immediately. Walking into the great hall, under the enchanted ceiling, was as enchanting as the first time, and Harry didn't hide how fascinated he felt all the while doing the Academy's choreographed entrance. Needless to say, with Fleur passing at the end, any male student beyond 4th years, with the occasional 3rd years, were mesmerized and had to snap back to reality when Durmstrang made their own impressive entrance, with Victor closing with his strong presence. Harry had to clench his fist on his sides to not clap once again and pursed his lips to not hang his jaw open because the twins will never let him go if they caught him. Then, because it was the school hosting the Triwizard, Hogwarts students welcomed them with the Hogwarts song, sung in various tunes. Harry couldn't help but laugh as his schoolmates, and Durmstrang, but mostly Victor's lost look, uncomfortable expression. He never actually got the chance to hear the start of term feast as he was never there to eat to not disturb the new students' sorting ceremony, but being on the other side, it was a little disconcerting when no one matched anyone's tempo. Worse than all, the twins sang under their breath with a slow funeral tune and finished way after the actual singing students or even the professors on the platform. Harry had to bit his lips to not burst out laughing, and making him look like he's mocking Hogwarts, and trailed behind his schoolmates as they each chose where to sit. If the twins had their former house that had empty seats prepared for them, Harry hesitated. He had friends in every houses, except the Slytherin one, but Cedric had his own set of friend at Hufflepuff, and though it would be more fun at Gryffindor's table as most of them were there, he felt it quite douchey of him to leave Luna by her own, especially knowing that she didn't have any friend at Ravenclaw. So, after one last look at the lion table and a smile that people could interpret for the twins, he hopped to the Eagles table and grinned when Luna made place for him beside her. To most, he must be following his fellow Beauxbatons who had chosen Ravenclaw because of sharing the color blue in their school wear, but for the observant 6th and 7 years he could be recognized as the gamekeeper's son, who had vanished before 1990-1991 school year. As the welcoming feast was heading to an end, the ministry officials finally made their arrival with Dad and Professor Dumbledore announcing that Messrs. Runcorn, head of the International Magical Cooperation, Percy's superior, and Bagman would also be judges of the tournament as they helped organized it. The announce turned to explanation about the goblet of fire that had a line of protection against underages and yada, yada. Yeah, interesting, maybe Percy will even show up, but what about the Inter-House Quidditch tournament? Do you think they'll accept Beauxbatons and Durmstrang's teams too? I doubt it, Harry, Luna told him matter-of-factly. Because the Inter-House Quidditch Cup is cancelled due to the Triwizard tournament taking place. What? Quidditch is cancelled. He must have shouted more loudly than expected as he felt eyes on him, his schoolmates mostly as they were closer, but Harry couldn't care less and glared at the twins who must have known it when insisting on him being part of the delegation. And sure, being up close to Victor Crumb was an honor, but there's no point when he couldn't play Quidditch with him. Harry couldn't even give them a piece of his mind as they skedaddled to the Gryffindor's common room as they were allowed to sleep with their former dorm mates from first and second years while Harry was forced to follow his fellow Beauxbatons students back to their huge carriage. Well, he'll be seeing them tomorrow since they wanted to put their name despite knowing fully well how they won't be able to participate, and once they will be deterred from the rejection, Harry certainly won't be living them in one piece. Incredibly enough, the twins managed to avoid him all of the following day too. Harry then remembered how they had the Marauders map in their first years at Hogwarts and how they also created one for Betually made sense. They knew how to not run into him. Not even helping him in his aim. The rest of Weasley's siblings and their shared friends also made their goal to busy him elsewhere, so their path did not cross, finishing to frustrate Harry. Not even a call from Sirius did help as he ended up snapping at his godfather, who only taunted him about his mood because the full moon was 2 days ago. Interestingly, the excuse of difference of time zone didn't work. As it was the weekend, Harry spent every meals in the secret passages of the castle trying to catch the twins, kitchen in the morning, room of requirement at lunch that he introduced to his friends who made a comment full of amazement how even the twin didn't know about that. If that lifted his spirits a little, it wasn't enough as Harry went back in the hunt of 2 identical ginger, with their friends hot in his stead, angering him of their treason. It was such that he threatened Luna of eating at the Hufflepuff table, which she shrugged, not that upset. Which disappointed him because he wasn't actually going to do it. He would feel even more alone as Harry was pretty sure Cedric would be chosen as champion, having full confidence in their friend/neighbor. At the end of the day, he did sit at the Ravenclaw table because the rest of Beauxbatons did so, and not because he was scared to be lonely. At least, he was pleased to see how the twins got what they deserved, and both sporting bruises under the ridiculous long white beard, covering half of their face, thanks to the line of protection. That's all right. With the adrenaline of hearing the champions' names, Harry could corner them sometimes in the evening and chew them out to knock down some of their cockiness even more. As expected, every name of champion that got out of the goblet were those Harry guessed: Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons, Victor Crumb of Durmstrang, and Cedric Diggory of Hogwarts. Harry yelled among the loudest for the last one and gave the bloke a tap in the back when he passed to join the other champion in the chamber of reception. But as the commotion was slowly calming down, the goblet lit on fire once again and one last piece of parchment spat out. Headmaster Dumbledore caught it in the air and read the name in whisper, but in the silence, it was as loud as the previous cheers. Harry Potter. Harry lost his smile very fast. Werewolf's defenses. The silence stretched for a long moment after the incredulous whisper from Hogwarts headmaster, before being broken down by the same man who was now shouting the name, Harry Potter. The whole great hall broke into loud whispers, the resident students looking around to know who, in fact, was the survivor and savior of the British wizarding world 13 years ago and who never enrolled to Hogwarts but appeared suddenly at the Triwizard Tournament as underage and clandestine 4th champion. Harry's schoolmates watched him with a sarcastic look but said nothing to out him, which he appreciated. It was as if such occurrence were a daily event. Dumbledore yelled again, this time looking directly at him. Harry was looking at the table with insistence, though, just to not meet eyes. Luna, who was seated before him, tapped his foot with hers, gently at first. You should get up. I'm not Harry Potter, never met that survivor of the killing spell. Savior who? I'm Harry Black. He could have very well used the name Hagrid or Lupin from his dad's, but Sirius was also his godfather, his magical guardian by law, and also the family name that hold more power in the wizarding world, so he will be Harry Black just for tonight. Hopefully Padfoot won't hear of this, or Lil Pronkslet would never hear the end of this. When did the name change occurred? Starting now. When his birth name got claimed a third time really loudly, Luna kicked his shin, violently now, forcing him to recoil physically. That name change wasn't official, so get up or you're going to make your father cry. Harry shot an alarmed look at the professor table, and sure enough, Rubeus Hagrid was making a scene, shaking his head violently and claiming that was impossible. Feeling guilty for worrying his dad, that he barely exchanged a greeting last night, and today, he marched to him to comfort him. He ignored the gasps behind him as his true identities revealed and took his dad's hand reassuringly. His dad stood up, knocking the long table over to his fellow staff members. Disgruntlement, and hugged him tightly but still checking on his strength. "I didn't put my name in the goblet," he murmured. "I know, son. Dumbledore, there must be a mistake." "I'm sure, Hagrid, but let's talk about it in a more private setting." He beckoned only the duo of father-son to the chamber of reception, but soon enough others followed. Both heads from the foreign magic school, along with the 2 ministry heads, stepped after Dumbledore. 3 pairs of eyes zeroed to the group and Harry shot in. Apologizing look to both Fleur and Cedric, both for startling them with the diversity of the group and for what will be said in the following minutes. Igor Karkaroff, head of Durmstrang, glared at Harry and shouted his disagreement the first. "There can't be a 4th champion. If Beauxbatons got a 2nd champion, and underage at that, I request that another of my student get to be chosen too. Dis is hardly Beauxbatons' fault. Clearly, Z fault falls on the British ministry, as Xavier, the one who was keeping the goblet before it first showed up yesterday, Madame Maxime was fast in defending her school. Either way, I request another draw since this one couldn't count. And why not? The first 3 champions were all clearly in age of participating, or are you not satisfied with your champion? Don't put word in my mouth, you tall woman. Hey, watch your words." Both Harry and his dad shout at the same time with similar words. "And we cannot do a do-over. The Goblet of Fire doesn't work like that," Albert Runcorn, head of Internation Magical Cooperation, explained with a gentle voice. "Well, the goblet's clearly not working if it pulled out 4 names instead of the usual 3. So you better find the problem and fix this." For once, I agree with Z's scrubby and short man that looked like omelets. If the goblet got bewitched, something should be done. And I am not allowing my underage student to be part of Z tournament. This a scandalous accusation, headmistress of Beauxbatons. The Goblet of Fire is an important and magical artifact. You can't just say it was bewitched that easily. Well, if you had eyes, you'd know that's exactly what happened. 4 names came out, the 4th being an underage. I thought Dumbledore did something with the age line? Harry got free from his dad's hold, who rolled up his sleeves, and fisted his hand looking thunderous at the Durmstrang head. "I'm done with your insulting behavior. Do not speak ill and misname the headmaster. Hagrid, calm down, it's all right. Karkaroff only spoke too quickly, isn't that right?" The scruffy man gulped and nodded slowly, eyeballs fixed on the giant fist. The last man to speak, Ludovic Bagman, the head of Magical Games and Sports, finally spoke up. "Anyway, we can't just make the goblet chose again. It only worked once and it won't react a 2nd time for tonight." "Well, it had to since he chose a 4th wizard instead of 3 like it was supposed to. The jerk has a point," Dad shouted too. Harry really hoped the chamber's door got an imperturbable charm cast on it because his dad's booming voice could be heard to the caretaker's office. And so much for privacy. Someone must have confounded the goblet. Even though we will be checking on it, we cannot delay the announce of the names of the champions. 4 in this case. "Hang on a minute, I didn't say I agree to participate," Harry cut him impolitely. "Exactly, Harry's underage and as his father, I refuse his participation." "Oh, are you now? Your name is not specified in any official papers to be the boy's magical guardian and no one would believe that who could be related to the savior of the wizard community." Harry saw red. It was irritating enough to not giving a choice, but if they started insulting his father figure, he won't let it slide. Turning to Runcorn who last spoke, Harry raised a finger and pointed it disrespectfully at the man. "Oh, you want my magical guardian's involvement? How about I call Sirius here and tell him how the Ministry of Magic fucked up again, huh? Remember Sirius Black? The same man you imprisoned while he was innocent without a trial because, Crouch SNR, your predecessor was an arrogant moron too deep in his head. The same man who was sent to Azkaban because after imprisoning his Death Eater of Sun, he broke him out and kept him under Imperio curse like a sodding criminal, huh? Do you really want to talk about law with me, you? Part of the joke that was the Ministry of Magic who wasn't even able to cast Repel Muggle Charm on the Quidditch World Cup campsite instead of obliviating an innocent Muggle? Or choose an empty field to put the Quidditch stayed, like under an unplottable charm? Do you want to talk about the incompetency of the sodding ministry that is British's? Do you know how you're the laughing stock of all the other nations? First, Voldemort's ascension, where the Ministry did a very poor job in defending its population, then convicting an innocent and awarding a traitor that no one checked if he was really dead, the corruption of one of his officials and head of law enforcement. You're a joke to the International Confederation of Wizards, and you better open your eyes and fix it right now. By the end of his speech, everyone had their mouth opened and looking at him with terror in their eyes, probably because he uttered the very name that shouldn't be, because no way they could be stunned by a 14-year-old common sense. Said 14-year-old boy was wiping his mouth for spitting under the emotion. Mr. Potter. Harry's not sure who spoke and didn't care, because he wasn't actually finished. So, do you want to talk to Sirius Black? I have a way to contact him right in this instant, because he will certainly not be happy to learn that I was branded the 4th champion. Against my will, while he was my magical guardian, since I'm still an underage, something you stipulated in your own rule that shouldn't be participate in the tournament. Harry. Do you? Why are you silent, now? Well, answer me, Ministry unqualified and uncompetent staff. Headmaster Dumbledore took him by the shoulder. Harry, my boy, we understand your upset and your frustrated emotions after such disaster, but you're still talking to a well-built wizard who had years of work with him. It certainly didn't make him more wise. If you're not able to use your brain for common sense, you should not speak at all, or even do some high-qualified job. Do you want me to teach you how to do your job? Like how I taught your colleague who had to cast Obliviate of the poor Mr. Roberts. Cast a simple shield around the campsite with the all-so-common Repel Muggle? You want me to relate you all of your law that no one's following? Do you? All right. You made your point across, because the rules stipulated so. The rules we made, like you said, of course. We cannot put an underage in the tournament, obviously, the goblet got. Confound to AKNWOL edge a 4th inexistent school that cannot be counted as it's the Triwizards tournament, so only 3 champions. We're going to check immediately with the expert of the artifact, because unfortunately, like the prodigy that Mr. Potter said, we in the Ministry are incompetent in some domain while knowing all about our jurisdiction, so yes, the expect of magical artifact will be called in this instant so we can breach the binding contract, and Mr. Potter would not be participating in the tournament, not at all. But the 3 already chosen champion will, because they're their school champion. Yes, we all agree, problem fixed. Now, everyone was looking at Ludovic Bagman as if it was a whole new person. Maybe he got so scared of the survivor, he changed into a new leaf. Very well, all's well that ends well. Now, let us enjoy the meal too, Dumbledore exclaimed after a moment. The group started to move to the door, that did have an imperturbable charm cast on both sides, with the 3 champions watching Harry with wide eyes, that he returned the stare with big innocent eyes. Unfortunately, he wasn't done with the Albert Runcorn. His lips morphed into a snarl again and his green eyes could have shot the killing curse. No one would be surprised at this rate, and he spoke in very clear tone that did allow retort. Mister, you are an adult, you better step up or I'll barge into the Ministry and throw you incompetent ass out of your office and give it to your assistant Percy Weasley. He may be young, he's at least competent. And no one needs useless waste of space as head of a department as important yours. Then, he turned and left the man with Hogwarts headmaster who was waiting him to get out of the school's chamber. Thankfully, the Great Hall was starting to emptying, but it was the perfect time to tell them that there would only have 3 champions, which the Daily Prophet will be notified, and that yes, Harry Potter did not put his name in the Goblet of Fire. Since it was still weekend, Harry did not show up for breakfast. The day was also well past that he could even miss lunch, but he was shoved out of the carriage by the headmistress herself, who instructed him to take a stroll because he was spoiling his room with his brooding. He thought about going to look for his friends before giving up and going to his dad's. He was stopped in the garden by a familiar presence who was tending to his dad's pumpkins. Without her robe, Harry couldn't know her house, but her blonde hair and face features reminded him of someone, and he knew she was in Hufflepuff House, so he blurted the first name in mind. Ms. Haywood? She smirked. Good guess. Do you still remember my name, or are you going to refer me by my sister's name? I remember, yes, Beatrice Haywood. You're in your last year and quite gifted in potion too. Well played. Unfortunately, I'm in regret to tell you your father's not here at the moment. He's working unlike someone else. Hey, I got tons of shit fallen on me yesterday. I have the right to sleep in and not wanting to show my face to anyone. You're right. Glad to hear that you don't have to participate in the tournament. Not because it's dangerous, because your little trips in the forest are more dangerous, but because it would be against your will. And no one liked to be forced to do anything and locked in some magical contract without your consent. Harry nodded, remembering how in her first year she was trapped in a portrait and how the school got played by the dark witch Patricia Rakepick. That was one of the reasons of me leaving Hogwarts before even making an entrance. I roamed all around the school during all my childhood, but when Rowan Khanna got taken, He didn't finish and she didn't pry, knowing fully well what he was saying. You really liked them, didn't you? They would have made a fabulous teacher. So much wasted talent, and we have incompetent fools as head in the Ministry of Magic. She did not comment and stayed silent for a moment. It's a good thing that you were not there the year before you make your entrance in a magic school. A war against R broke through then. It wasn't pretty. I bet. War can't be pretty. I'm sort of a living proof. Yeah. Their to-sight silence got broken when footsteps were approaching quickly and Harry raised his head to see two very familiar faces. Rem. Siri. What are you doing here? Harry checked the mirror in his pocket and fleetingly thought as he unknowingly contacted his godfather in the heat of the moment, but then, they would have been here last night, right? Seeing the seriousness of their face, Beatrice Haywood escaped without asking more. What are we doing here? What do you think? We were going to stay put. Put your name forcibly in the goblet of fire while it was forbidden for underage to participate? Well, I'm not participating, and did you travel all over France because someone tattled? Professor Dumbledore told us. He thought it could be great to warn us of what catastrophic event happened to you so we can be there for you, and we were already in the country before you even arrive in the UK. Harry gazed from Rem to Sirius and then remembered that he did tell Sirius that he will be part of the delegation on the first day of school, so both could have done all the preparations while he was busy in the boarding school and getting ready to ride the school carriage. So, Rem got transferred to a British branch, and what about Siri? I was checking at St. Mungo and Creature. The old rag was still tending to the house very well, but Winky had taken Percy as her new master since. Is that so? Harry didn't remember Percy being followed by a female house elf any time he saw him, but she preferring to serve the young man was understanding. After the Crouches got taken care, it was only logical that she went to serve the reason of the destruction of the family. But Sirius didn't want her, so Arcturus Black took her in and she met Percy when the boy was going under training to know everything about political life. What a hectic entrance, and I heard that Quidditch was cancelled when you only asked to be in the delegation for this very reason. I know, right, like Victor Crumb would never even get close to me, after what happened. When asked what happened, Harry pulled a face and only glossed over the actual growl that broke out, by him. He was thankful for the change of idea, and even more when his friends went looking for him when dinner was close only to give him what they prepared, knowing he won't be showing up in the Great Hall once again. He was glad to be so well surrounded, because he just knew that back to Hogwarts only meant enemies showing up at all corners. Werewolf's popularity. Okay, we talked with Minnie. You're going to follow fourth-year lesson with the Gryffindor, but none of your achievements or punishments would be counted to Gryffindor House but referred to your head of school, as you know. It's funny how the first thing Sirius was telling Harry was that, it's as if they were still living in their house in the French coast and talking around breakfast before Harry's new term instead of them bidding each other goodbyes after Sirius and Rem spent the night in Hogwarts Castle as unexpected guests and Harry getting out of Beauxbaton's carriage after tending to the Abraxans with his dad. Indeed, Madame Maxime had a very thorough talk with me before agreeing to add my name in the list of delegation. I also have my own set of homeworks with regulars check up with my teachers of Beauxbatons. And though I did not start any lesson here, I'm sure the level couldn't be compared. Especially in defense against dark arts, as I heard from the guys that the professor was nothing impressing like the previous years. Ooh. Is little Potty Potter being condescending of Hogwarts education now that you were considered fourth champion? Looks like your time at this French school made you an arrogant prick like those Beauxbaton students. I wonder how Hogwarts would receive this news. Before even letting Peeves flew away and ruined more of Harry's reputation, Remus raised his wand to point the poltergeist and cast the Langlock Jinx wordlessly to shut it for a while. As Rem will be leaving shortly, Harry wondered how long the peace would last. To be fair, Beauxbatons didn't have any hindrance inside the palace and their staff were thoroughly surveyed to assure students' successes, Remus said, for any person that even paid attention to them. Namely, a group of Beauxbatons students passing them in the entrance hall to join the Great Hall for breakfast. Behind, a group of Durmstrang followed with smirk on lips once they noticed the offended Peeves flying everywhere around the trio to annoy Remus in cancelling the jinx. You would know about Beauxbatons staffs. All this time I was wondering why you're so eager to attend the parent-teacher while I could easily do so by taking the day off. Because I care about Harry's education, Padfoot. You're only going because you want a break from your fans and to throw unnecessary comments about the school. Well, their decoration is uptight, you gotta admit this, Moony. Fine, yeah, maybe, but it's not like you're the one studying there. You should be happy that Beauxbatons allow the parents and guardians to see how their kid's doing, because Hogwarts certainly isn't. And you know what kind of thing happened at Hogwarts, Harry added with a dark tone. Of course, he was talking about the cursed vaults and the unfortunate decease of a student and how the evil organization R managed to infiltrate the supposedly really protected magic school of Hogwarts. Alright, maybe your experiences here showed you that Hogwarts had nothing to compare to your French school, and that sometimes the Dada teach was a huge hit or miss due to the jinx you know who cast on the position, but you also gotta admit the magic of the castle is fab. A magic that sadly doesn't allow a Quidditch Cup to take place at the same time than a century-old tournament when I eventually had a school year there. An unfortunate news quickly followed by learning that someone tried to frame me as fourth inexisting and impossible champion of the TRI Wizards tournament against my will. Got it, you're having a really bad time for a welcome back. It wasn't even a welcome back, since Harry was never a student of Hogwarts in the first place, he was just using the school ground as residence because his dad was working there. You still have the time to cancel it all, Harry. I'm sure that if we apparate you to the burrow right at this moment, you can use the portal and arrive to your school before the start of lessons. Harry and Sirius both gaped at Rem, but Sirius with such bafflement that Harry started to wonder if the werewolf wasn't spouting a second head. What are you saying, Moony? It's Hogwarts, it's where we met and made our name as the Marauders. It's the place that Harry shall walk on and live one of his best moments like we did 2 decades before him. I do understand your point, Padfoot, but things had changed. Harry requested to study in another magic school and is thriving there. Also, I'm not sure that's the best time to go back to the UK after the disaster occurred this summer. So, that was it. And Harry got it, he really did. Him too didn't have any intention to go to the UK anymore. After the ominous omen right after the Quidditch World Cup, the sign that Voldemort could be back. A very bad forecast for all that participated in the First Wizarding War. Especially when the Ministry hadn't any clue of what happened. How surprising. But Harry had forgotten all about it when he was presented with the chance to meet and play Victor Crumb presented. Now that dream got shattered, he had to see the threats before his eyes. When the Ministry did caught the culprits tormenting the Muggle family, it was such a shock to discover to be a mechanism. The 4 dark figures with masks on were just Muggle artifacts supposedly used as portkeys, so someone having access of Ministry belongings, like an employee pass, cursed so that each can cast fire spells, levitation spells but only targeting Muggles, explosive spells and the dark mark as soon as they were surrounded by the Ministry employees. So someone who had a thorough list that could recognize Ministry employees. Even when not in function, in the end, the investigation concluded that, with the whole campsite bewitched to allow only witches and wizards in, the culprit was someone who knew the details about the World Cup, and they narrowed it down at either someone who had inside informator or was among the Ministry employee. Funnily enough, Bertha Jorkins, who was the one in charge to retrieve all the portkeys and Makerts, wouldn't suspect anything by charming his memory, and got a lecture from Harry himself, disappeared as soon as the conclusion fell, pointing her as guilty. Unfortunately, she was still on the run, and Remus, who was a curse breaker, had the feeling that it wasn't the end with the Triwizards tournament running, as it allowed external people inside the well-protected castle that gave him the chance of a normal life. Hence, him wanting and needing Harry out of there. With everything that happened till now, Harry was tempted. After all, there was no Quidditch like promised, and Aloes the only thing that made him come here. He was accused of cheating the Goblet of Fire, a magic artifact supposedly really powerful, and being out as Harry Potter while he could have gone unnoticed for the whole year, as no teachers would ever think of calling his name since he was no student of theirs. But he thought about the sweet time he had with Neville and Ron last afternoon to cheer him up, them listening to any of his theories and then throwing jokes and so many private jokes that he could now be part of. Harry shook his head and smiled reassuringly at Rem. It's okay, I'm not the champion anymore, so I won't be in any mortal danger. Besides, the school had the Dumbledore who took care of the Horcruxes with you. I'll be alright, and I really want to see the dragons Charlie will be bringing. That could be in either task. And if I really need to go back to Bobaton's, you'll be there to fulfill my wish, right? Anytime, pup. Sure, we're just at a mirror call away. Harry embraced them both, finally bidding them goodbyes to start his first day at Hogwarts. But as both men approached the Great Gate, the door leading to Slytherin Common Room opened and a group of students got out. Upon meeting eyes with the blonde of the band, serious expression turned into a sneer. Malfoy. How sissy. Student Malfoy's lips curled into its own sneer. He opened his mouth and a drawl came out. Mother's really well, thank you for asking, Black Renegade. Tongue as sharp as your father, I see. Watch your words, though. I am not limited by the school's rules, and I doubt your father dear could reach me as easily I could to him. A glance at Sirius' new wand. He personally had it made in France, as the second one he purchased at Ollivander after his release from Azkaban wasn't as fitting as the first he ever got. Malfoy Jr. paled so much it was matching his white blonde hair. Seeing his threat making effect, Sirius smirked and winked at Harry before him and Rem finally vanishing out of sight. Harry just had the time to hide his own amusement as Malfoy's group reached him. Hello, Harry Potter, fancy meeting you there, as we all thought you'd attend Hogwarts with us 3 years ago. Oh, I didn't thought it would do me good to attend a school where everyone knows me as the savior of Wizarding World, and my guardians agreed it could be good to humble me by sending me to a school where I was but a mere first year. Right. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Since you've been in France for some times, you must not be really aware of some customs here. You can ask me anytime. Me and my peers would be more than willing to fill you in. As he said that, Harry noticed how he made them and the group stop in the middle of the Great Hall to extend his hand for Harry to shake it, right before everyone's eyes. A really well-calculated move, as Harry was sure that he will then be invited to eat at Slytherin's table after. Harry could have informed him that he was well aware of everything he needed to know about British customs, as he was raised there before going to live in France, and better yet, even living right inside Hogwarts before even having to be invited to study there. But then, Harry remembered how he didn't know anyone from Slytherin House. The Weasleys were in Gryffindor, Cedric and Beatrice in Hufflepuff, and Luna, and presumably all of Bobaton's peers, in Ravenclaw. When he glanced discreetly at said green table, the people, but not only them, were watching his moves closely, and Harry paused. He blinked when Malfoy cleared elegantly his throat because he was taking his sweet time to answer the proposition, making the others mock at the inevitable rejection. Harry glanced between the extended hand and the Slytherin table for a few seconds again, but eventually accepted the handshake and followed them to their table, ignoring Malfoy's broad smile and focusing on where he was lead. As they were taking seat, Harry spoke up. It's really nice of you to propose, but I'd like to correct you that I know quite a lot of British wizarding community and Hogwarts. I lived there for 9 years after all. I'm sure, Malfoy agreed patronizingly, but you must still be lacking some informations during the time you've been with the French wizards. I can even give you a tour of the castle. No, really, I know Hogwarts like my own home. Probably I did see it as one, once, since I grew up there. Malfoy, the 2 big gorillas that looked like his guard dogs and the 2 girls that were part of the group froze and watched him with wide eyes. And probably some of the other Slytherin too, but it's not like Harry had eyes behind his head to confirm it. What? How is it possible? Well, I was raised by my dad and most of the professors outside of their teaching hours and roamed around the castle every summers, so I'm pretty confident in saying I know about Hogwarts more than you all reunited. Please. He even knew how to access Slytherin Common Room. Well, if Professor Sev Snape wasn't too uptight to five him the password. Your dad? Who's that? Harry was about to answer and shock them more when new people filled the table, some on them being 6th and 7th years who made the younger students sat close to Harry to move so they could take their place. Harry recognized some of them for being regular victims of the twins' pranks, which reminded him to glare at said pranksters in the opposite table, only to notice the whole of Weasley's siblings eyeing him with betrayed look. He opened his mouth to curse back or defend himself, but had to focus on the question thrown at him. So you're Harry Potter, And everyone in 6th year and above knew you as Harry Hagrid. Was it a trick to not bother you? Well, no, my dad's Rubeus Hagrid and no one actually asked for my name, so it was on you for assuming. Though I didn't know I was known as Harry Hagrid. I mean, that's what it meant to be your dad's son, no? Harry blinked and had to think about it. He always introduced himself as Harry, Dad's little boy, as he was following the half-giant like a chick after its mother hen, but he never actually gave his last name. That was obviously really different of his dad, so it probably helped feeding the students' beliefs of a half-giant giving birth to a full human. Hagrid, the gamekeeper, how did he become your dad? Harry turned to Malfoy, who had a disgusted look, and he refrained from threatening the boy like his godfather did earlier. Well, the other option was worse. I could have been muggle-raised and not know a single thing about Magic World. But thankfully, I got attached to Dad and showed my first incidental magic. In truth, though, Dumbledore accepted him being raised by his dad only after his Muggle aunt refused to take care of him when he woke her up by throwing a magical tantrum in the Muggle neighborhood. As she was a huge anti-magic, this freak manifestation definitely did not help in his favor, not that he regretted this outcome. Now living with Rem and Sirius was the best thing that could have happened. Looked like him being raised by Muggles was even more repulsive than him being raised by a half-giant, and though this kind of bigotry was really not to Harry's liking, he was at least glad it was no longer toward his dad. Does that mean you know Professor Snape since your childhood? Was he also part of those professors that helped raise you? Harry blinked at one of the two gorillas that followed Malfoy like his shadow and wondered when will they, as Malfoy didn't do it for them. Still, he was well raised and answered the chubby boy. I do know him since being toddler. He didn't raise me per se, but he gave me personal potion brewing lessons. He received impressed looks mixed with incredulity, mostly from older students as they remembered the man not being that much patient with dunderheads as he called them. Harry wasn't about to tell them he had a cheat code with Ravenclaw's diadem, that he wondered if it's being used because potion could be the only course he won't be considered advanced by the professor's standard. Despite being a prodigy in alchemy, that's how strict Professor Snape was. Anyway, it's not like I'm bored, but lessons are about to start, so I better join the Gryffindor for herbology class with the Hufflepuffs. Why are you following lessons with the Gryffindor, or the Hufflepuff for that matter? Deputy Headmistress placed me with the Gryffindors. Of course she did, she's their head. She had to favor her own house. And also because two former students that transferred to Beauxbatons could now find their 6th year's peers. The Weasleys, the older student spitted distastefully, always wondered where they vanished after 2nd year. Could never have thought they managed to attend Beauxbatons. I convinced them to go there with me. Since they value pranks so much, I said that they could improve their tricks in a new place with a new audience, without a Peeves, so do expect some innovative jokes in the future. While the older students groaned, the girl of Malfoy clique spoke up. Is there no poltergeist at your French palace? At least, our house ghost Bloody Baron could keep Peeves down for some time. There's not even ghosts in the palace to hinder our education. But the academy ground was a place that welcomed lots of departed souls and magical creatures. No one reacted like he wanted when he mentioned creatures, and he knew that he won't be finding another Barnaby and Liz there, sadly. Anyway, he left them after getting their names. Cassius Warrington and Adrian Pusey in 6th years that he remembered the twins talked about a few times being the butt of their pranks and who were also part of the Slytherin Quidditch team. That won't be happening this year, alas once again. Vincent Crabbe who asked him about Snape, Gregory Goyle the other gorilla, Pansy Parkinson and Millicent Busselstrode from the first group, then other names in 4th year since he will be getting to interact with them eventually. Among them, Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini that Harry smiled genuinely at. Ron was upset. Neville was more guarded and told him all about what Malfoy did since the start of their 1st year. Though he was boiling in rage too with them, he also told them about the conversation the prick had with Sirius, which soothed the mood considerably, and Harry was glad that it resolved quickly. Fortunately, the herbology, and not herbalism, lesson took much of the students' attention that no one bothered Harry about his identity and made him aware of his fame. Which was a small mercy, as the next lesson was the elective of care of magical creatures and most of the Gryffindor chose it. As they were walking to the clearing for the aforementioned course, Harry was appalled to learn that the professor got changed from his dad, with Liz as assistants, to Professor Wilhelmina Grubby Plank because of Malfoy's acting and his father's aid in saying that one hippogriff's dangerous. Before the hippogriff could be sentenced for being dangerous, Liz did everything to save the creature, her most favorites, but couldn't secure his dad's position as professor, who then remained gamekeeper. Now, Harry got Malfoy's look better. Buck? He would never do anyone's bad, he was always such a sweetie with me. I ride his back every time I was mad at Sirius and didn't want to ride his enchanted bike. Yeah, that's why we're telling you Malfoy's git. He only did it because it displeased him that your dad was appointed professor. URH. Bet Dad would have been a fantastic teach. Just look at me, I turned out fabulous. Strangely, neither Neville and Ron said anything to agree with him, which earned them some playful punch from Harry, who really checked how much force he put in, as he was way too strong being a werewolf. No one's complaining about Professor Grubby Plank's work though. The girls were pleased to learn about Unicorn first lesson of the year after the Flobberworn and Bowtruckle from last year, since Hagrid had to tone done with the creatures. Yeah, well, Bowtruckles are really cute, they should have appreciated too. What about Niffler? Harry kept pestering his friends about every and any creatures they learned last year and before he come to Hogwarts, only to be interrupted by Malfoy and his clique, who assured Harry they had more knowledges. Harry was saved from dismissing the prat and ruining their building relationship when the professor attracted their attention to introduce them Krups. Harry's heart mellowed immediately, and he was literally restraining himself from petting all the adorable puppies who loved him as much for being part wolf. If that increased the looks on his back, Harry didn't give a damn and kept on cuddling the Krups. By lunch, as he was sitting at the Gryffindor table, he was expectantly surrounded by curious onlookers who wanted to know everything. From his years raised by the gamekeeper to his times at Beauxbatons with the Weasley twins, passing by his knowledges in alchemy. It was no secret that Beauxbatons taught alchemy, having the famous Nicholas Flamel as alumnus, and the Weasley twins certainly did not hide the fact they were quite good in the department despite not being able to change any metal to more than silver. Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet and Lee Jordan remembered him for running after the twins playing pranks, and empathized with his reason for not attending Hogwarts due to what happened in their first year there, while younger students just wanted to gape at his famous scar that Harry obliged because it's part of him, though he stopped that third year from taking a Muggle picture for the reason of image rights, which, being Muggle-born, Colin Creevey understood quickly and was even more fascinated that he was so knowledgeable about Muggle rights. From then, Harry had to explain that living as French wizard, his whole life was a mix between the two, as his closest neighbors around the Black Cottage were all Muggles, that Beauxbatons' school system was closely linked to French Muggle education system to not raise suspicions, and that was actually simplifying their life, as he knew lots about technologic advancements, which Hogwarts lacked so much it was painful. A girl with boochy hair and buck teeth was so interested of his perspective she insisted to exchange with him and even pushed him to choose the elective arithmancy instead of divination. Something he agreed easily after hearing both from Neville and Ron that the professor was wacky and that would probably turn up to 11 if the Harry Potter showed up at her lesson. Besides, Harry always thought that arithmancy was like Muggle maths and he needed to know the brevet level, as he will be taking the exam at the end of the year, intriguing Hermione Granger even more. He managed to get out of the clutch of his fans by saying he needed to greet a friend at Ravenclaw table and finally got to talk to Luna for the day. It was a show so people of this house would stop picking on his friend, as he noticed how her hair was disheveled and not sporting hairpin like usually. From what he heard from Ginny, people of her dorm would hide her belongings and not returning it back. Hey, Luna, had a good day? It's still only midday, Harry, but everything's all right, thank you for asking. Good, since you didn't have your hairpin, the one your mother gifted you, I thought something happened. Oh no, it's not that one. This one's Lowell chose and mother picked it to please him, but it does not please me, so I was waiting for it to get lost. Rye a mess, so you should use your mother's hairpin. No, can't do. I value this one and kept it safe so it won't be lost. Funny how your things could get lost so easily. It's as if the knocker of your common room asked, where do things vanish to, and what was the answer? To the non-being, thus to everywhere. Rubbish, as is life. Let's not get philosophical and fix your hair now. Harry transfigured a napkin into a blue scrunchie that suited his friend's eyes and tied her blonde hair after French braiding it. Quite sloppily, but Harry only trained it on Luna when they saw each other every year, and it was better than her hair in the wild. Anyway, he made his point across when he surveyed the table with a cold gaze before leaving his friend on her own. That's how Ravenclaw House didn't even try to talk to Harry despite having him on their table for the first 2 nights. After arithmancy, Harry's popularity went straight up because of his little genius mind. Hogwarts student body's words, not his. Though, in his own opinion, he was just being logical and Hogwarts being outdated. Seriously, quills and inks to this day and age. How come any Muggleborn didn't complain yet? Plus, it made people pay for school supplies for nothing when some students couldn't even write properly and they had to wait for the ink to dry. At least the teachers could have taught them a drying spell. Anyway, his big idea was to mass product his fountain pen with the doubling charm and made them magically self-inking by rewinding the cartridge, then handing it out for free to whoever who wished to never use quill or leaky ink ever again. Which was basically everyone in the school by the end of today's lessons. Interestingly enough, after the massive handout where people tried to gain more of Harry's favors, the twins were the ones who went to look for him. "Harry, how could you do that? You, our unofficial collaborator and muse in giving new ideas. Who we had promised to share some of the profits, although only in our mind, who we trusted with all of our heart. Cut the crap, what is this, now that you want to talk me after me chasing after you for the last 2 days?" Not even missing a beat and ignoring his accusation, the twins went on. "How could you have standardized the self-inking fountain pen when we had the self-inking quill as one of our futures products for Weasley's Wizards Wheezes?" Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes. All the drama for that. It's just about their business. Bet they wanted him to come to Hogwarts to use his fame and sell some products they scammed students under his name. Honestly, you should be ashamed to ever think of selling such things to mere students who wanted to succeed in school. Isn't that basic decency to teach how to self-ink their quill, or pen for that matter? Instead, you're trying to rip them off something they could easily do for I don't know how much galleon. That's how business works, Harry. We know your load, but that's no reason to ruin people's way of earning money. Well, now that we're speaking of it, I don't see the reason of ever having money in the wizarding world. We could literally create houses and conjure water from nothing, because of magic, and since you guys don't know a thing about electricity, you use fire spells to warm yourselves. No need to worry for food either as you can grow crops, thanks to, wait there, magic again, like, you can enchant it to be bigger or double the quantity. So no electricity nor water bills, neither need to do groceries, which are the only reason to need money for. Really, what's the point of having money and working when you can all do it with magic? Don't start to question how life's working. How do you think Madame Malkin is making money when people could just charm their clothes? Or how the apothecaries earn their livings by importing and selling potion ingredients while a trip to the Forbidden Forest could give you everything? Do you actually need me to answer that? Because you did it in the way you formulated your questions. Of course, we did. But listen well, because we're going to teach something world-changing. Hogwarts uniform are regulated by the Ministry, because Hogwarts a state school. Incidentally, the Forbidden Forest's out of bounds as the Ministry requests it, so no way to get free ingredients despite being at arm's reach for us. So you're asking why we can't just leave with just magic and not use money? The Ministry who put the clause so we wizards deal with the goblins after the magic decree in 1631. They do not use wand to do magic and do not rebel anymore. Instead, witches and wizards will have polite relationship with them by transacting the coins they made with their metalsmithing skills. So, propaganda by the Ministry. The same as how they control the portkey creation so no British wizards would ever think about getting their own ingredients around the world. Forcing them to pull back cash from Gringotts and pay the apothecaries who's then providing the business chain. Now, you know. Now, I know. But also know that with my alchemist skills I can change metal to gold and incline the scale. If only your philosopher's stone could do that. Low blow. Bet I can change Muggle world with my raw gold. I guess Gringotts do have only one good thing by being contendants of money, so to change wizard currency to Muggles. Why are you being so harsh to Gringotts, Bill and your Remus literally working for them as curse breakers? Because they imprisoned an innocent dragon to forcibly use it as guard dog, something that Charlie would agree with me. And Bill likes the thrill of breaking curses, while Rem's a sheep who got caught by the money propaganda. And Muggle society too, I guess. But I'm gonna change the world with the stone. I'll change all the metal on my path to gold and handed them to the Muggle who will venerate me. But first, I need your accountant cousin's contact. He will be more informative than you backstabbers. Maybe I should also plot with Char into freeing the dragon on my way. Without hearing more of the twins' outrage, Harry walked off to send a Patronus to Mrs. Weasley and asked about this squib accountant. Needless to say, the show-off of his giant, corporal Patronus impressed anyone that got the chance to see it. Before dinner, Harry requested a word with Cedric, catching him by the doorframe before the prefect and captain of his Quidditch team stepped into the Great Hall. First of all, I wanted to apologize for the scene I caused. I realized that I never got the chance to say it because I was too deep in my grim mood. No problem, Harry. I would also react badly if I was forced to do something against my will. Thankfully, you're always so agreeable. Thank you. Now what is it that you want from me? Straight to the point, I see. Well, I'd like to have the password for the prefect's bathroom. Excuse me? You heard me, Seed. I'm not saying this for the Quidditch that will not happen this year. Sadly, but for my furry problem. You know how every month I need to soothe my muscles ache, right? I heard the bath's so big it looked like a pool with quite the luxurious options. Maybe there's even a sauna option. Cedric only blinked a few times before leaning down to whisper him the password. Harry smiled a little too big at this, making Cedric nervous now that the request was done. Anyway, despite you saying not wanting to participate in the tournament and having your name put without your consent, I would have loved to compete against you. Because of the absence of Quidditch, you know. Harry's smile froze and he widened his eyes. Cedric, you're a genius. No, you are. Hogwarts won't be holding Quidditch House Cup because the staff's busy making sure of the tournament running smoothly. How about we hold our own Quidditch School Cup without their consent? I mean, what chance there is to have any task right in the Quidditch field? Let's just form a team for each school and have Quidditch anyway. Harry, I don't think that. No, think more about it. You and me are seekers. And quite good at that. And who's also a good, great seeker in there too? Yes, Victor Crumb? Don't you want to measure against him? Cedric nodded as his lower lip, clearly tempted by Harry's wondrous idea, except maybe not the non-consent part, but see if Harry cared after facing adult wizards that pulled out the binding magic against him, and he knew that just one push would be enough to have Hogwarts champion agreeing to his project. Say yes, please, I know you do, and I will make that happen. Just you see, I promise you won't regret it. Even though Hogwarts team will have a huge teamwork going along since it'll be the four houses playing together. But that won't be Harry's problem. He had to assemble his own team because those Beauxbatons 7th-year students of the delegations didn't play, those uptight Frenchies. He didn't care how he will have to use his popularity to build the team, since he will hold tryouts to choose the members, though he will make sure the twins to be on his team after the dirty trick they did him. Of course, they could first spread the words discreetly and he knew they can be low-key when they had to. Finally, this school year ought to turn better than it started. Werewolf's identity starting second day with history of magic was a huge joke, and not the kind Fred and George would pull. Almost everyone ended up finishing their night thanks to Professor Ghost's monotonous tone, making the students drowsy. Of course, Harry had heard that Cuthbert Binns dying unknowingly by the fireplace yet still giving lessons like nothing, but he couldn't have known it could be such a waste of time. Any other ghosts of the castle were more interesting than the professor who died but who didn't know it, and Harry could guarantee that because he was invited to nearly headless Nick's death party when younger, in which he almost lost his taste buds with all the spoiled food's presents. Anyway, Harry was mad leaving history lesson but his mood quickly lifted when he heard that they will have potions right after, with the Slytherin that Harry didn't interact again after yesterday morning. Now, he could prove them that he did know Professor Snape, if the broody man didn't choose to diss him after a couple of years of no seeing. After the show Beauxbatons 7th years gave me yesterday, I assumed that 4th year syllabus must be as thorough, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Potter? I'm sure, sir. It depended just on what the man was expecting from a 4th year, whether school he's from. Also, Harry wasn't the best exemplary as he learned the lucky potion and impersonating potion with Penny Haywood of Hufflepuff during that time when after Beatrice got free of the portrait curse and no longer in good term with her older sister. So, not only he knew how to brew the Wolfsbane potion for him and Rem, he also had knowledges of difficult potions because of curiosity and for preparations in all kind of situation. But as the potion master gave the instructions to brew the wit sharpening potion on the blackboard, Harry knew that was a subliminal insult. Bet the wit sharpening diadem would have been useful for the lesson. But because Harry was once the apprentice of the young potion master, He was placed with the Slytherins that had some trouble following instructions and had to correct their mistakes as he could not gain nor lost point for either house, so better be used as assistant. Harry didn't know if it was proof enough for the Slytherin, and though he didn't have to prove himself that much, he asked for a private talk at the end of the lesson. Everyone of both houses paused, waiting to see him being rejected. Harry was ready for such occasion too and pulled out his purse full of wonders to lure the man, despite not knowing what was inside. Harry knew that Professor Snape would be curious enough to allow the unexpected talk, thinking it could either be the Wolfsbane potion or rare ingredients he brought from Beauxbaton's enchanted woods. As Severus Snape was barking to the other students to get out of the potion classroom and Harry to be quick since it was lunchtime, Harry had a mirthful smile upon noticing the astounded look on everyone's face, except maybe Ron and Neville, though they looked disturbed. They knew that if it was for the Wolfsbane potion, Harry could brew it himself as well as any other kind of mixture, so they couldn't understand why would he even think of trading ingredients just to have a word with a man so disagreeable like Snape. Well, speak. I'm wasting enough time with pea-sized brain students as it is? That's not fair. I did a decent job by leading Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle for the whole lesson. I expected as much from a student of Beauxbaton's. Are you saying that you're not qualified enough to notice every and any wrong moves of them and to correct them in time? Well, no, I'm obviously reactive enough to catch their mistakes before it even occurred, but that's not my job. I'm not an instructor, you're the professor. I allowed your presence in my classroom when you have no reason to be here. Wow, rude much? He's a student even though from another school, and his job is to learn, not to receive gratuitous disagreeable remark like this one from this nasty and unpleasant teach, who didn't know how to do their job without failing their students. Anyway, here are some ingredients you can't find in the forest nor purchase from the apothecary, though I bet Miss Haywood could procure it by asking the right people under some time periods. Also, since I'm here, I was wondering if Great Potion Master, Sir Snape, could brew the Wolfsbane potion for listen to me to the end, because my head of school said I had to do extra homeworks. Since I'm not actually considered an exchange student, I have the usual fourth-year workloads of Hogwarts student and those from Beauxbaton's too. So I'm really overload, and if I have to brew my mensual medication, I will lag. And you don't want me in misery, regardless of physically or mentally, right, sir? I will provide all the ingredients, of course. Professor Snape paused in whatever he was going to retort and looked thoughtful for a moment. Harry just knew he must be considering of adding more conditions to accept to brew this hassling potion for a student that he didn't appreciate, and there's the question if he ever had student he appreciate, Penny Haywood, maybe? I heard from those Beauxbaton students that you're studying alchemy, with everyone managing to create a poor replica of Philosopher's Stone by 6th year, is that true? Yeah, I mean yes, 6th year students could drop the course after passing the first level of back and managing to at least create a Philosopher's Stone that transmutate all metals to silver, palladium and platine if they're good enough. That's nothing close of the gold the actual stone could do. I suppose the elixir of life couldn't be extracted in those cases. No, indeed. And I heard that you're the only student that managed this close of the original. Oh, you're meaning for me to give you my Philosopher's Stone to accept the deal? Not even close, Mr. Potter. Oh no. Then, maybe you want the actual stone that late Mr. Flammel gifted me? The man paused before glaring at him fiercely, and Harry forced himself to not stagger and step backward because his stare was not even comparable to Professor McGonagall's. No, Mr. Potter, the man actually snapped by speaking between his teeth, and Harry's surprised it was understandable. I was saying you better not give this valuable stone to anyone but the headmaster. Or me, if you insist for a trade. So he was interested. Harry shrugged before pulling out his second-rate Philosopher's Stone, that could only transmutate all metals in gold but raw appearance so super malleable and not hardened like gold chunk, or better yet gold coins, and that one could extract the elixir of life every blue moon, so long that he lost count of the actual time interval. I'm still trying to iginal one, but then do it. What's slowing you down? Not enough materials? Hogwarts does teach alchemy for those who want it. You may use everything to improve and the castle would provide. Huh. Well, that's the issue. I'm not sure where's the problem. I did everything I had to but always stumble before succeeding the final step. Then, find the issue, Potter, or you could kiss the deal goodbye. It almost sounded a Muggle diss, but then, Professor did grew up in a Muggle area, neighbors of Lily Evans' family, so it made sense. Harry nodded, because he did strike a deal, and honestly, Hogwarts homeworks couldn't take that much time, right? When he finally reached the Great Hall for lunch, everyone turned to him with avid eyes, waiting to see if the dread professor would follow. He did, and glared as anyone who stared at him a little too long while Harry sagged to the Hufflepuff's table because it was the closest. Who had empty place while the Ravenclaws were watching him with guard eyes ever since the stunt he pulled last lunch. Holding grudges, weren't they? What did you talk to with Professor Snape? Beatrice Haywood asked him once he served himself foods. Oh, just about the Wolfsbane potion. Why were you discussing about the potion for werewolves? The guy in fourth year asked him, Ernie Macmillan, if Harry's memories served. Quite the goody two-shoes in herbology, earning points for Hufflepuff and making Professor Sprout glad. Why not? It's good to be prepared in advance. The potion is difficult to brew. Not even talking about the rarity of some ingredients. Yeah, sure. But why were you? We don't need to care about those half-breed. Harry actually looked at the boy and noticed how his look was one of disgusted. He then remembered why he preferred Beauxbatons and its wizard community or any other European countries more than UK magical community. First, the deal with the goblins that forced people to use their money as transaction, and imprisoning a poor dragon to serve as guardian to boot, and now the discrimination of other magical species that were not witcha or wizard. You do know that I'm a werewolf, right? Any person close enough to hear the conversation tensed and discreetly draw back from him. Harry didn't care, though, and only smiled at Cedric when the bloke looked over to see the beginning of agitation. When he raised a glance to the youngest Haywood, he was surprised to see she reacted as badly. Harry blinked before remembering Kiara Loboska saying that Penny Haywood was at first really reluctant to brew the Wolfsbane potion for her as fix because she had a bad experience in witnessing a werewolf shredding a friend to death. As the Haywood sisters were still close at that time, it was probably a friend of both. Hey, my bad, I forgot about your history with werewolves. I promise I never lost control during full moon, and now that I have the Wolfsbane potion, brewed by Potion Master Professor Snape himself, it won't happen anytime soon. Slowly, the seventh year nodded, trying to calm herself. The others weren't as understanding, though. How can we be sure you're saying the truth? Werewolves don't remember what they do during full moon, Macmillan insisted, still trying to draw distance from them. Well, first of all, werewolves do remember what they did during full moon the next day. What you mean is probably they do not have any control of their action, and if you paid attention in potion discoveries, you'd know that the Wolfsbane potion created by Damocles Belby is certified to make the werewolf as inoffensive as regular wolves during full moon, making them sleepy and wouldn't care of getting close to anyone. Unless provoked, of course. But then, why would anyone get close to wolves if they're not creatures lover like Harry and his dad? Well, if you're sleepy thanks to the potion, you couldn't know what you're doing then. Harry rolled his eyes and chose to ignore the boy, because he had wasted quite the precious time in humoring them instead of feeding himself. And he needed strength to attack the pile of homework already building in, despite only being the second day of school. Knock it off, if you're so suspicious, you just had to see him when he's transforming while under Wolfsbane potion treatment. Harry raised a brow at Beatrice's suggestion concerning his person without asking about his consent. Thankfully, it was less serious than forcing to attend a lethal tournament, and he did have some audience a couple of times, but still, asking his permission would be nice. If Harry doesn't mind, of course, she added belatedly, getting his look across, which was appreciated. Sure. The next full moon's still 3 weeks away, though. Does your schoolmates knew about this? Another boy whispered by leaning over Macmillan. They were always together, Justin something. Harry tried to recollect him. Of course, I even have a special place for me in the stables among the winged horses the school housed. He glanced at the delegation of 7th years at Ravenclaw table, and they were looking at him about the same time, only for Harry to notice that most people were already watching him. As he's used of audience, he shrugged it off but still had his ears burning up. Yes, it does say that werewolves spend time with others' creatures would make them less bloodthirsty, Beatrice muttered. Literally, werewolves are only bloodthirsty in humans' presence. If they're alone, it wouldn't be a problem either. The Shrieking Shack where his Rem spent his teenagehood begged to differ, but then, their very childhood were different, so it can't be compared. So, you're not dangerous, a girl asked. Harry didn't look at her, and could probably not give a name to her face anyway, and let out a snort. That question's funny. Just yesterday, after knowing my name, you were kissing the ground I walked on, but today, hearing I'm a werewolf, everyone's on the tip of toe. You're all so prejudiced to other species that you can't look what's around you. If I didn't say anything you wouldn't suspect it, so quit being hypocrites. It's really not a good look for the British wizard community. Funnily enough, despite not being particularly loud, everyone heard him as the whole great hall was silent. After he took a few mouthful bites, whispers started raising from Slytherin table, by the group of Drumstrang especially. Harry's eyes quickly went to search for the group of fourth year, with Malfoy having the same sneer he gave Sirius but with a twitch on top. It soon broke down in mutters and conversations in small group, and Harry breathed better now that attention wasn't on him anymore. He refused to glance at the professor's table. It's not like his dad was there to see the whole thing anyway. By Thursday, his reputation got ruined once again. Not in Transfiguration, because he feared Professor McGonagall in an unhealthy level and made sure to be the best practitioner at Beauxbatons, so he's prepared to be irreproachable on the occasion he ever meet the witch, but in Dada, because the professor was definitely not on level to teach the course. First, he got delayed for some reason. Second, his fellow students said it was a reoccurring event and told him to just enter in the classroom if such thing happened again. And third, Harry thought Professor Bin's entry was the only thing interesting of his lessons, but Professor Quirrell took the laurels off when he ran in, started sputtering an excuse before promptly freezing when reaching Harry's level. Harry's whole body tensed, and alarm blared in his head while a surge of memory assailed him. The situation reminded him uncomfortably of the first meeting with Scabbers, the rat that turned out to be the Death Eater Peter Pettigrew in animagus form. So, without thinking twice, Harry pulled out his wand and stunned the man. An unitive gasp echoed through the classroom, and the more responsible ones rised from their seat to check on the adult. Ron, who was seated beside Harry, took his armed arm and hissed in confusion. "What are you dohammed of his action?" and answered truthfully. "The last time someone reacted like that first time meeting me turned out to be a Death Eater, so I'm not gonna ignore my instinct and had to attack first." A beat of silence greeted his response, probably not knowing how to digest such information or to come to terms with his accusations. The name Pettigrew traveled among the students, mixed in it with illegal animagus and innocent black. Eventually, Hermione Granger, who was the one responsible student who physically checked on the man despite hearing the spell Harry cast, stood on her feet and marched defiantly to him. She ignored the wand pointed at her to point her finger on his chest, and hammered it. After each word spouted, "Okay, you may have some disturbed childhood, I don't know, but you can't just assault an innocent man, who's our teacher, although not a really good one, and accused him to be a Death Eater hiding in plain sight. How do you explain his reaction, then?" "It's Professor Quirrell." The man feared his own shadow after going in 4 years of sabbatical. Professor Quirrell? Wasn't he teaching Muggle studies? Well, he can't be taking his ordinal position back after a long absence, now could he? He didn't wear turban last I remember. It was a gift from an African prince because he got rid of a zombie for their tribe. Harry furrowed his brows at that. Pretty sure that African weren't huge wearer of turban either, maybe in Middle East or South Asia but not in Africa. He'd know. Lots of African witches and wizards go to Beauxbatons for exchange. Then again, the continent's pretty immense, and Professor Quirrell could have helped a Muggle African prince for all he knew. Slowly, he lowered his wand, to relax his classmate's gaped face and Granger's, mostly. "Now, free him. As if you don't know how to do that. Pretty sure the reviving spell is easy even for 4th year. Maybe if we'd know you cast a stunning spell. Well, obviously, it's a stunning spell. Do you think people could faint with a full body bind curse? Not everyone's as knowledgeable and experienced in duel as you. Now, revive the professor so we could start lesson." "Someone needs to set out their priorities," Ron muttered beside them. Harry revived the man, who gasped dramatically and flailed pitifully before realizing they're in the classroom and not in some remote area he spent during his sabbatical. Now feeling embarrassed of his behavior, Harry extended a hand to help the man up, but got rejected expectantly and deservingly according to Granger's look. "Ahem. That was certainly and not expected for our first meeting, Mr. P. Potter. I apologize, sir. I suddenly got a flashback and reacted irresponsibly. Why, you will receive deserved punishment with your head of school. Why, you'll be staying after class. And now, Let's start lesson. Harry sat back next to Ron and made sure to fix his eyes right before him, on the blackboard if he had to, and ignored the strong feeling of being observed from all sides by his classmates. Unfortunately, he's strongly made conscious when murmurs broke out as soon as class ended, and he marched determinedly to the professor's desk while zigzagging between the students flowing opposite to him. He expected a lecture or an interrogation, since the man couldn't have possibly heard anything while stunned, but he was taken aback when an unconcerned question spurted out. Mr. P. Potter. I heard from a source that told me you were the new holder of the Philosopher's Stone made by late Nicholas Flamel. Is this true? Yes, it is. Would you let go of the incident if I showed it to you? No, I fear and not. Worth to try. Maybe Harry should have cast a general obliviate on his classmates before reviving the man. Now he had no choice but to answer to Madame Maxime's questions. Thankfully, as there were no actual harms, his schoolhead only make him take care of the carriage manually, and Harry used the time in wiping the huge door to admire Durmstrang's ship from afar. As he was about to change to the wheels, each one taller than him, he saw a figure standing out of the vessel and getting inside the castle. When the man reached Harry's level, both met eyes without breaking it, with the man eventually frowning menacingly. Harry didn't let him out of sight till he vanished behind the great gate, closed by a scowling Mr. Filch. Harry could only empathize. Why would Durmstrang's head go back to the castleway after dinner? His guts were telling him that something was fishy and he should keep his guards up. He told it to the only person he could in absence of his guardians. His dad was out of the question as he was busy with the Abraxans and maybe their owner too. Siri was too far and couldn't get it even if Harry tried to describe Igor Karkaroff through the mirror, and he didn't want to bother Rem with his letter arriving later than he could just knock on the potion master's door. After Friday's dinner, Harry went to look for the man pretending to see the progression of the Wolfsbane potion and got coaxed to brew the Wiggenweld potion because it's always good to have antidote ready, and for Madame Pomfrey, who requested new stock. Sev. He received a scathing look in return. Oh, come on. There are only the two of us, and doesn't it remind you of old time? No answer, which was good enough. Do you know Durmstrang's head? Karkaroff? He seemed to resent me for some reason. You mean, outside of you almost being the fourth champion? It could also be because he was a Death Eater and got out scot-free after giving out names of fellow dark wizards. Well, Snape was definitely the right man to knock onto, and way more reachable than the headmaster of Hogwarts, for being a fellow former Death Eater. Speaking of Death Eater, I mistakenly accused Professor Quirrell of being one. I mean, you can't really blame me for stunning him without any ado. The man was acting suspiciously like Wormtail. I always trust my instinct and better ask sorry than permission, especially when it could be too late. Potter, what the living hell did you just say? I mean, come on, he was just stunned, though maybe I should have cast the full body bind curse so he could have known what I accused him to be and see how he'd react, because now he could just pass for the victim. Not that, you insufferable Lucky Loot, you said your instinct told you to doubt the innocence of Quirrell? Well, yeah, does that mean you believe me? Depends. What did you exactly felt? My guts were telling me his actions were too suspicious, and my memories brought up how Wormtail acted similarly, which betrayed his identity. So, psychological all in all. I guess. I mean, I felt uncomfortable when we were close, and even more when he showed his own discomfort. I couldn't care less how he felt. Did you feel uncomfortable elsewhere? More physically? No, I don't think so. Maybe a brief headache for feeling so many feelings in short time that made me pull out my wand and act rather than think? Merlin, you're impossible. Do you need to wear the diadem to answer a simple question? I don't know how to answer this question, sincerely. There was a beat of silence, and Harry checked on the potion in the cauldron distractedly while thinking of the big Quidditch tryouts for the next day that Fred and George promised him would be grandiose, as they passed the words like you wanted, and that even Vicodor Crumb would be present. Which was the part Harry was anticipating, as he didn't get to talk to the talent player after that incident with the Goblet of Fire. You're such a Potter. Do you ever think of anything else than Quidditch and your magical creatures? No, don't answer that. At least I know that the lessons in occlumency wasn't for naught. As for brewing potion, bottle those Wiggenweld potions since you're done. Harry smartly kept for himself that he was genuinely thinking about his passion for Quidditch and not even trying to use occlumency to counter his mentor's sneaking legimancy attack just to check up his Vopic, Don't overlook your instinct just because the apparence said so. Keep your guards up around him and your suspicions for you for now. As for Karkaroff, he's way too much of an opportunistic to think about returning to his former dark time when he could just instruct his students versed in dark arts to do the job. Also, did you progress on what we talk about? More like he was pressured to do. Still, Harry did try to look into his stumble and figured it could be the runes in the alchemic circle. Since Nicholas Flamel's notes were 6 centuries old and his memories faltering after so long, Harry had to do it from scratches, and Madame Leberton wasn't much help as she was not interested in more than teach the first steps to the students. He said so, and the man made him rummage Hogwarts' own archives to be sure, and Harry left the office muttering about additional works, forgetting about how someone knew that he was in possession of the original Philosopher's Stone. Not really important when he could officially hold his Quidditch Interschool Cup with Slytherin's head-ridden permission. On the only condition to have both Cassius Warrington and Adrian Pusey in the Hogwarts team. Well, Harry's sure that's doable. Both 6th years were playing Chaser and were in the same year as Cedric. They surely could find compromise being age mates. Besides, that would mean Cedric already got 2 teammates from the get-go. Same for Harry, really, because the twins won't be out of his clutch anytime soon. New Werewolf's interest chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Turned out, him making his Beauxbatons Quidditch team leaded to be full of Gryffindor students. It wasn't even intentional. Harry just wanted to have the twins play with him as he didn't have a lot of occasion outside of trainings during their school year. As even the scrimmage of Ottery Street Chaspool forced the twins to play against each other, while the official match played at the end of the year put Harry and the twins in opposite team. Besides, Fred and George were, still, officially Beauxbatons students, so if they wanted to play, they had to play for their school. Then, Harry wanted to play with Ron after seeing how great of keeper he was this summer. But with this decision, the twins imposed to have Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet as chasers because they were once teammates and knew their value, and also because they owed the girls for leaving them to go to the Frenchies. Funny how they had the habit of owing people, as the whole thing happened because they owed Harry for tricking him to attend the delegation. For the last chaser, it almost created a huge feud between the twins and the girls when Ginny turned up at the tryouts for the position, while Gryffindor team always had Katie Bell as 3rd chaser. Our sister is hella good chaser, I have you know. She never got to show off because you girls are still there, but she's one hell of a player. Look, we do acknowledge her ability, but us 3 had played together for a long time. Something you would know if you had stayed here, and we cannot just change the dynamics because you clones say so, Angelina snarled fiercely. Yeah, and we do know Ginny's great chaser. We trained together a few times when those snakes didn't claim the Quidditch pitch right from our booking. Harry deemed it was time to interfere when the fight was just dragging about long-time resentment, and chanced a quick look to Ginny before making his choice, being the captain. Okay, as Alicia said, we all know about Ginny's ability as chaser and no one's rejecting her due to inexperience, but the girls are right, playing with longtime teammates is favored. Since I don't know any of your plays, besides, there are still 2 other teams existing for Gin to apply with Victor and Cedric as amazing leaders. And it's not like it's the first time you guys would be playing against your beloved sis. Or do you fear that you unintentionally beat a bludger at her? Isn't your job to know who to target? Harry expertly turned the subject of the next quarrel on his slandering words and set up with the configuration of his team without considering of substitutes, trusting his team to do their job without getting injured. On the other side of the pitch, the other 2 seeker were still making students pass trials to choose which member to play with. Ginny went in the lines for Victor's team, who already had a chaser and a beater from Durmstrang. Harry was glad he made the tryouts in the early afternoon because it's going to last for a while as there were still students arriving. One group called his attention and he let his members getting to know each other by starting training without him, since the seeker would do his job only at the end. Hey, Blaze, Theodore Knott, are you 2 here for the tryouts too? It was a legitimate question as many people came to the pitch despite not being in age to play Quidditch, or were not even player just to see 3 great players choosing their team among the 4 houses mixed. Harry was of course talking about this excited Muggleborn, Colin Creevey, who was snapping pictures after pictures while chatting as eagerly to his younger brother, Dennis Creevey. Actually, no, we're only here to see how it's going, and since all the seeker position were taken, we were wondering what position Draco was targeting. He seemed determined to be Victor's chaser. I'd wish him luck if I wasn't rooting for Jin, and I know from source sure that they do not get along. That would be an euphemism. Draco made it his school life goal in antagonizing the Weasley siblings just because their father are, like, enemies. I mean, I could totally see him being petty like that. Hopefully, Victor would be smart enough to not take a fan in his team. That won't do him good. When Harry looked back from the Bulgarian team in the making, he was met with a grinning Blaze and skeptical Nott. Quite the fanboy you are, huh? Honestly, I'm only part of the delegation just for the opportunity to play against him. Imagine my surprise and outrage when I heard that Quidditch was suspended. We heard you very clearly that night when you're talking to Loony Lovegood. It's Luna. And yeah, I remember, I was about to chase the twins down for tricking me, but thanks to Cedric, the Quidditch Inter-School Cup was created. And you know how it's even better? All 4 houses are brought together to play with each other, so no more toxic and unfair play. Quite the preconception. Do I have to remind you that I was there for the 7 years Charlie Weasley studied there? I saw how Marcus Flint, who then became your team captain as I heard, and some other Slytherin players played. Point. I guess they will have to change that if Warrington and Pusey will be playing with Diggory, though the latter was quite the fair player. I'll believe you once I see it. Forgive me for interrupting your little exchange, but do you two perhaps knew each other before being introduced by Malfoy? Both Harry and Blaze turned to Theodore Nott, as if remembering there was a third person, because their conversation certainly was only 2 ways. Harry blinked a few times and, without concerting with the black boy, nodded with a cheeky smile. We do, in fact. We met 3 years ago, during summer, in Italy. Although my guardians liked to take me in other countries for vacation, we would always go back to Italy for some reason, and every time, we managed to run into each other. Sometimes, I think we only managed so because Sirius enamored with Mrs. Zabini. And despite you introducing yourself as Harry Lupin, I knew your true identity right away. Mother too, I'll have you know. You used Lupin as your last name. Blaze, how could you not have known Potter's a werewolf? We didn't usually meet around full moon, all right? I didn't know you were student at Hogwarts. I actually thought you were home-raised and already somehow a well-known member of the high society. Thanks to Mother, I think I kind of am. I could not actually enrolled in Beauxbatons with all that knowledge as you had. Maybe Castellabruxo with how tan you were. As I said, vacations all around the world, which include really sunny places. We went to the Bahamas right after our little meeting in Florence. Right, to cheer you up after your tragic breakup. Don't mock, it was my first heartbreak. She was literally older than you. What did you expect? She'll wait for you, as Bat? Please, stop. My guardians kept on pestering me about being groomed. I don't need your input too. You kind of were. I would have stopped you if you had thought of telling me. Well, I don't like to shout out about my dating life to whoever that wants to hear it. Fred and George knew and didn't make a big deal out of it. Knowing them, they were probably finding the whole thing funny and just waiting for you to realize. Har, har. I laughed so much when Manon broke up before definitely turning into a bat permanently. If you never tried to hide yourself being a werewolf, maybe she dated you only to show that werewolves and vampires, because bat, antagonizing relationship weren't true. Mate, Theodore, you might be into something. So she didn't even date me for my name but because I'm a werewolf. Wait, but she never actually hang with me during my transformation. Maybe she did, as Bat, and you being into your beast form didn't recognize her, because for some obscure reason Beauxbatons got tons of bat and any other creatures. You have no idea of how many, and they all lovely, really. The two Slytherin exchanged a disbelieving look before Theodore shook his head, as if realizing the depth of Harry's craziness. I wouldn't believe you when you said that the savior of the wizarding world was an all-loving hero, but guess I was wrong. Thanks to his half-giant father, I assume? Do you see any other reason? You're the one who said Harry had a field day during care of magical creature. Hey, don't talk about me in front of me as if I'm not there. Anyway, fun day, before training start at dawn for the whole of next week. They chose the location in the Hogwarts Park, close to the Whomping Willow just so it could stay discreet and not full of spectators before the real event, leaving the pitch for the Durmstrang and Hogwarts team because the one professor that gave them permission was Snape, who low-key favored them for having Slytherin students as titular members. It's not Harry's fault if his school team became the alternative Gryffindor team. The first match put Beauxbatons against Durmstrang, because honor to the guests and whatnot. Harry was bouncing like a battery that weekend, and the twins let him easy because they were busy teasing their brother instead, under the girl's dark look promising 1,000 torture if Ron's nerves ever let go because of that. Despite being an informal competition, Madam Hooch was there to formally referee the match, and the Quidditch stands were full of students and staffs. Lee Jordan, the twins and Angelina and Alicia's age-mate and housemate, was the one commenting the match. The whole thing looked really official, especially when both head of foreign school showed with their school banner brought along by their delegation. But Harry couldn't care less, when after 2 weeks of trying to avoid the Quidditch star, he's finally talking to him. First, apologizing for the scene he caused, then about how admirative he's to his flight ability. Which was really not the best time, as the referee Hooch commented, whistle in hand. She pressed them to shake hand before throwing the quaffle for the chasers. At the same time the two bludgers threw themselves out of their binds and right after the flying figures. Miles Blechy got unfortunately distracted by the first bludger and let the quaffle thrown by Katie pass, according the opening point for Beauxbatons. But Ginny retaliated, despite having a terrible combination with one Draco Malfoy, as the play was saved thanks to Alois Lingtron, third chaser and actual student from Durmstrang. Having sadly left the first quaffle pass beside him, Ron got fortunately reassured by Alicia and encouraged by Angelina, who made an obscene gesture to the twins when they both pulled faces and making their own unadvisable gestures. That made Professor McGonagall look murderous in the stands, not that she could say anything because the whole thing wasn't supposed to appear that official, since the headmaster and the entire staff were the ones who agreed to suspend Quidditch. A huge shame and loss for them, really. Because students only got to enjoy them's leaves when not following the rules and by avoiding to be in the wrongs, had called the whole thing Quidditch friendly, as Harry heard that one chaser Captain Orion Amari during his childhood there. Anyway, Fred, George, Lucian Bowl of Slytherin but currently of Durmstrang team and Niels Didrikson from Durmstrang were having an internal competition to who was throwing the most bludgers and having the best aim. Harry himself was, really, just following Victor Krum around because the star player was just an amazing flyer up close. When the golden snitch appeared, Harry could have kissed Sirius for buying him the firebolt, lastest new era broom, that was so incredible it reacted to Harry's every and any little move to the perfection. And Harry only lost the race because he had shorter arm, still growing up, than Victor, who was still growing too. But his defenses hold true, as even the Rivali Seeker said so, saying he certainly felt threatened for hot seconds when they were racing side by side. Harry's heart almost burst out of his ribs when they shook hand again, but with more firmness this time. The compliment was a huge accomplishment coming from his star, and Malfoy getting ignored when he tried to hug the star was a bonus. As Ron and his brothers were laughing maniacally at the blonde's dejected face after such embarrassing rejection, Malfoy's only excuse of being in poor state didn't help much. Sure, his Durmstrang robe uniform got bloodied after he received a really nasty bludger on the face, courtesy of Didrikson, who was blocking another bludger thrown by the twins, and their team had to request a change of player in the middle of match, which actually made the ending combination of Ginny, Dean Thomas of Gryffindor House and Alois even better match, but the assistant Medawizard from Beauxbatons had fixed him up quite quickly. So, it couldn't be this reason to be rejected, but because of his annoying personality that even dumb Krum, Dixit the twins, couldn't deal with. Next match would be in mid-January, so to not interfere with the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. Speaking of, the first task will be next weekend, and Harry had to talk to Fleur, like right at this instance. First, to apologize for outbursts that must look like a kid tantrum, but he should and had to be excused as it was a ploy against his security, and second, to prepare his school champion of the danger she could face off. And maybe eventually made her win, because of school's dignity, you know. He found her in the training ground, absolutely not taken by the Quidditch fever, much like most of Beauxbatons students who didn't brandish the school banner with their head of school. She was training, as the name of the place said, in casting all kind of spell, mostly offensive because that's the reason why she was selected by the cup. She had the stature of a great champion at the best candidate among all of Beauxbatons' delegation. Also, because after the weighing of wand with wandmaker Ollivander, followed by the interview with Skeeter, who published another polemical article that somehow got the info of Harry being almost champion, Fleur had to show how she was meant to be a champion and not just of her magical school, and that her lineage had nothing to do with anything. Salut, Fleur, t'aurais du temps à m'accorder, des fois? Harry didn't mean to insult Fleur's English, but if she was going to speak with an accent and struggle to find vocabularies, then French, as Harry was fluent since 10. Si tu me permets que cela vaut le coup et que si n'est pas pour montrer un côté vraiment pas mignon. Maintenant que tu mets le sujet sur le tapis, je tenais à m'excuser de m'être emporté ce soir-là. Je pense que tu as pu le comprendre dans mon éclat que j'ai été victime de complot et que les adultes travaillant dans le ministère britannique n'aidaient vraiment pas à la situation. Mais laissons cas de côté et parlons de choses plus pertinentes. Tu penses que le fait d'être force à entrer dans la compétition malgré le limité d'âge n'est pas pertinent? Oh, bien sûr que si, car cela voudrait dire que quelqu'un veut ma mort, mais je voulais. Surtout dire que je ne voulais pas m'éterniser sur un sujet au long pour croire que je voulais voler ton titre de champion, car il te revient assurément de droit. Ne te chagrin point, cela fait longtemps que j'ai mis ce genre de situation te concernant dans la catégorie, un truc juste pour Harry Potter. Well, one thing for sure was that Fleur could do a really well British impression with his name. Not that she would bother with that in the daily, as Harry noted that French people usually disliked the aspirated H and the somehow disappearing T in the middle of a British word. Content de savoir que tu ne m'en veux pas plus que ça, donc, je disais. Plus pertinent comme les créatures magiques. Fleur furrowed her brows expectantly, which was fair. After being quite the particular student of their school, he was also known as the creature lover. He would come to defend all living creatures, mostly because he was a werewolf himself and because, as Theodore put it, he acted like all magical creatures' loving hero by spending his free time tending after their needs, despite the palace already having hired the staffs for those exact applications. Notamment les dragons, entre autres, puis je pense qu'il serait bon pour toi de connaître les résidents du lac de l'école et de la fort interdite puisqu'on y est. Notamment ou entre autres? C'est soit l'une, soit l'autre. Harry's gotta applaud Fleur's nerves of steel for not panicking at the mentions of dragons, or maybe because it was from him that made her so calm about it. Bien, le tournoi des trois sorcières est connu pour avoir un taux de décès non négligible et je doute que cela soit uniquement dû à la féroce compétition entre les concurrents mais plus à cause des circonstances externes, comme la participation des créatures magiques en plus de nombreux obstacles comme des énigmes irrésolvables. Don't les dragons, n'est-ce pas génial? Harry cleared his throat, trying to vanish his big smile when Fleur didn't share his excitement. Tu sais quelque chose de plus que nous autres champions? Bien, j'ai un ami dragonologiste qui a dit qu'il serait présent prochainement en Angleterre alors qu'il était parti étudier les dragons en Roumanie et la seule raison de sa présence n'est pas que signifier que les dragons seront impliqués dans une des trois tâches du tournoi. Bien que j'ignore laquelle, mais mieux vaut prévenir que soigner, hein? Et qui le dis tu? Très bien, parles-moi donc de tes précieux amis. As fast as light, Harry's smile split his face in two and he started talking about all the creatures he grew up with, thanks to his dad's noble and amazing education. Donc, la sorte de confusion n'est pas fonctionner sur un dragon que si l'on est plusieurs et la jeter en même temps car sinon c'est la rebondit sur sa peau immunisée. La plupart des dragons ne se montrant violent que si on s'attaque aux siens, les femelles encore plus. Il est possible de les distraire avec soit un proie qui se trouve dans la chaîne alimentaire, bien que je doute. D'aucune créature ne le soit pas, ou encore de les plonger dans un mirage avec la bonne technique. Ka, c'est pour les dragons. Passons maintenant sur les créatures maritimes, dont les êtres de l'eau, alors, il faut savoir qu'ils ont leur propre langage mais ils peuvent très bien comprendre les intentions humaines si l'on les résentens très fort, ce qui est logique vu qu'une fois sous l'eau on n'est pas que se montrer des plus intentionnels. Les diverses moyens de respirer sous l'eau sont la métamorphose comme être un animagus, le sortilège tétanbol qui crée une bulle autour de la tête pour respirer, comme les casques des cosmonautes, et la plante magique de la branchifleur. Pourquoi tu connais la dernière technique? Oh, et puis tu sais quoi? Je crois connaître la réponse. Parce que je l'ai utilisé plus jeune pour chevaucher la kelpie qui vit dans le lac. J'ai aussi rencontré quelques êtres de l'eau qui m'ont aidé à garder les strangulos loin de moi pendant ce petit tour aquatique. Et ce qui est bien avec la branchifleur, c'est que quand te donne les mêmes propriétés qu'un résident de l'eau, tu es alors doté des palmes aux mains et pieds et des branches te poussant au sous pour pouvoir continuer de respirer, et tu ne ressens même pas la froid une fois submergé et ce, pendant une heure tout ronde. Cela ne doit pas être physiquement attirant, j'imagines. Je suis sûr que tu seras toujours aussi attrayant même avec des caractéristiques d'êtres aquatiques. La flatterie n'est pas assez pour me pousser à consommer de l'herbe avec de telles propriétés. Et je doute sincèrement qu'on aura à plonger dans ce lac infesté d'une poulpe géante. La rumeur dit qu'il serait en fait la métamorphose animale d'une des fondateurs de Hogwarts qui a élu domicile dans le lac au lieu de se faire entrer comme tout le monde. Pourquoi je ne suis pas étonné? Ok. Revenons à nos moutons. Les résidents de la forte, que j'espère bien que tu n'auras pas à affronter car, comme son nom l'indique, elle est interdite d'accès. Mais on sait juger avec le ministère. Un mineur a bien failli participer au tournoi malgré l'interdiction juste parce que chaque nom est sous un contrat magique scellé. Bref, il y a des centaures, mais personne ne les approche car le troupeau ne veut pas être dérangé. Des acromantules mais les membres de la colonie sont geno occupés d'être pas avec des étrangers autres que mon père et moi. Des vaudelunes qui en apparaissent quoi la pleine lune donc sans crainte, des chapeaurouges qui aimant le sang plus que tout donc fait attention à ne pas signer, des licornes, hippogriffes, des botrix et des sombrels pas que tu pourras les voir. Pas de loup-garou bien que la rumeur dit que l'un d'eux a mordu et des trolls qui descendent de leurs montagnes tous les 36 du mois. Mais tu as bien été mordu dans la forte? Oui, mais par un loup-garou errant qui venait aussi d'être transformé en loup-garou il n'y a pas longtemps. Elle s'est trouvée dans la forte à la recherche d'ingrédients pour préparer la potion Tuesday loup. Mais sans succès et a perdu son contrôle lors de sa troisième transformation quand j'ai été hypnotisé et rôder dans la forte. Longue histoire et on n'est pas là pour cas. Pourquoi? As-tu d'autres creatures à me parler? Eh bien, il s'agit d'un tournoi qui n'a plus vu le jour depuis 3 siècles. Si l'histoire. Communautés magiques ont, auparavant, jugé bon donné plus remettre l'événement en place pour quelque raison que ce soit. Il n'est pas raisonnable de penser que les dangers mortels étaient très nombreuses et, bien, fatals. Fleur crossed daintily her arms on her chest, took a breath before nodding in permission for him to continue. So Harry did and would have talked her to dusk if Ron didn't come to interrupt them, asking for his assistance. Right now? I mean, it's not urgent, but I think it's about time you're done, right? Fleur actually cast a grateful look to Ron, whose ears turned red as an expected reaction. Around the beautiful and amazing French girl, before pushing Harry to join his friend with a dismissing wave of hand. Once alone, she pulled out her wand and faced those training dummies again with more vigor in her next spells as saying a little more for the big day. So, what did you need me for? Ron's face twisted in embarrassment, which was weird because he wasn't even that upset in front of Fleur. Well, I need you to not take it wrongly. Sure, I doubt I could react badly to anything you say. Except maybe that Jin's somehow mad at me for whatever somber reason that I could not grasp. Nothing to do with my sis. And it's disturbing you bring her up at this moment. Alright. Spit it out, your phrasing and words are confusing and worrying me now. Ron played with his hands, twisting his fingers for a while before taking a long breath and looking Harry straight in the eyes. I need you to kiss me. Huh, certainly not anything Harry expected. Also, what? Chapter end notes. I won't put the translation for the French part and hope Google Translation could be helpful enough. Instead, I'll just give you the original name of some French translation because Mr. Jean-François Menard, the French translator, did a great job in translating the punny name, sometimes. Sortilege de Tedenbull, Bubblehead Charm Blanchifleur, Gillyweed. Strangolo, Grindylow Vodaloon, Mooncalf Chiporouge, Redcap's Licorn, Unicorn. Botrick, Botruckle Sombrel, Thestral Werewolf's Emotional Roller Coaster. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament turned out to be the one about dragons. As Harry took place in the stands with Rem and Siri, who were allowed to attend among the spectators because such was the champion's family's privileges, and Harry was almost champion, he listened to the announcement of the task by department head Ludovic Bagman that Hogwarts champion will pass first being from the hosting school, then Beauxbatons and finally with Durmstrang. Harry then grinned excitedly at his dad who joined the three of them with a smile as big as both Rem and Siri shared an exasperate look when the two bent over the railing to greet Charlie Weasley who was standing close to the arena for easy intervention. Harry couldn't help but shed a tear when the Swedish short snout was dragged in and bellowed menacingly at the dragonologists who placed its nest full of dragon eggs before it. A golden egg could be found in the middle. His dad was also in such emotional state that neither of them acknowledged the fact they already saw them the weekend before when the dragonologists first arrived on the slide to drop off the dragons in their cage. They even tuned off Sirius' relevant remark that Harry even calmed the Chinese fireball before it could be stunned by 20 wizards at the same time, since as much the spell could calm it down it was also harmful to its mental state, by casting his Patronus and distracting it effectively. Something he knew because Harry called him enthusiastically immediately after the encounter and even cast another Patronus charm to tell everything to Rem when he was too impatient to write it down and wait for an answer. After all, an owl endurance could never compare to Harry's dragon Patronus. Anyway, instead of rooting for Cedric Diggory because he was from Hogwarts or because he was their friend who was absolutely a bright kid to transfigure a rock to a dog thus temporarily diverting the dragon's attention, both father and son being their creature lover state cheered for the dragon when it noticed the champion's method and attacked him with fire. They looked much like lunatics to the others in the audience. To hide the embarrassment of being seen next to them, Rem nudged Harry and easily caught his attention when the dragon was being dragged out and Cedric was being healed while proudly clutching to the fake dragon egg as proof of victory. Among the audience's cheers, Amos Diggory was the loudest, applauding the 38 points his son got. "How come we're not sit with any of your friends? You mean, besides Pronkslet acting like a lunatic that cared more about those huge lethal creatures and Ted of the human champions?" Sirius wasn't dignified with an answer and Harry stuck his tongue out to his godfather before his expression turned one of disdain when he chanced to look to said friends. Ron knew what he's done. Ginny and Neville were part of the thing which made them accomplices. I don't need to explain for the twins and Luna. Well, she always liked Ginny better among our friend group so she'll stuck with her if argument arises. And what kind of argument did occur, if you don't mind me asking? I don't mind the question but I do mind remembering the whole thing, so you will have to wait till the end of the task, when the high adrenaline of seeing dragons would go down. Harry knew that all his guardians were exchanging look above his head but he didn't give a single sign of caring as he whistled excitedly at the entrance of the common Welsh green for Fleur. Despite Beauxbatons' champion not knowing anything of the previous achievement by her competitor, she did exactly the same thing by using transfiguration. However, in place of dog, the rock turned into a tiny dragon that could pass for one of the common green's offspring. Taken aback, the dragon fell easier for the trick and went to retrieve one of hers while Fleur rushed to retrieve her goods. But, probably due to the fear hidden underneath her nerves of steel, the transfiguration vanished quick enough and the dragon woke from the lure to attack the stranger in her nest. Knowing that she didn't have any choice, Fleur cast a sleeping spell on the dragon and managed to make it dizzy enough for her to escape to be roasted to smithereens. The spectators' roars were so loud it shook the whole arena and it didn't even brought the dragon back to consciousness, showing how much the champion's spell was strong. The dragonologists who dragged the dragon out were watching the slender and dainty girl with amazement and none let go of the chance to congratulate her. Did she manage a spell by her own while 20 dragon experts were needed to stun the exact same one just 2 days ago? Damn, if the cup did not select the best champion of all times. Harry was by far the most boisterous in hailing his school's champion and claiming how smart and clever and able Fleur was getting out harmless of the dangerous task for both her and the dragons. She most certainly deserved the full points. But if most of the judges couldn't find any complaint, It couldn't be said the same for Karkaroff, who handed out the 0 with a really sour look. The man probably knew that his champion wouldn't be as lucky in getting out undamaged for every parties. Because Victor Crumb cast the conjunctivus spell on the dragon, and if he was reactive enough to avoid all the physical attack to retrieve the golden egg, the dragon eggs weren't so lucky. The protests from the dragon lovers were so uproarious, you'd think a death of champion had occurred. To be fair, it did. Future Chinese fireballs won't ever see the light because of the Bulgarian's heartless and harmful spell for a mere fake golden egg. Harry could have make him that golden egg and no one would be injured. No, Victor, why? Harry, calm down. Don't tell me to calm down after witnessing such slaughter. Those poor Chinese fireballs, was his dad's only warning before breaking down and whining. Something Harry was prone to follow any moment as he was watching the poor Chinese fireball hen getting dragged out. She did not just temporarily lost sight but some her offsprings for eternity. His lower lip trembled and he sniffed pathetically. Someone please stop the waterworks, Sirius muttered painfully. Rem spoke up above his dad's wailings while stroking Harry's back. Hang on, let me call for Charlie and ask what happened for such matter. What do you think could even happen? She lost her babies. Harry gurgled out in the middle of his own whinging, making the whole sentence probably unintelligible. She didn't lose them. Came the relieving news. Both father and son stopped their dramatic overreaction by blinking their tears back and looked at Charlie, who sported his own red eyes, making the statement really doubtful. We dread for such circumstances and switched the real eggs with fake similar ones before the start of each round. The Chinese fireball mother is happily finding her babies at this exact moment, though still bearing an irritable eyesight. And despite knowing they were fakes, even me who was part of the act couldn't stop my heart from jumping out when seeing her accidentally smash the eggs by herself due to the pain. Another set of sniffs before the duo broke down in relieved tears. Oh, I was so scared for the beautiful girl. She needs to stay strong and recover her eyesight for her babies, Dad blubbered between his sobs. I know, right? Thankfully everything turned out all right. Stay strong, Chinese fireball, your family is safe. Charlie joined the duo in their tearful hug, making the scene quite laughable for external eyes. But they were joined unshamefully by Harry's friends, Charlie's siblings even wearing understanding expressions, knowing how much their brother loved dragons and could only be hurting after the disastrous last champion's passage. Clearly the score of 40 wasn't deserved. Thankfully, Rem and Sirius explained the actual reason of the waterworks, quickly making their new audience blasé. Really, now? They're safe. But it was such a scare, seriously, how dare the judges give him an overall score so high? Even Cedric was more mindful. Well, since you asked, the judges were mostly looking out for bravery in this task, since those barely in age wizards were going against dragons of all creatures. We don't need your input, and don't say it's because I said seriously. Really, Siri, you know it's not the time to joke about hurting creatures. How come endangering them is seen as incredible feat? It was reckless, dangerous for both him and the creatures because of retaliation. He'd be lucky if he's not torn to shreds when they met again because Dragon had the memories of those who wronged them. But the eggs were all right. The Chinese fireball would also remember this, right? Ron had to defend Dumb Crumb. If she did not suspect, it was Victor's ploy all along, making her think he was protecting her eggs but then making her smash the fake eggs. Harry, mate. You're talking quite harsh about that idol of yours. Weren't you kissing the grounds he walked on not even 2 days prior? Could it be, you saw how of Dumb Crumb he is? Clearly, he's only good in Quidditch, which is understandable, because no actual normal person could ever think of assaulting a protecting mother and not expecting casualties. His education in dark arts made him blind to common sense. Mate, you're being too bitter. Harry threw a nasty look at his best friend. Oh, taking his side, aren't you? Of course, not backing your best mate in dire time when you should, huh? Sure, stab your bestie in the back first, then keep on to the heart directly. What's so good with him, anyway? Before Ron could even defend himself, under his siblings' safe Charlie's mirthful eyes, Rem intervened and requested the reason of the row as he asked for earlier. Ron used me to be sure if he was into men. And by men, I meant Dumb Crumb. While the youngest Weasleys broke down in snickers, Charlie looked ghastly at his youngest brother. Ron, how could you? To your best friend. Harry's guardians were not better, all in various state of incredulity. Okay, before all hell break loose, let me add in the vital info that Harry purposefully left out. Neville rushed in and after getting all the attention, kept on. So, by using him, Harry meant that he agreed to be Ron's first bloke kiss, and to be frank to everyone present, they both enjoyed it. Where did it go south was when Ron admitted that he became overly interested in blokes after meeting and getting to know Crumb. And Harry took offense because he thought he was Ron's gay awakening because, in his words, he's much more of a best choice. Now, all the adults were watching Harry while the Weasleys' laughters kept on rising, catching much of onlookers' attention who passed behind them. Harry sure is something, Luna concluded. Watch, I am a catch. Merlin, Prongslet, your head is bigger than your father at his age. I don't think anyone's arrogance could be bigger than James in his teenage years. Besides, Harry's not offended because it's his best friend, right? Of course, I was by your side since ever. We know each other and any of our secrets, we supported each other of every of our decisions. How could you choose that incomer while I was there since the start? You also chose him as gay awakening, Ginny pointed out, recovered from her hilarity. Because he's a seeker. Like I always thought Cedric as being more attractive bloke than your average. Cedric is quite the handsome man. Really nice, too. Does that mean he's your type, Luna? Harry tuned off Luna and Neville's private exchange to bellow angrily. Ron only dismissed our friend and his neighbor because he was in another house. And what about me, because I'm in Bobaden's? Wait, no. Crumb was from Durmstrang. So you have no excuse for not falling for your closest friend and instead latching on the first foreigner. I could speak French if you want exoticism. Harry, please shut up, you're just embarrassing yourself. How could you, Ron? We could have been everything. Well, this is getting awkward, so I'm gonna leave you all to tend to my beloved dragons. Charlie waved at his siblings who answered back, minus Ron who was fending against an overtly jealous best friend, with Hagrid following after him, wanting to pet the dragons one last time. Unfortunately, neither Rem nor Siri could pretend the same as they did show their lack of interest in those winged and fire-breathing creatures, so they resolved as being part of the embarrassing group of dramatic teenager. Or they could shorten their time with their charge and said they had to get going as most external visitors were leaving school grounds. It would be such a shame to end a monthly reunion, right? But Harry was acting more shameful, so they're even, really. Later, Harry's mood got lifted in an unsuspecting turn of event. He even started to appreciate Victor again thanks to his action, because him and Cedric both offered him their miniature dragon they drawed to know which to affront, and now Harry had two toy-sized dragons that breathed fire and flapped their tiny wings for attention. Harry was charmed and almost hugged them both in gratitude before chanting the Bulgarian's praises to a really pleased but disturbed Ron. None of their friends were amused. When Harry went to ask for the common green Welsh version, he was outright rejected. Madame Maxime didn't even let him be offended because Fleur wasn't that much of a dragon fan, so why did she want to keep the tiny dragon, and with what rights, to ask her beloved champion to open the golden egg to know the hint for the next task? Harry got from this display that Fleur only thought about casting the sleeping spell thanks to their head of school's help. It was only logical for Madame Maxime to give advice to her beloved champion, and since their head of school didn't come to be just because she was half giant, Harry could see a good helping hand for the second task. Especially after everyone of the carriage got deafened by the screeching sound that came out of the fake egg. Harry stumbled back on his feet and thought that the Abraxans were fortunately enclosed in another space than where the carriage was stationed, because they could not have survived this. He watched and followed Madame Maxime's instruction to soothe their damaged hearing, before learning the second task will be in the water and about merpeople as it was their cries. Well, that was new for Harry because he never got the chance to hear any of them speak outside of water, or were they trying to speak human language in this way? After putting the dragon egg underwater and listening to the message, Harry smiled widely at Fleur and handed out a plant willingly. Fleur rolled her eyes elegantly and took tea. Je ne sais même pas questionner pourquoi tu as cette plante magique et porter de main. Monfin, parce qu'il est nécessaire de voir tout et n'importe quoi sur soi. Ne dit on pas que les femmes ont tout dans leur sac? Bien. Je suis de ces mais avec la poche interne de moi. Cape à la place. Monsieur Potter, vous êtes bien aimable d'offrir votre assistance en offrant de la blanchifleur comme nous en avons besoin. mais vous serez il possible de vous en procurer plus, just par précaution? Bien évidemment, Madame Maxime. Je le ferai avec altruisme juste pour la victoire de notre champion, mais je requires seulement une condition. Non, Monsieur Potter, Mademoiselle Delacour ne vient pas vous céder son dragon miniature et cela n'a rien à voir avec qui de vous dire aimant le plus les dragons. La présence et la possession de cette version miniature est la preuve que notre champion d'école a bravé l'une des créatures magiques les plus dangereuses de l'histoire et s'en est sorti indemne et vainqueur. Assurément, vous pouvez comprendre cela. Harry did get it. Of course, Fleur deserved to keep the mini dragon with her as token prize. Actually, she deserved even more recognition for her merit because what she did was just excellent, and that was the word the dragon experts in handling dragon in the dailies who said that people needed to raise a statue of the great witch that Fleur Delacour was for taking care of a dragon harmlessly and without any damage. Besides, he still had 2 tiny dragons to take care of. So, Harry pulled out the rest of his gillyweed stock and handed it out meekly to his senior, who thanked him with a solemn look. Je prendrai soin de ce petit, tu peux me croire sur parole. J'ai entièrement confiance en toi, Fleur. Et je sais aussi que tu sortiras vainqueur encore une fois. Après tout, on a déjà abordé le sujet. When Fleur smiled, she did it with confidence and such determination that even Harry's heart pounded wildly while his cheeks turned bright red like a struck teen. Yes, she will retrieve what she treasured the most, and this, in less than an hour. Now, it's not like Harry ever felt something akin of Hogwarts pride, but Cedric was his friend and he liked to check if the guy knew what he will face off, so he won't be coming out injured like he did with the dragon. For that, he needed to ask a favor from the twins, to use the Marauder's map. If Rem and Siri ever heard of it, they would be offended that the map wasn't in Harry's possession, and Harry would then explain his case by saying that he wasn't Hogwarts student and that he was way too busy to ever roam in the castle to pull pranks or just be sneaky. Of course, to avoid that conversation entirely, he could also just cast a homunculus charm to know where the person he's looking for was, but then that would require to have to enchant a parchment or on any other surface, and he really couldn't bother when just a question would suffice. Anyway, he had to go after Cedric hidden under his cloak of invisibility and access the prefect's bathroom. Just in time to use it for the first time, as tomorrow would be the full moon. Which also explained Harry's mood swing of the day. Part of, at least. Before joining said bathroom, he had to pass through all the ghosts he encountered because none of them could see him and just glide through him, which may give him a preview of the bath he will have. It would also alert the ghost of his presence. And if he hid his presence, it was for a reason. As he acceded to the room, he could see it was occupied but was only half surprised to find it empty. Seeing the stuffs on the pool side of the room, placed neatly on the sink, Harry waited for Cedric's appearance as he slowly walked out behind the smokescreen. Hey, there, Seed? What the fuck, Harry? Both boys stood frozen in the perfume-filled room. Harry looked actually struck to hear such language coming from his friend while said friend was glancing around the place, looking for something, or someone else. I was just checking for you if you had a clue about the egg's hint. Like, you obviously had the best instinct to bring it here. Huh. I'm sorry for lashing out on you, Harry. Moaning Myrtle was looming around when I first came in, and I'm still not sure if she didn't stay around despite having telling her off. And I did not bring the egg, I just wanted to relax after the Tremondous first task. Of course. Well, it could be good if you open the egg underwater and listen to its message. And don't worry about Myrtle. I told her to not hang around when I was heading there, you can relax. Well, I'll leave you at it. Wait, Harry, I didn't mean to shoo you out. I was just startled to see someone else using the bathroom at the same time. You can use it, it's big enough for us two. If Harry didn't think more of it, it could sound flirty, but Cedric was just an overly nice guy and knew that the full moon was close and was only proposing for Harry's own good, since he did accept to give out the password for the exact reason. Hence, Harry didn't wait to be persuaded more and went to use the humongous pool that had scented cosmetics and handy files to soothe Harry's upcoming tiring and tearing transformation. So, Cedric started again, to get rid of the awkward silence. Who are you going to the Yule Ball with? The what now? Werewolf's transition. Harry was about to talk about the upcoming Yule Ball to his friends the following day, right at breakfast, and proposed them that the three friends go with the two younger girls as they weren't in age yet, But everything went awry when he was approached by Granger first. "Does the proposition of seeing you during full moon still stands?" With his hand about to reach Neville, who was joking with the other Gryffindor boys of 4th years, Harry looked like he was about to intervene in the joke, and because Hermione. Granger didn't have any control of her voice, her question attracted any attention in the Great Hall in this early morning. Harry blinked and was about to be offended by such proposition before remembering that Beatrice Haywood did throw this offhand comment to shut people's naughty mouths and that he also did agree on it, although without thinking twice. But he was the Harry Potter and should have known to watch his wordities, so he held as much in responsibility, really, now that he had onlookers' curious eyes about his response, as said event would be tonight. He's feeling kind of backed to a corner. "Why? Do you really think Harry could be a mindless beast till you see him with your own 2 eyes?" Ron almost barked at the bushy girl. Harry felt warmth when Neville and Ginny also watched Granger with a guard expression. Though the two never hold any prejudice against the Muggleborn, most time trying to defend her behavior when Ron would complain about it, they certainly wouldn't be holding her in high esteem if she ever insults their friend and sides with the hearsay, as she did when talking about Luna's wacky beliefs. Granger's face flushed profusely, but she held her position. "No, but I want to see with my own 2 eyes exactly what it is about Werewolf to counter wizardkind's common belief. If Harry Potter himself claims proudly to be a werewolf, I'm sure that means the werewolves don't deserve the discrimination wizard and Muggle community hold against them." As her answer made a lot of sense, Harry's friend group relaxed and looked at Harry to know his feelings, as the end result depended on him. Harry had to think quickly. "It does still stand. However, I doubt we could do it tonight, as the full moon would only be visible around curfew. And you don't strike as someone who would break rules just to satisfy a mere curiosity, right? Actually, we will be having astronomy tonight, and by the time we're released, the night's still young. You would know, but you never attended astronomy." "Because I'm not obligated to, and no one could force me and give me a troll on my non-existent Hogwarts report card. But I rather we schedule the showing for next moon falls on the 24th, if it's all right with you." Granger's face tensed, as if figuring her schedule for next month and the permission to stay at Hogwarts for winter holidays. Though, once the student body heard about what would happen during the holidays, they will be begging to stay in the castle this year. Not that Harry could say that as people's attention shift to greet vividly Cedric Diggory for succeeding yesterday's first task by throwing the newspapers in the air as substitute of confettis, the news already relayed on the Daily Prophet thanks to Rita Skeeter, who was present in the stands. Harry also forgot what he was about to tell his friends until the weekend during the trip to Hogsmeade. 3rd year's students and above were gathering before the teachers who's checking on students' authorization, and Harry reunited with his friends around Ravenclaw table in the Great Hall that was populated only by younger students not in age for the trip or foreign students who weren't that impressed by a wizard village. After skimming through the unchanging crowd line, where they identified Cedric with his group of friends exchanging shy smile with that attractive Asian girl surrounded by her posse of Ravenclaw girls, Harry's reminded of what he should tell his friend before they went into the line too. "So, guys, we need to agree on who will go with who to the Yule Ball so our young friend could enjoy the event too." "What event?" said younger friends asked, though Ron and Neville were as curious. The twins exchanged a look before punching their hand, as if remembering something. "Right, the Yule Ball. Headmistress Maxime did put a word when we insisted on being part of the delegation. I have to ask Angelina." George snickered before adding with a smirk, "Guess I have to ask Lee to go with him as friend." Both exchanged a sly look before leaving the younger ones and going in the line to access the village. "Useless, both of them," Ron grumbled before looking expectantly at Harry. "So, Yule Ball, it will be held the day of Christmas and it's an event with a ball, so formal dress and dance partner. It could be romantic or platonic as the twins made it sound. And it's only available for 4th years and above, hence me proposing us taking the girls, who are in 3rd years." Neville acted first. "Luna, would you like to go with me?" "Of course, Neville, it would be my pleasure." "Sweet. Let's go to Hogsmeade and purchase a matching robe, if you'd like." "What a great idea. Let's. I'm feeling quite positive for this ball." Neville's face lightened up like a Christmas light as he rose to join their friend in the line for Hogsmeade, and Harry smirked, wanting to tease the boy by saying that he certainly didn't need to kiss him to know if he ever play for the other team. because people needed to be blind to not see his affection for the eccentric Ravenclaw. Well, now. I hope Jin's not bothered to go with me, because otherwise it'll be with Ron, and although you both could go together just to attend the event, I was thinking that my assistance could be needed and, I get it, Harry. Thank you for thinking of me. I see you at Hogsmeade and you better show me the robe you'll be purchasing before going with it. As the fiery ginger stood to join their friend, Harry let go of the breath he was holding and threw a reluctant look at his friend. She's still mad at me, huh? Well, mate, be honest, did you ever apologize to her? Harry refused to answer that. I hope you're okay that my planning didn't include much of your participation. No, it's all right. In fact, it's more than all right, it's wicked. I can now propose to Victor, Aya's friend, you see. I'm sure, mate. Nothing could go wrong. Maybe Harry was a shitty friend for not warning Ron that going with one of the champion, the couple needed to open the dance, so his friend needed to step up his dance abilities, but he thought he was a supportive friend for encouraging him instead. Anyway, they needed to stand up and join the line to go to Hogsmeade too, because they will need to purchase those stunning outfits that won't shame them while they will be twirling on the dance floor. And the best destination was none other than Gladrags, where Andre Egwu was the recent addition in the staff. And if the man couldn't stop teasing him for never being able to access Ravenclaw Tower because of the knocker's riddle every time he tried, Harry learned from the stylish former Ravenclaw that after his departure of Hogwarts ground, the diadem became a public property of the Ravenclaw house where students could borrow it for 1 hour to wizen up their wits or help them in reviewing lessons, and that exceeding the time limit will bring up the Grey Lady's ire, and no one wanted that. When Harry asked if he could be the exception as he was the one who found the artifact back, he was laughed on the face, and Andre jokingly suggested maybe if he could exceed the tower during the night. Which was low blow, as Harry's still couldn't resolve a mere riddle. Though he could definitely roam in the castle at night, because of his invisibility cloak and because he's not an actual Hogwarts student, so he didn't fear punishment. But maybe he could solicite Blaze's help when the bloke enter in the shop at the same time, and who won't be mocking him like the Wizard of Style did. In exchange, he just had to inform his friend of the upcoming events just a little earlier that the head of house will do. There's nothing wrong for one more student to know about the ball now instead of in a week where Gladrags will certainly be drowning in orders, or the owls would be so busy with round trip with some heavy package. As expected, the following week, the 4 houses got the knowledge of the Yule Ball, and dance lesson got scheduled on the weekend so no one would be embarrassed for their lack of aptitude in this art. Harry first went to the Gryffindor session because it's the one where most of his friends were, and also because it was funny to see Professor McGonagall summoning all her patients to teach some dance steps so none of her students behave like a babbling bumbling bunch of baboon. Her words, that the twins mimicked over being the asses they are. And being the best mate he was, he couldn't stop snorting when Ron was the one picked as model for the lead dancer and had to do some steps with Professor McGonagall, and no, he wasn't being mean and thankful that it wasn't him because he still felt super intimidated by the elder lady. Anyway, it was funny watching the twins making fun then dancing for real with their set partners, but Harry thought that it could be even funnier to see how Professor Snape was going to teach the Slytherin. So he slithered in the session hold by the potion master. Or tried to. Mr. Potter, I don't think you're a Slytherin student, so your presence here is not required nor meaningful, and bothersome. Harry glanced discreetly from the cold stone man to the students trying not to step on each other foot behind him, and thought to himself that he should have guessed so, because no way the man was going to use himself as model and teach a bunch of uptight and conservative pureblood who in fact knew how to dance in the first place. When fingers snapped under his nose, Harry recoiled and blinked innocently at Snape. Why, Professor, although I'm no student of Hogwarts school, I can't have a dance lesson with Bobaddins as their 7th-year students already had the lesson back in their previous year. So I have no other choice but to seek help from the hosting school's dance session. Unfortunately, I fail to see how does it concern me, Mr. Potter. Well, I was thinking that I could attend. I fear not. But I said no now. Out. Harry forced himself to keep his mouth shut when the man showed him the way out with a stern finger, who became insistent when someone yelped behind them. Harry just had the time to see Gregory Goyle stepping on his partner's toes before being forcefully shoved outside of the room. To be fair, if Harry really wanted to have fun, hit the dance session with Professor Flitwick. The man tried to use himself as model first, before just enchanting 2 dummies and make them twirl ravishingly to his students' impressed gaze. He also didn't blink to see Harry among his students, probably pretending the blue of Bobaton's fitting with the Ravenclaw blue. And like with Professor McGonagall who accepted Ginny's presents, Professors Flitwick also accepted Luna's presents. But Harry asked to dance first with Cho Chang, just to seize the girl who will be Cedric's partner. It wasn't a bad experience, because not only the Seeker, 1 point, was attractive and graceful, 2 points, she was also such a nice girl, 10 points. And Harry could only confirmed his attractiveness for Seeker again, because if she wasn't taken he could have hit on her. But because he respected his friend Cedric, when he attended Hufflepuff's dance session, he insisted to be the champion's dance partner. 1. Because the guy already knew how to dance starting the moment he was selected as champion, as Professor Sprout wasn't about to let her student embarrass himself, hence telling him beforehand of the Yule Ball. And 2. Harry wasn't about to let his friend had the awkwardness to choose a substitute partner while he had already asked his crush Cho to go together. Besides, Professor Sprout taking Cedric as model was enough as exemplary, and Harry was also just fulfilling a secret fantasy of his to dance with a bloke as attractive as Cedric. All in all, learning to dance at Hogwarts was a wonderful experience, and Harry would got out without problem if it wasn't for Professor Snape cornering him at the end of the weekend. "Mr. Potter." The man cursed his name. "I cannot believe you being as stupid as using a time turner just to assist each dance sessions. Have you not shame to use such precious and controlled artifact for a petty reason like this?" Harry only had half a second to find an excuse. "Wow, would you look at that? It's time for me to fulfill my punishment and wash manually my school carriage." And he bolted out of the man's wrath. "I cannot believe this. I know, Ron, I know. Her. With him. Why? I don't understand, Harry. Why? I don't know, mate, I don't know either." He said it was also his friend because she insisted, but if that was the case, I could have been a better choice. I played with him. We talked too. When did they even exchange words? Such a difficult question. She's not even fun to be around. That's a little harsh, Ron. Hermione's totally alright to be around with. You can't talk, Neville. You're only saying that because she helps you with your homeworks. Neville grumbled, a little vexed. Well, if you tried to have her help with your homeworks, you'd see she's really helpful. But she's such a nagging girl. A total insufferable know-it-all. Well, maybe your Vicky likes those type of chicks since he went all the way to ask her in the middle of the library. Because I doubt he would even read any books there. Ron sent a seething look at Harry, about to lash another shedload of offended words but settle with a mumble. But I could have give him such a great time with my dance steps. He was being quite pitiful, really. Harry stroked his back, trying to be the best mate he was, and the three settled in the comforting silence despite Ron's irregular sniffles. So, Harry, what's this thing about you using a time turner? Both Harry and Ron froze before the latter turned to Harry to boggle. How did you know that? Pretty sure Professor Snape was being really careful while trying to scold me. Harry, what in the Merlin's sagging pants? Yeah, Harry, what were you thinking in using a time turner and not even telling us about it? Well, to be fair, I got said artifact in some sneaking way, so I couldn't really tell you where you'd be considered as accomplice. But, really, Nev, how do you know that? I don't know how, but my toy wand was forgotten in the potion classroom, and when I went to retrieve it, I surprised you and Professor Snape, who looked as white as ghost. I certainly wouldn't mind if that was the case. But Harry, mate, what in the ever-loving dragonpox were you thinking in procuring a time turner by illegal means? Well, look. Bagman, the head of magical games and sports, was having financial problem with the goblins, and he accosted me by asking about my philosopher's stone, thinking I could change him some gold with a valuable artifact that only the Ministry of Magic had, and proposed himself to give me that in exchange. What a scum. Later, Ron, but didn't you say that the gold you changed are in raw state? As if, like some sort of gooey substance? It is, but it's still gold. Even the goblins can't say anything against the truth. Besides, the thing with Bagman's that he owed them gold, you see? So, by giving them raw material, he's still giving them what he owed. His two friends were watching with incredulity and some sort of begrudging acceptance. The goblins and Gringotts must hate you so much for your Philosopher's stone. Oh, they do, but it's not like I ever go to take the gold my parents left in the Potter vault, so really, they still keeping their gold while I use my raw material to do my own transactions. Besides, I don't like them either for having imprisoned an innocent dragon to use as guardians. What do Remus says about that? You know, with him being curse breaker and working for Gringotts. What Rem doesn't know can't hurt him. Alright, fine, he sighed, but it's not like I'm doing illegal things, so he just told me to be careful with who I'm dealing. And you think he will accept the fact you're transacting with a scum like Bagman? Look, not my fault he scammed your brothers who were fooled by Leprechaun's gold. I did tell them a lot of time what those creatures could do, and since they were betting during the World Cup while the creatures were present as Irish Quidditch national team's mascot, they should have seen it coming. And they could turn any metal to silver, so really, they were just being material at this point. Didn't you say they were planning their own business of jokes shop? They need money for that? Well, by changing a huge amount of metal to silver, they could still assemble the finance needed. 1 galleon is 17 sickles as far as I know. To be fair, they're only saving because they knew Mrs. Weasley wouldn't accept their dream job. If they were planning to being hit wizards, she would have helped finance their project with the Black Inheritance in a heartbeat. Both Harry and Ron took Neville's opinion with seriousness before deciding talking about finance could never end well between them. So they looked into who Ron should ask to go with him to Yule Ball. First night of the winter holiday, Harry sneaked into the Slytherin common room to attend one of their friendly duel night. Not that it was an official thing, but House of Slytherin made a point to teach defenses to their first years every start of term because they're known as the pariah of the school. It was a monthly event that would usually take place by first weekend of the month, but now that the first 3 years were dismissed back to their home, the older student could go all out and invited the foreign students in their little spare. Probably to know more about other schools' dueling performance. Harry, much like the Weasley twins, wasn't invited because they related too much of Gryffindor and no way Slytherin will be friendly with their biggest rivals. How he did know about this and sneak in. He had his ways and winked at Blaise when their eyes met. Malfoy rolled his eyes when he noticed the exchanges between them and snickered. Something among his bunch of friends who sniggered back while glancing at him, making obvious of the subject of their rodent conversation. Anyway, because Harry wasn't being that much bothersome, he's allowed to stay and watch while the Slytherin students try to duel the 7th year's Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students. To go against Crumb first, and as the match went in favor for the youngest Quidditch player, in an expected result, everyone started to choose their duel partner and go for it. Cassius Warrington went for a Durmstrang too, while Adrian Pusey for a Beauxbatons student. Marcus Belby, a 5th year, boldly asked Fleur to duel him and lost pathetically but got some tips in return because never once did he underestimated nor feared the French champion. Slowly, other students started to ask to spar with Fleur, Blaise and Theodore being one of them. Potter, I request a duel against you. Harry, who stayed as spectator for the most part, slowly turned to the owner of the insufferable drawl and merely hid his disgruntlement. Draco Malfoy himself wasn't showing much unfriendliness, but he certainly dropped all act of familiarity after knowing he's a werewolf and put up a show of waterworks during the first task, supposedly crying for the poor result of his school's champion. Well, if Malfoy insisted to be embarrassed in front of his bunch of giggling followers, Harry would happily comply and made it painful and crushing. They needed all his followers as referees. Pansy Parkinson smirked before starting the countdown, expecting both duelists to take 3 steps, turn around and bow. Harry easily dodged. The disarming spell and the teeth-elongating hex slid through the protection charm he pulled up non-verbally. Then, to indulge his audience, he shot out a new spell of his and a blue light shot out. Malfoy raised the charm of protection, but the light went through and touched him, shocking the boy. Literally, the body was struck by lightning and just fell on the floor, trembling frantically for 10 long and horrifying seconds, before staying lifeless. All around them stopped their own duel from Parkinson and Bulstrode's scream. Harry didn't bother checking their reaction to know that his schoolmates already had an unamused expression. Too bad, because he was certainly sporting a big smile. What was that? Greengrass asked among the onlookers. A shocking spell, a creation of mine. I advise you to not touch him with your bare hands. Both Crabbe and Goyle stopped in their stead, hands just above their bossy friend to help him up. Well, we need to check if he's alive, Bulstrode muttered weakly. Oh, he is, even though he must wish he wasn't. Is that a threat? What are you two waiting? Get Draco up? Parkinson ordered the 2 gorillas despite Harry's warning. Crabbe and Goyle touched Malfoy at the same time and went on shaking pitifully before falling on the ground, quivering for some seconds before going still too. Harry's proud smile remained on his face, even still when Fleur summoned cardboards and magically wrapped it around the three boys. The effect went immediate for Malfoy, who had stayed on the floor for too long. He regained consciousness and stood up frantically, though his hands were still jittery. But grabbing his wooden wand gave him strength, and he demanded what happened to him and why the bloody hell was he wrapped in a ridiculous cardboard. "You should thank Fleur for saving your life, or the current would have still flow in your blood otherwise, and I used an amp charm. It cast electricity to the target." "Charm? More like hex, or curse. It was like a crucio." "Well, I didn't cast you an unforgivable curse, I have witnesses. Even you had to admit the spell was nothing alike." "What is electricity?" Harry refused to reply and smirked more impishly, making Malfoy grit his teeth. "My father will hear about this." "Go on, I'll just have to tell your mother, then. Don't threaten my mother." "Then, don't use your father as blackmail. Duh. You chose the wrong person to mess with, Potter." "What you gonna do? Harm my family and friends? Cedric the Champion? The devilish pranksters Weasley? Jin and her bat bogey Hex? Ron and Nev who could swept you like nothing? Or my godfather the ex-convict Sirius Black? I have more backup than you could even dream of it in a blackout of Azkaban, unlike your aunt. Stop insulting me. Make me." Malfoy raised his wand, but Harry was faster and cast a non-verbally human transfiguration spell, changing the prick into a ferret, then making his job in torturing the rodent by levitating it wildly. The whole audience gasped and asked Harry to stop his madness when the ferret was obviously being abused. But Harry laughed to their face and levitated ferret Malfoy under their very eyes. He was cackling like a pure villain, enjoying the misery he put his opponent in when he was disarmed and someone freed the blonde jerk. Harry gaped as his wand was retrieved expertly by his headmistress and turned an accusatory eyes on his schoolmates. "You tattled on me. You were harming our reputation." And Harry couldn't defend himself when Malfoy took his human form back, stumbling and tripping on his weak feet. Parkinson went to help him up, but Bulstrode also had to help on the other side due to the boy's way. "Monsieur Potter, donnez moi une bonne raison pour ne pas vous interdire l'accès au bal et vous priver de tout autres priviléges pour le reste de l'année. On ne fait qu'une duel amical, Madame la Directrice. Je lui montre juste à quel point les élèves de Beauxbatons sont avancés en formules qu'on peut facilement faire de la métamorphose humaine sans effort. Je doute que votre camarade pense le même. Sinon, il n'aurait pas fallu mon intervention. Madame, je me suis payé être un peu importé sur le moment, mais je n'ai rien fait de légal que je sache. Vous ne vous êtes pas arrêté quand le reste des élèves vous l'a demandé." Harry winced when the tone was getting higher. "Je j'admets mon tort, l'adrénaline m'a brûlé l'esprit. Mais je suis resté dans la légalité. Malfoy est parfaitement sain et sauf. Vérifiez son physique. It's not on the appearance but the mental, you sicko." "Oh, right. Most of the pureblood of UK knew French too. Only the Durmstrang were clueless. See, he's still full of spirit, too. Just you wait, I'll make sure you'll pay for that, you mutt. Well, I see that you didn't loose your nasty mouth, and if neither words nor magic could do anything, maybe my fist would. Monsieur Potter, oui, je viens de proférer des paroles inadmissibles, mais lui vient d'insulter mon spécimen et c'est de la discrimination que vous n'ayez rien dit. Alors quoi? Parce que je suis un loup-garou, je n'ai pas le droit à une défense? Mais ouvriez le monde." Et c'est reparti, some of his schoolmates muttered, feeling he was in for a long rant. Whenever there was a hint of bigotry, Harry would yell of injustice till people would go his way. It was basically the magical version of screaming. That's homophobic, whenever something wasn't going to the homosexual's way, and because Madame Maxime also felt the headache coming because Harry knew how to get his way about bigotry and discrimination, she dropped it and even let him go to the Yule Ball, though he had to answer his act by helping out Mr. Filch for a month. Without magic, just to please all parties. Harry made sure to sign something really menacing to Malfoy once his headmistress turned her back. To stop further escalation of violent hand signs, Blaise went between the two, cutting Harry's sight of the ferret. To thank me for sneaking you in and still being by your side after the stunt you pulled, you have to grant my wish. It's hardly fair. I could have sneaked in by my own. You just proposed after telling about your special duel night. Oh yeah? And how would you have know the password? Asking Professor Snape who had your throat for some reason? Harry was about to say he could have asked the Slytherin locket since the thing knew every fortnight's password, but then that would have required Harry breaking into the headmaster office to get close of the locket, and that seemed a hassle when he could just have Blaise giving him the password for something in exchange. So he braced himself and waited for the wish, hoping it wasn't the Philosopher's Stone B. Sev to work on it. Something he postponed for a while now. Let us join the full night for your monthly transformation. Us meaning Theodore Knott, who slithered silently beside the Italian boy. The wish was easier than anything he expected. They will just have to bear standing beside a Gryffindor girl for all night. So, you had to drink the Wolfsbane potion every day for a week before the full moon? Yup. A real discover by Damocles Belby, this. Even though it tastes like shit. And I'm not even exaggerating. Adding sugar won't change anything, to the content of the potion nor the taste, so we had to suffer in damaging our taste and bones melting. What do you mean? Well, the thing being Werewolf was that you're not transforming with your own will. Unlike Animagus, who do not suffer the change. You're cursed to be linked to the moon's phase and your body goes under forceful transformation. Your bones changing to the structure of wolves. Your muscles go under the same treatment to adapt your new bone structure, and everything feels like burning a week of calories but multiplied by 10. Hermione Granger nodded before writing down what Harry said with a serious look. Blaise only made a noise of assentment while Theodore stayed silent, only watching Harry without blinking. Probably seeing him gagging after forcing the disgusting potion was enjoying, which fair, as Harry was proudly claiming to be a werewolf at any given occasion. After setting the goblet of the last portion brewed by Professor Snape aside, Harry started to undress himself. First the robe, then the daily clothes to the undergarment. Hermione couldn't help but sputter. If it bothers you, just turn around. I'm not about to keep my boxer on, that will stretch during the transformation, just because you're a prude that used me as lab rat. Taking his words sincerely, the girl calmed herself and smoothed a stern expression before watching interestingly Harry's naked nape advancing to the nest he prepared beforehand, as he will most certainly spend the whole night in slumber. Younger, experimenting the first transformation had him playing with his friends whenever he spent the full moon around them, but as he grew up, his body could sustain less and less the change as it wore him off. He still tried to hide his crotch as he's slowly relaxing his body, because he's also starting to feel modest under 3 curious stranger looks. Harry felt quickly the rising of the moon as his body flamed up. He maintained a controlled breathing, but he couldn't stop the occasional grunts as he felt his bones crackle and his muscles stretching and changing its structure. Then, the vision of the world plunged into that of a beast. A really drowsy beast, at least. One good thing having competent wizards staying with him during the full moon was that he always had a lot of thing ready to help the transition. Bill would always enchanted a blanket that could soothe his muscles ache and prepared some hot chocolate. Sirius would make sure that both him and Rem will be dressed in comfortable in no time, and those 3 curious fourth years had prepared a healing potion that did help a little and some snacks to balance the taste after 2 disgusting potions. And because they all knew some runes, he was carved magically of ideogram that put him in a relaxed state that he rarely felt after a transformation. Which was really good because tonight will be a long night with the ball. Werewolf's first ball. I still don't understand the point of doing it. Harry fed the Thestral, who swallowed the dead rat in one gulp with gusto, which made Harry fuss over and the winged horse preen, before turning to Theodore, who was standing far from him, and Luna and the herd of invisible creature to regular people's eyes. I mean, they're literally invisible to most people's eyes and are well fed by your father, so why do we have to do it too? Come on, we're one of the rare people who can see them and appreciate their intelligence and beauty. Don't you find them fascinating? In a distasteful way, maybe, and I wouldn't say appreciate, I'm mostly keeping up with them. You're such a killjoy. Your partner will have a feast tonight with you. Daphne Greengrass only accepted to go with me because her parents told her to not mingle with the likes of Mrs. Zabini, so Blaise was out of the equation, and also because Malfoy had already asked Parkinson. And she certainly wouldn't consider Crabbe or Goyle, who didn't even waste any effort to find a partner and will go together. Couldn't she go with someone older? Luna asked in a dreamy voice. I'm sure her name is impressing enough for older Slytherin boys to ask her out. She beat any of their attempts and accepted to go with me despite I never said wanting to attend. Oh, you were not? And you couldn't have politely declined her offer, could you? I think you're all fooled by her prim and proper attitude. Daphne's not the kind to accept no for answer. Well, at least you got to spend time with your only pals that could see invisible horse like you. Harry didn't let his grin down when he was met with an unimpressed look that turned repulsed when a Thestral nudged Harry's shoulder to rush him to be fed. You're lucky they're very well behaved or your look could set them off. It's because I know they're so well trained that I reacted as such. And the blood of their meal is rubbing on your robes. You're going to stink before tonight's event. As if you couldn't magic it away. Are we not in a magic school learning magic? The memory would be engraved in me even after the trace had disappeared. Luna tutted. It's not that bad, they're just horses. With really icky appearances. And you have rabbity features. Harry, that's not nice. I'm just stating fact like Theodore did. Sure, they're not the prettiest creatures but that does not change the fact they're intelligent and super useful as mount. Theodore may look like a rabbit but that does not change the fact he's a terrible wizard that should not be let unsupervised when talking about delicate subjects. I may be quiet, I'm not deaf. Relatable, Luna expressed. Luna may be eccentric, her beliefs is what set her above everyone else. And I may have scars, I'm also the next greatest alchemist in training. And full of arrogance. Last I heard, your training is still going on. Han, who's complaining about the pace of the creation of my Philosopher's Stone? Let's see if you could do better. Certainly we could not, but since you were trained personally by Nicholas Flamel, people would think you could do better. It's super impressive already. The stone's in perfect shade of red and even had the liquid inside, it just takes time to be extracted. Harry's left arguing alone about the feats of his creation, despite knowing fully well it needed improvement. The things he's trying, all right. And he had enough nagging from Professor Snape who at least knew a little about alchemy, but others were just being malicious and ignorant at this rate. Luna kept on the previous game with Theodore, who was more than glad to change subject. And Ron may be the best at playing chess. He's also quite obtuse in some area. Please, it was such a pain to see him behave like brainless gorilla around Granger who could not spit it out. Well, you can't really blame her, she doesn't really have any ally around her. Can you blame us about this? We can't help it if she's acting like such an uptight bitch. Watch your mouth. Such language with this rabbity mouth. Don't make me to hex you, Potter. If you can reach me. Anyway. No swearing even though I don't know who we're talking about. We're talking about Hermione having a helpless crush on Ron who could not see it. What? Granger had romantic feelings for my best mate, but they're arguing any given time like oh. Add oblivious for Harry Potter's flaws. Mixed with arrogance, it's a terrible combination. You have no idea how much. This summer's taken the summit of what it could do. Stop half insulting right Bame too oblivious to understand it. And let's go back to Granger having a teenage crush for the one and only Ron Weasley. How did it happen? Theodore may be the best to answer you, he witnessed it, I think. Hard not to when the Ginger Knight came in the rescue of the poor peasant who's not educated enough to know when she's insulted of mudblood. Theodore, how dare you? That was Draco, you dumb creature's lover, didn't Lovegood just said I witnessed it? I was not a participant. Well, you never know, so Ron went in her defense? It was almost comical, really. That time, Granger was infatuated with our scammer of Professor Lockhart, who just laughed it off when it happened in his classroom, and only Weasley said anything back despite both were known to not be in their best relationship. In fact, you could say Weasley despised Granger as much as a Slytherin because that girl was acting like a textbook know-it-all, recalling any facts she read in the books she purchased before going to Hogwarts. She was so proud to act as substitute for our first-year DADA professor, another joke who only postulate for the year pay, but the lack of response she got was karmic pleasing. All right, that was really mean. Theodore shrugged at both of his audience disapproving looks. Now, she know to never initiate anything again. So that's why she was so adamant the Dada lesson went smoothly after the stunt I did. That was still one of your least favorable moment, Harry. I'm more of an instinctive bloke than second-guessing, it saved my life multiple times in dealing with creatures. Delightful. I can't wait to spread the words that you see Professor Quirrell as one of those beastly creatures you're so fond of. Peef. I'm not scared of bad reputation, and it can't be so bad since the concerned not present. Although all the staff chose to stay in the castle just to attend the Annetted event of Yule Ball, Professor Quirrell was the only one absent, saying both it wasn't his cup of tea and that he needed alone time during winter holiday after some traumatic moment he experimented during one of sabbatical years. Fine with Harry, he still felt the man's little off, and if no one would believe him, he will use any time not in the presence of the other. Getting to the Great Hall when it was decorated to such extent to impress made Harry really proud of his dad, as he was 100% sure that it was his job. He got to see all the preparations he was tasked for 9 years when he still lived there, and even got to help him for the menial work like asking the fairies' help. Dressed to the nine, he moved along with Ginny inside the place of event, with their formal robes suiting each other without matching, and got instantly hauled by Percy, who was there in place of head of Departement Runcorn. The man had used the same lame excuse as Quirrell. Such occurrence were not his thing, and his presence was not actually required, so he could be replaced by his assistant, recently graduated Percy Weasley. As the older brother was fussing around his younger siblings, and barely noting that Ron came in with a boy, Harry got hauled by another Weasley, who came in too. Harry, did you really made a deal with that scum of Bagman? Because the sod just gave us gold pieces that he owed us to apologize for scamming us with the Leprechaun's fake gold. He even paid his debts to Gringotts, and said that the rest was only recently forged by the bank themselves. Meaning the goblins got a new resource in the span of a mere month. And by resource we meant raw material of gold, like those metals you changed with your freaky stone. Obviously, you two don't need me in this conversation, so I'm just going to. I can't believe you would help such disgusting miserable being and betrayed our trust like this. Bold words coming from you. I did not force you to bet with an adult that we know nothing of. Your father knew him best and even said he was not really someone to be trusted, so all the fault falls on you. And I did warn you about the gold when in presence of Leprechaun, so you got nothing against me. And what I do with my gold is my problem, not my fault. You're not competent enough to be on my level. Sometimes you should check your own flaws before shifting the blame on others. Now, have a good night with your partners you just abandoned to unfairly yell at me. Harry ditched the twins behind to join his friends back, where Neville and Luna were sitting comfortably around the feast and talking about some invisible creatures that could be hidden in some foods. Ron beamed once seeing him, so did his partner Colin Creevey before raising his muggle camera at the same time to snap a picture of his. Harry blinked but smiled nonetheless, because being with the group was better than the twins who did nothing to improve their behavior since the first day of the school year. Before long, all the 3 champions came in and it was time for them to open the dance with their partner. People were struck by the clean-up Hermione Granger, but Harry was awed and speechless at how good both Cedric and Cho were. Really, Seeker and their charm. He tried to smile encouragingly to Fleur in the arms of really bewitched Roger Davies, but couldn't even met eyes with his school champion as she was looking intently at Cedric, who was too busy admiring Cho. Harry's going to enjoy the love triangle unfolding. He's snapped to present when Percy shoved him to take his little sister to the dance floor like everyone else was doing now that they could. Of course, he had to treat little Jin right as his partner. He's not about to do the same mistake as the twins and widen the French reputation, because Beauxbaton's students were not just uptight and condescending. After the first dance, Harry joined Blaise as he promised him a dance while Ginny went to Luna. By the feast, Ron and Neville were discussing with Colin, who's staying by their side snapping pictures from time to time. Did you see the dress Parkinson came with? Blaise spoke up after making Harry twirl twice and his vision go blurry for a few seconds. It makes her look like a pink bubblegum. Harry scanned the room to find the duo only to see Pansy Parkinson under the same treatment as him, being constantly twirled around, and he laughed airily. Fitting for Malfoy's edgy lord dress. Draco may going through a phase. He should, but hopefully he will settle with something responsible of his actions. He needs a good pegging. That sounds so wrong, and I think what you did was enough. Nah. And I know you know how to interpret my words. You flatter me. I have to admit I'm surprised by the choice of your partner. Draco insisted, saying that if he's going with Parkinson, I had to go with her friend Millicent. She's not really efficient in dancing, but she's satisfied with the feast, so that's it. I mean, still better than Theodore being forced to be present against his will. As the dance came to an end, they joined the other around the feast and snickered at their shared friend who was sporting a begrudging look right next to the Durmstrang group who Daphne Greengrass was chatting with. But Theodore returned the favor when he pointed something above their heads. Huh, how did this mistletoe find its way there? The same way those candles are hung on the ceiling, I guess. No, I was asking who placed them there. Oh, my bad. I didn't want to assume anything, but my bet would go to the staffs, and especially Professor Dumbledore and his twinkling eyes who did not stop checking on us. That old senile has time to waste. Why do you think some of the staff came to be teacher? They like the gossips the students provide them. Let's give them something to talk about. Harry turned to his friend and pecked Blaze's cheek with a cheeky grin. They both shared a mirthful look before parting ways. Their audience were less amused and were gaping at them with bemused look. Understandable, they did not know the custom of byes that Roman countries were so fond of, and not ye they actually were. Harry, could it be, you have some story with one Blaze Zabini? Harry refrained to laugh at Colin's eager look and used a patronizing tone to answer the younger boy's avid curiosity. It never hurt to inform your juniors, you see, and the boy really admired Harry. Maybe giving him some information about the Slytherin, the rivalry between the two houses, could lessen once Harry's gone and back to Beauxbatons. So you're friends, but that does not explain why you gave him a kiss. I know it's a Muggle tradition to kiss under the mistletoe, but none of you are known to have Muggle relatives. Harry could have tell him about him growing in France changed a lot of his education, doing lab-byes with fellow Romans wizards for example, or that British wizards also knew about what it is to stand together under the mistletoe plant, but he settled with one explanation he and Luna believed. It's infested of nargles, some mischievous creatures, and kissing could make them uncomfortable and chase it out. Here, there's one. And Harry leaned to peck the boy's cheek and left before seeing how he broke him. Neville sent him a stern look while Ron was trying to hide a smile. You enjoy messing with the poor kid? What? It's true it's infested of nargles and a kiss never hurts. Ginny came to join them, with Luna following behind. So you believe of the existence of nargles? I always believed any of Luna and her father's conspiracy existing creatures. It's not because they're invisible they do not exist. Take the Thestral for example. Thank you, Harry. I never knew you paid much attention after going to study at Beauxbatons. You didn't talk about them much. It's not because I do not talk about it that I don't think about, like Norbert, the dragon dad raised for a short while that Ron and Neville helped sneak out but never thought about telling me even once during their first year. Both boys sputtered pathetically. Harry, you had to understand that the discovery was already shocking in itself, and then after we managed to snuck it out, we got caught by Professor McGonagall because that git of Malfoy sold us out. We lost 100 points in one night. Everyone was mad at us. We really didn't have the occasion to think about anything else, Neville concluded in sorrowful tone. Ah, I remember, so that was for Hagrid and his love of dragon? Percy added his two nuts. And thankfully, Big Bro Percy managed to win them all in the following days. Thanks Percy for not being mad against us despite us having to keep our tongue. What's a big brother for if not taking care of his younger siblings' mistakes? All three looked pleased at that, with Ginny smirking at them and Colin having shining eyes at the inspiring sentence. Surely he will look after his little brother Dennis who just made his entrance in Hogwarts. Fortunately, by the time Lowell will be at Hogwarts, I would have long since graduated and Mummy won't be expecting this much from me, Luna said with dreamy voice. Colin gasped and his eyes turned manic to her. About this, Luna, do your parents had some appreciation for werewolves or were really fond of Harry Potter and supportive of his werewolf condition? Because your name means moon in Latin and your brother's means wolf in French. Before they could start a conspiracy about the Lovegood couple being werewolves fanatics, the weird sisters made their entrance and enchanted the whole scene with their thunderous music. Harry had always remembered them doing mini-concert that pleased the student body, and them being a fan of Rowan Khanna's best friend because of their feats as cursebreaker. And it seemed the years after they graduated from the school only increased their popularity. But as most of the audience were enjoying the music, some had found a way to sneak mistletoe above Harry more time than not to request a peck from him. And as Harry was giving two in row to those two Gryffindor fourth years, Lavender and Parvati he thought were their name, Blaze came to his rescue and pulled him out of the festivities. Ah, thank you. I thought I was going to hand out peck to everyone present at the ball. Who would think there would be so much mistletoes on the loose? More likely you've been cursed to have one follow you so anyone could ambush you, Theodore commented. Harry took the suggestion in and raised his head to see there were indeed a mistletoe. He glanced at Blaise before forcefully pecking Theodore and casting counter curse to the incriminating plant. Theodore childishly wiped his cheek clean. Can't believe it took you so long to realize the trick. How could I have suspect this? I thought I wasn't popular after people knowing I'm a lot stopped coming to me. Malfoy for one. Draco's hardly a good example. And people still gossiping about you because you're somehow a catch. Alchemist Nicholas Flamel's pupil, almost champion, a daredevil that would run to the Cerberus instead of away like any sane person. Wait, let me sink that down so I can show this memory to Ron after. Why? Did he imply the opposite? He did more than that. He said he preferred dumb crumb after kissing me. Are we talking a peck or actual kiss? A kiss. A real one to taste the water if he was more interested in the other team. He used me as lab rat. Why are you being so offended when you literally did the same thing with me? Hang on, there are too many infos. So, Weasley's gay and is crushing to Crumb. Who had the feels for Granger, who ironically had the feels for Weasley? Theodore ended his analysis with a snort. Harry could relate. Earlier, he was musing how Fleur and Cedric were in a love triangle, but really it was just Fleur harboring some unwanted interest to her fellow attractive champion. On the other side, the Ron Crumb Granger case very much represented a love triangle in melodramatic way, yes, even though it involved Harry's best mate and once upon a time gay. Awakening. And did you two kiss too? When? Before or after the breakup? After. I mean, I may catch like you said, that I got dumped because she had not any other choice. I could get it, but then the twins said I was just a kid and that was nothing serious. Blaise thankfully proved me otherwise. Yet the kiss didn't mean anything. And the Weasley was right. If someone wanted to realize a change of sexual orientation, Victor Crumb's a better choice. Why, after some roughhousing, Harry made the boys follow him to the West Well, where a secret passage to Hogsmeade could be exceeded, now that Mr. Filch was busy in the Great Hall and not keeping eyes on it. There are secret passages to outside? And that lead us right by the fountain of Hogsmeade Village? I know, right, but at least this one's one-way passage. We'll need to go back by Honeyduck's cellar that will lead us to the one-eyed witch statue by the stairs of Dada classroom. Both Slytherins watched him with a jumble expression. And how do you expect us to break into the shop? It's closed because it's Christmas night. Harry blinked a few times before shrugging and pushing the boys to touring the village under snow and empty alleys, making the landscape otherworldly. Now, they're here. They had to take the chance and enjoy themselves, not giving time to regret leaving the ball for this mistake. He insisted of showing them all the other point the secret passages lead to. Honeydukes' cellar from the witch statue, in which both of his audience watched him with untrusting gazes. The cave that was buried as of 1992, so it should be crossed out on the map, not that he's willing to say what map. The West Well they came out, the one baying the statue of Gregory the Smarmy that lead to the place for the villagers to hold holidays, the one under the rug of the Hieroglyph Hall, and the one down the toilet, though he did not say which one of the 7 floors. Though, he had to inform them they shouldn't be using 4 of those as Mr. Filch knew about the last 4 ones. And since the one that was buried is inaccessible, it only hind the witch statue that we cannot use at the moment because someone didn't think beforehand it's holiday times. So, we have no way to go back because now that we spent so long outside of the castle, people and mostly Mr. Filch had taken notice of our absence and would be guarding the 4 passages he knew off to chew us off. You all being pissy, but I remember you followed me willingly. You beat us to follow after you. Ah, all right, fine. You're the poor victims and I'm the big bad wolf. Now, let's stargaze by the shrieking shack so I can conclude the night. By eating us? We just spent the full moon together, you know I won't transforming for another 30 days. Do we really, though? Blaise, say something, your friend is being overly hurtful. I wish I could, Harry, but the thing is we really know nothing about Werewolf and before dawn was our first time seeing one. Though a tame one, I give you that. Harry growled at them to make his point across. I guess you will have to discover it. He was pleased to see the boys being much more compliant after that and they followed him wordlessly, trying not to show how meek they were feeling. Not that he was going to tell them about the last secret passage and betray Rem's secret and location to change into a mindless beast during his teenage days, but he liked to understand all the rumors around this dwelling. Seriously, we live with ghosts and could see them in the daily. How could us wizards be afraid of a haunted shack? According to the townspeople, they heard monthly screams. Still doesn't explain anything. Please, they must know about Peeves, and the poltergeist could do nothing against us. Forgive us for not using Wadawasi at any given time to annoy the hell out of it. You should. The poltergeist only had it coming. We have the Bloody Baron to protect us. Time to step up for yourself. I'll hear about your lecture once sure you do not make a mistake beforehand. Theodore was really one piece of difficult verbal opponent to have. Harry really should have think better than lead them out of the school ground where they could not perform magic. Which made them cranky. But because Harry's sometimes a little shit and liked to add salt on wound, he cast the Patronus charm to lighten the mood. Here, have a little silver dragon. Keep it down, people's going to know that a Patronus caster is playing prank in the village. And I bet there's only one nutcase that had a corporal Patronus like yours. ARH, you'll find anything to say against me. That's because you're doing some questionable things. We're out of the school illegally, thanks to you. Fine. You made your points. Let's head to the village and break into Honeyducks. Keep your voices down. There's no one outside, however. As soon as the words were out, they heard rushing footsteps running to them. They froze, distressed, and Harry regretted not bringing his invisibility cloak with him. Even more when he recognized the company. Rem. Siri. Huh. Alice and Frank too. Harry. Sirius bellowed and looking positively panicked. What are you doing outside of the castle? When we saw the Patronus, we thought you cast it from the inside, but you're actually outside of the school's protection charm. What were you thinking? You also brought other students with you? Frank's question got immediately submerged by Alice's hurried voice, looking over them with a scared look. Where's Neville? Did you bring him with you? No, Nev's still in the castle last I knew of. The Longbottom couple looked low-key relieved but like Sirius were questioning what were they doing outside of the school's protection. When Blaise and Theodore were speaking at the same time to put all the blames on Harry, Rem cut them off with a firm voice, not even growling but imposing enough to shut everyone up. Let's talk later, we better all head inside. Is everyone here? When Harry nodded, Rem took him by the shoulder before moving him and making sure to shield him from external view, as if looking for potential threats. Harry belatedly thought about the incident during summer and the dark mark in the sky of Dartmoor and internally beat himself up. He really wasn't thinking tonight, huh? To think the day started so great by having Peoples as his sides to help with the transformation, and that's how he thanked them back. Putting them in potential danger. Werewolf's first fight. I can't believe how irresponsible you were being. Sneaking out of the castle, while everyone was gathered to attend the Yule Ball. Couldn't you have taken your friends to the greenhouse if you wanted somewhere private and in the open air? Harry gritted his teeth at the endless lecture Sirius was giving him for the last 10 minutes. And the greenhouse wasn't even outdoor, since it has house in the name. Both Blaise and Theodore were sent to their common room with the promise of not a word out, which was fine with them as they won't be receiving punishment for sneaking out, and Alice and Frank had ran to the Great Hall to see their son. Harry still wondered the reason of their presence but didn't get to ask about it when Sirius took him out of hearing range to the privacy of the hospital wing and lashed out on Harry as soon as Rem closed the door behind them and cast some spells in forecast of the outburst. In the first few minutes, Rem tried to intervene, but realizing that it only aggravated his friend, he held his tongue and waited until it's finished, all the while sending apologizing looks to Harry. Harry would have answered him back but he reckoned Sirius would find something to say about this too, so he kept his head low for now. Harry, are you listening to me? I'm being serious. Yes, serious? Mooney had hinted there are underneath danger in the UK because there's some deranged fanatic of who's still roaming in the country and you go do that stunt. Seeing the man taking a breath to recover his diatribe, Harry finally opened his mouth and spout out his own tirade before it's too late. He ignored Rem's look, not about to decide if it was smart of him or not. You're the one who wanted me to stay because it's Hogwarts. And can we just call him Tom? It's getting ridiculed to refer him by that moniker. Yeah, I insisted that you stay between the protections of Hogwarts. Not outside, seriously, don't you see the danger it is to you? I can defend myself. What about your friends? They're your age, You think they know as much offensive and defensive spells as you? Could you really take responsibility if any of them were hurt because of you? There's rules to protect you children. We're not doing this to annoy you and make your life miserable. We're only telling you that with your security in mind. All right, I get it. Stop yelling at me. I'm yelling because you're not listening. Do you want me to chant it to you? Padfoot, that's enough. Well, it would have certainly be more appealing than being verbally assaulted when there's no direct danger. You're just being harsh for no reason. For some reason, those words angered Sirius even more. No reason. Do you have any idea? Sirius. Enough. Rem shout louder even. Everything stopped in the room, and for a moment, they're all so silent that only their panting breath could be heard. Sirius and Rem exchanged a curt look where a private conversation passed through, and Harry felt the irritation raised in him again. If there was a reason to be that jumpy and touchy, he should be informed instead of being unfairly scolded. Sure, he snuck out the castle, but it's not like they never did such thing either. They're the ones who revealed the passageways to him. Harry, we're only saying this for your safety. For some time, don't sneak out of the castle unless it's under the supervision of an adult. Hogwarts staffs are competent wizards who knew how to act if danger arise. Harry looked at Rem for a long moment, studying his face in search of the truth, before nodding curtly. They're hiding something from him, yet expected him to obey them. Kid they had never raised. How did you even expect to go back inside with all the passages being one way? Were you going to show them through the shrieking shack? Sirius spoke again, in a smoother tone, trying to fix his earlier outburst. But Harry didn't let go of the scathe and let it seep out in his speech. We were about to break into Honeydukes. I would never have betrayed your secrets like that. Yet, we found you there. And Sirius was quick to respond to threats. Rem tensed, feeling the row was far from finished. I was just giving a tour to my friends and helping them destroy the ridiculous rumors around the dwellings. How is it not betraying the secret if you're trying to diminish the shack's infamous reputation? If they're not scared, they'll want to explore it, and it won't be long before they discover it. How is that a problem if it's not used anymore? Even Hogsmeade townspeople must be aware there are no more scream every full moon. Watch your tongue, Prongslet. What? I'm only saying the truth. I'm done with your temper. You better change that attitude of yours. This is impossible to deal with. You're one to talk. You act as immaturely. I'm your guardian. I'm the one behind your education. All on papers. You don't get to act like an adult whenever it pleases you, and with your own attitude, people will be just saying that an apple doesn't fall far from the tree. We did not raise you to be that impudent. You did not raise me. You're not my dad. The words acted like a whiplash. Both Sirius and Rem recoiled as if being burned and looked at him with hurt expression. Harry didn't step down and kept his head up. He said nothing. Wrong. His dad would never act like this. He was the one to introduce him to the wildest creatures that existed and encouraged him to always open his arms for them, to understand them instead of judge them like everyone did. He would have been worried that Harry snuck out during dire time, sure, but would have told him why was it bad in the first place. Something that neither of his guardians did, always keeping things from him and expecting Harry to act according to their own want. Expecting Harry to be like his father, their friend, James Potter. It's not about blood, Sirius spoke again, with a soft voice. You're still not any close to a dad to me. Rem did most of the job. It wasn't Harry's purpose to put the two of them on a battle of a better father figures, but some things needed to be said, and Sirius got it quick enough. So, you're still mad at me for not being there for your first 7 years. Harry didn't say anything, his glare was enough. Harry, there were some tragic circumstances. Sirius stopped Rem from speaking for him with a raise of hand. It was his judgment, so his defenses to make. I'm not going to use the excuse of how unfair life could be. I think you know more than anyone else. I won't even tell you how Azkaban is the last place any person should be, except maybe Bellatrix Lestrange that did deserve her place there. I just want you to know that I didn't want to end there and be separated from you. I wanted to be there for you, Harry. You're my best friend's baby. I would have done anything for you. Harry should feel affected. It was emotional, and Rem certainly was reacting with watery eyes at the mention of their best friend. But it's all that, wasn't it? It's about James and not Harry. And why didn't you? Why did you go after the traitor instead of raising me like you should have? Why did you not denounce the scum of Rat to the Ministry for them to track that bastard of illegal animagus? Oh, Harry, the thing was, it was in the midst of the war. Even though Sirius had denounced Pettigrew, I would have suspected him because he was last known to be the secret keeper of the Fidelius charm, so it was. Rem stopped trying to defend his friend when none of the concerned party was listening to him. But the secret keeper can't be forced to reveal the secret. He had to do it willingly. If you all knew that, why didn't Sirius stay as it? Were you going to reveal it to anyone else than the Marauders? You could have stayed the secret keeper. Be on the run if you ever fear of being tortured, although it would be useless because it's not how the Fidelius charm work. You could have only tell the secret location to Pettigrew, to Rem, and none of them would have been able to reveal it to anyone else because you're the secret keeper. Instead. For long minutes no one talked. Both Sirius and Rem were too deep in their emotions to bring themselves to answer Harry, and he was too angry to even feel sorry when he heard his godfather's hard breathing. I was grief-stricken. I was an infant, a freshly orphan. Harry countered sharply. I bet I was crying my lungs out. What did you do? You handed me to Dad. You even gave him your most precious belonging of enchanted bike to him as if you did not expect to return. You were about to sacrifice your life in taking down the traitor, leaving me behind. Harry, no, Sirius would never. He's serious. Say something. Sirius did not say anything. You could have convinced Rem that you were not the secret keeper, to clear your name. You could have insisted to go with Dad to keep me in security, checking if I would really be in safety, because that's a delicate topic. If I would have been given to my Muggle aunt, don't you think Tuna Fish would have been pleased to raise me? She would have loved me so much, me and my magic that reminded her of her disowned dead sister. But you didn't care about that, huh? All you were thinking was avenging your deceased best friend because you felt guilty? Harry, please, stop. Harry laid glassy eyes on Rem, who was not looking at him. His head was hung down and he's clearly crying, barely containing himself. Finally, Sirius spoke up. You think it would have been good if I was the one to raise you? That we would have been in a healthy relationship with you just losing your parents and me eaten by guilt, knowing that nothing would happen if I did not suggest the change of secret keeper? That, without my genius interference, nothing would have happened because I would have kept my tongue. Even under the torture? Because I would die to keep the Potters safe. It's all about this, innit? Everything you do, it's for James. There was never anyone else between you. There was Rem, you know, he's also part of your friend group. But you chose Pettigrew, who betrayed you all without a second thought. Rem would also have died for the Potters, for you and for Pettigrew too, before anyone could know he's such a scaredy backstabber, you know. But you did not consider Rem because he was a werewolf, and that with your black education, you knew the Halled breed as mindless beasts. I never thought that. You didn't? I wouldn't have become Animagus if I. Did you want to become Animagus by yourself, or was it James who insisted? Would you have betrayed Rem's secret if you really considered him a friend? A couple of gasps were knocked out from both men. Sirius threw a worried glance to Rem. You told him? Rem did not. He didn't even show me any incriminating memories about you during your Hogwarts time. Sev did. That's Snivelus. Yes. It was exactly after you called him that Sev thought about returning the favor. Remember that day I brought the diadem and heard about the affectionate nickname for the first time? I asked his memories after. He was nice enough to only give me moments of his dear Lily. Then, he slipped out that James and his merry band of furry friend weren't very nice to him, though he had some tough time to find anything damning about him when he had to admit that James Potter did save his life from a rampaging werewolf because the black dog was the one who told him how to access the Whomping Willow. A beat of silence passed, but Harry wasn't done. His next words were still full of spite. Funny how things unfolded when you're emotional enough to talk about it. Even funnier when it all started because the ad Harry from leaving the school grounds for his security without telling him what's the sudden set-off that triggered it. We shouldn't have left you with Snape. He holds some old grudge against your father. Not just him, and obviously, it's not one-sided either. You don't get it. That man is a Death Eater. He was probably trying to broke your mental by turning you against us. Are you even listening to your own words? He's not an ally, he's the enemy. Betty's actually playing double by pretending changing side. You also thought Pettigrew was harmless in suspecting Rem. Because he was a werewolf. Did you also lost your mind when I became one? Lost your shit and thought I should not be trusted of any vital information? What are you talking about? You're not making any sense. I can't, can I? Not when I'm withdrawing half of the infos, huh? How is it to taste your own medicine? We're not hiding anything from you. You are. You literally refused to tell me what freaked you out seeing me outside of Hogwarts, as if you never snuck out when Tom was in Ascension. That's not the same. Why can't you understand? Maybe because I'm not James. Do you expect me to get any of your whims? Why do you always act like you see someone else other than myself? I never say you are you, father. Great, because I'm not him. I would never be him, and I will never be the replacement of the man you love so much. If it displease you, you can leave. Who do you take me for? That I'm gonna stand and give back my badges? I'm not some entitled git you take me for. No, you're certainly not acting much for a stand-in guardian. Enough. You two. Stop talking, both of you. Before even letting Harry time to take his breath back to unleash another loads of accusation, Remus took him by the shoulders and begged him, eyes gleaming amber. Harry, please, calm down. You're not thinking of what you're saying. You're under the influence of the moon. Sirius, you know how the full moon impacts our mood, that we can barely have a respite to concentrate. Can we please take the night for everyone to calm down and think again about the conversation? Can we, please? When Remus looked back at Harry, the boy had to think about how much of the amber of his iris was reflecting in his own two eyes. When he tried to unclench his fist, he noticed how his claws had grown and were digging in his flesh, showing how deeply affected he was by the whole thing. Harry focused on the pain of piercing his own body and fixated his eyes on the growing bead blood that eventually dripped down from the expanding pool in his palm to avoid looking to Sirius' direction. He also tried to concentrate on the pressure of Remus' hand on him, to see if he was maintaining him on place or pushing him out of the hospital wing and to freedom. But when the man healed him with an episky with worried eyes, Harry forgot everything he was thinking and clung on the sensation of being treated and wished really hard it could have extended to his broken heart. All right, Harry, let's go to bed for tonight, okay? We'll talk tomorrow. Only then did Harry notice they were out of the room and walking to the entrance hall, and Harry came to a halt so sudden it alarmed the man. I won't be joining the school carriage tonight. I'll spend the night with Ron and Nev. I'm sure no one mind, it's the holidays. All right, fine. It's good for you to spend the night with your friends. I'll go see Professor McGonagall to see if she could find something for me and for us in. Are you mad at me? The hand on him tensed and tightened briefly before withdrawing. No, I'm not. I just never thought you'd think any of that. Disappointed, then? The answer came even faster than before. No, just surprised. Good, because I was thinking of everything I said. Have a good night, Remus. I'll see you two tomorrow. And Remus knew that his pup was Sirius because he never called him by his full name since the day they first bonded right after Harry got orphaned and taken by Rubeus Hagrid. Next day came soon enough since the fight took place late at night. Harry came down from the Gryffindor tower where none of his friends could have gotten anything from him and were wondering if him sneaking out with Blaise Zabini and Theodore not ended on a sour note. Though it was the case, Harry refused to give them the reason to find anything to blame on the two Slytherin when it was mostly Harry's fault. If he had never cast the Patronus charm, he would never have been found out and the fight wouldn't have occurred. Who was he fooling? The fight would have happened anyway. It was about time they both talked it out. Ever since this summer, Sirius' attitude was grating on Harry and he had since found it hard to keep up with the man's expectations and wishes for their shared life. If the man was only keeping up with him because he was the son of a dead man for a keepsake, they better cut it off before they could hurt each other more. Today, they took the office of Gryffindor's head as private place to discuss because some people stuffed their stomach to overdose during yesterday's feast and were now filling Madame Pomfrey's workplace. Professor McGonagall gave them a look but otherwise left them to their affair and closed the door behind her without a word. A tensed silence immediately filled the room and Harry was studying both men with a too calm gaze, making Remus really uncomfortable, especially after hearing his last couple words. But Sirius was still sporting a reluctant look and it was only the nudge his old friend gave him that he smoothed it out before pulling out a package from under his robe. Here, Harry, this is your Christmas present. Harry took the package and put it on the desk without glancing back. For his part, he pulled out his wand but placed it soon against his side to show he meant no harms. I also have a present for you, Sirius. I thought for a long while to what could please you but only came to one conclusion after yesterday's talk. I give you the Potter's name. The reaction took a little too long to come. I don't get it. You said you love the Potters more than anything and got housed by my father's parents, considering them your own. Despite them loving you as much, they never proposed to adopt you, probably because you were already in age and didn't want to ask too much of them. Sadly, none of them are here today to tell me not to do it, so I'm adopting you to the Potter family. You can now finally rejoice to be part of this household like you wanted so much. Now, I think the magical adoption is a quick affair that's possible with only witness, right? Remus could do it. Hang on, slow down a minute, Harry. Is it a joke? Are you punishing me for what happened yesterday? Harry stopped his movement in raising his wand to perform whatever charm there's need to cast for the adoption to be legal and looked apathetically at the man. He wondered what went mislead because it was, in every way, a good thing for Sirius. As I said, it's a gift. You wanted it so much, didn't you? It's yours now, what's the issue? You're giving me, magically, a family name, yours, just like that, after yelling slander and accusations against me just the day before? What's the drawback? I take the black name. Excuse me. Harry let a few seconds pass to let the info register. The shock quickly turned to aberration and Harry felt the swearings coming before it's even blurred out. Harry, are you saying this because you're hurt that we didn't tell you what's our commotion about? If that's it, we apologize to hide it from you. We really didn't want to worry you for nothing. We thought that if you stay inside Hogwarts protections, you have nothing to fear, but when we saw you outside it was the panic that pushed us to react so violently. There's no need to beat around the bushes, Moony. Before coming to Hogwarts, we were at St. Mungo and we just heard that Crouch Jr. vanished from the facility's guard. That's the same Death Eater who tortured the Lowen. They were coincidentally there yesterday for their regular checkup. Naturally, we all panicked as we thought the man escaped to target you kids since the Auror sent him there to be used as lab rat to heal magical injuries, one that he was the cause of. Imagine our scare when we saw you outside of the school's protections after just hearing that such a dangerous man was in the wild. Harry thought about it and recalled what Neville told him about his parents' presences on the school grounds. They didn't tell him anything either, only pretending to miss him because he wasn't home for the holidays, which became unbearable after dropping off by St. Mungo for their regular checkups. And although they had to leave quickly enough when Professor Snape saw them exchanging greetings with Luna, Neville was more than happy to have them for the night. The version wasn't too far from what Sirius just said, so it must be the truth, and Harry found it adorable that the Longbottoms chose to do their checkup exactly on the day Neville chose to stay in the school. He was also quite envious of his friend because his parents reacted the way they should have when they were worried, but then again, Harry was the one who snuck out the castle, so maybe he's the only one to be blamed. I heard your reasons. Now, to the adoption. Why do you keep saying that? Can't you stop being stubborn for a damn minute and see our point of view? Rage boiled succinctly in Harry's veins and he wondered belatedly if his eyes took that ambery color for that split seconds where his emotion took the upper hand. But quick enough, he calmed himself by taking a low and discreet breath. Remus said he only spouted out those hurtful words due to the full moon. To show them he was being clear-minded and absolutely sincere, he had to stay even and in control. Harry was in perfect mental condition when he said he wanted to sever his ties with the Potter name and take the black name. I told you I heard your reasons, I also got it. But how is the magical adoption a terrible thing? You get to be a Potter like you always wanted to be and abandon the name you loathe so much. I'm not banning you of my existence, I'm just taking your name in exchange. Why do you want to take this vile name? I want the possession of the residence in France, and you're not banning me from your life. Did I say I will forbid you the entrance? I did not say I will put the house under Fidelius, now, did I? You know the address and are free to come in as a Potter, like Remus is free to live in since the day you introduced the place to us 5 years ago. You're the one who said you hate the blacks and everything related to them, so I will take the house to relieve you, and in return, you got everything belonging to the Potters. I think they had some properties somewhere in the UK, if not, they had quite the load of money in their vault that will belong to you as new Master of Potter name. It's a win-win situation, really. Sirius had to think about what Harry was proposing him, and Remus had to turn every sentences of his in his mind to catch any loopholes. None could find anything to counter his justification that seemed fair. And why do you want to abandon the Potter name? Isn't it some cruel joke you're doing it to me? Harry looked at him straight in the eyes. You seem to think I don't deserve the name, and I genuinely agree with you. After all, I never met James Potter and his family. I do not think I could keep on using this name anymore. Before you start acting up again, I love you, Sirius, but it's because I love you that I have to tell you when you're wrong. He stopped to take a breath and was pleased that no one tried to retort something in the meantime. He realized it was because both men were too shocked by his confession to even think of saying anything. Yes, I love you. Both of you, so much, and with all my heart. Despite our fights and the last one being quite something, you have to know that I won't stop loving you just for that. Sirius may think that I resent you for having a terrible idea, 13 years ago, but all's done and I tend to put it on the Black Madness for any of your slip of judgment. Like getting violent as first reaction, having bigot thoughts and the likes. Remus may say that I'm acting rashly, I promise you I'm not. It had to be done. Sirius loathes the name stuck on him because of his pedigree. I'm uncomfortable to take mine because I have no intention of staying there. Do not fear of me doing a mistake, I'm not. You're scared that I won't have anything to sustain me? I have the Philosopher's Stone to provide any needs. You think I cannot deal any adult matters like taking care of nosy neighbors as an underage? I dare think you too will be still living under this roof till I turn 17. Otherwise I can still put the cottage under Fidelius. You think I could use the black name for something vile and damaging? Any of their vault at Gringotts got emptied and the share split between the Tonkses, Weasleys and Longbottoms, so I can't take anything and won't even go any close to Gringotts because, again, Philosopher's Stone. Do not worry, I thought about everything, those are not empty words. The silence stilled because despite everything and any attempt to retort, Harry did covered any area deemed of talk about. And since his first days in France, Harry insisted to be registered as French wizarding citizen to be known openly as Werewolf, so he technically did not need any of Potter's thing that stayed on the British grounds. Probably since the start, Harry had chosen to spend his life in France and rather anywhere else than his deceased parents' home country. So, now, to process the magical adoption. In the end, they had to ask Professor McGonagall's aide so she could be the witness and told them about her knowledges from her time working in the Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Law Enforcement to boot, so quite her area of expertise. Despite all the apparent questions on her look, she only did what was asked from her after seeing everyone's solemn look. Besides, it was other people's business and as stranger, she had no rights to interfere. Don't worry, Professor, we're still Potter and Black and Lupin. It's just happened that the last member of one family changed into the last remaining adult of the other. And it's not really a British matter as we're all part of the French wizarding community. Not that it would change anything for the Black family as they start off by being a French family anyway. Truly, nothing they did could even impact the British wizarding world. After all, Harry would return to France before the end of the school year. He still had his brevet to take and pass. Werewolf's business. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. I'm bored. Don't you guys have anything to do when you're bored at Hogwarts? Ron and Neville looked up from their game of exploding snap, that none of them knew who's winning because that was better than Wizard's chess where Neville would lose instantaneously, but before either could answer him Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan came sit around the Gryffindor table, way before the human tide that's the student body rushing and chatting about what they just witnessed. I'd say Quidditch, but you all just didn't bother coming to see the match between Hogwarts and Durmstrang. And not to mention how the pitch is out of commission now that the match has ended. Ron turned to Dean after placing his card. Did you win? Nah, our school won. Though, you guessed it, Crumb got the snitch. After all, Dean Thomas was the substitute chaser of Durmstrang team. Both Ron and Neville whistled before doing some sort of secret handshake to celebrate Cedric's win against Victor Crumb. Not only was Ron really loyal to his school's representative seeker, but he was still mad at his athlete crush for having gone to Yule Ball with his self-claimed nemesis, Hermione Granger. Harry could have snored of the absurdity, but instead, he answered the two dorm mates of his friend's inquiry the results. I mean, Cedric literally just selected the best of the best for team play, with most of them being 6th years on top of it. McLagan as keeper, Pusey, Warrington and Davies as chasers. Only the two beaters were chosen because both were 7th years and just wanted to prove themselves before graduating. The opponent? Malfoy that got hit by his own beater's bludger in the previous match, his enmity with Jin, and his lack of team spurted with the last chaser. Thankfully, they had a change of player with Dean here, but Bobaden's team was crushing Durmstrang if I was not beaten by Crumb's large stature. True, Seamus agreed easily before turning to the ginger of the lot. Ron, you better watch out next year for tryouts. McLaggen won't be letting you easy just because you've been chosen as Beauxbaton's keeper thanks to your relation with Harry. Dean went to their dorm mates' defenses. Yeah, but Ron had already played with most of the Gryffindor team whereas McLaggen played with other houses. But mostly, Ron needed to focus on training for the last match, that'll put him against McLaggen. You guys are mean. Can't you just encourage Ron like what friends do? Harry stopped the three boys in teasing his best mate. That's how we always treated each other. You wouldn't understand being from France. Well, Harry can't really argue against that, now, can he? Anyway, something to enjoy oneself when they're done with all the homeworks, for once, that not future match or event are unexpected. I like to propose the dueling club, but after the disaster with Lockhart, I doubt we could convince any professor to reinstall it. And Harry with the Slytherin house by traumatizing Malfoy with his human transfiguration, he won't be welcomed again. Especially not with Snape. At least, Harry was lucky to not have the supervision of any adult, though his headmistress did see how it ended. Snape would say no just to spite us for being from Gryffindor house. Harry raised a brow. Does he still treat the students unfairly for anyone not from Slytherin house? Well, no more unfairly than Crabbe and Goyle, who must be a special case of Slytherin house, and he did not take points just because we breathed the wrong way, but he does have some sort of personal grudge against Neville. He's coming after our maid relentlessly, who can only pass today's lesson thanks to Granger. Really? Not that Harry doubted their words, not when Neville's ears went so red, but he did not have any recollections of such case. Maybe because he was too busy to check any steps of Crabbe and Goyle before either of the two blow the classroom if Harry ever took his eyes out from them. And now that's pointed out, Harry can now recall how Professor Snape also ruined the precious moment Neville had with his parents who turned up during the ball with Luna. Harry needed to have a few words with the man. So, no dueling club. I'd say vigilance constant like that former Auror we got as Dada teacher last year, but then, I'm not sure I won't be lynched by the whole of Hogwarts for reminding. Such traumatic year. Don't remind me. He came just after the scam that was Lockhart, you can't have more dichotomy between them. Maybe play with the creatures like you usually do? What do you think I stayed there after deciding not to attend the Quidditch match? Dad forbid me to even get close to the magical creature reserve for today. Go study in the library to improve your alchemistry? Neville laughed nervously when both Harry and Ron glared at him. One, because he just said he was done with the homeworks, and the second, because it reminded him of a certain someone that he really did not want to think about during his free time. I have some comics in my trucks, if you're ever interested. Harry blinked at Dean before an idea popped out of his head. Right, you're great with a pen, aren't you? Don't you also know those Asian comics, the mango? Mango? Isn't that a fruit? Ron pointed out. Well, no, it's also a Japanese word for comics. Oh, I think you meant manga, Dean helpfully corrected him. Dear, oh dear, I hope I wasn't being hurtful, I didn't mean to mangle Japanese culture and their words. Well, I think it's not too serious, people tended to do mistakes with foreign terms, but to answer you, I do read manga from time to time, never tried to draw one, though. Looks challenging. Right, comics in itself is challenging. But your drawings are really something. Ever ask Mr. Filch about getting an art doctorate? The four boys gaped at him, his friends definitely forgetting about their exploding snap game. Dean recovered first because he was still asked a question. No, should I? Duh. If anyone knew more about arts, it would be Mr. Filch, he's literally the restorator. Works of arts of the school. Why do you think he asked the headmaster to remind students to not do magic in the corridors? To not damage any work of arts Hogwarts hold, some 4 centuries, as he will be the one to deal with it. He was met with 4 pairs of numb eyes. You never wondered why he was hired as Hogwarts staff while not being wizard like us? Wasn't it because Professor Dumbledore pitied him and gave him a place where he thought he belonged, being born with inactive magic genes? No. Do you really think that Hogwarts needs a non-magical caretaker? Any professor could be seen as caretaker. Mr. Filch got the position because of his knowledges in arts. So were the previous caretaker, though I have to admit some used their authority in some unadvisable ways. And how do you think he knew about some of the secret passages? Not thanks to the map. It only opened for those who had the password. He was told by all the portraits he helped restored, of course. As Dean and Seamus were marveling at the existences of Theseus' famous secret passages, Ron and Neville exchanged an enlightened look in recognizing the Marauder's map in the Weasley twins' possession that even them didn't know about the passwords as they were not part of the secret. Neither was Harry, for that matter, not that he cared after the fight he got with Sirius. Well, we had no idea. Guess, Filch did have his usefulness. As I said. And how surprising, you know nothing about this, all the staff knew, any of them could have told you. Wonder how Hogwarts known to be the best magic school when you didn't learn anything. An awkward silence settled at Harry's harsh critic. None could even say anything because they had no idea what's like studying at another magical school and they were not raised at Hogwarts like Harry was. Well, what I learned from the manga, Slam Dunk especially, is that when the students wanted to enjoy themselves, they go to the arcade room. Unfortunately, there's no such thing here and even the closest would be the trip to Hogsmeade, that are already very scarce. Dean, mate, you're onto something. How about we just create our own arcade room? Before any of the boys could answer Harry, the game of Exploding Snap just did his job and explode under Neville's nose, knocking him unconscious. So, as I'm saying, we should create an arcade room just next to the hospital wing so those waiting for the injured could at least distract their thoughts because brooding won't help the healing faster. At the very best, people should learn basic healing spells, we're wizards after all. If we can destroy, we can also create. The three remaining fourth years Gryffindor were watching Harry without actually seeing him. Whether they were brooding as he was saying or thinking what he said was anyone's guess. Any electronic devices doesn't work inside the school, because of the magical charm of protection. I know. I just said that we're wizards, did I not? We can create those arcade games, Muggle-inspired, with magic. Both Dean and Seamus finally lightened up while Ron became even more confused. Hang on, what even are arcades? Harry smiled at his best mate before turning to the Muggle-knowing boys. Do you guys know any other Muggle raised? We need more BJECT so we could cover a large area of customers. We're going to turn it into a business? Dean looked shocked. Nah, it's a figure of speech. Customers as in people that could be interested to distract their mind while in the waiting area. Now, let's get moving. We had to at least make something before Nev's up. Despite his words, Harry was definitely acting like a businessman in this instant. So, leaving Ron waiting for their friend getting consciousness, Harry followed the two boys looking for the Muggleborn and raised they knew. First, Hermione Granger because that girl could not let it slip that she's a proud and clever Muggleborn. Then, Hufflepuff Justin Finch Fletcher who looked at Harry with wide eyes ever since knowing he was a werewolf. Kevin Entwistle from the Ravenclaw and the Crivey brothers, because no one could forget them. Harry also involved the twins because their father was a fanatic of Muggle artifacts and because Beauxbatons was a free space that mixed both worlds as easily as they mixed 9 nationalities. Okay. Everyone got the gist, so shot up all the arcade games you know so we could turn it playable inside Hogwarts. With magic, of course. Like in class, Hermione Granger was the first one to raise her hand and say something. Well, since we're not putting money into, I suggest we implant slot machines where instead of money people get to put their own knowledges and get another new spells, mnemotechnics to study or even a history anecdotes in exchange. The twins whistled. Slot machine? You're what? 14. Muggles sure are the gamblers. Both Harry and Hermione glared at them with distaste and answered at the same time. I'm 15. She just said not using money. Learn to listen. But that's a great idea, Granger. People should always aim to learn new things every day. Thank you, you can call me Hermione, you know. No offense, but I rather not. Oh. The poor girl looked actually upset but Harry couldn't really care when he glanced at Ron, who was fuming from the waiting bench not far from the group sat in the middle of the corridor just before the hospital wing. How dare his best mate Harry get close to his mortal enemy? Thankfully, Madame Pomfrey was busy in her workspace because she wouldn't appreciate to have a bunch of students disturbing the traffic to healing in case of emergency. Harry Potty, how cruel of you. If it's because of you know who, we thought you were better than let his mood impact your behavior to a girl. Obviously, you two don't know me enough if you think I won't start a world war just to defend my loved ones. You never act like this for us. I don't remember saying you were part of this category. A twin gasped, but Harry had already changed topic. For the interactive, I leave you with the twins. They have an interactive parchment that could be useful. Next. How about the pinball? Kevin suggested before shrugging. It's a classic. And one of the first arcade game. It could be good, maybe in board size, and to think about the mechanism with the buttons and how it could connect to the ball inside the board. I let you think about it. I'm sure Ravenclaw Diadem could help you. Next. If I ever got to book it, the Ravenclaw boy muttered. Now that they knew that Harry wouldn't actually be the one to create the arcade game but merely giving advice on how to create it, the rest of the group stayed silent to give time on how they could create it by their own. Pac-Man, that Japanese video game that could give an adrenaline rush when the ghosts are all out. It's as old as most of us, created in 1980. Nice, Dean. I see that your Japanese culture is bearing fruits. Do you have an idea of how to make it possible? Board size with buttons like the pinball? Actually, I was thinking of life size. But as in, a maze big enough for Puppy to be in? And that we could use plushes for Pac-Man and the ghosts? Great. Really good, mate. We can see your artistic side. Dean, will you be the one to make the plushes? No, my artistic side only cover drawings. Actually, I was thinking of transfiguring things for the plushes. And for the coins, how about using your Philosopher's Stone to change the metal? Harry lost his smile really fast. Hey. The creation of the arcade room was your idea. You could put some of yours too. Seamus was quick to defend his friend's honor. Calm down, of course. I will help build such a great idea, but using my stone for this is. I mean, how will you even make Pac-Man and the ghosts move? Locomotor for Pac-Man and the ghosts ones could be bewitched to move in the maze as soon as the player charmed the former. Ah, right, there's also how to make plush Pac-Man eat the coins. I know. How about make it magnet? It could still work inside Hogwarts. The coins are magnet and we place the main magnet under plush Pac-Man. Alright, we're in the right direction. Next. But Seamus and Kevin were glaring daggers at him, while Justin and the Crivey brothers were showing hesitance of his manners of handling the whole business. How about WHACA mole? Justin proposed really slow, hesitating on each of his words, scared to be the one to operate alone on his idea. That's an idea there. We could enchant various spots of the board to make each of the 9 moles show up. Let's transfigure something to a toy hammer. Justin took on more confidence for having hints on the making of his game. That's feasible, but I was also thinking that each mole could have a scale transplanted, just so we could also measure the player's force? Like, we merge 2 arcades game in one, WHACA mole and punching bag. Hey, smart, mate. I know that some macho students wanted to show off their strength, it could attract them. The result of the scales should be showed along with the end result of how many moles the player got. For this, we should solicitate Professor Flitwick to see if he had any spell to propose that could help. Okay, let's keep up the rhythm, guys. Next. How about a shooting stand? With floating balloons. People could use it as training dummies, but it's more delicate as the balloons are inside a cage and in constant movement. Not bad, Colin, not bad, and I have the perfect spell to conjure a toy gun. That said, he spun his wand and shot a spell that shot a white light. A toy gun that's used to shoot water got materialized in the air and Harry grabbed it before pulling the trigger by aiming at himself. When his hair got swept, they understood it's more an air gun than water gun. How come you're helping Crivey like that? And bold of you to think we could all cast this spell like some expert. Well, then just transfigure like always. And they're literally younger than you all. Are you really so insecure of yourself you have to gang up on a 1st and 3rd year? While the other 4th years show various shade of embarrassment, the 2 youngest shared an ecstatic smile, overjoyed by Harry's compliment. Harry looked at Seamus, who did not say a thing of his yet. The boy shrugged under the insistent gaze. I was thinking of the claw game. That how the machines are such a scam, and I was wondering if we could just bewitch the prizes to be slippery so even the player had hard time to accio it. Well, then it wraps it all. Let's make it pool size. The prizes are underwater and the walls could be see-through so the players could name what they want to attract to them. But said water is made of potion against the attraction charm, or at the very least, not fond of the charm. Now, to think of the prizes, plushes that we transfigured? But also other artifacts. Some people could just play for the challenges, but the winners won't be pleased with just plushes. I had some idea, since we all knew about Muggle World. Let's just put inside Muggle Artifact. I recently ordered bath bombs, to relax after transformation. Lots came in double and I don't like some, so I'll be putting those in. What about you? Muggle artifacts? How about Kaleidoscope? It could baffle wizards. It still baffles me even after knowing I'm wizardlied with excitement. I'm sure, kiddo. That also gave me an idea. A snow globe. I saw no wizard having one. Probably they did no see the interest, but it's a prize and they could be intrigued. And stamps and thermos, and thermoreactive mugs. All of those are souvenirs, Granger commented. Yeah, well, what they don't know can't hurt them. Pretty sure that with the way your voice carried, everyone heard you. Peef, in this empty corridor? After that, each of them suggested their own Muggle prizes, that they had to supply by themselves, before moving on. Before we wrap it up, I'd like to suggest some other arcade games. Sport games, like air hockey, indoor basket and the snooker. Dean, I knew you were a sport enjoyer, but even snooker, do you even know how to play this? It's not that difficult. And for the coins, I was thinking of rubber coins if using actual metal is too much. You know, those corks we got with takeout butterbeers. And to earn it, the player should go to the coin pusher first. We said no gambling, Dean, mate. Oh, okay. But then, should we just display the rubber coins to free usage? I mean, the arcade room is only really interesting for those in the waiting area and in recovery. I doubt other people would be interested. What if they are, though? That's why we create so many games, right? Good point. Well, as wizards, we all know about the doubling charm, so they could just cast it and enjoy themselves, right? Right. Also, we should put on some signs with the protean charm to notice future player that some booth are taken, to avoid lines or worse, arguments. And you expect us, 4th years, to know about a charm only in 7th year curriculum? Of course not. He totally did. It wasn't such a big deal back at Bobaden's with 2,000 students that needed to be noticed at the same time. I was just thinking out loud. But I'm sure that Granger could learn it quickly and teach you all. Granger nodded eagerly and all her age mates barely hid their groans. Only the Crivey brothers were as enthused, though Colin had to calm Dennis down because he was still a first year. All right. We're done. Let's go in creating and transfiguring. Dean, your last ideas of sport game, taking tables would be best. Also, how about adding table football too? But then, that means I have to explain the rules. Weren't you going to do so for the snooker, too? But it's snooker, it's easier to explain. I best create a table Quidditch at this rate. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. A table Quidditch. Harry's growing fonder and fonder to the boy. Such a rare gem. But anyway, Harry had one last game in mind and it's for the twins, who just finished with Granger. You too. I have one perfect idea for you. You know Geshapen? That's okay if you don't. It's like a slot machine. You put in a coin and you got a ball of toy in exchange. I was thinking you could supply your second-rate Philosopher's Stone for a Canute and take the investment and change it to sickles. Har har. What a wonderful idea, Harry. You're so smart and clever, Harry. Why didn't we think about this? A way to ruin any business, because the people gaining our Philosopher's Stone won't be richer than us in no time. Harry was sporting a shit-eating grin and cruelly laughed at the twins' face when their look kept on waning. Then, done making fun of them and judging having punishing them enough, Harry recovered and got back seriousness. All right, seriously. I was thinking you could put on display some of your invention in the balls. People pay a Canute, that you could change into sickle, for a model of what you will be selling, like those nosebleed nougat to skip class, even though it's absurd because school is the place to learn. This way, you have a first testing customers and a somewhat base of finances. This time, when the twins complimented Harry, they were more genuine, and they shook hands. Harry knew that their relationship would just improve from there after the long Cold War they were in. When Neville was fully healed, he suggested to mix stink sap with water for Seamus Claw game and proposed his own Mimbulus Mimbletonia plant to have stock of said liquid. A Christmas gift he received from his parents some days later after said holiday on top of the main gift they sent for the same day. It was to apologize to appear so suddenly and have Professor Snape on his back again, so he could have a defensive plan with him. That alone made Harry go into action, because as he said, He'll go into war for his loved ones. Hey, Sev, mind to give me some time? I think, Mr. Potter, that you will insist to talk to me whether I have time or not. You're damn right about that. Professor Snape's face snapped to his direction, but Harry didn't even flinch. He even dared to step in resolutely. Language, Mr. Potter. I'll let it slip because I know we're close to the full moon. How lenient of you, Professor. It's unfortunate that such leniency isn't given to everyone. Careful to what you're implying. Or what? Your dock points from any house to scare me. Of better yet, target the Gryffindor like you're used to. Maybe Neville in peculiar? Mr. Potter, the cold voice whipped in the colder classroom. Sev. You may be my mentor and taught me a lot of things that I would never throw out the window and show ungratefulness, but when you do something wrong, I have to tell you so. And you can't harass Neville just because he got to have his parents back, while the Potters would never get such luck. How dare why? I dare, because it also concerned me. You're viciously bullying Neville, because you unfairly think that he could have been the boy of the prophecy as much I could be, right? Sure, you did not hear the entire prophecy and are convinced that it didn't have to be the son of Lily Potter. Your friend was the word you used. But Professor Dumbledore refused to tell more about said prophecy, and he is convinced that I'm said boy. All that does not give you the right to unwind on Neville because you think he got out lucky, with living parents that even came back for him and make his school life a living hell. There's a beat of silence where only the brewing potion was audible. The man threw the next ingredient in the cauldron without a glance, as automatism, before eventually speaking up. You know nothing of what you're advancing. Maybe not. That was only suppositions, I admit. But what I know is that you're shamelessly terrifying a poor student whose gift in herbology but could not blossom in potion because the teacher's not clement with him. He's just really bad in class. He's not. He has Granger's help. He even has mine. You being the apprentice of the potion master does not make you a good teacher, speaking from experience? That cheeky tongue of yours should be severed as example of disrespect. Fine. Let's talk as mentor-mentee, adult teenager and all those etiquettes of good manners. As professor, adult supervising students, you should not be mistreating one kid because of his family background. If student Neville Longbottom was a poor potion brewer as you're claiming, you should make him be tutored by a student with correct ability, like Granger, or even let me check on his work after him. In no given opportunity, belittling and demeaning said student is a good way of education. The headmaster may not see or do anything against bullying, but I won't let it slide just because the bully was someone who taught me a lot of things. You may leave, Mr. Potter. Harry let some time pass to see if his words did get through, but the man just kept on brewing his mixtures without showing sign of acknowledging his presence anymore. Please, think about what I said. He left the room, noting of the number of adult he argued against in the last month. It came to 2. Which couldn't be considered as much in general, but both were men who shaped who he was. And Harry wondered if, actually, he's not the problem instead of the opposite like he claimed. Chapter end notes for Filch part, I hear. Web links conservation and has. Werewolf's relationship. I remember 2 years ago, that after the disaster that was the first Dada class and dueling club, that scam of Lockhart insisted to hold a Valentine event. You guess it, it went as well as the other projects. But tell me more about it. You can't release that info and not detail it. Well, Lockhart hired dwarves, dressed as cupids, to deliver love letters all day, becoming an annoyance to the teachers. Some didn't even have such luck and got confessed by a dwarf right in the Great Hall. I hope the message went through and a couple got create that day. It did not. So much for being optimistic, and I don't know why I'm so surprised. I met that Lockhart bloke you're talking so much. He dropped by quite the occasions when I was a tiny toddler. His first visit after becoming world famous was to convince the professors to teach love-themed lessons before showing up to be theatrical. Next year, he held a Valentine's Day ball, not as grand as the Yule Ball, mind you. Another ball could be great, actually. Harry studied Neville for a long moment, making his friend squirm under his gaze, before shrugging. To be frank, I didn't enjoy the ball that much. Even less with how it ended. Well, you did snuck out the castle, so you're the only one at fault. Ron, you were sulking during all the event because your crush went with someone else. Will you let it go? Ron hissed. Only if you stop bringing up my mistake of that day. How about we all stop reminding about this event? And you both helped me convince the teacher to hold another ball. Not a tiny chance, Nev. People are already too busy with the tournament, with the second task approaching fastly. You should have seen Fleur, girl became a harpy when I mentioned it. Ron paled. I rather not imagine Fleur Delacour as harpy, thank you very much. If that helps, she's a very pretty harpy, though a pretty terrifying one too. Isn't that the point of harpy? Don't be sassy, Nev. If you want to run your tongue, how about you invite our friend Luna to deliver her your Valentine? Poor Neville ended up being a sputtering mess trying to get himself out of the teasing. As they're about to turn the corner to join the Great Hall for lunch, they stopped in their track upon running into an improbable duo. Malfoy. What are you saying to Ginny? Ron roared and hurried to his sister's side. Harry and Neville rushed soon enough to give their support, although they did not know for what. Ah, just the right person, Potter. I think this poem written by Weasel the Last is for you. His eyes are as green as a fresh pickled toad, his hair is as dark as a blackboard. I wish he was mine, he's really divine, the hero who conquered the Dark Lord. Copy-paste from Harry Potter Wikia. I mean, really, eyes as green as fresh pickled toad was truly genius and true on top of it all. I guess only childhood friend would know so much about each other, huh? Malfoy looked really ecstatic at this moment, by tuning off Ginny's war cry and managing to avoid Ron's unknown spell aimed at him. He was wawing the piece of parchment he wrote the quatrain with a large grin, waiting for Harry's reaction. Harry, for his part, only turned to his friend with a patronizing look. See, I told you to not write into some strange artifact that do not belong to you, especially when it was in previous contact with someone like Malfoy. I get it now, do something. I don't think so. This dated from our second year when Weasel Girl made her first entrance and when that twat of Lockhart started this ridiculous Valentine's Day event, but her feelings started way before. Do you want me to read you all her disappointment to not see you at Hogwarts with her and how she found comfort with none other than Lockhart who was sharing his baggage of being famous? The joke. Shut up. Shut up, Ginny yelled, about to jump physically on the blonde. She's only restrained by Neville, who also had to stop Ron's armed hand on the other side. A little help, Harry. Hang on. Malfoy, did you memorize everything written in the diary and waited for the moment to repeat it like some creep? Using insult to rile me? I'm not as reckless as you lot. But, since you asked politely, Potter, I saw my house elf being fidgety this summer and questioned him. He was being restless because he was not receiving his daily news about the savior of the wizarding world after it started 3 years ago. When I asked about it, he showed me that muggle diary where a girly handwriting reported almost every day her feelings and thoughts, with most of them about you. It doesn't take a genius to know who was it. Did you know she only started writing on it because she saw you had the same copy? Did you tell anyone about this? Malfoy's grin turned catty. You like to know, huh? Harry rolled his eyes at the deviation. Fine, keep the secret that you're reading a girl's diary. Why acting only today? Both Ginny and Ron calmed themselves when a tinted of red started coloring Malfoy's complexion and when he stuttered some before starting to growl. The passage about Valentine's Day was just too good to not use it for today. And looking at both Weasel's reaction, it was worth it. Now, you better behave or I will told everyone interested the rest of the diary. See you. Wait, Malfoy, could you tell me the name of your house elf? Harry called him as he turning heels. Dobby. A crack burst between the group and a meek house elf apparated, much to Malfoy's shock who almost let go of the parchment. Ginny used the attraction charm to get a hold of it and tore it apart. Useless. I have the rest of, stupefy, Harry, mate, we talk about stunning people like that. Even if it's Malfoy. It's okay. Look what I'm about to do. Hey, Dobby, right? I'm Harry. Dottie knows about Harry Potter, sir. Dobby's a real fan of you, sir. Dobby heard everything about you. Thanks to the diary, I bet. But, anyway, we need your help exactly for that. Do you know if your young master told anyone about his knowledge about the diary he stole from you? Oh, Master Draco did not steal the copy of diary from Dobby. Any belongings of Dobby belonged to Dobby's masters. Dobby was being a bad elf in hiding this from them. Bad Dobby. Don't. You said you're a fan of me, right? So you want to help me and that's why you swapped the real diary with the fake one and kept eyes on it all this time, right? That was really kind and altruistic of you, Dobby. I have to thank you, Dobby. Harry Potter, sir, is thanking little Dobby. Yes. But you can still help us more, you know? Did your master Draco told anyone about the content of the diary when he discovered it this summer, No, Master Draco was so happy to learn about it, he spent the rest of summer to read through it all. He was muttering the day before going to Hogwarts that he will bring it with him, but when Master Lucius saw the diary, he turned white and confiscated it. But once ready it, Master Lucius burnt it down, and Master Draco was really angry because he just lost the evidences, he said. Fortunately, Master Draco's mood lifted after finding the poem he transcribed earlier with his quick quote quill. It was truly a work of art, Miss Weasley. Dobby was moved by the poem. Ginny tried to smile gently at the little house elf, but it only came out as grimace. Great, so the copy is no more. And the real thing is also unused, all it rests if Malfoy's knowledges. That's where Dobby will help. Dobby's help, sir? Yes, you need to obliterate? No. All three of his friends shout behind Harry. Oops, lapsus. I mean, obliviate your young master's memory about the diary and its contents. Can you do that for us, Dobby? Would be awesome, and I will owe you. Dobby gobbled at the hands, taking his then back at Harry's eager face and actually stopped breathing for a quick second. Expecting that, Harry shook the hands in his and smiled kindly to Teacher. Can you help us with that, Dobby? It would please us so much. Yes, Dobby can do that for Sir Harry Potter, sir. With a snap of fingers, Harry knew that's done. He released the little elf and promised to see him again before the creature disapparated after hugging the werewolf's legs. Once alone. Harry cancelled his stunning on the Slytherin, and the four friends waited with bated breath as the blonde recovered. When he sneered at them, they knew the obliviate worked with wonder, thanks to house elves' advanced magic. So, the hero who conquered the Dark Lord. He's now the new victim of Ginny Weasley's warrior cry. Harry was unimpressed. He grew up with her, so knowing about her admiration for him was nonplussed. I thought you were done thinking of me like that. You saw me since we were 6 and 7, I'm just your regular boy. Huh, Harry, you're really not. You cast the Patronus charm at 7 with you-know-whose wand. You're among the first werewolf who could spend full moon like a harmless wolf. You brewed advanced potions at 8 and learned about occlumency at the same time, a real piece of mind magic. The last ones, I only managed it thanks to the Ravenclaw diadem. And you found back the lost diadem and was the first user for some time before it became a collective usage. And you're the owner of the invisibility cloak, the owner of the you-know-whose brother wand, the grandson of the great Fleeman Potter who created the Sleekesy's hair potion. So, I'm actually gift in potion. And well, the cloak was also a family heirloom, so I'm not the actual prodigy. It's thanks to my blood. Which makes you so incredible. When Harry pulled a face, both Ron and Neville had to hurry to remedy. But we love you because you're a great friend. Not for all those feats, those are just bonus of our friendship. Yes, with you being at Bobaden's, you can even teach us a lot of things, and it was only kid's crush. Ron and Neville exchanged a look before glancing at Ginny's back, who was looking Harry straight in the eyes. Right. That's why it was so problematic for me to read the diary. Sorry, I get it now. Also, Gin's little kitty crush could never have fulfilled because of Harry's special taste in partner. Merlin's saggy pants. Where did the two of you came out? Harry shouted at the Weasley twins, hand-grabbing his shirt as if it was his heart. We spied you with the map and were wondering what you were doing in the corridor instead of the Great Hall, with a house elf. Now, that we're here, how about taking lunch in the kitchen? Luna's already waiting for us. Well, if Luna is, we can't let her wait for long. Once they were all sit around one of the kitchen's long table and all well fed by the busy house elves, Ginny prompted her brothers to develop what they meant by Harry's taste in partner. Well, you all know that our little Harry had a girlfriend last school year, right? Said little Harry was persuading the elves to include new recipes in the meals, because if they did make good taste food, over time it's tiring to always eat the same thing. For him to get to order any takeout for whenever he was on vacation with his guardians, he couldn't keep on and suggested to bring on pizza, burger, Dutch's bitterballen, falafel, kimchi, maki, noodles, and the likes. Yeah, someone named Camille Manon? 2 first name, right? Someone older? That broke up with him because they prefer wildlife? All the above, but the truth is, This girl is a maledictus, and you know how a witch is cursed to turn permanently into her beast form in her adulthood? Wait, she's not even a student, Ginny deduced. Harry, did you date an adult while being 13? Luna asked with a serious tone. Harry had to let go the poor elf he monopolized the attention and who hurried himself to work. He looked at his friends but no word came out. That's not important. What is that Harry once called her Maman, because Manon, get it? So what? Everyone could do lapsus. I just did it again with Malfoy. We like to know what kind, but in this case, with all the hints about his first partner, don't you guys see the issue? An adult woman that no one knows the age. The name Manon, that's similar to mum in French. Harry likes older partner. Ron tried. Yes, and? When no one said anything more, the twins tutted before waving at Harry with flourish. Harry has a mummy kink. What? No. The concerned stood up due to the outrage. Yes, he does. With all the father figures he has in his life, no wonder he seeks a mother figure. And the only way he realized it was with his first romantic partner that was coddling him because he was younger. There's a beat of silence as everyone, Harry included, needed the time to register. He did spend quite the time with Mum in the kitchen rather than play with us, recently, Ginny muttered. Harry wanted to say it was because he's watching over Mrs. Weasley, who tended to cook great meal for the guests and then forgot about her own children's taste. Which falls on Ron, most of the time. But Luna speaks up first. Now, Ginny, you know how you never had any chance. Not only you're younger, but you do not have the mother fiber, growing up with 6 brothers. You're as naughty than them. Combined. Ginny hid her whimpers in Luna's shoulder. Whether she was really crying or only mumbling about the absurdity, it was a secret only shared by the 2 girls. I do not have that kind of feeling for your mother, not our mum, but definitely Ced's. Well, have you seen Cedric? He's his mum's perfect replica, and Cedric's hella attractive. Not really helping your case, mate, Ron pointed it out. I'm sorry, Harry, I just got my mum, both my parents really, so I can't let you have her attention. I would never do that to you, Neville's right, Harry. I could help you in any other way, but I already have Lowell's hogging on our mother's attention. I don't want another wolf getting her affection too. Not you too, Luna. We could introduce you to older chick, Harry. Tonks, maybe? Ah, no, it needs to be someone who had mother vibe. So no Miss Haywood, she's still a little rebel, right? How about Miss Loboska? She likes creatures like you. And she's a werewolf too, of course, it stays between us, but that's a great point for your union. Isn't Borf an offspring of 2 werewolves? Maybe you 2 could give him a playmate. Stop planning my date with Kiara. She's quite the catch, and she's really kind. Exactly what you're looking for. You should wait after you're in age, though. I doubt someone as nice as her would even start a relationship with an underage. Leave me alone. The second task couldn't have came faster. For the last week and a half, his friends wouldn't stop teasing him for his likings, even suggesting Professor McGonagall, whose stern look was, like, Harry's boggart. But then, the task brought back Mrs. Diggory, who smiled at the group of friends, and everyone turned a knowing look to Harry, who could only grovel to find a place at the Great Lake. Since all the champions got the clue for the second task, they were all prepared to swim in breath underwater for 1 hour. Fleur's grills and fins suit her as much as her usual self. Cedric had the bubblehead charm on, and Crumb half transfigured himself as Sharkhead. The best would be to rescue their most precious person before the delay, but incidents could happen. And Harry found a way to see everything on live rather than count of the report of the merfolks, as no one but Dumbledore speak the language. Harry dumped the enchanted submarine with a simile 2 ways mirror in the water and tinkered with the mirror left before projecting it for everyone to see. Close enough to the clock displaying the minutes passing for them to feel the anticipation. Not bad, Harry. Were you inspired by Muggle's artifact called projector? Hey, Percy. Yeah, at Beauxbatons most lessons use a projector since all classes happen in an amphitheater to fit everyone. I would have expected the ministry like that instead of leaving the spectator freezing in the cold for an hour. Well, Mr. Runcorn thought that he could let Professor Dumbledore deal with it, but I guess the headmaster was only counting on using legilimens on the merperson that will report him to check on the veracity. You're taking the words right out of my mouth. At least, your little idea got the gratitude of Mrs. and Mr. Delacour. They felt quite reassured to be able to follow their eldest daughter's progression as they lost their youngest's whereabout. They both glanced at said couple, with the appealing Apolline Delacour catching everyone's attention around her instead of the projection Harry made. I heard about your taste in partner and I wouldn't believe it until you have to show it by displaying such behavior. Wait, Blaise. I see you can explain. Explain what? Percy inquired, glancing between Harry and the two Slytherins. And you were always mocking your godfather for his attention to my mum. Birds of feather, I guess? When Harry could not find a response to that, Theodore took pity on him. To be fair, Mrs. Delacour is part Vila, she attracts quite the attention. Percy got it quick enough too. Mrs. Zabini is very well-known witch, even among the ministry. Harry sighed in relief when Percy came in his help rather than tease him like the rest of Weasleys. I'm much more of your friend than paying attention to your mother, Blaise. They all hold their breath as Blaise opened his mouth. All right, I was just messing with you. I know my mum's charm, and her 6 other partners too, so I won't blame you if you have fallen for her. Well, I did not, but if you have fallen for Blaise, who looks like his mother, how is it not? Please, I'm begging you all. Stop teasing me about this. I'm still in possession of accepting it too. And he fled them to get by the pond, where the champions will be joining at the end of the task. By the projection, Fleur, who, despite the palms at the end of her human members and her breathing through gills in lieu of her usual respiratory ways, was still so graceful and ever so splendid in fighting and swimming her way to the location where the hostage were kept. She appeared to be the closest of the destination as she had taken care of all the obstacles on her path, mostly Grindylows with a well-aimed revulsion jinx. But as she was approaching the 3 stunned targets, she stunned one Grindylow, transfigured it as rock and smashed the chain to release her beloved younger sister Gabrielle Delacour. Nice, Fleur, he bellowed, quickly followed by the students' roar of applause. I mean, I know I warned her about these water demons, but she was quite ruthless with her treatment. Her 8-year-old sister is kept underwater. You bet your ass she'll burn the world down to retrieve her. Hey, Jin, Luna, didn't notice you there. Yeah, we noticed you were quite taken in your watching of your school champion. She could also the perfect partner, huh? Enough. Keep both of your mouths shut and watch the rest of the task in silence. Both girls giggled before getting close to him, to enjoy his warmth thanks to his werewolf condition. Cedric with his bubblehead charm swam close to the place kept by the merpeople too and used the exploding charm to retrieve his girlfriend Cho Chang. Victor, who got there before Cedric, was still finding a way to release Hermione Granger of the chain, but as his human transfiguration was only half done, his teeth weren't sharp enough to grab or bit the chain off, or even cast a spell as shark do not talk. People's attention got split in two when Fleur Delacour broke out of the water and swam quickly to the pond so they could treat her sister and check her health. She was kept underwater for who knew how long. Both Apolline and her husband came running behind Harry and his girls while they were pulling Gabrielle out of the cold water. Ginny had already a blanket in her hands and wrapped it around the little shivering girl, and Luna handed her own to Fleur, who merely nodded to her and asked about her family's little treasure. She's all right, Fleur. She was just in bewitched sleep like you did to the common Welsh and only woke once out of water. You did great. Of course, I did. Oh, ma précieuse Gabrielle, tu dois avoir tellement Freud, vins par là, mon cœur. Both sisters ended in warm hug, with the parents adding in to keep in the warmth for whole family. Before the hour could come to a close, Cedric and Cho broke out of water too, with Harry Wolf whistling at his friend when he helped his girlfriend out of water. Most missed person, huh? Cho giggled cutely before accepting Luna's blanket and Ginny's glass of hot chocolate. Wait, but use the heat to warm your hands. Thank you. Even her voice is cute, Harry thought. Strangely enough, both Ginny and Luna were watching him with indulging smile, as if they heard his thought. Damn them. Harry turned to forcefully grin at Cedric, trying to dry himself with the little towel Harry handed him. It would have been a shame to hide those defined muscles under a huge blanket. Here, handsome, your parents are coming for you. And Cedric was engulfed by the strong arms of his father while Mrs. Diggory was discreetly whipping a tear. Again, both Harry's girls noticed where his attention laid. He signed them to watch the projection of the surface of the water instead. But as the hour came to an end, with the minutes ticking by, there was still nothing. Igor Karkaroff started to make a scene, saying the whole task was a ploy to humiliate Durmstrang, without knowing his demeanor was the one decreasing the school's bad reputation. As Dumbledore tried to calm the man, with Madame Maxime looking much too smug next to them, the old man stood up from the judge's table to go meet with the merperson, that's the one who broke out of water. As the exchange of foreign words came to an end, the surface of the water broke again for a tentacule of the giant squid to show itself. In the middle, two human figures could be seen, the champion and the girl he failed to retrieve due to his half-assed transfiguration. Professor McGonagall's face said it all. The points went following. Beauxbatons raised to first place with an overall score of 87, Hogwarts second with 78 points and Durmstrang last with 65 points. Harry cheered with everyone before shooting blue sparks to represent his school's lead. And he did not blush when Apolline Delacour pecked both his cheeks to thank them for their reactivity in retrieving her daughters. Him and both his girlfriends both, but the latter couldn't stop smirking knowingly at him. He did not blush, it was just lipstick mark. Werewolf's luck. Hey, Harry, how is it going with Sirius and Remus? Why you ask? Ron shrugged, trying to look casual. I noticed they didn't show up for the second task like they did for the first one. I mean, of course, Hagrid was there for you, but he was also mostly by your school's head, side, so, yeah. Can you believe that if everything went smoothly between them, I could have like a privileged position at Beauxbatons? Like, no one would be there to say anything as the delegation is full of 7th year that will graduate as soon as we're back, but still, next year will be a field trip for me. I hate to break it to you, Harry, but I doubt you weren't in some privileged position already before that. I mean, you're the best in beast lessons, you brought your bestiary even though Hogwarts had less magical creature than Beauxbatons. You knew more of divination than what Professor Trelawney is teaching us, and you're trying to improve your Philosopher's Stone to the original one's level. Nev, mate, don't you have things to do, like seduce Lune into your arms? Blimey, Harry, who hurt you? You can't treat Nev like that just because he's right, anyway. Anyway, how is it going with Sirius and Remus? Good, they didn't come because there's nothing to see, and we only got entertained because of my projector, you see. Which was as good as Simile TW should put it as prize for the claw game. Ron cleared his throat before making a non-committal noise. How about we train for the last match? There's still time. It's in 2 months. Well, then, you want to spend the time in the arcade room. You both don't know how to play arcade games. Then, teach us. Not in the mood. It was the next day of the full moon, so it was understanding. Thing was, Harry didn't feel that apathetic anymore after a transformation after the year he first became werewolf. Ron remembered particularly well because it was the first time the Weasleys had a tamed werewolf under their roof on full moon, and Harry was in sour mood the next day. He almost broke down in tears. Charlie told him, coincidentally, neither of his guardians were present. This time, both Ron and Neville knew that their friend had a fight with the two men, and even though Harry said it was fixed, their relationship was not the same anymore. Harry could argue that he only fight with Sirius, his first serious fight if he may say, but that would require explaining in details, and as he said, he wasn't in the mood. At least, since his talk with Professor Snape, the man took his life goal in ignoring Neville's existence, and his friend was living it well. The twins had gotten quite the founds with the students' test buying models of their skiving snack box and were blossoming in everyday things. The girls are in 3rd years and had quite the homeworks to do with the additions of electives, so it left Ron and Neville, who finished their homeworks earlier, to spend time with Harry, who was in no mood for anything. I know, here, Harry, you can have some of the Felix Felicis you gift me for my entrance at Hogwarts. Why did you keep that? I would have gift you another bottle if you finished it. You know we can't abuse in the consumption of the liquid luck, it made people reckless. Well, who's going to stop me brewing it? I'd like to see them try. As I said, reckless. Here, each of us drink some of it and let's wander in the castle. With a little luck, we can find something never uncovered. I roamed the whole castle before both of you even heard of it. Come on, Harry. With Ron's insistence, Harry took a gulp of the potion he gifted his best maid to encourage him for his first day at school without him by his and Neville's side. Neville's the next one to swallow the golden potion, and Ron finished the bottle before putting away. They waited for a moment, looking for something that would change, but nothing happened. Well, we did only drink enough for half a day. Let's get going, now. They started by the ground floor because they had actual aim of their little quest but gradually step on the superior floor. Then, as Neville suggested, they try entering the Ravenclaw Tower, to the boys' amusement, so they could see they had the luck and if the Ravenclaw diadem could be free of use. Before that, though, their step brought them to the third floor and to one peculiar room. Locked. Not deterred, Harry cast the unlocking charm and incited his friends in. It's locked for a reason. There's nothing there, don't fret. That's weird. Should the liquid luck react by now and give us something? Well, maybe we could find it under this trapdoor. Harry, I think you hid from us that you already drank the Felix Felicis before mine. Nah, I'm just born lucky, thus making me super reckless. Look at there's a slide. And he jumped in without waiting for his friends, again. No, how do we even get up, now? I'll just accio my broom. Don't worry, guys, there's something here. Well, it better. Why would the door and the trapdoor be locked magically otherwise? I dare you to take off the sheet. Neville accepted the challenge and levitated the sheet out of the furniture it was hiding and they were surprised to see a mirror. Maybe it's a two-way mirror. But to who, though? Let's call all the big name from outside of the UK. Let's just try the Minister for Magic, it could be someone just outside of Hogwarts. Then, they spent few seconds recalling the name of the man. But as Neville was going to call out Cornelius Fudge, he froze and turned around. Mum. Dad? Huh? There's no one? What are you on, Nev? It can't be your parents, they do not have a mirror this big. I would have noticed when going to yours. Maybe they purchased one to talk with Neville when their precious flesh and blood decide to spend the holidays at school instead of with them. Harry, watch your mouth. What? Not every sprawn is like the Weasleys and can't spend the holidays at home. Can you believe I was the one who joined your family to go see Charlie on our first year? Boy, was his arms burnt to crisps. I did not need to know that. Hey, wait, what is Victor doing here? And Mum and Dad too? You too? Gosh, I hope Sirius and Remus won't be showing up. Neither of his friends answered him, still checking on both the mirror and the room behind them. Harry glanced at the top because he was bored and finally understood what his friends were on. Oh, I see. It's the mirror of Verized. It shows you not your face but what your heart desire. How do you know that? It's written on the gold frame. Well, with some ambiguous repartition of the letters and in reverse, but that's what it meant when you're being logical. Was it because it's on gold that you saw right through it? You may be onto something, mate. No matter, Harry, what do you see? What do you desire right now? Since he just muttered that he did not wish to see either of his guardians showing up and how his friends were both seeing their parents coming for them, maybe Harry will see his deceased parents smiling proudly at him. But as he laid his green eyes on the somehow reflecting surface, he first saw nothing but the reality, him beside his two best friends looking right through the mirror. But little by little, figures started appearing, and it was not what Harry expected. First, Remus was watching his reflection before looking up to gaze at the full moon without physical consequence. Then, Sirius came from behind them with head thrown back, laughing, and as he closed on Harry, he ruffled his hair with pride. In the background, Harry could see his dad talking with Madame Maxime with so many magical creatures around them it looked the picture perfect of happy couple with their sprawns. Finally, when he looked back on his friend's side, they were both dressed in Bobaton's robes and were smiling brightly at him. Harry? When he blinked back to reality, his two friends were in their Hogwarts robe and looking at him with curiosity. Harry took a moment to choose on what to tell them. I wanted Sirius to see me as a son and not stand in best friend, and Dad to finally confess to Madame Maxime so they could act like a perfect couple with their baby creatures. It's both the truth. Harry's smile didn't reach his eyes and neither of his friends insisted before they decided to retreat from this place. Harry's broom came in flying soon enough and the three were out of the hideout to flew outside. They agreed tacitly to spend the rest of the day in the park, by the Great Lake. Hey, what are you doing here, little guy? Got chased out of the forest by the hoofus of SS some horse human. Oh, the centaurs? Did it on purpose? Not SS sure, but being SS step on, I did not wait for their excuses. I guess. You hungry? I think my dad had hung some dead SS shrew. I won't SS say no to free food. Harry snorted before attracting the dead small mammal for his new reptile friend to feed on. As he watched the bulge going from the stretched jaw to the rest of the slender body, a rustling behind him reminded him of his friends. Ron and Neville were watching the snake in his hand with the same fascination he had, but with more worried questions. What is a snake doing on the school grounds? They say they were chased out of the forest by the hoofs of centaurs. They don't know why, but they thought they were in danger, so they seek refuge there. Huh, sly hungry. Well, no one would refuse free foods, right? I'm sure. At least, they won't be eating any other pet if we ever run into one. It could be funny to release it in the Slytherin common room to see their reaction, since their house is full of snakes. Despite his friend's offhand attitude and effort of understanding, Harry could see they were uncomfortable, not like when they see any other magical creatures and couldn't get Harry's endearment, but in a scared way. Because being a Parselmouth in the British wizarding world was an association to dark arts. Harry eventually released the snake to the borders of the forest, making sure that it won't be slithering back in the school ground, before following his friends back inside the castle. But as they were calling the day, they ran into Myrtle. Or more like, Myrtle passed through Harry, in eagerness to see him. Thinking the liquid luck must have worn off, both Ron and Neville abandoned their friend to the moaning ghost with a hurried wave of hand. Harry glared at their back playfully because it was always a joy to talk to the ghosts of the castle. Nearly headless Nick would occasionally bemoan Harry leaving Hogwarts in rush because he was pretty sure he would have been sorted in his house, and with how he was spending time with 2 Gryffindor, he wasn't really beating up the allegations. Hey, Myrtle, what can I do for you? There's someone sneaking in my lavatory. I mean, they would if I did not scare them off every time, but recently, they're being pretty insistent. Can't you do something? Of course. Let me check this. Unlike his friends, Harry's still feeling the high of the potion in his organism and followed the ghost like he's about to start some awesome adventure. His wand was itching to be used. But as he checked every nook of the unused lavatory, Harry discovered that one drawing of snake, and he got a pretty good idea of the reason no one would sneak. After just using Parseltongue, the coincidence is too hazardous, so Harry knew it was only luck that he saw the entrance of Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secret. Guess he will do some night expedition later. Werewolf's prophecy. Getting inside the castle after curfew was a walk in a park. Harry meant it literally. He was raised at Hogwarts, after all. Under his invisibility cloak, Harry left Beauxbaton's carriage once sure that every resident was deep asleep, putting on a Porlock as stand-in in his bed that his dad had to check on the Abraxans to reassure his head of school, then snuck into the Whomping Willow to exceed the other side, the Shrieking Shriek at Hogsmeade. From there, he will join Honeydukes, break into the shop to go through the cellar, and finally enter the castle without anyone noticing. Obviously, he could have just enchanted the Great Gate to open for him, but he wouldn't like the risk of being caught so easily. From the One-Eyed Witch's passage on the 3rd floor, Harry went down to the 2nd floor to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The girl ghost welcomed him, expecting his arrival as he promised, and then proceeded to make another promise that whatever happened here won't be out of there. Thanks, Myrtle, it means a lot. Because then he was speaking Parseltongue to the tap with a snake on the side, the one that never worked, the ghost noted, which opened to a passage downwards. Harry's pretty much convinced that it was the entrance to the Chamber of Secret that one could read in Hogwarts. A history inaccessible only by heir of Slytherin, as it was the same way to open Slytherin's locket. Since only his descendants were Parselmouth in British Isles, and Harry. As Dumbledore made a remark. Not that Harry will think much of it at the moment. He hopped in the dark hole by using his family cloak as parachute before noticing the tunnel was a slide, very much like the passage to the Mirror of Eyes. Thankfully, he was alone and did not suffer any embarrassment under anyone's gaze. Harry then walked for a moment into a long corridor before reaching a door with engraved snakes. Once again, he ordered it to open in the language of snake and eventually get into the chamber. There were towering pillars entwined in carved wood that lead to a statue of someone, and Harry hurried to find out the identity, albeit already having an idea. It was in the name of the place, and he had to note some differences between the sculpture and the portrait one could find in some corridor of the castle. If the statue portrayed Salazar as having wild hair, the painter who painted his portrait must either not appreciate the founder or look at him with an objective eye and draw him bald. Either way, both perspectives agreed with the fact Slytherin had luxurious long beard. Because Harry did read Hogwarts, a history, he knew the chamber also housed a magical creature. Some being that had a long life and be a millennium old, assuming that's the same monster that got unleashed half-century ago, that killed Myrtle Warren and that Tom used the murder for his first Horcrux with his diary. And those were infos he got from the diary itself, which Tom Riddle had somehow put a piece of his mind in it, legilimens, like the founders with the sorting hat, probably, and confessed it to Harry when he was being twatty enough to make the diary believe he's Voldemort most close confidant. That said, Harry wasn't really sure why he played surprise once seeing the creature. Slytherin was a Parseltongue and all the entrances he passed through had a snake, so really, it was only logical that when he asked the creature to show itself, a basilisk slithered out of Slytherin's mouth. Calmly, Harry closed his eyes before speaking up. "Hello, there, my name's Harry. What's your SSS? I'd's been SSSO long SS since anyone asked my name that I don't even remember it. My last master didn't even bother calling me by name. I'm SS sorry to hear that. Would it bother you if I give you one? I don't mind. Can't promise I will answer it, though. Fair, I guess. I'm just a newcomer, after all. Now that the greeting SSS are done. Are you my new master and did you call me to finish my noble purpose?" Harry's pretty sure that the purpose he read in the book wasn't a nice one, and considering that Myrtle ended up dead when the giant snake was last released, Harry rather not tempted fate. "Oh, no, I'm only here to SS say hey on your last master's behalf as he's in SS some predicament and can't SS show up." Then, after bullshitting his way out, he promised to be back but had to help the little snake rest his eyes. He forced him in a bewitched sleep and cast the conjunctivitis curse on the closed eyes to make it permanently swell so no one would be able to met eyes and die instantaneously. Before actually leaving and abandoning that immortal creature behind, Harry pulled out the diary he kept in the safe he transported constantly with him in that extensible pouch, right next by his wand holster, and where he also kept all his potion ingredients and other useful things at arm's reach. He wrote something inside and got an answer, leaving him only short seconds to think. Unfortunately, his time's short and dawn will be coming in no time if he did not hurry, so. After doing what he had to, he rushed to the exit and transfigured the slid into rotating stairs to speed up. With a quick bye to Myrtle, he ran to the way he came in under his invisibility cloak, making it no one's business what he just did. Except maybe for those who had checked on the Marauders map at this instant, but thankfully, the Weasleys twins weren't planning anything so had no reason to. "Where are you going all this time with those foods?" Harry blinked at Ron, who was stuffing his mouth of said food, and glanced at the roast he was cramming in his school bag, as if the sauce won't be smearing on his course books. He frowned when he sensed Neville's curious gaze in addition of Ron and took another slice of cooked meat and packed it in his bag too. "Remember the snake of that day? Dad doesn't have much mammal corpses though him questioning me so I had to take foods from meals. And I can't ask the house elves because I don't want them to tattle on me. So, it stays between us, right, mates?" Ron and Neville agreed easily, knowing how he was a bleeding heart for creatures, magical or not. Too bad for them that this one was magical. And a really dangerous one, too, though Harry did the most to make it not as deadly as by only a look. And technically, he did not lie. Harry met the two snakes on the same day. He was just thinking of the basilisk while his friends were thinking of another harmless reptile. Harry went to feed on the beast as soon as he had free time. Under his cloak, he opened the entrance of the chamber, dumped the foods in and closed it immediately. Removing his cloak, he greeted distractedly Myrtle while casting a scouring charm on the inside of his bag. It's been 4 days since he last released the basilisk of his magical sleep and let him free in the chamber. Tom from the diary told him that he could give him an order even when it's asleep, and he told him to stay in the chamber and not popping its head outside under any condition. The creature listened, still thinking Harry's its next master, and was quite grateful for Harry to feed it at any given time. And it was a lot because of their humongous size. By the weekend, almost a week after the first routine of feeding the basilisk, Harry happened to learn it's a her. And almost got a fright when he thought he was caught. At least, because it's the weekend, he didn't use his cloak as he was free to go wherever he wanted. "Harry, so you were in Mourning Myrtle's bathroom?" Ron groaned, approaching in quick steps. He glanced distastefully at the poor state of the lavatory before checking if the haunting ghost was present. She was not. Something about mocking that prefect girl that's using the prefect bathroom with someone definitely not a prefect or girl for that matter. "Yes. Can I help you?" "Can you?" "Then, Tell us what you were doing here instead of spending times with your mates." Neville added in a soothing tone. "Calm down, Ron, Harry's allowed alone time." "Yeah, but not hide himself in the girls' lavatory, especially not the one no one wanted to go in without the ghost that decided to make it her base. Myrtle just left, but I was talking to her, spending time with her because I do appreciate her. I do not tell you that enough, but you have such weird tastes. Actually, Harry, we asked Fred and George where to find you. As you have noticed, we had quite difficult time finding you lately. Imagine our surprise when they told us your whereabouts, and that was happening for all week." Harry shrugged, not really knowing what to answer to that. "Mate, don't scare us like that. Before even thinking of asking them, we were actually worried that you may have been there. You know, the mirror." Not sure why, but Harry thought about the two-way mirror for a split second, that he was still waiting for an answer back from the other recipient, before realizing what Ron meant. The mirror verized on the 3rd floor, under the trapdoor. "Oh, no, that was merely a distraction. I know how to stay in the present." "Do you really? Because you would have rushed to the headmaster's office right at this instant to meet up with your guardians, as you requested them to drop by. They're already here? Holy cricket, so much time have passed? I have to go now." "Wait, Harry, is everything all right? Why are you asking to see them so suddenly when, last week, you were—" "Don't torture you beautiful mind, Nev. I just want to tell them something, and I have to show them in person." The headmaster's office was on the same floor, so Harry only had a few steps to make before giving out the passwords to the gargoyle and reach the most private study. Everyone was there, waiting for him. Professor Dumbledore, Sirius, Remus, and Professor Snape. Because he was about to tell them something related to Voldemort, and he remembered clearly only them were being part of the whole business. First, when he talked about the basilisk in the Chamber of Secret, it went as great as he expected, especially after offering his memories to prove his words. If his guardians tried their best not to make a scene and rather congratulate him for his quick actions, Professor Dumbledore made a show of pitying the poor creature before saying they had to take it down, quickly agreed by the potion master, who was lured by the numbers of incredibly rare ingredients he could get with the corpse. Harry sat on the seat he was offered, a show to tell those adults that he was in no hurry to open the chamber, and gave them access to a mountain of valuable that he found. "With all due respect, I disagree. You're going to incapacitate an innocent creature that did nothing wrong? Harry, my boy, the innocent creature you're thinking is actually the reason Myrtle Warren got killed. Well, I made sure to blind her, so there won't be any problem. And she didn't know anything, she was manipulated by Tom. You know how great he is in mind game, and if we're talking about her venom and her hide being resistant against spells like dragons, I had her shed and some of her venoms." Professor Snape snatched both items from his hands, but Harry barely reacted and expected such reaction. He had kept some of the venom with him, just in case like this. "We still can't let such a dangerous creature inside the castle. It was asleep there for a millennium. Little late on the update, don't you think? Sorry, that was inappropriate. What I meant is that there's no reason to get rid of her when she did no wrong. I mean, Aragog was in the forest despite being quite lethal, and Aragog saved my life the night I became a werewolf. The basilisk could be useful against invaders. The same invader that could control her? Well, we're reunited here to prevent it, aren't we?" There's a long silence where everybody's waiting for the old man to respond, which he didn't, and deflected like he's so great at. "Harry, may you tell me what you meant by Tom's so great as manipulating people? How would you know that?" For some reason, the three men tensed at that. "I talked to him. His diary, there's still a piece of his mind in it, and it could respond you if you write something. Like the Sorting Hat or the Marauder's map." The two marauders had a tiny smile at that, while Snape's mouth turned into a snarl. Professor Dumbledore was only focused on the diary Harry was pulling out, the same way he did for the shed and the bottle of venom. The wrinkled hand took the artifact with a firm grab but did not try to do anything else with it. Yeah, the writings vanished as soon as the diary swallows them. Even the answers disappear, as if Tom knew to keep the whole exchange secret. "Can't you show us your memories of your exchanges?" "Not really, no, but anyway, when will we come into the main course? Did you ever intend to tell me the truth?" Once again, his guardians tensed, in a sore recall of them hiding something from him and causing a huge argument. Then again, they were still 3 weeks away from full moon. Maybe Harry won't react as badly if they talk about whatever he was implying. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about, Harry. And I would like to add on that some things are better left unsaid. Like the prophecy I'm subject to. You know what, we should talk about it. I want to know what it is about. It's my prophecy. There's truth in your words, but I doubt the ministry would allow that, as the only copy of the prophecy is kept by them, and that I'm sure that my memories won't do, fearing they're tampered by my own subjectivist view. I bet I could convince the ministry to let me hear my prophecy. I mean, I'm the savior of the wizarding world, they owe me that. And the fact they imprisoned the wrong person, depriving me of my last magical guardian by rewarding the wrong person. Or the fact they were about to let an underage me participate in age-limited tournament, they put it back themselves. Or maybe that thwarted himself of the Order of Merlin for no reason but wanting to keep the position of power for himself. I dare think that my words would weigh quite a lot if I ever, say, go to Miss Rita Skeeter. I'm sure that the British wizarding community would felt heartfelt reading about your testimony of how the British ministry is nothing compared to the French one, but truly, I think the wizarding community would be more offended to read about their savior fleeing to the neighbor country and even changing his nationality to cut ties with his roots. Harry studied Professor Snape for a moment, noticing the headmaster's shrew eyes on him from the corner of his eyes, before nodding wistfully. Yes, that's all the problem. Me being actually a foreigner on British soils. Hence me asking a British citizen to send an ask to the ministry and allow me to take knowledge of something concerning me. It couldn't hurt, now, could it? The Dark Lord was defeated by me, as everyone knew. All right, I do it. I'm sure they would more lenient now that I'm a Potter. Harry turned to Sirius and blinked a couple of times, actually having forgotten about that. Which was funny because he made sure that the magical adoption was confirmed by one Professor McGonagall, though he didn't do the actual name changing. Thank you, Sirius. Now, about me being a Horcrux, when will you ever think about banishing the piece of soul from me? Everything stilled in the room. Even Fumsick stopped moving from its perch. You did intended to cure me like you did with all the other Horcruxes, right? I literally have the diary after its removal, and I can see that one founder's heirloom in the cabinet. I don't know about the ring, but the diadem and cup are to anyone's usage, and I'm the last of his 6 Horcruxes, that you'll deliver me from it, right? Actually, the ritual only worked for inanimate objects, not on human. Harry's not sure who said those words, but suddenly, his vision blurred and he was very glad he was still sitting. So, there's no other choice but to kill me to get rid of the last piece of soul of this madman? We would never do that, Remus shouted out, making Harry jump. But we had to. To definitely take out this dark wizard, who's still roaming around the world according to Professor Dumbledore, and for him to become a mere human so we can finally defeat him for real. We have to destroy the last piece that keeps him immortal. The last Horcrux that's inside me. Harry, you need to know that Tom never intended to make you a Horcrux, and that's not actually certain that's the case. But it is. Because, unless I'm also a Slytherin descendant, I'm not supposed to know Parseltongue, though it's a shame, because communicating with snakes is so awesome to understand those fascinating creatures. Anyway, I got sidetracked. I guess that basilisk venom should be enough? Harry. You're not touching that deadly venom, Potter, and just listen to what you're saying, you dramatic attention seeker. I'm an attention seeker, now? I'm literally a living prop for the return of British's worst dark wizard, and you're stalling instead of doing anything to make sure he shall not be returned. We're not going to sacrifice your life just to make sure that he won't come back. And we don't even know where he is, at the moment. What if he had made another Horcrux while we're talking? Don't rush and listen to what we're telling you. Gentlemen, calm down. Harry, you should take a deep breath and let us speak sense to you. Harry did so, watching the old man straight in the eyes, keeping his wrath that's creeping out of every one of his pores under control. As you said, the prophecy that you only had knowledge of the first half implies that you vanquished Tom and that he saw you as his equal. Severus, do you confirm that's the extent of what you heard? Snape nodded sharply and Harry snapped his head back to Dumbledore. I see that you indeed miss quite a lot of information, so maybe for you to hear about the whole prophecy could be good. In any other case, if you insist in doing something not recommendable, you should know if the basilisk ever popped his head out, it won't be good for any of the concerned people. I just said her gaze won't kill anymore, because it's non-existent, and even if she did use the pipe to travel around the castle, no one could hear her, and I'm sure Fumsick could give of its tears to save anyone in contact of the venom. It's deadly, but not instantaneously. When do I go to the ministry to hear of the prophecy? I'm sure that about next weekend, the minister himself could clear his schedule to escort you to the Department of Mystery. For now, how about you tell us more about the Chamber of Secret? I'm afraid I can't, Professor. As there's no immediate danger, I rather not betray the secret of one of the founder. Something are better left unsaid, won't you agree? Not when it concerns the school's security. Then, maybe you should shut the school down, since death of student could occur quite easily. I mean, almost anyone could exceed the school via the Forbidden Forest. That's not even protected against students. There are cursed vaults that could not be lifted in any way, causing ill-intentioned people to invade the school and kill an innocent student. So, I'm sure that having one more dangerous creature roaming around the castle under the watchful eyes of a foreign student can't be that bad. If so, maybe it's time to step up in potion department and create one antidote against basilisk venom. And despite anything that was said, Harry refused to budge on his position, leaving the looming threat of a living and conscious deadly creature slither freely in the basement of the castle. How Snape regretted teaching occlumency to the impudent, who could now counter his attempt of mind invasion and potion, as the boy found one to counter the Veritaserum. Next weekend couldn't have come faster. Thankfully, in the following week, no adult thought about talking Harry's misdemeanor to his friends to coax him to revise his decision, and kept on his routine to feed on the basilisk without interferences. Then, the weekend trip to the ministry came, and Harry was flanked of both his guardians as they were handed a letter portkey to London. In a twirl, they appeared in the underground of the Whitehall, right in the middle of atrium of level 8 where all the traffics happened. By the security desk, after a weighing of wand, they were led to the Fountain of Magical Brethren where the minister himself was waiting for them. Harry didn't waste much on the formalities after buttering up to the portly little man so they could get to the desired department, at level 9. The attendants let them in with a glance to the head, but Harry paid them no mind, body literally shaking in anticipation, and he was fortunately left to listen the prophecy in private. Despite the fact coming in with guardians for being underage. Except he defeated the Dark Lord at only 1, so he got a free pass, and the content was as bad as he thought. He was allowed to repeat the prophecy thrice, just to make sure that he heard and got all the subtleties. He could have used the pensieve to hear it again, but he would have liked to detail the message at once. He probably should have brought the diadem. He came out empty hands and with a lost look, which was understandable, and the trio went back to Hogwarts without further ado. Harry told them the prophecy. So, I was right, he concluded. I don't think so. You were literally about to sacrifice yourself for nothing. I guess, we just have to hunt him down like you did for his Horcruxes. It's not as easy. Don't you think something would have happened if we could hunt him down? Harry shrugged. No one actually tried, to be fair. So, are we going to be worse than his deserting supporters and look for him everywhere? Why not? Should we be waiting for his return, then, and then deciding how to end my life? Stop saying that, Harry, you're not going to die. Remus snapped more harshink about alternatives, but drew a blank. There's really no other way, though. You heard the prophecy. Prophecy only worked if you believe in them. We don't have to follow any of those stupidities, if we don't want to. And we don't want to. Both Harry and Sirius exchanged a look, not used to see Remus being that emotional. But Harry couldn't help but snigger. You don't actually believe that, do you? Maybe you're talking about divination, but prophecy. Prophecy isn't a real thing. If Sibyls were such regular occurrences, people would have taken turn to look more into this hazy domain. I guess that's why it made me the chosen one. It's a rare occurrence. A prophecy only happened, I don't know, every centuries? Then, we just have to flee the country. If Voldemort does return, he won't be going after you if you're outside of the land he will conquer first. Sirius gasped both for the name and for the proposition. Moony, are you even listening to yourself? You don't know what it is to be left alone. When I had to go in mission to look for foreign werewolves that could go against his reign for the Order's sake. That I had to bend in with such cruel mindset thinking it's for the greater good, but it just left me alone as I always feared. And look what good had it done. As both you and James believed I'm the traitor and trusted the wrong person. Harry widened his eyes and quickly cast a bubble of privacy charm around them. They were still in the park, at everyone's range of hearing. Look, if you're about to blame me for wrongly accusing you. I'm not, Sirius. I'm just saying that, when both Lily and James first heard about the prophecy, they should have left the country and protect themselves and their family instead of fighting a losing battle. And left everything they built up behind? As to? What they had to take care in priority was the new life they had made, Harry, their unborn or just born child. That I wasn't aware of his existence because I was sent on the other side of the world. Oh, playing the victim card? We all suffered, Harry, most of all. He never got the chance to meet his parents. If Lily and James had left, they could have raised Harry out of the war. They could have raised the boy who could have defeat the Dark Lord, with parents by his sides. So, what are we? Fucking lambda monks, that could be wiped like nothing. We were being wiped like nothing. That's why this rat betrayed us. He saw the opening and grasped it. It's coward, but he only thought about surviving, something that both Lily and James should have thought as they were waiting for a newborn. So, why should I let Harry sacrifice his life when we could build something elsewhere? What did the British magical world ever did for him? What the magical did for him? Do you know what the magical did for you? My dad was arrogant enough to insult a feared person like Greyback, thinking that being a mindless beast, a werewolf doesn't deserve to live freely. Greyback escaped and enraged. He bit me in revenge. Anyone would have done that, who would like to be bullied and do nothing. Snape didn't either. Don't you fucking dare take his side, but you can't understand that. You're gifted and only had a despiteful family to deal with. Don't turn it on me. You asked what the magical world did for me. I guess I should be forever grateful too. Dumbledore for giving me a place at Hogwarts and making feel like a normal kid for 29 days a month before a painful transformation in the shack that looked like suffocating jail. And I should be grateful for you guys to spend so long to become animagus and spend time for me, poor and miserable werewolf. But someone wise taught me that it's not because you love someone you shouldn't confront them when they're wrong. And I stayed silent for too long. Harry's at loss of words when their eyes met. He almost choked when his eyes met Sirius next, who was having an ugly face distortion that spoilt his good and handsome look of the black blood. Then Rem spoke up again. It was a bad decision for Dumbledore to want to recruit werewolves in the Order's side when he had nothing to promise while the dark side was allowing the werewolves freedom they always asked for. It was also a bad move of him to take James's cloak when he needed it the most, or even keeping him and Lily locked. It was also wrong of him to keep the actual nature of the prophecy for him alone and expecting Harry to sacrifice himself for the wizard community that did nothing for him. And the worst of it all, it was bad for us to put people into boxes and not expecting more from them. Your brother took the mark at 16 because you believed him to be as bad as your parents and did not try to even make him change. Peter Pettigrew followed us in the Order, while he would have been better off not hanging on either of us and living in the low, as he just knew how to do, and you shouldn't have become animagus and pretend to care for me. You were just along the ride in show of revolt because you're really not different than your own blood. Shut your dirty mouth. You never think much of werewolves and thought they're nothing but monster that could not control their instincts, even though I told you time and times again that I remember everything the next day. Did you just want me to maul Snape to death? Shut up. You don't know what you're saying, but that's all right, because I also never actually trusted you and your blood. I knew from the moment you had inbreeding that your mind is not clear. I wasn't even surprised the day I came back to England to find you were supposedly the traitor and killed Peter with 12 muggles. No one hesitated either, because they heard your name and thought that you finally lost it. Black madness, in it. Damn it, Lupin, what is wrong with you? Both men finally turned to Harry, who was still speechless, and was watching them in turn. Rem had a pained look but not actually of regret. He took a breath and started speaking again, more calmly than earlier. I'm sorry, you probably didn't want to hear any of that, Harry. If you don't want to see any of us, I can understand. I'm just begging you, leave and save yourself. You do not owe anything to anyone. Especially to a community who doesn't want to help your kind. You could do so much in your life. You're a little potion prodigy, the next alchemist, a future business maybe. You're so young. I swear I will do my everything so that madman and his followers never came close to you. It's okay, Rem, you don't have to say more. Whether it was the old nickname or the soothing touch, Rem finally shut his mouth and enjoyed the last of the boy. And if it will be just a hand on the shoulder, so be it. Sirius, I will go live in France. The house is now mine, right? And as I said, you're free to come whenever, and I hope you won't be looking disappointedly at me too much, because I became nothing like you expect from an offspring of your dear James. Don't put words in my mouth. Why are you two ganging up on me? I'm sorry I was born. Harry tightened his hold on Rem to prevent him from saying anything. Fuck, okay, I get it, I'm in the wrong. I'm sorry, okay? Sirius, I'm not saying that to fight with you. I'm just saying that if I wasn't born, none of James and Lily would have died. Well, probably not as early and certainly not betrayed by their friend and confined in a place they started to hate. I'm sorry that my existence was the chosen one and that caused both of you so much pain. But for the record, they were also in the wrong for making a baby in the midst of war. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, Harry took a breath and the time to study each man with a calm gaze. Well, I don't want to fight. Someone who was stupid enough to kill a baby prophetized to be his lost instead of kidnapping him and making him his subordinate. Look, I don't know, that's pretty silly and would have caused more death, I guess, but really, it's like the man lost his mind or something and didn't even use his brain cells when he was like at th. Harry shook his head and rolled his eyes at the same time. He finally released Rem and deactivated the spell around them and noticed how it was already dusk and about dinner time, which explained they're the only ones still outside. Look. My decision won't please everyone, but that's how life works. C'est la vie, as the French say, and it's pretty fitting in this moment. I'll return to France, take the brevet and ace it, and promise I won't be a failure on this. I will live my life without thinking much of Tom, so you can keep the diary, and me the wand like I keep the last Horcrux with me. And I don't know what you'll choose, but don't be a stranger, unless you want to, but you better tell me face to face instead of making me stew. Oh, and make sure to find back Crouch JNR. And Bertha Jorkins, I guess, pretty sure they're the ones trying to bring the Dark Lord back. Wait, Harry, don't worry, Rem. I won't be going after the madman and die. I'll see you in France, then. And he left them to get food. He still had a basilisk to feed. A week later, his promise to Rem got broken off. In his defense, it's not his fault when he was bound and forcefully taken outside of the castle's protection because there are so many paths leading outside. And stuck against the stone of the statue, arm bleeding out and stripped of his wand, Harry thought that prophecies really were bitches. Before him, Lord Voldemort, aka Tom Riddle, was resurrecting. Werewolf's Fate chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. So, Harry wasn't as calm as he pretended to be. Like hell he'd be calm after hearing so much about his parents' and guardians' past. He'd never have thought Rem was hiding so much guilt all this time. No wonder he thought he was undeserving of love. Love could do so much, but with toxicity, that would never be the winning streak in a relationship. Despite saying he will be going to dinner, Harry deliberately skimmed through the Great Hall and head elsewhere. If Rem and Sirius asked around, they would suspect he head to the kitchen, because no normal person could bear to eat around such carefreeness after what happened. And if they did not find him there and later questioned him about this, Harry could just tell them he wasn't feeling eating in the kitchen either, where the house elves were so busy feeding Hogwarts. He won't be telling them where he went, because it was his business as was feeding the basilisk. Which was the reason Harry borrowed Hufflepuff's cup from the kitchen, all the while declining and thanking the elves' propositions. He only put some variety of food inside, not needing to fill it to the brim, and walked to the second-floor girls' bathroom. By the time he locked himself in the lavatory, the cup was filled with plenty succulent meal, multiplied according to the holder's wishes. Harry dumped it all in the entrance of the Chamber of Secret and did the same thing for a couple of more time. If Ravenclaw diadem enforced the wearer's wisdom, Hufflepuff cup was meant to feed and satisfy anyone's hunger as long as there were already some food inside. Because Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration didn't allow to create magic out of nowhere, the cup's magical power was something akin to that would multiply the existing food to the max and never let anyone starve or left in need. Harry dumped the last bit of food in the tunnel and eventually locked it so the basilisk won't feel like going to a stroll in the castle and scaring the living out of the residents. Then, figuring that he won't be needing the cup anymore, he was about to eat the last bit of food to stop the cup's magic, but as he unlocked the bathroom's door, he came face to face with his best friends Ron and Neville. That looked like a déjà vu. Harry, where you've been? We were looking for you. Harry let go of the piece of treacle tart back inside the cup as if he wasn't doing anything. And you found me, the map again? Actually, we roamed through the castle after not finding you in the kitchen like Remus and Sirius told us. They left, by the way, and since last week we found you there, we figured we could give a try. Since when have you been there? His two friends shifted on their foot. A while. Were you talking to Myrtle like you said? Harry was not. He was mostly talking to himself, but anyone eavesdropping could say he was exchanging with someone. Thankfully, it was nothing too embarrassing, but he will now think twice before talking alone. You know what, I need a drink. His friends watched him for a moment before realizing he was serious. Harry, I don't think that's a good idea. And you missed the trip to Hogsmeade, so, tomorrow's Sunday and sneaking out of Hogwarts was never a problem for me. Didn't you have a fight with your guardians because you were out of the school's protection? Harry didn't know what expression he made, but both Ron and Neville tried to retract the mention of his guardians and their fight, as Harry just came out of one just earlier. Things are still uncertain outside. You know that I'm all for following your lead, Harry, but I also heard from Dad and Mum and I'm worried. I was there with you this summer. For my part, my parents didn't say anything to not worry me, but people talk. Bertha Jorkins, the main suspect, is still in the run and it was pretty messy at the World Cup. If another suspected Death Eater is free. Well, that doesn't help my need of a drink. Perhaps we should break into one of the teacher's office and see if any of them hide liquors in their cabinet? Their expression clearly showed they did prefer that suggestion more. How about that room of requirement? No creation of food, that's the Gamp law of transfiguration. I don't know, transfiguration is bloody hard. I'm not even sure I heard Professor McGonagall said it. Harry rolled his eyes and ended up studying the cup. Maybe it could also turn water to wine. Like that Jesus guy. Or something along the line. But his long observation did not change anything and he sighed. All right. Let's go to the come and go room. Still better than nothing. We're still on time before curfew? Ron checked the time before nodding and they head to the 7th floor, with Harry wishing to find liquors while passing in the corridor thrice. Yes, despite Gamp's law, a teenager could only wish. And surprise, surprise. The room gave them a passageway behind the portrait of young girl. After their little adventure with the Mirror of Verized, they assumed that it would be the same and went through the portrait without further ado. Only to get out to a sitting room. As the portrait of the young girl closed right behind them, they jumped and tried to get the passage to open again, fearing to be locked out of the requirement room. Harry wasn't that worried and used his mini two-ways mirror to spy more on the place with the automated car toy without having to go by himself by looking through the other pair. Holy cricket, I think we're in deep trouble, mates. You don't say. We can't find the mechanism to open the bloody portrait. No, not that. We're actually the floor above the Hogshead Inn. Well, in the inn part, should I say. What? How did you know? Well, for one, that unwilling-looking man that we all agreed is the owner of said shop and the sign hung outside. Look. As they confirmed it, they exchanged a dread look, or more like, Ron and Neville had a frightened expression while Harry's morphing to an ecstatic one. I can believe my luck and I didn't even drink the Felix. I do get my liquors, finally. What? No, Harry, we're literally breaking into someone's place. Public place. It's an inn, it welcomed guests. But no reasonable person would stay the night there. But more importantly, we entered in illegal ways. Then, let's just announce ourselves. The owner can only allow us if we pay him, and though I do not have any money right now, I have my master's philosopher's stone that could do the change successfully. Now, pull out some cash. Do you think we'd have money with us? Why? I was at the ministry the whole day, so no reason for me to have money. You, on the other side, were spending the day in Hogsmeade and students only go to the village with pockets full to purchase in legal way. Huh, I have a canute? It's enough. I doubt his beverages could cost a galleon. Or, would he made us pay more because of the reclusive reputation it holds? Or he straight up rejects serving us because we came out from the floor above despite not seeing us came through the entrance, not mentioning the late hour. Perfect time to drink. But if we're going to consume alcohol, wouldn't it be more expensive than a galleon? Harry didn't answer, pretending to focus on changing the piece of copper to gold and trying to find if he really do not have any other metal with him. Not including the cup as it was already gold and in cup form. He did not. No such luck. Let's just hope he will be clement enough to 3 young boys. If he were smart, he would not sell alcohol to underages. If he were clever, he would accept the deal as it's still business. Do you think he lacks income? Hush, we better be discreet if we don't want to be thrown out before even trying. Here, Let's hide under the cloak and make it we just enter the shop. Again, at this hour. Not all his customers are children who had curfew. Bet he opened till late. Meaning that's time for us to go to bed. Didn't you say the passage was unavailable? We better ask the owner about it, and risk to be told off? We're already out of the castle. Unless you want to break into Honeydukes. I didn't get to try last time. Well, not with friends. At loss of words, Ron couldn't find a retort in time and only followed his friend's steps to the pub part. There were only one customer and he looked like to be wasted already. But since the owner didn't throw him out, he must have paid his drink. Through teamwork, Harry distracted the barman by casting a levitation charm on the strewn of sawdust to make it think there was a mouse to divert the man's attention, while Neville extended his hand to turn the handle of the door and slammed the door quickly to make it think there was someone. Ron had to pull out the cloak at the crucial moment for the whole masquerade to function. They thought they managed it quite well, albeit they could have done nothing against their young look if the bartender ever refused to do business with them. But a quick calculation probably made the man be lenient on them and he sold them 3 pints of whiskey with the galleon. Neither knew if they were scammed or not as the prices weren't in display. If both Ron and Neville pulled a face after one sip of the drink and putting their glass away, Harry forced himself to drink just to feel the sensation of being wasted and having his brain cells drowned by the poison. He knew that his werewolf metabolism would digest the toxicity faster than your average wizard's, but just one moment of turning off his brain was very welcomed. And with his inhibitions off, he started spouting everything. Can you believe that Voldemort will be back and that only one of us two could survive and one had to be killed by the hand of the other? Like, I thought it was done when I was 1, but after hearing the whole prophecy, it was far from the end. I mean, the crazy lad did created multiple horcruxes like one do with breads and I'm one of those, so literally my life's tied with him. How disturbing. But the only way to break it off is death, as we had to destroy the piece of soul in me, you see. But I don't want to die. Not before making sure that Dad has his happily ever after with Madame Maxime. URH, mate, thanks for the mental image. Harry, how about you have a bite of the treacle tart? It's your favorite, right? Neville nudged Ron from above Harry's head and pushed the cup full of food to his friend, sprawled across the table. He had finished his own tankard and was about midway to finish Neville's and ignored the suggestion to balance his food-drink ratio. Or before making sure that Rem was finally loving himself, like maybe he could never accept the fact he's a werewolf and resents his condition, but he needs to see that he's allowed to love and be loved despite turning a mindless beast every month. I did and I'm living really well. Maybe not at this moment. Ron, really? There's absolutely no wrong to be loved and love as werewolf. You're literally human in any other time besides that night of full moon. Right. Nev got a point. Even vampire are more accepted and loved for some reason, and they turn into actual monsters when hungry for blood. Again, Harry ignored both of his friend's words to keep on his babbling. Or not before Sirius finally sees me as me and not as a mini copy of one James Potter. Like, mate, I never tried to impersonate the man despite seeing all the memories of people who knew him in his living, but him expecting me to sometimes follow his steps is hurtful and just frustrating. Damn it, Sirius, if you love this man so much, you should have married him and impregnate him instead of giving him up to this girl who he was harassing since second year and only who noticed him when they were about to graduate Hogwarts. Maybe then their kid won't be the chosen one and they wouldn't be suffering so much today. Oh, Harry, mate, we didn't know it was so bad between you guys. Was Sirius really in love with your father? Did your father reciprocated? If so, they should have just asked your mother to be the bearer. Somehow, I doubt it rules have made a change. I mean, if Sirius and James were really soulmates and lovers, it could have been really cool for them to have Harry, but maybe they should ask someone else as bearer. Remember, Harry was targeted because his mother was a Muggleborn, someone you know who was hunting down with his Death Eaters, so things could have still come down the same if Lily was the bearer. Was that what your parents say when they think you're not listening, Ron? Well, I mean, it's logical if you think about it. Everyone knew you know who was after the Potters as soon as the rumor of a prophecy starts spreading, despite Neville's parents were fighting him for longer. I mean, Dumbledore did say he probably targeted me because we're both half-blood, but Harry stopped, gulped down the last of Neville's drink before continuing with Ron's. Well, fuck, that would explain so much. The love story of James and Lily was basically a star-crossed lover, and they doomed their kid, me, by staying instead of fleeing like any witted person. That's what Rem said, and frankly, why didn't they flee? They knew I was target yet stayed in the country where the mass murderer was seving. It's not like Porky wasn't a thing and they could have abused it since the minister was overwhelmed by Tom and his henchmen. They went silent for a moment, where only Harry made a disgusted noise after taking a distracted sip of the whiskey, still too strong yet still so efficient. For a short while, but still. You know, Harry, there's another thing I heard from my parents, but they only said it as joke, but well, you know how your grandparents of father's side are of advanced age? Maybe. James. Are you saying he impregnated Lily so early, in the midst of war, only to show a descendant of the Potter line to his elderly parents, who eventually died of dragonpox before even getting to meet me? When Ron didn't say anything in response and both Harry and Neville exchanged an incredulous look. Wow. James is just getting lower and lower in my esteem every time I heard something about him. Oh, come on, Harry. You can't even defend him by saying he was young. Look, I know, he was. According to Mrs. Weasley, 20 years old was nothing. You're still a baby, but according to Sirius he matured after saving Sev's life. I mean, Professor Snape. Anyway, where was I? James was supposed to mature before graduating school. Right. Unlike your parents, Ron, they didn't like each other before long and they decided to have a baby while fight in the Weasleys didn't take any side in the war, so they could do whatever the hell they wanted, like having a girl. Plus they're purebloods. But the Longbottoms? Yeah, no, I draw a blank, they were both Aurors. Why did they think it could be a good idea to have a baby while the war was raging on? Well, don't get me wrong, Nev, I love you and I appreciate you being alive. But your parents literally went mad after being tortured because those stupid Death Eaters thought they knew where Tom's corpse went. And they were also older than the Potter. Thought they could have been more witted about the whole thing. To be fair, Nev's parents had more experiences on the field, in a legal way, and probably knew what they were doing. But I think they were also thinking about an heir if they were ever not surviving the war. Kinda selfish too. Isn't everyone? Yeah, but if one of them was really going to not survive, wouldn't it be too cruel to leave the other partner raising the kid alone? The kid could suffer so much, growing up. If you're making a baby, think about the baby and not just yourself achieving a step in life. Bitch, if you think having a baby just before dying was an achievement, you should have just killed yourself before spreading your seeds. Wow, Harry, isn't it that a little too harsh? You think so? Lucky you for having parents, I guess. No one said anything, having the feelings that retorting something against a drunk werewolf was the least smart thing to do. Harry suddenly sniffed. I'm sorry, don't hate me. I was also going to say that I didn't want to die before experiencing being your classmates, and although what we had in those 6 months was great, I still felt that wall of separation, and not just because I was sleeping in the carriage and you in the castle. I mean, won't you guys transfer to Bobaton's Academy and go to lessons with me? Harry, I think you have enough drinks. I'm serious. You both will be thriving, I promise you. They hold regular chess contest. Ron, you could beat them all. And we had more flora than Hogwarts cold weather could grow. Nev, you could even ask your parents to move with you and Ron could live with me and Rem and Sirius in the Black Dwelling. That's under my name now. We would be enjoying life so much better than here. You said it was like hell when people gave you the cold shoulder because you lost points. At Bobaton's, it's individual marks and the teachers are more numerous, so they could give you personal tutoring if needed. You could meet so many open-minded people. What about my family, Harry? You could do like your brothers, they go back every holidays, and I bet they will be transferring back to Hogwarts at the end of the year, after taking the first part of the back, because otherwise they won't have the qualifications to follow the advanced classes. I'm not sure that's a good idea. You don't think we roaming through the palace was a good thing? Well, maybe you're right. You don't want to keep up with my sodding mood every month, don't you? I could be a lot to handle. Harry, mate, no, it's just. We heard throughout the year how the curriculum there seems way more advanced than Hogwarts. We're not sure we could follow, you see? Like, divination and beasts with a bestiary? Easy. We started the electives last year, but alchemy? Something akin to potions? No way in hell. Well, say Nape won't be there, he won't be haunting you guys. We're still far from your levels. I could help you. The teachers could help you. I just want to be surrounded with my loved ones before my death." A couple of tears trickled down his cheeks that he wiped out with the rim of the tankard before trying to take a sip. Neville stopped him in time. "And maybe I won't even have to die if we're all at Beauxbatons. I'm all for you living, Harry, and if that's really what it takes, I will transfer school. But," Harry sniffed, definitely forgetting the tankard by pushing it out. "There's no but. I'll ask a transfer to your soon-to-be mother as soon as we're back at Hogwarts. And Dumbledore," Nev felt compelled to add, "him too, I guess." "Yeah? What about you, Nev?" "Me? Well, if I can convince your parents to change country, will you follow us there too?" Neville had a hard time answering that. "Oh, is it because of Luna? You don't want to leave her, do you? Did you confess?" "Actually, that would be one less thing to tie me up. Luna confessed to Ginny and they're happy together." "Oh. Then, what's stopping you?" "Luna introduced me to Padma, Parvati's twin sister. And we get along really well. Tell her to transfer too?" "I doubt Dumbledore will be pleased to see his students fleeing his school like this. Peef, I'd like to see him crumble out of desperation." They jumped, not expecting to have another person sticking in their conversation, and almost knocked the tankards out of the table. The owner of the inn cast a wordless spell to levitate the glasses to behind the bar where he pretended washing his dishes. Breathlessly, they studied him. An old man with white mid-length hair and same-color beard. An oddly familiar appearance. Harry glanced at the only other customer in the pub, only realizing their exchange must have been to anyone's earshot. Thankfully, there was no one anymore. In any case, he was definitely sober now. When they did not say anything, the man felt some need to add more to insult Hogwarts headmaster. "He's not much of the great man you'll think he is. He had some questioning beliefs not long ago, causing the death of his own family. He wanted to rule on the Muggles by working with that dark bastard of Grindelwald." "Dumbledore? Ruling on Muggles? How long ago are we talking about?" Ron paled. He paled even more when meeting the owner's glare and stammered a defense to cutting the man in. Somehow, I'm not that surprised. That he wanted to rule on some part of the world population, I mean. Don't care about the Grindelwald bit, lads at Nurmengard. He did want to rule on me by hiding important info, expecting that I'd do some things for him. Sacrificing my life, for instance. Harry, you think the headmaster hid the content of the prophecy, just waiting for you to give up on your life for Voldemort's defeat? Neville trembled for uttering the name no one should utter. Though it made Harry smile. "I mean, I told you guys everything that happened to me. In spite of my best wish, I am Tom's Horcrux. If I'm alive, he had a way to come back. I don't know how, but obviously it would imply me losing life. So if I don't stay there, the land Tom wants to subdue most of all, there's chance for me to live and for Tom to wander aimlessly in the world. He could go after you. And that old senile will let him do it, just so the prophecy will be fulfilled." Once again, the boys stilled at the man's adding. "Would you happen to be of his family? If luck could kill, Harry would have died, though it's not sure, as he survived the killing curse. And at least, it confirmed his suspicion. Don't worry, I know how blood family means nothing. I clearly don't want to be related and known as Potter. Because I'm black, huh? Same for Sirius. Rejecting the black and accepting the Potter name like a prize." From then, the owner, Aberforth without a last name, told them countless stories about Albus Dumbledore. That, despite him now fighting for the light side, he used some questionable tactics for the greater good as catchphrase. That the young girl on the portrait in the sitting room above was Ariana Dumbledore, an obscurial who died due to circumstances. Also, he knew about the secret passage to the Room of Requirement. He used it sometimes in the 40s as reinforcement in the war against Grindelwald, which included Newt Scamander on their side. This made Harry change his mood to talk eagerly about his favorite magazoologist and how he met him the summer before entering Beauxbatons and how he was a great friend of the family. Sort of. Anyway, Aberforth let them use the secret passage to return in the cast notice, and it was as if the get-together never happened when Harry lent his friends his cloak while he could just pretend to be sneaking in the kitchen if he's ever caught, which he should really drop by to give the cup back. Or try to rub Mr. Filch in the right way. The squib did know a lot about magical history thanks to his exchanges with the portraits. How about he become the professor of history of magic instead of this useless ghost that Professor Binns was pretending to be? If Harry's leaving the place, he'd better be changing some of the staff, for the best of his friends who will be taking the OWLs next year, if their talk about them transferring wasn't serious. Not that he'd blame them. They had everything here. Harry kept on feeding the basilisk for the following week and requested an audience with the school's headmaster, who thought he had changed his mind and was about to tell them how to exceed the Chamber of Secret. Tough luck. Instead, Harry suggested another wacky suggestion of the school's organization by switching Binns for Filch, with the ghosts of the school being the caretakers or monitoring the corridors. After all, they had a lot of free time, didn't they? It caused quite the ruckus, but when Harry talked about how all the Dada teachers were bad for the students' education, with the one before this year's, ex-Auror Moody, falling down from the stairs and definitely becoming disabled after a student tried to heal him with Osseo Dispersimus they learnt from previous teacher Lockhart, the scammer, and the Pusos potion messed permanently the man's skeleton structure. And well, if Harry could have stunned the man that easily and the Weasley twins hexed Snowball to assault the man without him finding a counter spell, then he won't be serving the year either, nor teach anything useful to the students. Which is a huge loss for those that will be taking final exams at the end of the school year. Funnily enough, no one had a retort to that, so Harry managed to flee the guilt trip once again. The rest, he got a pretty normal week by having personal session of potion brewing with Professor Snape that kept on hurrying him to improve the Philosopher's Stone when he's not taking care of the magical creatures with his dad, because the latter was spending quite the time with his headmistress, who, more reserved, would usually just pretend going to her champion and training her for the last task. All was well, until a week before the full moon where Harry woke up with his scar burning him like he was being branded. His first reflex was to find his dad and friends and tell them about it. They would probably advise him to tell his guardians instead, or worse, Dumbledore. And Harry didn't know why, but it didn't seem like a good idea at the moment. Maybe because the only sound coming out of his mouth was Parseltongue. Figuring it must be the piece of soul in extra in him, he used occlumency to, maybe, soothe the pain. But it hurt so much it was widening his vision, and Harry wondered if a crucio was what felt like. Harry, are you okay? Harry blinked back tears and the blurriness of his vision to see Neville crouching down to him. Without answering him, Harry looked around them to see they were in the school park and he was kneeling on the dirt, not far from the greenhouses, where his friend came from. About to give an answer, his scar got sent another flash of pain and he had to clench his teeth to not scream out loud. As he stayed on the floor, he wondered how much time passed when it was bearable enough for him to straighten without dizziness. Neville helped him up, but he still felt the vertigo about to assail him. Harry, your scar, it's bleeding. Voldemort, was his only answer. His friend had an unusual serious look at that. You should tell Sirius about this. Harry knew it would come to that, so he sighed and allowed to be leaned against a tree to support his way and pulled out his two-way mirror. Before he could have uttered the name of the other owner of the artifact, he was attacked by the full body binding spell, making the mirror clatter on the ground and broke in dozens of shards. As his body fell on the floor too, he could only watch his friend with horror as his face was morphing to another one. Professor Quirrell. Which didn't add up. Why was he attacking him? Was he getting revenge for the stunning spell? Harry Potter. How we had waited for this moment. He lowered his wand to Harry's forehead just to trace the scar, and Harry shut his eyes close due to the burning pain it resulted. Suddenly, it stopped and the sensation of being under the disillusionment charm came over him before his body's lift in the air and levitated inside the castle. The man crossed the empty corridor before getting into an unused classroom where only a cupboard seemed to be taken care. Quirrell opened it with his hand and brought Harry with him to the other side, and Harry just knew it was a vanishing cabinet. They just left Hogwarts grounds and its protection, and Harry was on his own. His body was free of the levitation as soon as they came out, but Quirrell had to kick him to a few meters away, his body ending rolling to the doorframe where the wood entered painfully in his ribs. In this position, he could not see anything, but he could hear very well. There was a snake speaking and slithering around him. Its contents weren't really diverse. Harry knew he looked really appetizing, binded like this, but it was almost funny how Quirrell was telling it to shut it, until it was said in Parseltongue and Harry knew it wasn't from the traitorous teacher. The spell got lift and Harry scrambled on his foot and pulled out his own wand. Soon enough, He had to dodge another spell or unknown type, but he guessed he should feel relieved there's not another one because his mind was drawing a blank in which spell to use. At loss of possible defense and cornered against the doorframe, opened should it be clarified, Harry had no choice but to seize on the number of his enemy. There were 3 other human figures in the shack plus the slithering snake. Quirrell, standing on his 2 feet and watching Harry with a disturbing interest, someone sat on a chair with glassy eyes, crouched or some part of his brain supplied him, and one sprawled on the floor, unmoving. Bertha Jorkins, the same part of Harry's brain told him. Nagini, settle down. You can stick your poison in his flesh once I'm done with him. Again, that voice speaking Parseltongue that wasn't visible to Harry's eyes. Yet Harry couldn't stop staring at his former professor. He just knew it was him. And Quirrell finally moved, lowering his wand, to untie his turban. Harry's whole body trembled, but he refused to lower his own wand. The cloth fell on the floor and Quirrell turned to show one horrible sight. There was another head behind his skull, a terrifying one with glowing red eyes and snake-like features. Harry gulped and forced words to come out with a shaking voice. Is that you, Tom Riddle? I think we've been exchanging for some time in your diary. Cheeky, I see. I should have suspect as much when you father wanted to defy me without a wand. I wonder if you'll be ending begging at my foot like your mother did. Wow, attacking with words right from the start. Harry always hated mind game, and it certainly won't be easy when it was attacking from both the front and from inside him. Would you like to know? Not now. First get his blood and let's start the ritual. Quirrell turned to face him. Yes, master. What ritual? Making another Horcrux. I'm not even surprised you knew about that. That old senile did tell you about our prophecy, after all. That reminds me, it's also something to interrogate you about. Harry dodged the spell, threw it his way and jumped over the dead body of Jorkins. Right, can't be that, you just did it with this corpse and Nagini, right? Proud of you for making a living being a Horcrux? Unknowingly to Voldemort, Harry was one too. You know what, your bright mind could have been useful in our about raising you instead of killing you. Something that he failed. Oh, but you couldn't have thought about it, because my statue as half-blood reminded you too much of yours. He ran close to the vanishing cabinet, one move and he could have crossed it to join Hogwarts protections again, but he didn't even try because this night was meant to happen, and also because he couldn't leave Nagini and Crouch behind. The last Horcrux, hopefully, and a too much tortured man that didn't deserve this fate. Enough. Grab him. Instead of getting physical, Quirrell levitated his body by hanging his feet in the air, dazing Harry's view. He was sent outside without care, then imprisoned in a stone cage that was a statue enclosing him. He got disarmed to not try anything funny and Harry used the time to check the surrounding. Maybe would that be his list view? They were in a graveyard and the statue must represent death or something. There was a cauldron with boiling liquid inside that Nagini surrounded with its long body. Quirrell started to add things in, bones, Harry's blood, his own among other ingredients. But when Harry expected the least, Quirrell suddenly stilled and was moving with hesitation till his armed hand used his wand to lift the cauldron to splash himself. His scream of pain was ugly even to Nagini's perception. Why? Master, why? I've been with you through all. I know, you could say you've been more useful than Crouch, who didn't despair into seeing me and clung onto the beliefs of my return, which gleaning his memories that still gave us a lot of information. Guess Crouch was still a bad guy till the very end, then Harry better put him out of his misery since no one would cast the intellectual stimulation to a despicable man like him. You've worked well with your act and lowered everyone's suspicion, but with that little stunt, no one would believe you to be uninvolved after the boy accusing you of being a Death Eater. So, it's best for everyone that you give me your body. At the end of the speech, there was no one but Harry to listen as Quirrell had long since stopped screaming, meaning he had passed and yielded against the Dark Lord. Nagini stuck out its tongue to taste the air and its resulting slasher smile didn't mean anything good for Harry. Can I at least know where you got that majestic snake? And what kind is it? A Maledictus, right when I graduate Hogwarts. I heard she participated in the war against Grindelwald. Oh, a genuine answer. And hang on, a Maledictus? Could it be Harry's ex? Rubbish. Tom just said he met her way in 1945. Then again, Harry never knew his ex's age. Oh wait, she was a bat maledictus, false alert. And not the moment. So, now he got ignored as the new Voldemort brought Crouch's vegetative's body to the graveyard. And pulled out his tattooed arm out to summon the rest of the Death Eaters. A minute or two and a swarm of masked people apparated in the graveyard too, surrounding their lord and his pet snake and the unresponsive body of Crouch. Harry could only watch the horror unfolding under his eyes. He should have returned to France immediately after trying to get himself drunk. My dear followers, long time was it not? I was really disappointed when, even after the little display my only devoted follower put on that summer and still no one reacted to prepare my return. The 20-something, 28 like the number of the supposed sacred families, all kneeled down in one movement. They were shaking so much that Harry could see the details on each of them. A shedload of apologies started to burst forth because it quieted down by a mere clear of throat. No matter, you have time to be sorry. For now, how about I show you all how I will finally end this little brat's life? They all turned to Harry and the Scythe of Death's statue moved away to free Harry. But due to shock, he had lost strength in his legs and fell on all four. No one laughed though. Harry retrieved his wand that was thrown a few meters away and got on his foot quickly. He raised his hand as fast. Wait, don't you want to fight with your precious wand? I have it with me. Tom threw him a dirty look, but allowed him to pull out the wand he kept safely in his little purse, as it was no secret that Harry kept everything inside. He also pulled out a little bottle unknowingly to everyone's attention and hurled the wand in the air to divert the eyes. The wand went back to his rightful owner, despite having such a fun time with Harry who had a piece of soul of said owner, and magic sparkled at the tip of the wand when Tom agitated it for good measure. The Death Eater took a wild step back. Also, the prophecy, still want to hear it? Speak. Harry opened his mouth and threw himself right by Tom's foot, as if actually begging his life to be spared. As he started repeating what the prophecy record showed him, he unscrewed the bottle of basilisk venom and forced it down in both Crouch and Nagini's throat in a succinct movement. Stupid boy. Now, you just fulfilled the prophecy. Avada Kedavra. Even though Harry's attention wasn't on his two victims, he wouldn't have the time to turn around and fire his own spell to counter the killing curse a second time. Instead, he embraced it, knowing it was the inevitable step to pass. Only one could survive, right? Chapter endnotes. Only one chapter left before the sort of epilogue. Werewolf's Place chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. He was at Hogwarts, strangely enough, and not alone. What Harry meant was that it's weird the afterlife would ever bring him to Hogwarts soil after receiving the killing curse for the second time of his short life. Maybe in his subconscious, he considered the magical school more than he let it know? To be fair, he did see it as home since he grew up and was raised there by his dad and guardians for 9 years. It's only the rules and the people there that were problematic. But he won't be resting there forever, will he? He supposed he did not have a lot of regret. Except maybe not seeing both his father figures have their happy ending, not making up with Sirius and actually being alone in death, which was starting to be a lot of regrets, but he wouldn't become a ghost and haunt Hogwarts, yes. Wasn't there supposed to have some manifestation to explain him what happened? Quit turning around like wolf in cage. You won't be going anywhere or have anywhere to be. Almost too happy to have any interaction, Harry welcomed the new presence with a grin, only to lose it really fast when it happened to be someone, or some people, he least expected to interact at the moment, or any time. Quirrell. Absolutely not pleased to see you. What are you doing in the afterlife with me? You're not in the afterlife, stupid kid. Not yet. I assume we're in limbo just waiting to see our sentence by whatever sign they send us. Crouch. Looks like in death you get to get back control of your body. Aren't you happy? Do you expect me to thank you? Quirrell's right, you're one self-centered brat. He said stupid kid, but okay. And you are? The attractive Asian woman wrapped her arms around herself, as if protecting again an inexistent cold. Nagini. Wow, definitely not Harry's ex. He certainly wouldn't have mind to have gorgeous Nagini as his actual ex, since adult women would dump him anyway, being a maledictus. Sorry for forcing Basilisk's venom in your throat, but I couldn't actually let you live when Tom made you his lethal weapon and a mean to reassure CT him. Like, again, you see. Apologize accepted, and I had to admit it was the best thing to do. He was quite the madman, and I fought against Grindelwald. The latter was at least charismatic enough to bring his followers on his side with convincing speech. This one? Only using fear and Imperio. Dumb kid. Oh, well, that's something we'll be sharing. Not really a good thing. More than sharing your body? I think Quirrell could also answer this, right? How was it to have Tom inside your mind, spiritually speaking? As in, having two souls in you foolish impudent child. Stop pointing out my age and my death. It reminds me too much of the fact that I died underage without living long. At least you guys had some time to achieve something. Says the boy who made a second-rate philosopher's stone. Or did intentional magic before 7. Or tamed those dangerous creatures and could have raised an army. Careful, Crouch, you sound almost jealous. If I had that much skills in potion brewing, I would have poisoned that man who called himself my dad long ago. So much negatives thoughts yet uncovered. Aren't you at least satisfied he's taking your place in Azkaban? Not enough. He should suffer more. All right, daddy issue. At least you didn't get backstabbed by Voldemort himself. Or Imperiod. Or have your scar burn like lava on your flesh because he's trying to use Legimency but failed against my Occlumency. And he's a little prodigy in Occlumency. The Dark Lord did good in taking you down. You could have raised in power more than him. That's funny you said that because that's what the prophecy about us said. He saw me as his equal. And he killed you before you could even show him what you can do. Harry pouted because that much was true. His eyes then caught on a bundle on the floor, by the castle's entrance, and he went to pick it up only to see the world's ugliest infant. Like, even a newborn troll wasn't that bad looking, and Harry would know for helping bring one into the world. He's ugly as all hell. Oh, dear, will that put me in hell for what I just said? Hardly, it is unpleasant to look at. Isn't it that exactly the Tom you were talking about? The Dark Lord. Huh, now that you say it, it does look like the Dark Lord back at his prime. Or when behind my skull. Oh yeah, they do bear resemblance. Must be the Horcrux in me. So we're actually in my limbo? Do you all see Hogwarts like me? The two men nodded, but Nagini shrugged. I see more of the viaduct, actually. I lost credence there, but they promised me a new start, only to be under the yoke of another oppressor. I'm so sorry to hear that, Nagini. Who was Credence for you? He tried to hide the tiny little jealousy in his tone. My past lover, his actual name was Aurelius Dumbledore, I think. Nagini then explained that Aurelius was the headmaster's nephew and not son, because from what she saw, Albus Dumbledore had a history with Gellert Grindelwald. Harry found both infos self-explaining. So, Aberforth had one more reason to hate on his brother, huh? The great gate suddenly opened and 4 heads turned to the origin, while the ugly little form in Harry's arm chose this time to wail as unpleasantly as his appearance. Harry still coddled it, his reflex of taking care of magical creature acting unconsciously. He stopped when he recognized the 2 new people at the doorframe, watching him with so much love. Would you look at that? James and Lily Potter, are you here to gloat while sending us down there? I didn't know the Crouches were Christians, though, I bet it was only because Crouch Sr. wanted to get the most votes possible, as a lot of Wizards family had to pretend to be to bend in with the Muggle. James. Lily Potter nudged her husband's ribs before laying loving eyes on Harry. Harry remained expressionless, shocked probably. I guess it's time to let your little family reunite. Quirrell rolled his eyes and took over the bundle of flesh and bones in his arms with a grimace. Having a head behind his and actually holding it in his arms were 2 different things. Harry's left with the 2 young adults, and how young were they upon up close, while the 3 other dead people mined their own business in the limbo park of Limbo Hogwarts. A tight silence surrounded them before Harry's engulfed in a suffocating embrace. Harry, our little baby, we're so sorry. You grew well with Paddy and Moony. And Hagrid, we could never thank them enough for doing what we couldn't. I know it looks really bad at the moment, but nothing's lost, darling, we promise. Yes, you have nothing to worry, you get a second chance. The killing curse touched more of the Horcrux than you. You got to return to the living, son. There's a short silence, and Harry had the feeling they were exchanging a look above him. We're so proud of you. On what basis you dare to say that? Time froze, as were James and Lily's arms around Harry. They then realized that not even a moment from the forceful contact did Harry return the hug. Slowly, both pairs of arms untangled themselves from the one-side grip and brown and green eyes looking into the green-yellowish eyes of their offspring. What did you say, Harry, love? How dare utter such word as pride of what I became when you weren't the ones who raised me? The couple stepped back as if burnt. Their face showed the look one got after being slapped across the face, though. Not that Harry would ever do that. When you did not have any regret to leave me behind, not physically, anyway. Why did you never become ghosts to look after me if you love me so much, if you loved and owed Sirius and Remus so much as you stated? How could you act so careless when you ruined so many lives? Both recoiled on spot, not even able to move another foot at the sudden raise of voice. Did you even care about what would have become of me? You both just straight up died like fucking idiots and left your newborn kid behind, despite saying loving him and would do anything to protect him. Then, why didn't you come back from the afterlife to watch over him? So all talk no action, huh? You cowards. You backstabber. You liar. Harry, do you know how much Sirius suffered of you stupidly passing away? He had to go to Azkaban because you trusted the wrong sod. You suspected Rem of all people, you bastard, you cruel, cruel people. You left him alone after promising him friendship and eternal bond. How dare you? And you're just a bully. Harry conjured a wand from nowhere, not that he could use it in limbo, but it was still something to point a weapon on the man who gave birth to him. You bullied Sev, you blackmailed that Muggleborn just because she was resisting your charm. I do not care that you were an exemplary student in front of the professors, because all bullies do that. That's all they could do, acting perfect student in front of adult and destroying their victim's life behind closed door. And you got scot-free because you died like a victim, so you never atone yourself. You're bully and I despise you. Actual tears flew out from the man's eyes, staining his glasses, and making his frightened look even more horrified to hear the truth. And you? What were you thinking giving birth as young age like sodding 20? While the war was raging on and you were targeted by the mass terrorist that Tom was? What happened in your brain for you to think it was a good idea to build your own family when you were in an illegal organization? Nothing, huh? Because you don't think, you fool. Not a bright witch good in charm, not even the great head girl with a medal of merit. No, just a stupid girl who thought she did nothing wrong by sacrificing her life and abandon her infant son behind. The woman was full on sobbing with ugly cry, but Harry wasn't finished, though. His trembling wand went from her shaking figure to between the two despicable people who dared give him life only to abandon him. What the actual fuck were you thinking enrolling in the Order of Phoenix right after graduation? Nothing. Because you were kids? Then, you shouldn't have made a baby? You assholes, selfish, monsters. You ruined my life. But you did not care, you died and never turned back. You regret nothing in the mess you made for other to take care. You do not deserve to be praised, you do not deserve to rest in peace. You need to suffer like you made me suffer. I will never let you forget that. Taking a couple of breaths, he lowered his wand that vanished soon enough. None of the couple spoke, fearing to start up another outburst as Harry's eyes were glowy. You bet you asses I will return back. I can't leave Rem like you fucking did. At least you can congratulate yourself for befriending him and giving me such a wonderful second dad. Because he did more than any of you did. He stayed and was ready to give up on anything just to assure my well-being. He's there for me. And I will burn the world to make him finally happy. And if that meant making a deal with Tom, I will. I will help Tom rule over the British wizarding world because at least he knew what to do with it. I will make you crumble down of guilt. And if I ever get the chance to come across your graves, expect me to spit on it because you do not deserve anything else. Never mind that he was already spitting as he's uttering loathsome words with immense fury. Then, not waiting for anything else, he turned heels to never see the hateful couple ever again. Harry, please. And this is also your fault. I will suffer this fucking full moon because of you. And that made the young couple quiver and kneel down in pain, because Harry was showing a half transformation. Fangs out, claws out and sideburns fur out with, of course, amber eyes glowing down at them. Today was already the first day of the week preceding the full moon and Harry missed the Wolfsbane potion, as he will in the following days. His wolf will have a field day in a week. Harry joined the other three back and had the surprise to see another bundle in Nagini's arms. So unexpected his wolf features just vanished. It was the Horcrux in me, was the explanation. A nod, before he turned to the two men who were smirking with clear amusement at other people's suffering. Didn't you get backstabbed by Tom? Bet you only went to him because you were also a victim of bully and thought that power could help you. Like Pettigrew now that I remember it. And you, was Daddy mean to you? Were you mean to Mummy to let steam off? Yeah, that's what I thought. And Nagini, I think it could be good for you rest now. Nagini nodded, not having much of choice. As it was decided of their fate, a carriage like those pulled by Thestrals appeared to take the three dead to the afterlife. Now they assisted a satisfying play. Since we're dead, shouldn't we see the Thestral that pulled the carriage? With that, a Thestral appeared tied to the front of the carriage. Well, it's skeleton, that's it. Guess, that meant you're definitely dead. Now, off you go. Bye, Nagini, rest in peace. They climbed on the carriage and the skeleton Thestral pulled the carriage, hoof clattering on the paving stone that's not supposed to be in Hogwarts. Then, as the figure of the carriage vanished of view, Harry saw the rest of the site disintegrating around him and he closed his eyes to go back to the living world. Someone was speaking Parseltongue next to Harry. Not actually close to him, but not too far for Harry to know it's the language of snake without him being able to decipher it. So, the Horcrux in him was really dead. Harry waited another few moments to assess the situation before springing into action. His wand was in his hand, thankfully, as none of Tom or the Death Eaters thought about getting a weapon out of a corpse's grip. There was only Tom speaking in hiss and no one else was making any move, making it eerily sounded like Tom was alone. Nagini's corpse was actually sprawled beside him and he could feel the coldness, assuring him the snake was really dead. And that he was the one who killed her. Well, not the best thought now that he's back from the dead. Harry listened for the hiss before finally taking action. Having recovered the control of all his members and body warmth, he muttered one spell and took the conjured artifact before pointing it on where the voice were coming from. Not a move, Tom, or I'll shoot. Tom actually stopped moving. Or more like Voldemort with Quirrell's body, which merged the two men's face features to give normal brown eyes and typical facial structure, so not particularly handsome like Tom was described to be. Guaranteeing that Tom was a mere mortal now. He looks absolutely normal, actually. But as the man ascertained the weapon Harry had in hands, his mouth curled up to a snarl. You think you can shoot at me? Me, Lord Voldemort? You're merely Tom Riddle, a half-blood, son of a rich, dead, town boy who got raped by your squib of mother. And since I killed both Crouch and Nagini in one go, yes, I can assure you that I can and will shoot at you if you try anything. One more death on his consciousness, how bad could it be for him? Rubbish. I'll teach you what it is to defy someone stronger than you. Harry pulled the trigger of his toy gun and a golden bullet bursted out to sink into Tom's shoulder, the one having the wand. The wooden stick fell onto the floor, with Harry acioing it to him, owning it once again though it wouldn't be reacting much without the Horcrux in him, and Tom grumbled painfully while trying to hold his injured body part. Do you believe me, now? Are you ready to listen to what I have to say? As Tom took his sweet time to answer, Harry eventually realized that he was not marked by any other wands now that the only threat got taken care and he glanced around to see where the Death Eaters were at. On the floor. Somehow they got knocked over by something and were all unconscious in the graveyard, making it look like a murder scene. What did you do to your followers? Got tired of them as soon as you summoned them. Really funny, Potter. Not done with your puny pranks, you had to gloat at your little success? I promise you I will make you pay. It's Harry Black. And you already did by killing my parents and giving me a lifetime of fright by kidnapping me and making my scar burn. Anyway, explain with comprehensible words or I'll shoot again. On your leg, this time. Harry was more aiming at his crotch, not that Tom needed to know that. But he seemed to get it anyway and told him how Harry had tricked them all by throwing a look-alike puppet to take the killing curse while hiding behind the statue of death and strike when everyone had their back on him. And then, by some unexplained hex, he managed to knock out all the Death Eater by only pointing his wand on the death mark. Before leaving Tom alone to try to bring his useless followers back to consciousness and to be attacked from behind again. Only one logical explication. Harry used the Time Turner and by whatever trick took care of the 30 Dark Wizards by using the bond of the Protean charm the Dark Mark was made from. But by what mean? Because he had to do it again by himself with this current brain, to 1 hour into the past. Tightening on his toy gun, he got the hint, Muggle way. Right? One way to knock someone over in sure way? Taser, as electricity through the body could be very painful, especially to pureblood wizards who weren't aware of such discovery. Serve them right. Same for Tom, who didn't know what to do against the toy gun. All right. You saw right through me. I'm a sneaking boy who'd do anything to stay alive. Now, let's indulge me and tell me what I should do for you to let me live in peace. In the knowledge that I won't be going into your way ever. You'll have my words, I want out of the British wizarding world. Right, you flew to France, with your tail between your legs. Something fitting a little too much, don't you think? Unbelievable how high and mighty he was being even now, aimed by a lethal weapon that could take his life because he's mortal like everyone. Ah, maybe he didn't know he was a mere mortal? Should Harry inform him? Yes, I sincerely hope you won't be chasing me to there because of the fear of the realization of the prophecy. Now that you bring it up, why should I let you live if the prophecy said so? For one, I heard from someone very dear to me that prophecy only got fulfilled if the concerned believe too much into it. The obsession of the prophecy could make one fulfilling it even when preventing it at all cost. When Tom didn't respond immediately, only tightening on his wound to stop the gun to put it away in his wand holster and used his wand to extract the bullet before superficially healing the hole. Enough for the blood to not be wasted but not enough for Tom to move freely. I'm keeping your wand for now, I don't want to risk anything, you see. Back on topic. You were so obsessed by the prophecy you lost your goal. I heard you were in your prime back then. Before my existence, I mean. Perhaps having heard of the prophecy, I did start to become a little irrational, but seeing your feats, I'm not sure I want to let you live. But I just said I won't be going in your way, I'll stay out of the country you want to rule over, I even help you how to do it. And I will need your help? Well, I heard you feared Dumbledore well, more like you were really guarded to face him directly, so let's take him down legally. As headmaster, he failed several times. If we took him to the Wizengamot by suing him for putting students in danger, the trial could dock him of his headmaster title. And if we add in that he put a basilisk in the school. You woke that thing up? Yup, thanks to you of the diary. So you put one Death Eater in the school, like during the third task of the tournament, and free the basilisk from the chamber. Everyone in the audience sees the dangerous snake, though really lovely you had to admit, and scream of murder while the foreign student could say it's a ploy from Dumbledore himself. And when the old man tries to take it down, make your agent stop the basilisk, making people believe he's the mastermind. At this moment, the minister will be present, and even him had to say that the old wizard, chief warlock, supreme mugwump, is a crazy mastermind that put students under his care in danger. And who will be the next headmaster? Someone appointed by that fool of minister. Right, fudge. Then, you imperio someone high up to make string pull you as employee in the ministry, with a new identity, of course. Like Thomas Riddle? Are you stupid? If you know my actual name, Dumbledore must have told other people of Riddle name. Of course, then I let you take care of that. The Imperio ministry official could be the newly appointed headmaster for a year. When you overthrow Fudge during that time to appoint one of your followers as new minister if you can't be, due to timing. And then, before school year ends, you cause another scandal of the new headmaster and make the new minister appoint you as new headmaster. You love the school, don't you? None of my followers could take the role of minister, too stupid, the lot of them. I have to imperio an employee to make it the new convincing minister. I'll leave it to you. Shouldn't you also lift up the jinx you put on the opposition? People would finally believe your other persona is definitely defeated by my supposed death, since I would just vanish from the British wizarding world. A beat of silence as the man studied him. You seem to have thought about it. Since the moment I knew I was a Horcrux. Oh, right, I did not kill Nagini on a whim. You should know that Dumbledore had taken care of you other Horcruxes. You're lying. Sure, would ever let you sleep at night. Do we have a deal? I won't be coming to Britain ever again and you let me out of your ruling dream. Let's no go that far as to make an unbreakable vow. My words are enough. I will be the only judge to that. I agree upon the conditions and won't have any of my followers go after you either thereafter, but nothing like a dream fulfilled if you do the parts you speak of. Of course, he wasn't off the hook. Note that he had say nothing about the Muggleborn and Muggle, but Harry wasn't about to talk about sore subject when he was heading in such good direction. especially after not receiving comeuppance after knocking over 30-something grown men by himself just in playing with the dark mark. Have you tried Renervate, Black? You think I wasn't present when you stunned that body I'm owning? I was free of the spell being more powerful than a mere defensive spell and would forever remember the affront. Speaking which, why did you put my name in the Goblet of Fire? Quirrell had all this complicated plan of luring you out of Hogwarts to here. But you fiercely refused and bring up good points about the way the Ministry of Magic is managed. So I have to quickly change the staffs. Thank you, having you confirming it means a lot. Go revitalize them. Harry tried every healing spells in his list but drew a blank. As he was sweating to take a curse in his back, a sudden light popped up in him and he pulled out a magical plant and made it smelled by the first Death Eater at hand. Someone who looked a lot like Malfoy. Probably Malfoy Sr. Lucius Malfoy gagged upon smelling the awful smell of the Duratex. A durian smell so strong it could wake the dyad that upon consumption could multiply your energies and make your body turn into filament and impervious to sharp weapon for a short while, and flailed to get rid of Harry that's forcing the plant close to his nostrils. Good grief. Because Harry went to do the same things to the rest of the Death Eater and got to know all of their identity, one that bore some likeness to Theodore Nott. Then, without further ado, Tom explained all their plan to his followers and they all readied to invade the Ministry. Harry only stopped them to ask about what would happen of the corpses in the graveyard. If they should put them, Crouch, Jorkins in the shack and Nagini in the vanishing cabinet to hide it? You stupid boy, don't you use your brain to think. If you put them in, the person that used the cabinet on the other side would be stepping on them while they're stuck in the between world as they could not move by themselves. And no way that we use the dark mark to announce it. We need to work on the sly. Just let them hear, we're in a graveyard, where corpses could be found in multitude. Way to shut him up. As everyone apparated to their destination, Harry had to cling to Tom for a side-along apparition. Before, he sneakily turned the time turner once and had the weird feeling of being separated before quickly put back in. Next he knew, he was hiding behind the Statue of Death while seeing himself disapparating with Tom and waited that the surroundings stopped moving and rewind. Then, listening to his voice repeating the prophecy, hearing Tom killing him and the Death Eater cheering, Harry counted to 3 before disillusioning himself and snuck behind the closest Death Eater to cast a full body bind, pulled out his dark mark and cast the amp charm as he called it in front of the Slytherin and foreign kids. All 28 men fell like flies, but with that Tom got to locate Harry and cast him a Cruciatus curse that made Harry's disillusionment wore down. So he had to crawl back to behind the statue and wait for other him to get to the same conclusion and use the time turner to do the same stunt. Again and again. A week after working with Tom, now known as Thomas Gaunt, the illegitimate great-grandson of Marvolo Gaunt, who got another son when Merope was too much of a disappointment. Said son migrated to Albania and birthed a pureblood Métis, who birthed Thomas, traveling with him and his Death Eater, now important people in the Ministry and British wizarding world. So still the same but no longer known as Death Eater, to cast the Imperious Curse on Dolores Umbridge, who was a Slytherin graduated and now the senior undersecretary that leads second after the minister to pull some string to have Tom work in the Ministry. They had one Death Eater to infiltrate the Daily Prophet's office, another to St. Mungo facility, let Lucius Malfoy do his thing in the Board of Governor of Hogwarts School and all the others also having part in the Ministry. Harry started to feel bad for the sheep that the British wizarding community was in who would fall in their trap, but he couldn't care less when he was promised that no one would get hurt if they do not revolt directly and show as much intellect as this great plan of. Every day had its share of new things to do that Harry didn't have much time to feel bad. Except for that time they were hiding in the Malfoy Manor and Harry met with Dobby and had to inform him that he won't be back in the UK ever and had to comfort the poor creature while the Malfoy couple were being horrible master like they all were. There was that time they had to think if they should free Bellatrix and the Lestrange brothers from Azkaban or not, just to take from their Gringotts vault. Harry had suggested the Polyjuice potion that he conveniently had a bottle with him to put an objection, but then no one had something of either prisoner. And Harry had to scrap from the belongings of the Lestrange couple, kept by Narcissa Malfoy, just in case, like this moment, to gain some cells and revitalize it so he could use it for the Polyjuice. Which made Tom Thomas believe him that all the Horcruxes were definitely gone. Still, he had then insisted to check on all the others, Lucius having received punishment for removing the diary, not the diadem at Hogwarts, and he saw there's no ring in the shack. And Harry got to see the cave where Regulus Black's corpse was retrieved as they promised creature. It angered Thomas so much he annihilated all the Inferi for good. Harry's glad he allied to him because he would have been among the pile of ashes. It took so long that Harry forgot about his own predicament, and only got reminded in the worst way possible. Among Tom's followers, there was one man who did not have the dark mark on him because he was constantly in his semi-beast form, which made his forearms forever hairy. That man was also the last man Harry could ever come to get along. Despite starting to grow on the 28 marked Death Eaters, he didn't cease to provocate with his cheekiness. Because that man was Fenrir Greyback, the werewolf who bit both Rem and Kiara. And Tom called him just that day with the intention of putting a feral show to entertain him and all his followers after the long hours of organized planning and work. And for Harry, who did not take the Wolfsbane for the first time since turning, to meet the man who ruined the lives of two of his loved ones, he knew and promised that night will be a beastly full moon. After becoming a murderer, he supposed monster was only the next logical step. With the full moon on plain sight, a young black wolf jumped on the gray matured wolf, with the intention to bit him to death. Coldness bit his naked body in full force despite being in April. Then again, it was Britain and the country was always more chilly than France, where even the black cottage was by the coast. Harry growled, still under the effect of the full moon, albeit it had waned for a couple of hours now. He didn't know where he was, but it was certainly not indoor, according to the grass under his cool body. Said body was also slashed of several scars, but he liked to think he gave out as much in his wolf form. Forcing himself to wake up to at least ascertain the place he was thrown upon transformation for cruel humans' entertainment, he was half surprised to find himself in the middle of a forest. Since the last dwelling they were was the McNair's residence, he could only assume it's the surrounding woods of the man's property. The bloody axe sank in the cut trunk by the border. Could be a good indication too. But as he took a handful of leaf as makeshift loincloth to look for his robe where all his belongings were, he wished he could do wandless magic and accio his wand to him to attract said robe too. Because the scene outside of the wood was one horrible welcome after such a weary full moon. Tom was backed by a couple of his men, the other half absented, with Greyback loomed around without getting close. In front of them was a witch dressed in pink robe and whose face looked like a toad. She had her wand raised and a silver cat was jumping in the air to keep the Dementor in check. Not far from Greyback was Harry's robe, unscathed. Harry knew the Patronus charm. It was the first he ever cast because Rem told him reverently about it and how his parents' corporal ones were matching, which wasn't true as Stag's female part was a hind and not a doe, while Buck's female part was a doe. Anyway, probably a British thing. Harry's was a huge dragon that never ceased to impress Charlie, who couldn't cast the charm despite being super happy around dragons. Then again, the Patronus charm was a ridiculously difficult charm, as Rem said. Harry knew the spell. Yet after the Yule disasters, he never cast the charm again, even having a doubt about its form. If ever corporal still, after witnessing what the mirror of her eyes showed of what his heart desired. Rem not being influenced by the full moon, Sirius accepting him, Dad being in a happy love story and him forever with his friends. Then again, he had to get his wand first. He hopped discreetly to Greyback, refrained to kick him from behind, and dressed quickly before pulling out his wand. He thought about spending the full moon with Rem because it would made him really happy after the mishap with Greyback and only a silver mist got out. Dread seized his heart and Harry had difficulty to breath. He hoped his little misstep didn't catch anyone's attention, but he shouldn't count too much on Tom's sharp senses. The man caught the last of his failed attempt. Ms. Umbridge, release the Dementor. His own men behind him staggered and went to shelter themselves against the vile creatures that a Dementor was. Greyback went to follow. But too late, the Toad Woman with her glassy eyes released the Dementor on Harry and the other werewolf. The pleas of his deceased mother came first, then his father's urges for them to escape followed. Soon, it was Rem's lamenting speech of regret and lone life when he was being suspected by his friends, by Sirius broken apologize when Harry said he shouldn't have been born, Dad's incredulity when his name was pulled out of the goblet of fire, Ron and Neville's scream of terror for whatever memory, the Weasleys' cries to Charlie's permanent injury, Rem's despair in discovering Harry's also cursed, and so on. Greyback's pitiful whine forced Harry to regain a little consciousness, and he graved the scene of the huge man in ball and crying and apologize for whatever he's seeing. If Harry was ever going to pass out and have his soul sucked, he wanted to have this delightful memory in his mind and replay it forever, to see justice done. Bullshit. If Harry wanted justice, he had to show this memory to Rem. Meaning he had to get out of here alive and back to him. Summoning the desire to see Rem accepting himself and rewind his speech about doing everything to assure Harry's safety, to see his dad happy and sending an army of creature for Harry, to have everyone's greeting Harry's back and them all living happily ever after in France helped him utter the charm. A silver Abraxan spread out majestically his wings and flapped them fiercely at the Dementor, making the gliding creature recoil and back to Toad Umbridge, who raised her wand to pull out her own silver cat. As Harry's Abraxan started to fade, he looked Tom straight in the eyes, leaving his wand still in the air and making the tip light up. Nothing was said as a bus came out of nowhere and pulled just behind Harry. No one moved when Harry climbed the stairs of the night bus and paid the fees to get him out of the hellhole. As promised, Tom didn't try anything, only catching both his original wand and Harry's in the air, as the Ernie Prang pulled over in a flash under Stan Shunpike's permission. Only in the safety and privacy of the speedster did Harry give them his destination, Hogwarts, and he settled against a seat, not caring of the chaotic driving. Once again, he was thankful to everything Rem taught him in his childhood as it came in handy. How he wanted to see him so they could finally go back to home. He sprung out of the car, merely gaving out his thanks, and not caring of how each of his wounds were itching against the fabric of his robe. He ate village, burst Honeyduke's closed door opened, ran through the cellar and reached the pathway behind the one-eyed witch. The statue moved at his approach and he leapt out, thinking of starting another sprint to find wherever Rem was, just so he could be with his family. But one step in the castle and the familiar smell of his father figure was everywhere he put his nose on. Rem was there, walked through the passage or just paced in the corridor, maybe waiting for Harry's return. And then, he was there, physically there, and Harry was held in tight embrace and he returned it with despairing force just to make sure he wasn't dreaming. A tear trickled down his cheek, then another followed, before he was full on crying and letting go of the emotions he held on for the last week. "Let's go back to France, Dad," and Rem nodded, didn't even think about correcting his title, because it's who he was. He raised Harry, he's Harry's dad too. Chapter end notes. I despise James and Lily as parents. They may have been the bestest friend to their friend, but even villains could have loved ones. And they were certainly saw as villains for some. Werewolf's pup chapter summary. Meanwhile, on Remus' side, finding back his pup was an alleviation of the tortuous thoughts Remus had for the last 2 weeks. His wolf was finally in peace to have his own back, and safe, by his side. But safe at the moment didn't equal uninjured, and a sniff could tell him how the cub has the strong smell of blood and pain. He tried to loosen his hold to let the boy breath but only got embraced more tightly. And Remus bit his tongue, hating himself for not being by his side when he experienced first time the horror of a full moon without the wolfsbane potion. Just what happened to his boy? When Remus and Sirius left Harry at Hogwarts after the scene they made, he had a really bad feeling that it was the last he saw of his pup. Admittedly, he acted rashly and he wasn't proud of everything he had said, and he couldn't even blame it on the full moon as they were still 2 weeks away, but Harry needed to hear what he had to say. The young and innocent boy of not even 15 didn't have to give up on his life for a bunch of people who did nothing for him. Harry left British Isles for the exact reason because the authority had failed him time and time again, so why should he die for a disappointing community that didn't even know him? Of course, like Sirius said, it was his parents' home country and also the birthplace of all his friends who made his life more bearable. Yet Harry still left and only returned once a year to celebrate both his birthday and Neville's at the Burrow, with Hagrid, the Lovegoods and sometimes the Diggories, too, because despite everything, friends could do so much in a wrong place. Remus didn't even have his friends with him when he was sent in foreign land and surrounded by dangerous predators. Harry didn't contact him for the following week. Sirius didn't bother either, certainly still mad about everything he said. And if Remus wasn't too much concerned with the latter, the foreboding that nagged him for Harry since Ron and Neville told Sirius and him how Harry didn't show up at dinner and wasn't in the kitchen when they went to check was fully assailing him now. Called it beast instinct, but Remus couldn't shake out the ominous feeling that something bad would happen and he will be too late to save his pup. And he was right. Harry vanished a week later. He had Ron and Neville gave him light report every day, like where Harry was when not with them, in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, which made Rem understood that the Chamber of Secret was here, not that he said anything to anyone of his conclusion. What he do when he's down, go to the creatures and his dad, or brew potion with Snape, and how he felt in general. Neville admitted in half words in the letter as Remus was staying in the Three Broomsticks that the night Harry's back the three of them tried to waste themselves in drinks, though Harry's metabolism desintoxicated him quick enough. Remus couldn't answer him properly, although both knew that earlier that day Harry was with both Sirius and him, so the reason to drink is related to them. It should have been the same for the beginning of the weekend. Remus would send an inquiry message to both Ron and Neville to check discreetly on their friend for security measures because Jorkins and Crouch were still on the run and Harry was out of the castle again, despite everything. So when after 1 hour of neither boy answering him, he sent his Patronus, apologizing for the sudden manifestation and his insistence, to ask if something happened for the delay of response. Both kids showed up at the door of the inn no long after, asking for him and apologized as soon as he showed up by announcing him that Harry was nowhere to be found. Remus asked an audience with the headmaster immediately, surprising everyone by his presence with 2 students that were supposed to be inside the castle. He was surprised when they said they didn't use the one-eyed witch passage and refused to give him more detail about which one they used, though they assured him that no one would ever know about it but trusted people, after borrowing the Marauders map from the Weasley twins to assure that Harry was really not in Hogwarts anymore, neither in Hogsmeade because Remus checked beforehand. They involved Madame Maxime in the search too. By then, Sirius was informed of his godson's disappearance and wasn't helping much by blaming himself for quitting the boy in bad terms, while Hagrid was the one to show them about the broken two-way mirror found by the Beauxbatons' carriage. The 3 men's heart broke upon realizing their charge was about to ask for help but was stopped violently to the point of breaking the only way of contact. From there, the staff investigated of all the residents' whereabouts, in case it was an inside job. Karkaroff, for one, Snape, for Sirius, and literally everyone, for Remus, and bingo, Professor Quirrell was missing too. First, they checked his office thoroughly but found nothing suspicious but what a Dada professor would have in their office. Second, they sent Aurors to check on the residence of the man only to discover the place was long since abandoned for 4 years, when he first started his sabbatical. In lack of evidences, they returned empty hands. And third, they had to interrogate the ghosts to ask if they noticed everything wrong about the man since they could travel through walls. When nothing came up, but seeing all those adults running around, the students became aware of the big news. Beauxbatons students first, being quite united, went to give testimony of everything they thought off about the school that could maybe help the investigation. Miss Fleur Delacour proposed to use her Vela power to enchant some magical creature to make them more compliant in the search, which Remus was very grateful. The girl was smart and talented, her effective power could do wonder. Unfortunately, only the Porlock guarding the Abraxans had something to tell them about the kidnapping. Quirrell passed himself for Neville thanks to the Polyjuice potion, appalling the boy, who wondered how the professor got hand of his cells, dominated Harry by whatever mean, making Harry's scar bleed, then used a full body bind charm before levitating him inside the castle. The creature didn't have any more to say as it didn't wander inside, but when the staff questioned the ghost again, they still came out with nothing. As the circumstances seemed desperate, 2 Slytherin boys came to Remus, because Sirius looked unapproachable at the moment as he was holding the broken two-way mirror that he could have easily repaired, something Remus put on the Black Madness, and told him about the one-eyed witch secret passage because Harry was speaking a lot about it when they were first found outside of Hogwarts protection. Blaise Zabini and Theodore Knott were their name. Remus thanked them, already knowing it wouldn't bring anything more, BK the passage and even the one in the west wall because it was where they got out during Yule Ball. Nothing. The situation was so dire that not even Peeves tried to joke about truth, though, the twins were making sure that he won't utter the wrong thing to say by casting the Lockling on the poltergeist. But Remus lifted, thinking that maybe it did know something. Tough luck, it only mocked him by implying his furry problem in front of everyone, getting him a well-placed Wadawasi from Ron. By dinner time, everyone was talking about it. Alice and Franck showed up too, The news having somehow leaked, although the Daily hadn't anything posted, and didn't leave their son for the night. Remus was grieved of envy. He wanted to be there for his pup too, and rassured him that all woes of this world won't be reaching him if he had a say. Guess he failed before even getting to try. Remus tried to reach the Aurors many times through the day, despite them coming empty-handed, but since they had more field experience they must have quite the tactic to research missing people. Never mind that they still hadn't get neither Crouch nor Jorkins. He didn't even thought about asking Sirius, who was an Auror once, but even that short time he was allowed in their rank, he was only doing desk job. Before he could, Sirius went to fetch him and brought him to the courtyard where two ghosts and Professor Dumbledore were. Remus almost missed a step when he saw who were they. "James? Lily? Moony? We heard you're worrying yourself sick. Don't worry, we knew where Harry is. At the Riddles graveyard. We're not sure about the exact location. When we were back in the living world, we were brought at Godric Hollow, our grave to be more precise. We had to glide to Hogwarts and inform Professor Dumbledore, who knew where the address refers. Indeed. It's in Little Hangleton, not far from Greater Hangleton, which is not far from Little Whinging, in the Surrey." Lily's look twisted a little at that. Remus could only blink a few times, trying to register all the info he's getting from left and right. "But we know about this place, Dumbledore. That's where me and Moony got the ring." As if woken suddenly, Remus snapped back to present. "Then what are we waiting for? We had to send the Auror there." "Never mind, I'll go with them." "Calm down, Remus, my boy. There's no need to rush before making a plan. James and Lily said there's a shortcut to reach there." "Right. When we were in the afterlife, we could follow our son's step everywhere. We saw what the Porlock saw and told you, but we also saw where that bastard of Quirrell brought Harry inside the castle. In this unused classroom, there's a cupboard here. It's a vanishing cabinet and it'll lead you right to Riddle's graveyard." Remus had words about having a vanishing cabinet inside the school, supposedly the best prop-tech ed place in the UK, right after Gringotts. But considering how they managed to assume Bellatrix Lestrange's identity to have access of her vault, it wasn't surprising to breach the barrier of the most protected place. Voldemort did went through the Fidelius charm thanks to a traitor. How could Remus even dare blame Harry to be out of the school's protections when it was so easy to get in? They all hurried to said place with the Auror and came through the other side to find 3 corpses but no other living beings. At least, Harry wasn't among the dead. Then again, the identity of the deceased were those people who've been missing for months now. Bertha Jorkins, killed by the killing curse. Bartenius Crouch Jr., killed by poison. Same goes for the big snake. Auror's conclusion was that Quirrell was working with them, made a deal with Jorkins and hid her after her cover was blown during Summer's disaster, freed Cruach from St. Mungo, and kept him in the shack by using Veritaserum they found on the ground. And when they had a discord after getting Harry Potter black, Quirrell killed Jorkins and Imperio the snake to take down Crouch before using a curse to poison the snake too. He still needed Harry black for something, but they were already out of reach, having moved. Neither James nor Lily knew where, as they were no longer in the afterlife to glance through their son's doings. Remus could have wished they never show up if they would be so useless. "Remus, you need to calm down. Harry's still alive." "Calm down. Don't tell me to calm down when we don't even know how Harry is. You don't know in what mind he could be. This day is super important to him. If he didn't get his Wolfsbane potion, why didn't any of you look into that Quirrell bloke? If you had, you'd know the address of residence was fake and that he was suspicious. Why didn't any of you did anything? If Harry would go under the worst week because of your carelessness. His emotion must gone the worst of him, because a passing student suddenly broke into tears. Sirius grabbed his arm and dragged him to the potion master's office, who opened the door and extended a goblet of said Wolfsbane potion for him with a sour look and gritting teeth. Obviously, Snape had seen Lily Potter's ghost too. Remus took the goblet of potion in his trembling hand and felt guilty to get the chance of passing a calm full moon when Harry was suffering somewhere in this cursed UK. In the following week, every time the Aurors seemed to get something, they missed Quirrell and Harry by an arm. Remus was losing temper more and refused to speak to anyone. He learned by word of mouth that the student who burst into tears wasn't crying because she figured out that Remus was a werewolf too, but because she was feeling really guilty for stopping Harry when he first spoke up his suspicion about Quirinus Quirrell. At his first Dada lesson, upon seeing the man's suspicious behavior, he stunned the supposedly Death Eater and could have reported this if Hermione Granger didn't stop him, saying that lesson was more important. Now they had the proof the man was indeed a dangerous criminal. She was blaming herself for being the reason he got the chance to kidnap Harry. None of Ron and Neville, who were also present at the scene, said anything to refute her words, with the Slytherins even adding in how cruel of chick she was besides being a mudblood. If the Weasley twins threatened to hex the Slytherin for using such word again, they did not try to deny her role in the matter. Only Victor Crumb went to comfort her and stop her useless self-blaming. Because his wife was also called of such name in their youth, James, helped by Sirius, also start threatening the Slytherin students. Malfoy especially, when James implied that he saw his father being a Death Eater from the afterlife, and he was acting definitely out of Imperious curse, so were Crabbe and Goyle seniors. Sirius added insult to injury by involving his mother. Remus watched the scene with clear disgust. Lily saw him and tried to apologize for her husband's immaturity, saying he never actually got the chance to mature after graduation and with the war coming on them. Remus refused to let her off the hook too. "Why did you never came for Harry before this? Where were you when Sirius was wrongly accused of betraying you? When I had to learn that Harry was alone and raised by Hagrid at Hogwarts but could have been sent to your hateful Muggle sister? When little Harry was asking memories about you?" Lily's see-through face distorted in pain and her eyes simmered in ghostly tears. I'm sorry, Remus. When she didn't continue, Remus let go of his own tears. "You've always been so good to me, Lily, so I guess I was expecting too much of you, because you were also just a kid. But then, why didn't you let your childish fear get the best of you and flee the country for Harry's sake? Or why didn't you become Ghost to look after Harry? Why appearing only now? Didn't you two felt anything when you were summoned by the Prior Incantato 7 years ago? Or was it actually not you two? Just mere echoes?" "Remus, oh Remus, no, it was this. We saw how Harry was having the family he did a good job in raising him and making him love any creatures without prejudices and so. But it wasn't his job. I know Hagrid loves Harry more than anything else and would have done anything for him, but he's not his father despite everything. Weren't you touched by his desperated tears when seeing you for the first time? How could you still leave him behind? After that, left them all behind, really. Harry gave us a word or two about our behavior in Limbo. He made clear that he would never forgive us and that he's going back for why." Remus' heart missed a beat at the first part. Harry died? It was the Horcrux in him it was. You had to wait for your son to die to decide to have regrets and haunt the living for the rest of eternity? Have you no shame? Just how selfish could the two of you be? You know what, it was actually a good thing you didn't raise Harry. He deserves better than whatever you two are as human being. Maybe you should have a word with Snape. I'm sure you both will enjoy it. The last bit was uncalled and unnecessarily mean, but Remus wasn't a saint, and if anyone dared to hurt his pup, he will go down too. Besides, Snape was not unblameable. Apparently, he's the only person Harry said his suspicions about Quirrell, and his only advice was to keep guard without grazing upon the Horcrux connection in the scar. Harry should have never come to Hogwarts. It was a succession of bad thing after another. Why would fate harass such good kid like his pup? Last night was full moon. Remus was restless despite having took his daily dose of Wolfsbane in the week preceding the dreadful night. But being the only one getting the potion while Harry was suffering alone was making him unworthy of the luck he had. Without Harry he wouldn't have got the chance of consuming the Wolfsbane potion, because Snape was a resentful bastard who once had refused every of his apologies he have given him just to be a spiteful jerk and not brew his part of the potion when making it for Miss Loboska. Remus was supposed to stay confined in Shrieking Shack during the full moon for the rest of his life if he wanted to keep in staying in little Harry's life. That was until Harry became a werewolf too. And then Harry decided to brew the potion by himself, saying he had potion making in the blood thanks to his ancestor Linfred and his granddad Fleemont. Harry was his light, but because of evil mind he was forced a life of darkness. Remus paced before the one-eyed witch passage for some reason. Maybe because, like Messrs. Zabini and Knott said, Harry wanted absolutely to go through the passage. Ron and Neville also mentioned that Harry was also going to use the passage after whatever's done in the Hog's Head,
though they did not say how the three of them got to the Bad Shape Inn. He also went to Myrtle's bathroom, thinking that maybe the Chamber of Secret also had a passage to outside that he and the Marauders weren't aware. But the dilapidated lavatory was making him uncomfortable, and it was the girls' bathroom to boot. However, his instinct to stay before the one-eyed witch was the right one, and he was so glad to be the first to welcome Harry back to safety. He won't shy away from his duty to take care of his boy ever. Harry eventually let go, but his next words were not what he thought. "We had to go now, Dad." "But, shouldn't we tell the other that you're fine?" "No, we get out of the UK, now." The hurry in his voice put Remus on edge, but he complied quickly. He didn't know what Harry went through, and clearly it was not the time to ask about it, but if Harry need to get out of the country as if he was chased by death, something he did experienced once, Remus will help him flee and keep him safe, especially after dismissing it the first time. He cast the portkey spell on the bread he had prepared in case of Harry's appearance, knowing that apparition won't be good in Harry's health and not inside the castle that had anti-apparition spell, and as the blue light showed up they both grabbed it. They arrived just before Beauxbaton's academy, in the south of France, and Remus congratulated himself for the quick decision because Harry's fell unconscious as soon he recognized a familiar place. Remus didn't know much about healing magic, and he was always too worn after full moon before the creation of Wolfsbane potion, so he couldn't have treated Harry's wound by his own if he had portkeyed them to their cottage. Asking shelter to the academy's staff was easier once they recognized Harry and his wound being those of werewolves. Harry took some time to wake up, and the school's healer told him that Harry was overwhelmed of nightmares, so his recovery was delayed regularly. In the end, they had to inject the dreamless sleep potion through IV infusion to get him a recuperative rest. In the meantime, Remus put the Black Cottage under Fidelius and unplottable charm to even reject Owl's letters, just for security measures. He searched through the cottage but found nothing else than Harry's second copy of Bestiary, concluding that he had nothing left back at Hogwarts but his broom in the school carriage. Once sure that nothing could lead anyone back to them, Remus returned to the school to wait for Harry's wake. The healer had changed Harry's clothes to put him in patient robe and let Remus look through his wizard robe from the empty wand holster to whatever Harry's hiding in the little pouch. Magical plants, bottles of all sort of potion, 2 philosopher's stones and many other artifact of Harry's passion, that also served in his survival. Looking at this, he was mixed in being proud of Harry's widespread area of interest or worried that was because he was prepared in case of Tom's return. As he was musing those thoughts, Harry finally opened his eyes and Remus noticed it was already the next day. After ascertaining himself of the place they were, and all worth from finding each other's back gone, Harry went straight to business. "Does anyone know that we're here? That I'm here?" "No one but the school's healer. I asked them to be discreet and they looked at me with a front that was nothing comparable of Madame Pomfrey. I didn't even inform anyone of my whereabouts." "Good, don't. Maybe send a Patronus that you're all right, but not a word of me or where you are. Madame Maxime and the school's delegation will be back in 2 months, but it left enough time for me to keep low. I had to prepare to go in exchange for the next few years. And the brevet to take at the end of the year, of course. Maybe I should my name change official. What about the Black Cottage? Under Fidelius and unplottable charm. No magical animal could send us letters either." Harry blinked, looking finally like the child he's supposed to be, surprised at his foresight, and finally relaxed his body to rest on the bed. He stayed so comfortable he almost melted in the mattress. Remus holds himself from asking any question. A week ago, 2 new ghosts took up residence in Hogwarts. They're known as James and Lily Potter. Harry took his time to choose how to react to this, or he may already known about it. Great, now, they could celebrate their death day with nearly headless Nick. Not the answer Remus was waiting for. He expected even less to see Harry getting out of the resting bed before any healer show up. "Harry, I don't think it's a good idea for you to get up. Let's wait up for, don't get patronizing on me." They both freeze at Harry's harsh tone, and Harry had to force himself to breathe evenly after stop breathing altogether due to shock. Remus had to think quickly what he had said to set out the boy. Not to be patronizing, perhaps the way Remus formulate the phrase of waiting for a healing to check on Harry's state? Let's, like an order. Harry's wolf was a free individual in the beginning, but after a full moon with Harry didn't want nor need to be ordered to do
Anything. How about we wait for the checkup of a healer? Just to be sure. It's not like we're in hurry, right? Made it sound it's Harry's own descendants to make it look merely a suggestion and how Harry knew better what's good for him. Sure. The house is under protection, no one knew we're here and my wounds did need a look. Remus didn't say anything to that, just pulling a sad face that his pup had to go under the same painful experiences he was forced to. Though I would like to have a wand with me, I lost mine in the course of the last week, so I'm feeling quite naked right now. Remus pulled out Sirius' unused wand and Harry took it like it's the Grawl. The wand didn't react at first, but Harry's a special boy that could go along with every and any wand if he so desired. Plus, he's a better black than Sirius, so it's only fair he's the new master. After making sure to be armed, Harry went back to relax on the mattress, never letting go of his weapon, as if to be ready at any time. Remus held back a long-suffering sigh. If only Werewolf's scratch could be healed. When Harry left the sickbay, it was spring holiday. Bobaden's academy called it Easter because they had more Christian students and to blend in easier with the Muggle world. It was a good thing for them so they could keep in their presence here a little longer. They were invited to go back to their residence because the academies closed for every breaks for let the staff live their own life. The creatures are tended by another organization from the 9 countries that proposed services to the school. The first thing Harry did was to write a letter to Bill Weasley so he can take upon the Dada position for the 3rd semester before school ended in June. Quirrells no more, was the only explanation he gave before neglecting on signing the letter and delivering it to the post office to not betray their position. But Bill is working as cursebreaker in Egypt. Being one yourself, you should know how easy it is to take a break, or change it for a desk job. The student there will need a substitute and Charlie said his brother did illegal lessons at night a few years prior to fix his junior's lack of studies in the area. If he ever cares about his younger siblings, he will accept my ask.
Should I still work as cursebreaker? You're free to do what you want, Dad. I would never force anything on you. Me neither, but I don't want to do anything that could be difficult for you. Harry thought about it for a moment.
Maybe ask to be transferred to the States for the upcoming school year? Bobaden's had cordial partnership with Ilvermorny, I'm sure my first exchange could be there. Also, I want to see if the way they sort student in houses is better than the joke the sorting hat is. And next year? Wagadu? I think the wizard in Africa are really good in wandless magic. It would have came in handy when it's handy when you don't have your wand beside you.
Transfer to South Africa for the duration of next school year, all right. I don't think Uganda wizards ever want European cursebreaker in their business, but it could be doable if we tread it carefully.
Harry nodded and, before being prompted for the exchange of his last year, he said, Mahudikoru before graduation could be good. I'm not sure about Japanese wizards, but Japanese muggles sure appreciate French ones, and French muggles love their manga. China's Gringotts headquarters does take a lot of foreigners. Not sure the Japanese isolationists are ready to welcome foreigners yet, though. I heard that Macau had the biggest casino. Please tell me it's an offhand comment and you're not into gambling. I'm not into gambling, but it's not lack of resources. I have my philosopher's stones. That reminded me, I had to improve my second-rate one. Maybe I should have taken Ravenclaw's diadem before leaving. How about you create your own diadem, or wisdom enhancement artifact? Charm's not my best subject. Or creation for that matter, I'm more of a studious pupil. Somehow, I have my doubts. You should. But then, you have to admit that I was never one to came up with original things. The twins were the inventors, Luna the creative. I just merely thought about way to ease everyone. And isn't that a proof of creative mind? The laziest people are the most creative ones. Oh, that does make sense. I'm glad I was of help. How about a little rest after lunch? An afternoon rest right of half an hour is good for the health and it's not like we have any other plan, right? Harry hesitated, because sleep and him were a difficult combination recently. Let's think about what we'll eat. What do you feel like at this moment? After having everything transferred directly in his blood through catheter, Harry felt like it's a pain to chew by himself, especially thinking of the last thing he had under his fangs, no, of his teeth. Lunch suddenly turned to a tense business. And afternoon nap ended badly when Harry woke them up with a leg-trashing nightmare. He kicked Remus when he tried to physically calm him down. Harry, it's okay, it's me. It's just you and me, we're home, we're in France. It took time, and countless words of reassurance for him to calm down, and even then it'd need a comfortable setting and the certainty that their relationship was strong enough for Harry to tell everything. How he was alone against Quirrell that Tom possessed, and the crazy look of Crouch Jr., the menacing fangs of Nagini, Jorkin's corpse. Then how he planned to change British Wizarding World by giving a hand to Tom, so he was kept as hostage for a week before his encounter of Greyback. He didn't talk in depth about what happened and was obviously trying to change subject by shoving him some memories that could please him. Remus wasn't fooled and insisted on asking if Harry needed to talk more about it because an encounter with Greyback could never end well. No, this time it was good. A Dementor got him and he was crawling like he was kicked in the crotch. His soul was about to be sucked. There was a Dementor? Why didn't you say so before? Hold on, I'll go make some hot chocolate. It's all right, it's in the past. I subdued it with my Patronus. It changed. It's now an Abraxan, so don't be too surprised if I send you one in the future. That's all right. Patronus changed form due to strong emotion like love, and seldom people can keep the same feeling for an eternity. Love? It's more like a lack of love for Harry. His first form was something humongous like a dragon because of his desire to live with his family, but now, it was more discreet and refined. Somehow, maybe a found family was more precious. But don't you want to see how Greyback is crumbling down as if in the end of his life? For all his crimes, that's he deserve. Remus was back by Harry's side in a flash, the heating of milk forgotten. Harry, did he do anything to you? Why no. No. Why would think that? Why do keep turning thing around to me? I was talking about his misery to lift you up. I came back just to see you be happy. Your safety and well-being is my happiness. Harry refused to accept the kindness outright. Because you're fond of Lily Potter? Remus came quickly to the only conclusion. Snape's memory?
Somewhat, yes. He hated James Potter with a passion because he was more open about his advances, but you were closer to her in a more subtle way, so he was targeting in more discreet way.
By denouncing my statue, he thought better of it? Let's say that more important matter fell on him when he got his life saved by his mortal enemy. He was livid when I saw the memory in his pensieve and almost refused to give me more occlumency lesson. I had to convince him that I will learn legimancy otherwise. You cunning pup. I mean, he was there and had all those knowledges and will teach me anyway for my survival, so. He will later learn that it did not really help and that, unfortunately, it wasn't in anyone else's responsibility. At the next full moon, they chose to spend it in the academy, to have immediate help. In general they were roaming the premise without actually partal activity because Harry's presence wasn't supposed to be known, but staying in the cottage all day would be a waste to learn new things, so Remus would snuck out books from the library for them to read in the park, under sunlight. It was a good thing they were there because Harry showed sign of not taking the Wolfsbane greatly like he always did. Probably due to the shock of missing it once and having the worst company for that sole time. Cub Harry rejected the presence of another dominant wolf and almost start a fight. A staff had to cast the Homorphous spell on him just to give him a strong calming draft before he turned back and fell into a slumber. At dawn, after remembering everything, Harry apologized profusely, not knowing what came to him. And despite not wanting to force anything in Harry, Remus tried to make him understand that he has lasting trauma and should seek a mind healer. Harry then confessed what he tried to hide from him, that to take care of the last Horcrux that was Nagini and put an end to Crouch's state, he forced the basilisk poison in their throat and essentially killed them, making him a killer. That's probably what's eating him at night. The guilt of taking another's life. Even though it was necessary, even though they were bad guy and death would have been the best outcome, Harry was still the one to do the job at only 14. They talked at great length and therapy sessions were planned, some even for the two of them as father and son. The day the Beauxbatons delegation came back to the academy, Harry had just finished taking his brevet exams and went to the headmistress' office under Polyjuice disguise. He came back home with a set of news. Madame Maxime agreed to the exchange program for the 3 upcoming years. She agreed that staying in the same school in a row couldn't be good for me and that I better stay far from Europe. Or anything related to Hogwarts. Good thing you didn't choose Koldovstoritz or Castellabruxo. I know, right? She said that because a Beauxbatons student had disappeared by the name of Harry Potter, because not everyone knew about my officila name change while under Headmaster Dumbledore's rule, plus the basilisk got released frightened the residents to death, He will go under trial, held by the Wizengamot, because of various testimony, saying he wanted to rule over Muggles and that the war against Grindelwald was actually a play to deceive the wizarding world as a whole, and his misjudgment in some Dada teacher putting students in danger. It's not really going well for him. The only thing that saved him was the last hiring of Bill Weasley as substitute Dada teach, and the young man said it wasn't even his idea. Bill gave my name as instigator but neither confirmed nor denied my living statue as an owl letter from UK to Egypt took a long way and that I could have sent it way before my disappearance. Smart move in keeping your statue ambiguous. Did the headmistress said anything about the Weasleys or any of your friend? Harry shrugged. Fleur had the hots for Bill. Good for them. They do suit each other, both are talented in their area and strong-willed. And attractives. She didn't win the tournament, unfortunately. Cedric did, much to Mr. Diggory's joy despite the whole scandal with the basilisk at the same time, apparently, to show his good self. People are saying Dumbledore blinded it, but that one thing wasn't enough because they also heard him speak Parseltongue to control it first. Who gave out the testimonies? Snape. I think to get on the good side of Tom, that he must known had come back and that me missing just proved the dark side winning. He had to find something to make up. Certainly, it could be a waste to have such potion maker gone, though he could change its personality a little. So when the two foreign schools were about to leave, they were sent off by not the headmaster but the deputy headmistress, who had to apologize for the way their trip ended, especially Beauxbatons, who lost 3 of its students since the twins will be staying at Hogwarts next year. And she probably won't be the next head of the school because the ministry was present during the disaster and promised to send one of theirs as head. I think Mr. Malfoy had a hand in it. Madame Maxime said she saw him whispering wildly during the minister's outrage speech. Oh, and I think Percy will be transferred to be assistant to another head of department because Mr. Runcorn was part of the deceased despite the basilisk not having his deadly weapon. Anyway. Anything else? Madame Maxime is on first-name basis with Dad. That's sweet.
I know, right? No mention of his best mates Ron nor Neville. Remus not one to push, but he didn't want his son to end friendless like him, though it seemed to be in line too.
So, who were you talking to before I made my way in? No one of importance. Know that I don't trust you, but I know I did not imagine it, and unless you're going senile at such young age, you were talking to someone before I came in. Harry cast the homunculus charm to reveal whatever presence was in their cottage on a parchment he summoned. His name and his dad's showed up first, then 2 others that were hiding behind the wall, by the last name of Potters. Huh. What a terrible surprise. Should I just cast the Scourge charm on those unwanted intruses? Remus showed no remorse when he shrugged casually. Up to you, the house is yours. Come on, aren't it you two too cold? Till when will you be difficult, Moony, Harry? James, please, you have no right to talk to them like that. But Lils, the disrespect. I don't see why I should show any respect to cowards who abandon their loved ones behind when they preach to fight for the good side. It's like Dumbledore's case, that's currently going on. We should also put you on trial and show all your wrongdoing as despicable human being. Then again, you're ghosts, so who cares? Harry, you change your tone when you're talking to me. Or what? You're ground me. When you don't even have a presence, state the reason of your presence or I'll follow through my threats. Not spitting on your tombs since I cannot set foot in the UK, but the clean-up charm is really tempting. We just want to check up on you too. We did not have any news of yours and Sirius couldn't find the cottage's location, so he assumed you put it under Fidelius. Yet, you're only showing up now. You're late even in your death. Just how shameful will you get till you're satisfied? No. We looked for you as soon as Remus vanished too. But by then the Fidelius charm was already active. And we had to scout around France because as ghosts we have more accessibility. Please, believe me, Harry. Why should I? You already break your promise to protect me. You could be pulling my leg again.
And no, I'm not. Enough. We did not come to be insulted. Your mother's being really patient with you, young man.
Then you shouldn't have came. Full stop. Now get lost. All right. We just wanted to tell you that Sirius open to see you too whenever you're ready. If not in the UK, anywhere else is good too. He said he purchased some estate in Europe for this kind of occasion, keeping them as safe house. I doubt he could manage anything safe with that mind of his. Before letting James react in result of his words, Remus spoke first. Harry, don't be disrespectful. Sirius is a competent wizard, despite everything. You're right, I saw it firsthand too. Fine, tell him we're taking up to the offer, and that we're considering to do the annual summer vacation if he ever get my hint. So, a meeting in Italy. With a little luck, he could also see Blaise if the boys also up to their little tradition. He can officially introduce himself as Harry Black. And meet the new Lord Potter, too. If that's it, please never show up ever again. Just how long will you keep your temperament? We're still your parents. Are you? First time seeing you ever. Now, me and my dad want to have some private time. And he blasts them with the scourging, pleased to see the crestfallen look on their translucid face. When the silence wrapped around the cottage, Harry let go of his wand and sighed. Remus got up from his seat and strode to the kitchen quietly before coming back as calmly. Hot chocolate? Sure, thanks, Dad. They had few gulps in the peace of their little home, relaxed in each other's presence. So, what did they tell you? Cho Chang replaced you for the Interschool Quidditch Cup. Bobaden's team lost against Hogwarts, not because the two-seeker are an item, I see you coming, but because the whole team were crushed in the disappearance of one of theirs. I'm actually surprised they kept on playing. Before the third task, I gather. Again, Dad shrugged, and that's it. During Harry's 5th year in the States, with Remus looking for treasure between the borders of USA and Canada, tons of scandal about Hogwarts spread around the wizarding world. The new headmistress, Ms. Umbridge, was also the Dada professor and the undersecretary in the Ministry of Magic. But such a bad one that a secret organization raised secretly among the student to bring last year's sub back, but as a legal teacher. They had Knight's lesson in the room of requirement by using the protean charm as device of communication, related reporter Rita Skeeter. Remus learned on this occasion where actually the room of requirement is located and that there's a secret passageway to outside if you think of it while passing thrice before the come and go room. Which was the same passage Ron and Neville took and they refused to tell Remus about. By spring holiday, the Daily Prophet stated the headmistress was dismissed when the scandal of her using blood quill broke out and Minister Fudge was overthrown for being accused having agreed to everything. Even being the mastermind. Oh, and Dolores Umbridge wasn't even dismissed a la legal way, she was literally hurled out by the centaurs because she was a disgusting racist that did not like half-breed. So Cornelius Fudge was known as supporter in oppressing other species. Useless to say that even Gringotts refused to deal with the man anymore. Of course, all of Umbridge's things got taken out from her, thanks to Sir Malfoy's involvement, being head of the school council board. Draco Malfoy's going to be a pain in the ass about it. New minister was appointed to be a man named Pius Thickness, and the senior undersecretary post went to a newcomer by the name of Thomas Gaunt. As the school year came to an end, Remus and Harry had the greatest pleasure to welcome the Longbottoms and Ron Weasley at Bobaden's Academy. Both boys transferred after taking and passing their owls and will pursue their studies there. Or more like, as exchange students to be with Harry. Black's cottage now accepted in its secret emplacement 4 more residents. Harry was glad to have new gossip of Hogwarts and wanted them to talk all about it during vacation with Blaise. And Sirius if he's not too busy playing goof with his dead best friend. His friends was less pleased of this perspective, but it seemed that now not Hogwarts students with house's pride, they could easily get along with the Italian pureblood. For the boys' 6th year, the 3 adults went to travel around Africa continent just to be closer in mind and also learn new ways to use magic. If Alice and Frank Longbottom were still lacking in reflex sometime, because stuck for 7 years in madness was long, getting the gist of wandless magic was more easy for when they could barely cast a spell nor think wordlessly about it. Now, with just the strong desire they could Accio, sent Patronuses and raised magical shield. The boys furthered more of their knowledges and everyone came out winner. Before their 7th year in a floating school, Ron went back to the Burrow because his elder brother Bill will be marrying Fleur Delacour and they wanted to invite Harry and his dad. And the Longbottoms, because Harry and his 2 best mates managed to create a set of 3-way mirror back at Uganda, they used the id to contact when far from each other. Harry's reminded that he couldn't return to British's soil and suggested they did the marriage in the Black Cottage. Which was the moment Sirius showed up by proposing the basement of the cottage that no one were aware till now because it could only reacted to black blood, confirmed by Frank who had it through his grandmother Calidora, née Black. Both Harry and Remus shared a look, thinking the lack of trust for Sirius to omit this fact. Thankfully, they had both Frank, Neville and Ron by their side to discover all the secrets the property hold. This way, in using only the basement, they won't be giving out the secret emplacement of the cottage to everyone. They used the portal still in the Weasleys' household to transport all the guests, but since it needed both ministries' permission, they had to modify the runes of the portals so it only connected to the basement of the cottage. It had to be worked on both ways, and Harry could now show off the extent of his knowledges in runes. So on the 1st of August, the reception to the union of William Weasley and Fleur Delacour was held in the basement of Black Cottage, in France. Both families were there the day before, to celebrate both Harry and Neville's birthday and to prepare for the next day. No one was invited to the private part and no one insisted, the Delacours saying they were at least glad it was really in France as they sensed it in the air, which Remus called bullshit, but anyway. There were tons of guests neither Remus nor Harry knew, like this one unpleasant old woman, Muriel, who was criticizing everyone that came across her. There was Victor Crumb, Fleur's guest, that Ron was still infatuated, the Diggories, and Cho as Cedric's +1, who were really happy to find Harry's alive, the Lovegoods who never doubted it, Lowell even recognizing Harry this time, and Hermione Granger, who was Fred's +1. Not Angelina. She's George's partner. Huh, what happened? She finally saw you're the better-looking twin? They're literally identical twin? You know what I mean. Granger didn't, but she had better thing to talk. Actually, I wasn't sure if I got to meet Mr. Lupin, but I brought this for you. If Harry Harry Black's here, it's even better. For the past year, after having a wake-up call, I created a potion to help the werewolves. Nothing as great as the Wolfsbane, but merely something to help the transformation. I have personally witnessed how the transition could be violent, so the potion put the mind at peace when your human body's morphing to another anatomy. The sensation remained the same, bone cracking, muscles stretching and melting, but you won't be suffering from it anymore. It's tested and approved. Miss Kiara Loboska is using it for a year now. Kiara is? Fred and George exchanged a smirk and opened their mouth at the same time. Yes, kind healer Kiara Loboska approved the potion. Of course, no announcing to the rest of the world that she's a werewolf, but only to the concerned party. And since your precious Kiara did. Harry didn't let Fred finish and slapped him right across the face, so hard that he flew through the hall of reception. Nothing material was damaged though. Seeing that, George cleverly closed his mouth. Next time, put your boyfriend on a leash when talking to a werewolf. Hermione Granger clattered her tooth when her jaw closed suddenly. She nodded with wide eyes. I'll make sure to make a note of this. People were rushing to where Fred was sent flying, his parents and Sirius included, and Mrs. Weasley came running to their group. Harry, dear, what happened? People said you hit Fred and that sent him flying. He said indecent thing on my person. Fred, how could you? Mr. Weasley reacted immediately. How was it bad? Well, are you a werewolf to know anything about hurting us? Remus had to bit his lip to not laugh out loud at Harry's scathing tone. No one said anything anymore as Harry was the master of the plaid. Everyone scattered around after a moment of dead silence. With this, Remus finally had the time to exchange with Sirius, who gave his congratulation for Harry's 17th birthday a day later because he wasn't invited to come yesterday and that he had no way to communicate with any of them, not even knowing the address of the cottage. Harry only thanked his once godfather as he was now in age and not in need of an extra guardian. Right, I want to introduce you to the Tonkses. I don't know if you remember it's Tonks. Just Tonks. Nymphadora, don't cut people when they're talking. I wouldn't if cousin Sirius wasn't about to introduce me in a ridiculous name that my mother foolishly gave me upon birth. I think it's fitting, dear. It's about your changing appearance, Dad. Stop, please, not in front of new people. So, Lil Tonks, my beloved cousin Andromeda and her husband Ted. Full name's Edward Tonks, close friend call me Ted. Teddy if you're my mum, Tonks muttered. If Harry was glad to exchange with Tonks like he did in his youth and finally meet Tonks seniors, Remus got flustered when Tonks winked at him. Unfortunately, it didn't do unnoticed to Harry, who winked at him immediately. Thankfully, he was pulled out of the conversation by none other than Percy Weasley. Hey, Percy, how are you? Great. I recently became the junior assistant of the Minister Thickness. Wow, you know how to climb the ladder, don't you? All thanks to you and your little game of string pulling. Also, I'm no fool and I know the Ministry is controlled by the Undersecretary. That's why I ask his permission to have the wedding a private matter and have a shield raised around the burrow. So for the rest of the world, the marriage is officially held at the burrow, as the existence of the portal because null 2 years ago when you disappeared. Huh, great job in seeing that far. That's not all. A new law will be passed shortly, concerning werewolves in Greyback, who was caught and will be sentenced in autumn. So keep up with the news. Harry didn't get to know more after this. Just that Percy had promised Harry to make the changes of UK so both Remus and Harry could live peacefully again in their last year of school, except if people desired to have superior studies. The boys went to study at Mahudakuru, in the air while Remus scavenged close to Mongolia. Alice and Frank are resting in Macau, sometimes winning in the casino, other times trying to learn Chinese, which is complicated when they heard about all the different pronunciations there were in different dialects. The news about Greyback fell first. For his multiple crimes of biting innocent children and turning them in werewolves, he will work at Azkaban with the Dementor. Next, to help on the werewolves if Britain, the Ministry will supply the ingredients for Wolfsbane potion, and all the potion makers of the country had to brew some monthly quota and put it in disposition for all the half-breed. Same for Granger's invention, to help the forced transformation. Anyone disagreeing to it will be sent to work with Greyback and the Dementor. Seeing that, with the back in the bag, Harry talked Remus into returning to his home country, but Remus wasn't fooled. You said if you did not have a proper invitation, you won't be setting foot again on the land. Don't think I forgot. Damn, I was hoping that you meeting Tonks would have mellowed you. Remus sputtered and couldn't find a response to that. Come on. Till when will you hold yourself for my sake? Tonks great, and she made you feel things, thanks for being an Auror, MH. She's also a lot younger than me. And she's not longer Auror after the changes it occurred in the Ministry. Oh, what's she doing, then? And who cares, she's in age, she did her own decisions. Hit wizard. And I'm just taking things slow. Being friends is good too. Isn't that the same? It's also too slow. She's a chick that likes adventures. Obviously, she thinks you can give her that. I'm not sure, I never worked for the Ministry, and don't put it that way. Well, it's true. She clearly had the hots for you, and she strikes me as Fleur kind of girl. Maybe there'll be a wedding in a few years too. Putting the cart before the horses, aren't you? Come on, is it about the baby that could be born with werewolf gene? I think that from what we learn all around the world that can't be case, right? There's no risk. Harry, I just don't want to start a family when I'm not ready to have a kid at the moment. I'm barely believing the luck I have to gain a wonderful woman's attention. Let's take it one step at a time, alright? Oh, okay. Of course, yeah, if you're not ready yet, you shouldn't. I know what it is to be a parent, and I know that it's way easier to give birth than to raise a kid. Tonk's young, yes, but she's also not actually in the best disposition to take care of someone else than herself. True that. Just wanting isn't enough. I know, and I would never subject this to anyone if I can help. If it could be any comfort, I'll stop you if you ever do that mistake. Besides, protection spell is always a thing. I'm not gonna have this kind of conversation with you. How the turn have tabled, huh? Speak understandably. Why? Feeling the generation separating us. Will you ever start making dad jokes? I never joke. Lie. I don't lie either. Maybe on the side during full moon, if that isn't a dad joke. Remus changed the topic to ask him about his future project. Later, Harry did receive a personal invitation from the Undersecretary to stay whenever he liked in the British Isles at the condition that he supplied the elixir of life now that he finally succeeded in finishing it. Maybe Harry would agree on the deal. Maybe he will just travel the world on Dragon's back as he's so great with them despite no longer having a dragon Patronus. Maybe like Neville he will pursue additional studies in the university attached to Beauxbatons as his parents encouraged him, or maybe he will stop like Ron did and instead play his favorite activity. Chess for Ron, Quidditch for Harry. Either way, Remus will support any of his decision, because that's what a parent do and Harry's his pup.